Zheng Xun had made his debut. Heaven only knew how 1 second his back was crossed with 2 blades, a gun slung in his hand as he prepared to lob a grenade and give this world a thunderous wake-up call, and the next second a random passerby whistled at him. "Bro, are you doing cosplay? Where on earth have I landed?" That damn dog of a system had thrown him into the wrong channel. Zheng Xun was a hitman who had trained bitterly in a virtual space for 10 long years. For 10 years he had honed his blade. The system had ceaselessly instilled in him the belief that the outside world was being crushed by a mysterious force, and that he needed to become a cold, merciless assassin to take out the enemy's supreme leader. So, where was the leader? What had happened to the promised saving of the world? In order to blend into this peaceful worldview, every weapon on Zheng Xun's body had turned into plastic. Sensing that something was off, the system bolted as well. With no way out, Zheng Xun ran headlong into 2 impeccably dressed female college students. Their eyes sparkled as they looked at him and asked, "Teacher, we have a cosplay role that suits you perfectly. Want to do it?" Zheng Xun, very proud of his principles, rejected them without hesitation. A month later, having received no assassin assignments at all, Zheng Xun, face full of grief and indignation, pulled on a cosplay costume. There was no helping it. People had to eat. For an entire month, he had waited in vain for a prompt from the system, yet more and more people came to ask him to play roles. If this went on, he was going to become a well-known coser. In a fit of anger, Zheng Xun tore off his golden wig, scrubbed the cosplay makeup from his face, shoved both hands into his pockets, and headed out into the street to try his luck. A passerby in a suit bumped into him. His killer instincts made him dodge the man at once, and the utility knife hidden in his sleeve had already slid halfway out. Just then the other party suddenly spoke up enthusiastically. "Hey, handsome, interested in becoming an idol?" "Huh?" Zheng Xun froze, and the man misread his stunned silence as interest. The man rattled on, and on, talking the sky into bloom. All Zheng Xun could really hear was the phrase "room and board included," and in a muddle he agreed. They signed the contract, got in the car, and the vehicle turned into a narrow alley. At the end of the alley stood a studio called Jie. Zheng Xun glanced down at the contract in his hand. "Wasn't it Jioding Entertainment Co., Ltd.? Why is the name different?" "That's right. You're with Jioding now, but your future work is part of a collaborative project. This will be your office location." Zheng Xun listened in a daze, but the manager told him he wouldn't lose out. Jioding would pay him a salary, and he would also get a cut of the boy group's profits. In short, it meant a lot of money, provided the group became popular. The manager did not mention the condition, and Zheng Xun's habit of skipping over conversations made him latch on only to the words "a lot of money." "I understand." He was brimming with confidence in his own understanding. The manager unloaded him from the car, and he went upstairs alone. The stairwell was pitch black, and Zheng Xun's vigilance shot to its highest level. He had simulated this kind of situation before. In such a place, the enemy would strike at any time from the shadows beside the stairs or from the next flight up. Ears pricked all the way, he was disappointed to find that aside from a single black stray cat, no living thing leaped out to attack him. Cradling the cat in his arms, he knocked on the studio door. "The door's not locked, just come in." A young man's voice drifted out from inside. Zheng Xun stood at the threshold, hesitating for a few seconds. On the way here, he had searched on his phone for information about boy groups. Those impeccably styled idols stood beneath the spotlights while fans below the stage cheered loudly. It all looked as beautiful as a dream. Yet he was a cold, merciless assassin, a black panther prowling in the shadows, a razor-sharp scalpel. All these titles had come from his ex-system. Brainwashed by the rhetoric of saving the world, Zheng Xun had never realized how embarrassing those titles actually were. The person inside called out again that the door was unlocked, and Zheng Xun took a deep breath, holding the cat as he stepped in. "Hello." Before entering, Zheng Xun had imagined he would see a group of dazzling, finely polished idols. Instead, what he saw was one guy who looked like trouble at a glance, one laughing prankster, and one moldy broccoli. The last one, a youth with blue-green dyed hair, was the one who had twice shouted that the door was unlocked. At the moment Zheng Xun pushed the door open, the 3 of them were in the middle of playing dodiju. Did I come to the wrong place? He deliberately took half a step back to check the door plate, and confirmed he had not. The prankster glanced at him, and grew even more amused, thumping Cheng Jie hard on the shoulder. "Cheng Jie, now we've got everyone." Zheng Xun thought he was about to say that all the members for debut were finally here. But the next line was, "We can finally play mahjong." The laughing youth was named Huang He, and the moldy broccoli was He Yuxing. These 2 were comparatively enthusiastic. The remaining calm, aloof, cool guy was Cheng Jie. Without even asking who Zheng Xun was, the 3 of them excitedly pressed him into a seat to play mahjong. After inexplicably playing 2 rounds, Zheng Xun suddenly snapped awake. Something was wrong. Wasn't he here to join a boy group? "Aren't you guys members of a boy group?" Sure, Huang He replied with a grin, "We're a group." Zheng Xun looked at their casual postures, their slack attitudes, and their flip-flops. No matter how he tried, he couldn't imagine they were in a boy group. "We even have a group name," He Yuxing said, struggling to recall it. "What was it, White Towel?" "It's White Tower." Huang He corrected him. "Your white towel sounds like something used in a bathhouse." "It's all the same, all the same." "Humph. Childish." Zheng Xun stared in surprise at the cool guy sitting opposite him. Since the moment he had walked in, this guy had not said a single proper sentence. It was either humph or tch or heh. He cautiously asked a question. "And this, humph, a general is?" Huang He answered for him. "Don't mind him, that's just his persona." "Humph. See, there it was again." Zheng Xun had done his homework in advance. Boy groups all needed personas. Perhaps this one was going for the aloof cool guy route. There were plenty of fans who liked that type. Though he found it odd, Zheng Xun did not comment. Just then He Yuxing at his side suddenly let out a low shout, startling Zheng Xun. Turning his head, he saw that He Yuxing was sitting cross-legged on the chair, thumbs and index fingers of both hands pressed together in a peacock shape, resting on his knees. Eyes closed, he was muttering under his breath. With his face full of astonishment, Zheng Xun asked Huang He what's going on with him. Huang He again told him not to worry about it. It's nothing. At this hour he's always like that, circulating inner force, communing with heaven and man. Zheng Xun looked at the setup around them, then out the window at the high-rises outside. Aren't we in a modern urban story? Sure, Huang He nodded as he drew his tiles, but he isn't. He transmigrated here, the wrong way. Huang He was so unnervingly calm, speaking in all seriousness about insane things. He Yuxing used to cultivate immortality, but he crossed into the wrong worldview, and is now forced to be an idol. He Yuxing suddenly opened his eyes and cried out in anguish, my sect is in peril, yet I am trapped in this foreign world, unable to save them. Aye. Huang He tossed a peanut at him. Every time you lose too much you pull this stunt. Hurry up. Oh. He Yuxing silently unfolded his legs and went back to drawing tiles. Humph. Boring. The cool guy spoke again. Seeing Zheng Xun's gaze repeatedly drifting toward Cheng Jie Huang, he began introducing him. Cheng Jie is similar to He Yuxing. His persona is that of a domineering CEO. But his company went bankrupt the moment he took over. With no business to run, he had no choice but to join a boy group. Zheng Xun was stunned. Is it the kind of domineering tycoon who says, I'll buy this entire street? No, it's the kind from romance novels who says, woman, you've caught my attention. Zheng Xun's worldview was taking a beating. He turned to the only seemingly normal person, Huang He. So you were also tricked in by the promise of room and board. More or less, but I've got my own storyline too, Huang, he said, beaming with a radiant smile. I was originally on a revenge arc, but my fate is too tough. Right after I arrived here, all my enemies conveniently died off. In silence, Zheng Xun pushed his tiles away and stood up. So this is a mental hospital after all. I've come to the wrong place. Goodbye. Wait. Huang He stretched out an arm and pressed it down on his shoulder. Here room and board are included, base salary 3,005 a month, 2 days off every week, plus 20 days of annual leave. Zheng Xun silently sat back down. I feel an instant affinity with the three of you. You are the teammates destined for me. From the moment I was born, I was preparing to be in a boy group. One apartment, 4 intertwining storylines. Zheng Xun's worldview was being constantly reshaped. Huang He scooped a handful of sunflower seeds for him, smiling as he asked what kind of persona he had. No, I'm just a completely normal person. Stop lying. Huang He clicked his tongue twice. If you can stay in the same room with me for this long and nothing's happened yet, at the very least your life is tough enough to survive it. Zheng Xun fell silent. He had never intended to hide anything from them. In fact, he even wanted to see how they would react once they learned his true identity. Actually, I am a killer. Oh. Zheng Xun stared at him in astonishment. How can you have no reaction at all? Huang He lifted his chin toward the right, signaling him to look at He Yuxing. He Yuxing's brows were tightly knitted. All of a sudden, he thrust both arms out and threw 2 fierce punches at the empty air. Look at this one. Huang He tilted his head toward Cheng Jie. Cheng Jie had one leg crossed, his right hand propping up his chin as he struck a pose of deep, brooding contemplation. Now look at that one. So you being a killer is just about the most normal thing in the world. Huang He motioned for him to relax. In this apartment, everyone was abnormal, which meant that everyone was in a way perfectly normal. He glanced at the clock on the wall and suddenly slapped the table. Hurry up. Pack everything away. Sister Chu is coming. The moment they heard the words Sister Chu, He Yuxing and Cheng Jie immediately dropped their immortal master and domineering CEO acts. All 3 moved at lightning speed, sweeping away mahjong tiles, poker cards, peanuts, and sunflower seeds. One grabbed a guitar, another picked up a bass, and the last started practicing popping. Only Zheng Xun remained standing there holding a cat, blank and bewildered. The door creaked as it opened, and someone pushed it in from outside. Good morning, everyone. It was a woman's voice, calm and utterly unruffled. Zheng Xun turned his head and saw a woman with a high ponytail and business attire, looking sharp and efficient. This was their agent Chu Li. Has everyone practiced properly today? No one answered her. Have you all finished the songwriting assignment I gave you last time? Still no one made a sound. Very good. That means everyone has finished. If they did not say they had not written, then it meant they had. Chu Li had her own unique system of questions and answers. She moved in from the doorway, and the first person she saw was Zheng Xun, standing in the middle. Hello, Zheng Xun. She nodded at him, clearly already aware of who he was. Welcome to TWD. TWD. The White Tower, your group's name. Chu Li handed the folder in her hands to Zheng Xun. Inside are the basic profiles of the group and its members. The White Tower is an experimental group. The 4 of you come from different entertainment companies, but the group's operations are currently managed by GI Group. I am your agent Chu Li. Chu Li signaled for Zheng Xun to look through the contents of the folder first. We'll talk about your situation in detail later. I'll check on the others' assignments first. Chu Li dragged 2 chairs over. Which of you 3 is going first? Cheng Jie and Huang He silently took a step back, leaving He Yuxing suddenly standing at the very front. He Yuxing. Chu Li was already seated in one of the chairs. He Yuxing cast his 2 teammates a resentful glare, then sat down quietly opposite Chu Li. Sister Chu Li, here is my assignment. He handed over a crumpled A4 sheet to her. Chu Li took it. Silence. The task I gave last time was to write lyrics with one of your teammates as the theme. If I remember correctly, you were assigned Cheng Jie. Yes. So you wrote a song called The Broke President Cheng begging in the cold wind while saying the world has turned on him. Contrast. I was going for dramatic contrast. Chu Li drew in a deep breath. Seeing this, He Yuxing quickly presented another sheet. Sister Chu, I have one more. Chu Li took it. After reading, she fell silent once more. This song of President Cheng practicing his domineering CEO lines at a lamppost without a heroine in sight, compared to your song of the broke President Cheng begging in the cold wind while saying the world has turned on him. Where exactly is the innovation? The innovation lies in. He Yuxing racked his brains, then suddenly seized on a point. In the fact that its title has one more character. Chu Li set both sets of lyrics aside on a nearby table, took a bottle of medicine from her bag, and silently swallowed 2 pills. Next, Cheng Jie. Cheng Jie sauntered over with a rebellious air, his lyric sheets snapping in the air with every flick of his hand. Just when Zheng Xun thought he was going to fling the pages at Chu Li, Cheng Jie instead presented them with both hands solemnly. Woman, here are the lyrics you wanted. The only one struck speechless was Zheng Xun. Chu Li was clearly already used to the way he talked. Agent Chu's brows gradually knitted together. These lyrics are yours. Exactly. And this song is titled Humph. Precisely. A strange sense of competitiveness suddenly flared in Cheng Jie. Since He Yuxing wrote 2 songs, I also have 2. Chu Li turned to the next page. So the second one is called Huh. No need to stand on ceremony. You can take them both. Cheng Jie said grandly. Chu Li swallowed 2 more pills. And where do you think your creativity surpasses He Yuxing's? How can the 2 even be mentioned in the same breath? Cheng Jie snorted. My titles are concise and to the point. Suppressing her headache, Chu Li turned to the last person. Huang He, what about yours? Huang He leaned over with a grin. Sister Chu, my level isn't as high as theirs, so I only wrote 1 song, Stars. Chu Li's expression eased a little. At the very least, the title actually sounded like a song. This song is adapted from a French folk tune. The melody is addictive and the lyrics roll right off the tongue. Huang He boasted for quite a while. Chu Li lowered her head and saw that there was only 1 line of lyrics on the page. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, the whole sky's full of He Yuxing. She paused. This is what you managed to write in 7 days. Yup. Huang He nodded righteously. Chu Li reached for her medicine again, but Zheng Xun, unable to stand it, snatched the bottle away. Sister Chu Li, these pills, even chocolate candies, shouldn't be eaten in handfuls. Chu Li took back the white chocolates she kept in the medicine bottle and fixed her gaze on Zheng Xun, eyes shining, as if he were the last hope of the entire village. Zheng Xun, you are now my only hope. But I'm a killer, he protested. I know. You can treat that as your persona. No, I really am a killer. It's fine. Look at our group, we've got a domineering CEO, a master from an immortal sect, and a vengeful avenger. Don't they all get along perfectly well? 1 more killer won't make a difference. Zheng Xun wanted to refuse again, but Chu Li spoke to him with solemn earnestness. Please, I really want to hold on to this 30th job. Forgive my asking, but what happened to the previous 29? They all went bankrupt. Zheng Xun looked at Chu Li as though seeing her anew. This was the literal harbinger of doom for the industry. A bankrupt president, a life-hardened avenger, a master who could not unleash his ultimate moves, a killer who could not get any jobs, and an industry undertaker who had taken down 29 companies. Their future was doomed from the very start. Chu Li advised them extensively, reminding them to write well before she left. Zheng Xun escorted her to the door where a book fell out of Chu Li's bag. Sister Chu Li, your book. Ah, thank you. Chu Li took the book and Zheng Xun caught a glimpse of the title. How to Deal with Problematic Children. He silently escorted Chu Li out the door. Assassin Zheng Xun officially embarked on his boy band journey. 7 days later, Zheng Xun was writing a song. Chu Li gave him ample time, 2 weeks, no need for perfection, just a short piece would suffice. Zheng Xun wrote for 7 days, managing to squeeze out 6 words. He lay on the studio floor, and the black cat he had picked up treated him as an obstacle, jumping all over him. Zheng Xun was calm. Zheng Xun looked down. Zheng Xun was on the verge of breaking down. I can't write. He slammed his pen down on the floor, while He Yuxing squatted beside him and poured him a glass of water. Drink some water that cures all ailments. Zheng Xun glared at him. Take your hot water away. Huang He picked the pen back up and squatted on his other side. Writing songs is like this. After the first time, the second time will come naturally. Let me show you my masterpiece for reference. Zheng Xun's eyes lit up as he caught the script in Huang He's hand. Take your Starry Sky and get out. The lyrics were tossed back into Huang He's arms, who tilted his head. Starry Sky. That's a nice name. Next time Sister Chu Li asks for a song, I'll bring this one up. Is it a song just because you bring it up? Shh. Zheng Xun glanced at the 2 of them, feeling annoyed. Don't disturb me, I'm about to start creating. Heh. In response to the chaotic dialogue, manager Cheng gave a brief commentary. That day, Chu Li came again. Today, let's discuss account management. Zheng Xun, you should start a personal account first, then follow our group account. Zheng Xun's phone was bought with his cosplay money. Apart from the pre-installed apps, nothing else was downloaded. Zheng Xun downloaded the app, registered an account, changed the ID to TWT Zheng Xun, and followed the group account. Heh. In response to the chaotic dialogue, manager Cheng gave a brief commentary. That day, Chu Li came again. Today, let's discuss account management. Although what you said is an obvious fact, I still have to ask why. Look at this abbreviation TWT, it looks like a crying monkey. I can understand the crying, but why a monkey? No particular reason, I just like monkeys. Avenger Huang He sharply commented, with your mental state, joining our group now is already too late. It's not too late, after all, you guys can't recruit the last member. Who says? We're planning to recruit people at the university entrance. Huang He paused. Manager Cheng will issue internship certificates. Yuxing will do questionnaire surveys, and he'll write group assignments. The members of TWT are truly versatile. So have you recruited anyone? Of course. Which university student can refuse an internship certificate? Zheng Xun remained silent for a long time before speaking. I don't think the four of us should form a group. Then what should we do? We should do stand-up comedy. That's our fallback plan. The brothers still want to rely on their looks to earn a living. You four really can only make a living off your looks. Zheng Xun stopped bantering with Huang He and refreshed his phone. His account was very empty. The profile picture was a recently taken selfie looking like an ID photo. He hadn't had time to write a bio, yet only one Weibo post, which was a retweet of the official account that Chu just edited and released. TWT official crossing time. Zheng Xun joins TWT. Welcome the fourth member Zheng Xun. There were also some personal introductions, all fabricated by Chu's agent. Zheng Xun looked at the personality section of the profile card. Stern, clear-headed, decisive. He nodded outside the screen. Not bad, it matched his self-perception. When retweeting, he added, "Hello everyone, I am Zheng Xun." After refreshing, 3 comments appeared below. New member. Welcome, welcome. Following now makes you an old fan, haha. Hello, Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun replied earnestly. Thank you. Welcome to follow. Hello. 3 concise replies. TWT had been established for half a year, and the follower count was a pitiable few hundred, many of which were zombie accounts. Zheng Xun clicked on the profiles of the other 3 members. Huang He and Cheng Jie had a slightly higher follower count than the official account, both in the 4-digit range. Just as Chu Li said, they should rely on their looks. He Yuxing's account was astonishing, with a 5-digit follower count over 10,000. Zheng Xun looked at him in surprise. Did you show off your lightness skills in front of your fans? At that moment, Cheng Jie, who was drinking water, choked. Huang He smirked, trying to hold back laughter until his face turned red. No, He Yuxing cheerfully replied. I used to be an actor. I played the male 18 role. He Yuxing was a former actor turned idol. Zheng Xun asked him why he would make such a choice. Our boy band is stable and guaranteed. The company pays for 5 insurances and 1 fund. Chu Li asked Zheng Xun how the lyrics were coming along. Zheng Xun silently walked over to the table and dug his lyrics out of the trash. Chu Li glanced down and gasped. Is this your work? Yes. Our group is going to fail. Yes. The last part of Zheng Xun's answer was clearly lacking confidence. Chu Li looked at the page and a half of lyrics he had written. At the very least, it was much better completed than Cheng Jie's Huang He Yuxing's Cheng Pa Fan and Huang He's Starry Sky. This is it. Chu Li clapped her legs and made a decision. This will be your group song. Zheng Xun looked at her in surprise. Wait, sister Chu Li, this song is amazing. Huang He was the first to hold him down. Excellent, excellent, I agree. He Yuxing was second. Not bad. Cheng Jie was third. Zheng Xun was overwhelmed by the 3 of them struggling to break free. No, this song was written in an hour. How can it work? Don't say anything. Huang He whispered in his ear. If this doesn't work, the 3 of us, no, the 4 of us will have to continue writing, understand? Upon hearing that they would have to write again, Zheng Xun nodded vigorously. Sister, then let's go with this. No changes. Cheng Jie write the melody and you all will sing it by the weekend. Cheng Jie can compose, after all, he is the all-powerful former CEO. His lyrics were actually good too, but because they were filled with too many CEO quotes, Chu Li said it was too greasy and sent it back. Cheng Jie scoffed, and Chu Li took it as his agreement. Zheng Xun, since this time it's your lyrics, you and Cheng Jie need to cooperate more. Okay. Zheng Xun handed his lyrics to Cheng Jie. Happy collaboration, cool guy? Heh, don't like being called cool guy, eh? Alright, then it's boss cool. TCH. Boss cool doesn't like that. Then let's have a happy cooperation, cool boss. Cheng Jie was composing a song for the group. Zheng Xun stood by, unable to help, only causing a bit of chaos. Boss, can you really compose music? That's impressive. What did you do before? Is being a boss a profession? Oh, with this talent, why didn't you become an idol sooner? You're late to the entertainment industry. Zheng Xun rambled on, but all Cheng Jie could respond with was an ellipsis. This character was indeed established. He truly was the cold and taciturn boss. Zheng Xun, feeling tired, decided to eat an apple, crunching away. Even if he wasn't speaking, his mouth was still making noise. Zheng Xun, please instruct me, boss. I want to fight you. No way. Cheng Jie suddenly stood up, grabbing a cushion from the sofa to cover Zheng Xun's face. Zheng Xun's killer instincts awakened, nimbly dodging, but the all-powerful boss pursued him once again. For a moment, the small rental apartment was in chaos. Beside them, He Yuxing and Huang He were playing a game of drawing cards, their faces plastered with sticky notes. Against the chaotic backdrop, they remained calm and collected while drawing cards. The door was pushed open from the outside, and Chu Li entered, ignoring everyone, and moved a chair for herself, lowering her head to flip through the documents in her folder. At this moment, Zheng Xun had taken the cushion and was wickedly grinning as he planned to press it onto Cheng Jie's face. Manager Chu spoke up. Everyone come over here. Zheng Xun, after you're done with your killing spree, come here too. Oh, okay. He Yuxing and Huang He had already tidied up all the cards and quickly removed the sticky notes from each other's faces when Chu Li entered. Zheng Xun put the cushion back in its place and stood up from the sofa. Cheng Jie snorted coldly and walked over as well. The day you officially debut is getting closer. Let's discuss positioning and character design today. Huang He raised his hand first. I want to be the smart one. Rejected. Huang He tried to argue. Sister Chu, among the four of us besides me, who else can be the smart one? Before the other three could beat him up, Chu Li spoke first. Your characters are too complex, we will discuss this issue later. Let's talk about the group's positioning first. Chu Li flipped a page covered with dense printed text and her detailed notes. Cheng Jie, you're in charge of rap. Huang He, the lead vocalist. He Yuxing, the main dancer. Zheng Xun, the visual. As soon as Chu Li finished speaking, 5 hands shot up. Zheng Xun raised both hands. Manager Chu pretended to be blind, seeing nothing. Due to limited funding, most of your songs will need to be composed by you. Of course, if you become famous later, I can invite a better production team to write songs for you. The hardworking Chu Li first laid down the groundwork. As for lyrical composition, Cheng Jie will be responsible for composing the music. Cheng Jie, do you have any objections? I want to be the visual. Good, no objections, this passes. Now about the lyrics. Chu Li's gaze wandered between Zheng Xun, He Yuxing, and Huang He. The latter two quickly lowered their heads, only Zheng Xun looked at her with sincerity. Then Zheng Xun will take care of this part. Edge. Zheng Xun looked blankly at Chu Li, then shifted his gaze to the two who were still looking down. Fuming, he pushed one side, then the other, turning both into wobbling dolls. You two. No loyalty. No morals. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Huang He smiled and leaned in. I can let you push me 2 more times. Zheng Xun, will let you push me 3 times. He Yuxing also seized the opportunity to perform. Huang He. He Yuxing, no internal competition. Just competing with you, what's wrong with that? Next time I will write you into a song as a cheating and unfaithful scumbag. You keep your buddies in your heart, and you write your buddies into a song. I will send you 100 lawyer letters. The two started fighting over Zheng Xun. Amidst the chaos, Zheng Xun bent down and quickly took a few bites of potato chips. He Yuxing and Huang He were like 2 agile monkeys, stretching their arms to quickly slap each other, their palms making loud smacks against their skin. Chu Li ignored the two fighting, but kept her eyes on Zheng Xun, who was sneaking high-calorie snacks. Zheng Xun, no eating potato chips. I didn't eat any. Zheng Xun brushed off the crumbs at the corner of his mouth. Chu Li was very strict about their weight management, especially for Zheng Xun. He was still young, only 18, and his growth period hadn't ended, yet making him prone to gaining weight. Every day, she had to supervise all 4 of them on the scale, precisely controlling the amount of food for each meal. According to Manager Chu's words, you 4 are left with just your faces and figures now. If you can't maintain this advantage, how will TWT establish itself in the boy band market? Zheng Xun quietly retorted. Sister Chu, we haven't even crossed the threshold yet. One must have dreams. You are idols, and idols are dream makers. If even you don't believe in dreams, how can you make your fans believe? Chu Li suddenly started lecturing. If it weren't for Zheng Xun seeing that book, emotional intelligence and negotiation skills, fall out of her bag, he would have been moved by this emotional moment. Chu Li coughed and kicked the book that had accidentally fallen under the chair with her high heel. This is how the group's positioning will be. The leader is usually the oldest member. Cheng Jie, you are the leader. I want to be the visual. Cheng Jie had his own insistence, which Chu Li skipped over. Zheng Xun, you're the youngest, so you're the magne. Spend the next few days online learning from other groups. The magne should appear a bit innocent and sweet-talking. Call them brother a few more times, fans love that. Okay boss, tough guy, broccoli guy. Chu Li showed a complex expression, and Zheng Xun tried to understand the multi-layered emotion behind her profound expression, tentatively saying then. Boss brother, tough guy brother, broccoli brother. Manager Chu rubbed her forehead. Forget it, you go for the contrast route. The magne is that kind of domineering type, but learn more. I don't need to learn this, Zheng Xun said happily. I was born to do it. Next, let's discuss character design. Since each of you already has quite a rich storyline, just be yourselves. Cheng Jie, maintain your unruly attitude. Huang He, continue your carefree demeanor. Yuxing, go for the comedic route. Zheng Xun. The character designs of the other 3 were already mature. Only the newcomer Zheng Xun left Chu Li momentarily at a loss. Zheng Xun, what do you think? I want to be the cool guy. No, that clashes with Cheng Jie. Then he'll go for an abstract route. Of course that's not possible. Chu Li's tone suddenly became serious. Do you know why I insist on assigning character designs to you? It's because there are too many eccentric people in our group. To be honest, if it weren't for the lack of funds, I would want to have you 4 lives separately. There seems to be a kind of mental illness between you that modern medicine cannot diagnose, which is spreading among you. But isn't my character design already announced online? That was just to create contrast. Chu Li explained briefly, then thought for a moment, designing a route that fit Zheng Xun's character. You should go for the warm and friendly little son route. Cheng Jie made a precise comment on this, how you might as well say he is a cunning and sharp-tongued diva. Under the forced interference, Cheng Jie finally completed the group song for TWT titled We're Doomed. They plan to unveil this song during the group live stream on January 23rd. Due to a severe lack of funds, all promotional activities prior to the formation must be handled by the members themselves. Chu Li has already communicated with the company to negotiate. In the past few days, the 4 members of the group have been busy as well. Cheng Jie is currently acting in a short drama, and his role is as expected. Looking back, as a domineering CEO, he is truly the chosen one for short dramas. Zheng Xun doesn't understand why he insists on entering the idol competition. You can just act in short dramas playing your true self. Why must you strive to be an idol? No matter how hard I try, I'm still an outsider, Zheng Xun remarked. Cheng Jie's response was quite resolute. Becoming an idol? That's a piece of cake for me. I can excel at everything. Is full marks out of 100. Zheng Xun, I want to fight you. Not allowed. The essence of comedy is the call back. Once again, a chaotic scene ensued. Today, Cheng Jie left to film the short drama while Huang He went to an internet cafe. According to Huang He also has an identity as a virtual streamer playing games and singing, not very popular, but he has a few fans. He Yuxing and Zheng Xun stayed in the studio. He Yuxing also started a live stream. Even when he was just a small supporting role, he insisted on streaming to boost his popularity. Now that he has become a member of the TWT group, which is barely known, he has become lax, fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2. Zheng Xun asked him why. He replied, because our job is too stable. He Yuxing paused and emphasized again, too stable. It's hard to find such stable work in the entertainment industry, although we are poor. Are we really that poor? Let's put it this way. Since I joined this group, I haven't earned anything beyond the base salary. Saying this, He Yuxing was unexpectedly relieved. Fortunately, the boss doesn't assess KPIs. Zheng Xun was quite puzzled. From what he saw, there were no signs that their group would become popular. Currently, entertainment companies push boy and girl groups, and before debuting, they must engage in various debut battles with seniors, leading them to appear in MVs or concerts. Right now at Jai Company, there is only manager Chu Li, the woman, who has disrupted 29 companies engaging with them. Meanwhile, their individual management companies don't seem in a hurry to achieve results. Zheng Xun, without holding back, immediately voiced his thoughts to He Yuxing. He Yuxing's response was quite straightforward. Because we are cheap. This was so reasonable that there was simply no way to argue against it. He Yuxing patted his shoulder, telling him not to overthink. The company's thinking is very simple. They're not investing much, and if it becomes a hit, they can earn a fortune. Isn't that a great deal? Although He Yuxing said this, Zheng Xun noticed that aside from being an idle, Cheng Jie, Huang He, and even He Yuxing himself, all had other ways to make money. Perhaps he should also consider whether he can still take on tasks. He wondered if Cheng Jie needed to chase after competitors' business. In his mind, a flurry of chaotic thoughts surged. He Yuxing raised his fist, lightly tapping the top of Zheng Xun's head. Alright, if you have nothing to do, come stream with me. It was now time to start the live stream. He Yuxing's ID is Deadly Broccoli. Zheng Xun should have run away when he saw this name. But he didn't escape. He waited until He Yuxing began his antics. Hey buddies. Today I'll perform a headstand while singing Qingzong Plateau. As He Yuxing began his headstand, Zheng Xun quickly grabbed the key from the shoe cabinet at the door and slipped out of the house before the camera caught him. Once on the street, Zheng Xun looked at what he was holding in a daze. He had left in such a rush that he didn't realize what he had grabbed. Now in his hand was a rolled-up poster designed by He Yuxing. It was filled with various abstract colors, a bright red background, blue text with bold CU in black font, and enlarged ID photos of the 4 of them. There was no sense of design at all, making it feel like his eyes had been pricked several times upon glancing at it. He Yuxing bragged before designing that he was the pioneer of Impressionism, merging Eastern and Western styles. After the design, the other 3 gave him a good beating, hitting him in an abstract way. Isn't it deeply impressive? Isn't that what Impressionism is about? He Yuxing defended himself at that time. Zheng Xun silently rolled the poster back up. It was too embarrassing, he couldn't possibly promote it in public. Wandering aimlessly on the street, he saw a stall selling butter rice cakes and bought 2 boxes to take back to share. Just then someone yelled loudly from behind. Thief! Zheng Xun was drawn to the scream, turned his head, and a gust of wind blew past him. Someone bumped into him, knocking the rice cakes from his hands. Zheng Xun was very angry. Usually when he was angry, he just muttered as his mindset was quite stable. But now the steaming rice cakes he had just bought were on the ground, making him particularly furious. Bystanders only saw a figure shoot past and chase after the thief for 3 streets, finally subduing him on the ground. Zheng Xun gave the thief a tap on the back of the head. That'll teach you to steal. Pay me back for my rice cakes. Zheng Xun ordered him to return what he had stolen, while a girl with a backpack hurriedly followed behind, breathless. Thank you. Check if anything is missing. Zheng Xun handed her the wallet. The bystander had already called the police, and the thief surrendered, turning back to glare at Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun. He couldn't stand the audacity and poked the thief a few times with the poster tube. Stealing and still feeling justified. Bystanders gathered around, praising his agile skills. Zheng Xun, a potential assassin walking in the shadows, suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. 2 people squeezed through the crowd, one carrying a camera and the other holding a microphone. Hello sir, we are from the Urban Legal Awareness Program. Your righteous act of chasing the thief for 3 streets was just captured by our cameras. Could you please share your thoughts with our lens? Zheng Xun skipped all the formalities and only understood the phrase, there's a camera. Is the camera rolling? He asked the female reporter. It's rolling. All right. Zheng Xun took the microphone from the reporter's hand, found a suitable position, and faced the camera. Ma'am, could you please help me hold that over there? Ah, okay. Although confused, the kind-hearted reporter complied. Holding the microphone, Zheng Xun cleared his throat and faced the camera. Hello dear viewers, I am Zheng Xun, a member of the TWT boy group. He took a deep breath and suddenly raised his voice. Please support us, TWT. Live formation on January 23rd at 8 p.m. The world is captivating, but TWT is the most dazzling. In a society without shade trees, TWT can lower all things. TWT, the boy group among boy groups, the idol among idols. The boy group that overturns everything in boy group history. After finishing this string of words, he returned the microphone to the reporter and calmly said thank you before leaving. That night, Brave Youth Chase Thief 3 blocks and TWT boy group among boy groups shot up the trending searches. He sat at home, yet a trending topic stormed in from the heavens. He sang the Qing He Tibet Plateau 3 times straight, his lung capacity astonishing, yet still brimming with unspent fervor. Upside down, he clung to the wall, utterly lost in song. New viewers just joining the stream, please hit follow. Let's now read your comments. Someone asked, is the host really singing live? Of course he is. He may begin wherever he pleases. Right now, we sing the iconic Yalasu. He cleared his throat and opened his mouth wide. Yalasu, Thay it is, the Qing, Zhang Gao, oh no. Across the room, a television mounted on the wall aired breaking news about Zheng Xun. He didn't recognize Zheng Xun at first, but he instantly recognized that impressionist poster. The live chat exploded with, is the host dodging the high notes? So he peeled himself off the wall and crouched before the TV, squinting to confirm. It really is Zheng Xun. An internet cafe. Huang He was conducting his weekly live stream. As a virtual idol, he invested far more care than He Yuxing, streaming 3 fixed times each week. His voice during streams was markedly deeper than in daily life. Lots of fresh faces today. He'll scan the comments. Why does the host wear a monkey avatar? Because he seeks to return to nature. And why is there a suit-clad monkey speaking on screen? Because streaming without clothes would get the channel banned. Even monkeys must dress for their broadcasts. And woke up too early. This monkey's singing English songs. This is an overseas educated monkey after all. Singing English songs is perfectly natural. Where did this monkey host study abroad? He studied in the Western heaven. Huang He stared at the comment section, his eyes widening as stories sprang forth fully improvised. His phone beside him suddenly buzzed violently, dozens of messages flooding in at once. Seizing a sip of water, he glanced down and found every single one came from He Yuxing. Holy hell. Zheng Xun. And Huang He. Check the trending topics now. Your group might actually blow up. And Huang He fired back swiftly, stop singing upside down in your stream. It'll scramble your brain. Yet the moment he refreshed the page, young man chases suspect 3 blocks still held the top spot. And Huang He. And he choked on his water, coughing uncontrollably. The chat scrolled furiously, overseas educated monkey, host just choked. Cheng Jie meanwhile scrolled idly through his phone. Today marked his final scene, filming already wrapped. His co-star, a seasoned actress he'd worked with several times, was now a familiar presence. The short drama industry had grown fiercely competitive, countless aspiring actors were vying for this narrow path. She sighed, lamenting how increasingly difficult the profession had become, and teased Cheng Jie, do you think our next project will pair us again? Just then Cheng Jie abruptly rose to his feet. I'm done filming. Time to pack up. I'm debuting as an idol. And she froze stunned. And from short drama actor to idol. Wasn't that leaping from one inferno into another? And Cheng Jie, an idol. Would he really tell fans, woman obey me unconditionally? And she shuddered involuntarily, then patted her own head, banishing such absurd thoughts. Perhaps he was joking. And online, the trending topic ignited fierce debate. And died laughing. What is this news? Actually, this guy's quite handsome. And how can someone promote a boy band right after performing a heroic rescue? And what hardworking members, huh? And not backed by a major agency, I assume. Without corporate support, even such striking looks seemed tragically wasted. And whoa, wait, they're real. I found his account, and netizens unearthed Zheng Xun's personal profile, and then dug up the official group's bio. To their disbelief, this obscure, near-invisible boy band was backed by 4 powerhouse agencies. And Cheng Jie was signed under Mingke Entertainment. Mingke was a veteran firm. Its very first nationally acclaimed boy band, launched at the turn of the century, had made history. Today, the company focused primarily on actors, solo singers, and girl groups, boy bands having faded from strength to weakness. Producer Xiao Jun championed Cheng Jie's signing precisely to reinvent that legacy. Huang He belonged to Bishi Entertainment, a peer of Mingke in seniority and stature. Though modest in scale, Bishi's current CEO was once a legendary producer renowned for musical excellence. In group planning, he favored steady, meticulous craftsmanship and commanded a loyal, stable fan base. Rumors claimed Huang He had been slated for another group, but inexplicably vanished from its debut lineup. The company cited mutual alignment between Huang He's personal vision and long-term strategic direction. Fans suspected he'd simply been squeezed out of his debut slot. Fortunately, Huang He hadn't officially debuted yet. His fan base remained small, and those murmurs gradually faded. He Yuxing hailed from Wanshi Entertainment. Wanshi stood among the big 3 entertainment conglomerates, alongside Jiuding and Qinglan. Their market positioning diverged subtly. Qinglan specialized in actors and film TV production, investing little in idol groups. Wanshi and Jiuding differed sharply. Together, they dominated the current idol market, commanding the largest share of both boy and girl group releases. Their new group launches always coincided, sparking perpetual rivalry between fan bases, each convinced their act would reign supreme. He Yuxing began in Wanshi's acting division, landing minor roles, but never broke through. Recognized for exceptional vocal talent, he proposed switching to idol training, and his boss agreed. As for Zheng Xun, he was Jiuding's newest signing. He'd even joined the group before meeting Jiuding's CEO. And now these 4 formed an experimental unit, contracted under Jie Company. Jie was enigmatic. Scarce online traces suggested it hadn't originally operated in entertainment. Given the members' need to self-promote offline, the company's idol management capabilities appeared alarmingly underdeveloped. Yet soon everyone would realize, though Jie looked utterly inept, its discernment was razor-sharp. To gather four such singular talents into one group proved the CEO's uncanny mastery of human insight. At that moment, Chu Li sat across from CEO Cheng Jie's office, requesting funding. Though she habitually ignored the four members, dismissing all objections, reframing their alarming antics as their unique mode of communication, she cared deeply about this group. She faced Cheng Jie across a sleek desk. The elegant, refined so, bent over a document absorbed in quiet scrutiny. Boss, and Chu Li, don't speak yet. Cheng Jie set the file aside and met her gaze directly. First, hand over the rope from your bag. And caught. And instinctively Chu Li clutched her handbag, guarding it like her lifeline. Every funding request followed the same grim ritual: first, hang; second, hang; third, hang. Tears and tantrums were useless. She'd have deployed them if they worked. And Cheng Jie offered her water. No need for theatrical flourishes today. Just be yourself. Your rookies have remarkable talent. They've already trended without debuting. In Chu Li's mind reeled. In what? Trended before debut. In she snatched her phone, ready to scold whichever troublemaker had caused this chaos, only to see Zheng Xun's heroic rescue footage and that unmistakable poster in his hands. You have far more urgent matters now. Cheng Jie smiled faintly. Time to roll up your sleeves, manager. In Chu Li shot upright, bid him farewell, and raced to her car, heading straight back to the studio. She couldn't wait for tomorrow's 1:03 a.m. stream. She needed to strike while the iron was hot. Tonight she'd launch an emergency broadcast. And stepping out, she dialed all four members at once. Where are you right now? Once the office door clicked shut, Cheng Jie picked up his phone. In the spacious, hushed room, his voice resonated clearly, saw the trending topic. It's Zheng Xun's. And I told you, he'd make it on his own. You worry too much. None clarification. His individual contract lies with Jioding, not with me. Jioding moved faster than anticipated. Should Zheng Xun face challenges beyond his capacity, I'll intervene personally, and I'll be watching him closely. But let me remind you, Zheng Xun and Zheng Xun share only a superficial resemblance, nothing more. Zheng Xun was the last to learn he had gone viral. He strolled idly through the streets, having just bought 4 portions of butter-glazed rice cake, wondering with a sigh how many more such treats his meager monthly salary of 350 yuan could afford. He was utterly broke. Living costs in metropolises were staggering. Were it not for the studio providing room and board, Zheng Xun would already be sleeping beneath a bridge. After hanging upside down from a tree for less than 10 minutes, his phone, left at the base, rang. Only his agent ever called him. Senior Sister Chu Li, Zheng Xun, are you still alive? Though baffled by her abrupt question, he replied, dutifully, dead. Good. You're not dead after all, Chu Li interjected, as ever ignoring what Head just said. Return to the studio immediately. We're holding an impromptu livestream tonight. You're about to go viral. Senior Sister, maybe you should take some medicine. You're clearly sleep-talking. No need yet. Where are you? Can you hail a cab? Shall I drive over to pick you up? No need, Zheng Xun replied, glancing up just as a taxi passed. He raised his hand and flagged it down. I'm getting in right now. Zheng Xun opened the door and climbed inside. The taxi driver was chatting animatedly with fellow drivers about the incident that had just unfolded. Did you hear? A young man chased a thief 3 whole city blocks. It happened near the park. Was absolute chaos just moments ago. They say the guy's quite handsome. Even made it on a TV. Huh. Zheng Xun had been absently scrolling on his phone, but upon hearing the driver's words, a silent question mark seemed to rise slowly above his head. Could the driver possibly be referring to him? At that moment, Zheng Xun remained blissfully unaware of the crux of the matter. He still believed he'd merely appeared on some obscure local segment. Upon returning to the studio, he found all 3 teammates, and Chu Li, already assembled. Does anyone want rice cake? Zheng Xun, still preoccupied with his beloved snack, asked. Chu Li rushed forward and fixed him with a solemn, unblinking gaze. Comrade Zheng Xun, thank you for your invaluable contribution to the group's publicity. Huh. It took him half a beat to catch on. Do you mean this afternoon's incident? That was just incidental. Chu Li pulled out her phone, displaying the trending topics page. Take a look. It surged to number 1 on the hot search list this afternoon, and still holds 5th place now. Zheng Xun stared at the screen, his eyes widening slowly. No way, this actually counts. This trending list is absurdly easy to crack. Huang He leaned in with a grin and clapped Zheng Xun lightly on the shoulder. Because handsome young man chases thief across 3 blocks is simply too niche a headline. Zheng Xun stood momentarily dazed, then realized his hands were suddenly empty. Turning, he saw the other 3 already devouring the rice cakes. Hey, you 3. He lunged forward and immediately locked Cheng Jie in a chokehold. Cheng Jie coughed weakly. Why is it always me? Easy. Easy there, someone urged, voice strained. Chu Li darted forward to intervene. This was no joking matter. The 4 people in that room were now priceless cash cows. Her 30th job had finally been secured. Chu Li began discussing the livestream's content with the quartet. Shall we reveal the debut song ahead of schedule? Huang He asked. After a moment's thoughtful pause, Chu Li shook her head. No. Zheng Xun has already announced the official debut date on television. Let's unveil the full track on debut night. But tonight we can release a short demo snippet. Cheng Jie, confirm once more, is the debut song complete? Of course. Cheng Jie, having narrowly escaped Zheng Xun's assassin grip, was then inadvertently kicked in the back by the cat Zheng Xun had brought along. Cough, cough. Don't die, don't die. Chu Li hurried over with a glass of water. Just then He Yuxing suddenly raised his hand. Go ahead, Yuxing. Senior Sister Chu, may I request visual effects? Denied. Huang He chimed in mischievously. I'd like to stream wearing a full-body bodysuit. Denied likewise. Once He Yuxing and Huang He had been silenced, Zheng Xun opened his mouth to speak. Denied. But I haven't said anything yet. Chu Li paused, reconsidering. You're today's hero. You may speak. Senior Sister Chu, I'd like to become your agent. So I debut instead. Zheng Xun, whose logic had just inverted reality, and his two teammates fell instantly silent. Cheng Jie summed up the exchange with a single dry word: absurd. Though the impromptu meeting had devolved into pandemonium, its core agenda had nonetheless been settled. Chu Li was gradually mastering the art of communicating with these four. As long as she endured their boundless stream of nonsense and flights of whimsical fancy, they proved remarkably reliable. Huang He and He Yuxing had livestream experience, Cheng Jie stage experience. Neither gave her cause for concern. Only Zheng Xun remained, an enigma, his origins unknown, gazing at her with unnerving sincerity. Zheng Xun, you. Senior Sister Chu, I know exactly what you're about to say. You do? He nodded reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll definitely mess it up. Chu Li felt zero comfort. Instead, she pressed her temples and instructed the other three, firmly, not to let Zheng Xun improvise anything during the stream. This live stream marks your formal introduction to the public, the very first encounter with your future fans. Chu Li took a deep breath. I won't ask much of you. Just behave like ordinary, well-adjusted human beings. If that proves impossible, then simply hold your tongues. Believe me, drawing on my extensive professional experience, those four faces alone will carve out a formidable space for TWT in the fiercely competitive boy group market. The four fell obediently silent and nodded earnestly. Still uneasy, Chu Li added, also, hold off on deploying your elaborate personas just yet. He Yuxing, you are not to declare yourself a celestial sovereign. Actually, I am the chief disciple under Elder Dao Mi of the Baotian sect. He Yuxing corrected her politely. Chu Li's temple pulsed visibly. Zheng Xun tilted his head curiously. Weren't you the first disciple of the Guiyun sect last time? My sect was annihilated. He Yuxing smoothly continued the narrative. As I've mentioned, I'm stranded in this alien world, unable to return home. How cool. Zheng Xun breathed, genuinely impressed. In any case, Chu Li inserted firmly into their exchange. He Yuxing, you must not import tales from your world into ours. That constitutes spiritual contamination. Also, Zheng Xun, no more declaring yourself an assassin. Zheng Xun protested. Why are Huang He and Cheng Jie allowed to keep their personas? Because there's pass review. What a... Extend either of their storylines just slightly, and they'd land squarely in a legal documentary series. Yet both narratives end abruptly at their openings, Chu Li clarified calmly. From this moment forward, all four of you, regardless of origin, will be nothing more and nothing less than idols. Period. Zheng Xun had begun to sulk, until Chu Li swiftly added, that's how you earn serious money. Instantly, he had no objections left. Huang He, seated beside Zheng Xun, grinned. No worries, Zheng Xun. If your hands itch, Cheng Jie makes excellent practice. Cheng Jie, Huang He, I challenge you to a fight. I'll hire you for 500 Zheng Xun. Go fight Cheng Jie right now. My appearance fee is very high. As the trio threatened to erupt into chaos again, Chu Li, head throbbing, turned to He Yuxing. Yuxing, think of something. I can't cast spells here right now, He Yuxing offered cheerfully, but I can recite the Sutra of Rebirth for everyone. Though the process had been pure bedlam by 7 p.m., the livestream commenced, smoothly and without incident. TWT's official account had posted a livestream preview several hours earlier, and the reservation count had already surged into the tens of thousands. It seemed audiences were equally drawn to handsome faces and lighthearted entertainment. TWT does have talent sourcing channels. After all, Cheng Jie, Huang He, and He Yuxing all came from major entertainment firms, each already enjoying considerable public visibility. Only Zheng Xun was a complete newcomer. Even backed by Jioding Entertainment, no promotional material featuring him had ever been released. Whispers spread across the industry was Zheng Xun Jioding's secret weapon. In response, Mo Qian, the CEO of Jioding, remarked with a gentle smile. How is it I've never heard that our company signed such a promising talent? He spoke during a meeting with the heads of Jioding's 4 core divisions. Seated beside him were Jioding's most influential executives. Li Su spoke first. Brother Qian, you know full well Division 4 handles only models, not idols. With that concise clarification, Mo Qian shifted his gaze from Li Su to Yu Shueshan, seated directly across. She leaned lazily on one hand, still slightly tipsy from last night's late gathering with her friends. When Mo Qian turned to her, she replied, slow, deliberate, and half-dreamy. Boss, you know me. I oversee actors. Most of them wouldn't even consider becoming idols, let alone agree to it. Though if this young man were willing to switch careers and become an actor, Division 3 would welcome him with open arms. Her answer was flawless, and Mo Qian now turned his attention to Zhao Ran. Mo Qian smiled again. Zheng Xun possesses exceptional physical appeal, shows no stage fright, demonstrates remarkable initiative in seizing opportunities, and carries a strong sense of justice. His temperament is commendable. Zhao Ran's reasoning earned Mo Qian's quiet nod. Now all eyes fell upon Gu Xiuqi, the sole division head who hadn't yet spoken. Gu Xiuqi remained unflustered, offering only a faint, composed smile. I just returned from a business trip. I'm currently unaware of this matter. I'll look into it after the meeting. Mo Qian smiled again. Zheng Xun possesses exceptional physical appeal, shows no stage fright, demonstrates remarkable initiative in seizing opportunities, and carries a strong sense of justice. His temperament is commendable. Given such outstanding potential, why wasn't he nurtured within Jiuding's headquarters? Why entrust him instead to Jia Yi Entertainment? Gu Xiuqi lowered his head to sip tea. Zhao Ran rolled his eyes toward the ceiling. Yu Xueshan admired her manicure. Li Su flipped open his meeting notebook, blank for 3 years. Mo Qian continued smiling. Excellent. It appears each of you harbors your own little secrets. Truly, Jiuding is a harmonious, united family. His words sent a ripple of guilt through the room. Jiuding was notorious for its surface-level camaraderie masking deep-seated discord. Its roster comprised only the rarest, most brilliant talents, each fiercely proud and fiercely independent. Yet the company's official motto remained unity, amity, collaboration. Mo Qian knew pressing further would yield nothing, but he'd already deduced who had signed Zheng Xun and why the young man remained outside Jiuding's internal system. He didn't rush. Let's observe tonight's livestream performance, and then decide. Meeting adjourned. Mo Qian exited first. Yu Xueshan and Li Su followed closely behind. Only Zhao Ran and Gu Xiuqi remained in the conference room. Zhao Ran murmured quietly. Xiao Gu, it was you who signed Zheng Xun, wasn't it? Gu Xiuqi smiled, silent. No denial means tacit confirmation. I knew it. I saw you leave the office recently clutching a contract looking positively secretive. Zhao Ran relaxed, leaning back into his broad leather chair, hands cradling his head. If you signed him, why not keep him under your direct supervision? This young man has trending written all over him. I guarantee he'll explode into stardom. Zhao Ran had spent years as a producer. His instincts were razor sharp. When he predicted a newcomer's rise, it never failed to materialize. Jiuding's internal competition is fierce, some of it outright cutthroat. Zheng Xun would struggle to access top-tier resources here. Division 1 already manages 4 established acts, and their next debut is a girl group. Jia Yi, however, manages only 1 idol group. If President Qin intends to claim this market, he'll invest heavily, though initially he waited to assess whether TWT warranted such commitment. Now that the group has proven its latent value, President Qin will hesitate no longer. Gu Xiuqi rarely elaborated so fully, a clear sign of his genuine confidence in the newcomer. Zhao Ran listened patiently, then summed it up in one line. So why not transfer him to Division 2? I'm grooming a boy group for debut right now. Fine, you'd rather plant this precious cabbage in barren wilderness than share it with your trusted neighbor. Even boiling water cools at your touch. Human warmth at 37 degrees chills me to the bone. The floodwaters have swept past the Dragon King's temple, family turning against family. As Zhao Ran voiced his lament, Gu Xiuqi had already unlocked his phone. Time was ticking. The live stream was about to begin. Interest extended far beyond Jiuding, Mink, Wanshi, Bishi. Even Qinglan were all watching closely. Huazian, Qinglan's newly spotlighted rising actor, had just starred in a wildly popular campus drama. Given that he'd already headlined 2 similar projects, the company decided it was time for reinvention. His latest role was in a suspense thriller, a high-demand genre. Though cast as the male lead's third counterpart, the part offered precisely the right balance of exposure and challenge for a newcomer. Having just wrapped a scene, he sat for touch-up makeup. Fellow Qinglan artist Wang Shutong made a cameo appearance in the same production and handed him a bottle of water. Curious. What's got you so absorbed? Huazian replied, slightly embarrassed. A live stream. Oh, which internet celebrity? Not a celebrity. This is an idol group. An idol group. Xian, you're actually following stars now. Well, not exactly. Just browsing casually. In truth, he'd spent the entire afternoon scrolling trending topics under a burner account. He'd first been drawn by news coverage, then captivated by the young man's presence on screen, and finally, out of sheer curiosity, clicked into the live stream. At 7 o'clock sharp, it went live. Viewership surged instantly. The comments section exploded, overflowing with whimsical, unpredictable questions. Wow, it really is an idol group. Whoa, the visual impact of those 4 faces is unreal. Where's the guy who chased someone down 3 city blocks? Found him. Looks even more striking than this afternoon, huh? As team captain Cheng Jie took charge of hosting the entire livestream. Truly determined to preserve broadcast quality, chose to trust the quartet entirely. No external interference. Cheng Jie opened the stream. Welcome everyone to tonight's livestream. We four will be with you every step of the way. Switched into professional mode, Captain Cheng was utterly unmatched. To his right stood his 3 teammates. Before introducing ourselves individually, let's declare our group name together. Straight to camera. They nodded in unison. Cheng Jie whispered softly, 1, 2, 3. Hello everyone. Good evening. Hi there. We four are. TWT. The White Tower. Baita. A group. 4 uneven voices echoed in the studio. An awkward, fragmented self-introduction that sent the comment section into hysterics. Behind the camera, Chu Li silently pulled out a pill bottle. Is this what new beauty looks like? They can't even shout the group name in unison, ha. No way isn't a self-introduction supposed to be rehearsed in advance. The 4 of them looked completely unfamiliar with each other. The 4 were taken aback by the uneven group name announcement. Cheng Jie was the most incredulous among them. Normally such an awkward moment should be quickly brushed off, but Cheng was clearly not someone who would let it slide easily. He instantly turned his head and questioned the other 3. Haven't we practiced several times? How can we still not get it right? Huang He shrugged, looking quite relaxed. That's right, the version I practiced was hello, everyone, we are the White Tower group, right? Cheng Jie asked, is it just your group? Yes, I feel like I can represent all four of us. Cheng Jie looked at Huang He speechlessly, then turned to He Yuxing. What about you? He Yuxing was puzzled himself. I didn't make a mistake. I said good evening, we are the White Tower group. Didn't I tell you to read the full English name, eh? I don't like reading English. Cheng Jie shot him a glare, finally turning his attention to the youngest Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun looked up as if he was already expecting the question. Zheng Xun, what about you? Reporting captain, I recited it exactly as you said, word for word. I don't believe you, you must have recited the abbreviation of the group name. You caught me. Our group name is too long, I thought I could abbreviate it. After hearing the three's explanations, Cheng Jie covered his face with his hands, wearing a mask of despair. The comments were full of laughter. Is it really okay to start off on a comedic note? Huh. I'm dying of laughter. Let's just call them headache guy, laid back guy, English phobic guy, and abbreviation guy. The four of them combined equal 1,000. So is the average 250. Huh. You guys have a lot of shows with your dance mat. What's a dance mat? Huh. Is it a homophone for TWT? Chu Li took 2 pills and used a process board to prompt Cheng Jie to proceed to the next step. Cheng Jie cleared his throat and adjusted his mood. Now everyone, please introduce yourselves to the camera, starting with the captain in order of age. Cheng Jie faced the camera with a serious demeanor. Hello everyone, I am Cheng Jie, the captain of TWT. I am responsible for rap in the group and can compose and write lyrics. I hope to bring more works together with the members of TWT in the future. The captain can write lyrics and compose, that sounds impressive. Wow, this face is really handsome. Is Cheng Jie an artist from Minke Company? Why doesn't Minke cultivate their own talents? Has boss Xiao made enough money to slack off? Xiao Jun has high expectations for himself. He's probably in a bottleneck period and doesn't want to produce some mediocre work. Welcome everyone to follow our 188 centimeters tall lyricist and dual role captain Cheng Jie. Oh, wasn't Cheng Jie the one who acted in short dramas before? I thought it was a name coincidence. No wonder he looks so familiar, it feels like he just opened his mouth and said, woman, you cannot defy me. I didn't expect him to be so normal in real life. Can the host say, woman, you cannot defy me? Cheng Jie ignored all the comments. Next up, Huang He. Huang He waved his hand enthusiastically. Hello everyone, I am Huang He from TWT, serving as the main vocalist. My hobby is singing and my specialty is mimicking monkey calls. If anyone is interested, I can. Cheng Jie coldly covered his mouth. Next, it's Yuxing's turn. How could a boy band member's specialty be monkey calls? Ha! I want to hear monkey calls. Captain Cheng, don't stop him. Huang He. The newcomer by she who didn't debut before. Has he become so abstract now? Hasn't he always been this abstract? Huang He used monkey effects in the few materials available. I've seen it too. It's hard to imagine a monkey singing a mountain song. Huang He's vocal talent is indeed good. You wouldn't know there's another member in their group who can sing Qing Hai Tibet Plateau while doing a handstand. The tough guy is now making an appearance. He Yuxing was even more enthusiastic than Huang He. He waved his hand and gave the camera a big thumbs up. Hello everyone. Oh no. The audience in the live stream suddenly saw the camera shake and the sound of pots and pans could be heard off camera. Quick, help me out. This camera is too close. Yuxing has long arms. Sorry, it was my mistake. Zheng Xun. Don't secretly drop the equipment on the ground. I didn't drop it. After a moment of chaos, the scene became clear again and the four sat properly in front of the camera. He Yuxing smiled and waved. Hello everyone, I am He Yuxing, the dancer of TWT. Is Yuxing actually a dancer? Wasn't he the one singing mountain songs? He Yuxing. With such a good background, how did he end up in such an obscure group? Could it be that Wanshi is too competitive? Isn't He Yuxing a male idol who transitioned from acting? What could he be thinking? Maybe he really loves singing Qing Hai Tibet Plateau while doing a handstand. Alright, the last one, Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun. Is this the handsome guy who was chasing 3 streets in the afternoon? Finally, it's here. Zheng Xun. We like you. The comments clearly increased, showing that Zheng Xun's previous accidental promotions had a good effect. Hello everyone, I am Zheng Xun, the magne of TWT. My specialty is tracking and my skill is a one-hit kill. If anyone has someone they can't stand, I can. The 3 of them jumped at him, and even Chu Li behind the camera stood up suddenly. Huang He adjusted the camera and cheerfully explained, the kid is young and still in his rebellious phase, please don't take it to heart. He Yuxing helped to reposition Zheng Xun, who had leaned back. Zheng Xun with his messy hair seemed to reboot and nodded at the audience. I am Zheng Xun, the magne. Hello everyone. The comments were bursting with laughter. Looks like he can do everything, but at the same time appears to know nothing. Is that the charm of the observatory's magne? The Dance Mat Observatory. How many nicknames do you still want to give TWT? Is the chaotic self-introduction about to end? Sigh of relief. Feels like it's been years. The self-introduction segment came to an end. The chaotic scene was temporarily brought under control, and Chu Li behind the camera wiped his sweat. Next is a small talent showcase from each member. During the talent showcase, Cheng Jie, the team captain, took the stage first with confident composure. He wasted no time. A brief rough rap making my entrance. He tapped his phone to play a beat. With downcast eyes, President Cheng looked unusually focused. Strobe lights blaze. I stride in unchained. Stage trembles, igniting the haze in your gaze. A heavy youth-laden satchel guides me toward the hall. This is my domain, where the world must look up in awe. As the music cut off, Cheng Jie declared flatly, "That's all. That's it. Seriously. Ah, young Master Cheng. Wait, this group isn't just a bunch of slackers. Where's the full version? Where can I download it? What's your contact info?" No wonder he's a rapper. Even his spoken lines rhyme. After Cheng Jie stepped down Huang, he took the spotlight. He clapped twice, symbolically, and beamed at the camera. My turn, my turn. Does the lead vocalist really have to imitate a monkey's call? No way. Brother, you're stunning. Why drag monkeys into this? There's someone in this group who sings Ching Hai Bet Plateau while standing on his head. No wonder Huang He, the real lead vocalist, feels the pressure. Here he comes. To everyone's astonishment, Huang He didn't mimic a monkey. He performed a traditional Peking opera excerpt instead. I present a short Peking opera piece, Wu Jiapa. He cleared his throat. Madam, no need for clever excuses. I'll face the magistrate without flinching. I've smoothed things over inside and outside the yamen. Ensuring justice declares you mine. Your words lack decorum, sir. Disrespecting me is defying heaven itself. If the Shiliang barbarians behead you, your wife and children will suffer as slaves. He alternated effortlessly between characters. Now playing Shui Pingue, now Wang Baochuan, now a Laoxing, now a Qingyi. Exhausted yet masterful. Whoa, so the host actually can sing. I came for laughs, but turned out I was the punchline. Wait, are you all genuinely talented and accomplished? Longtime fans take note. Huang He trained formally from childhood. His earliest recordings carry that unmistakable Peking opera timbre. From stage divo to park elder in one fell swoop. We agreed to live by our looks. We agreed to live by our looks. He Yuxing shot upright. You sneaky bastards, you've been grinding behind our backs. I'm up next. Yuxing, hit them with a mountain song, scare them senseless. Let us introduce this rainbow-haired performer once sang Ching Hai Bet Plateau 3 times, upside down, in a live stream. His lung capacity is truly extraordinary. Wait, Yuxing's the main dancer, right? Why's everyone making him sing? He Yuxing waved dismissively. Standing on his head while singing was his signature move, rarely displayed. Today I'll perform a fusion dance piece, startling swan breakdance. What? Don't make me laugh myself to death. Even Broccoli, who refuses to speak English, infuses classical motifs into every Western dance. I'm cracking up. And he truly could. One moment, a graceful, startling swan dance, the next, a sharp, grounded breakdance. Just as promised, East meets West, seamless yet richly layered. The live chat exploded with laughter. Whoa, this host is incredible. Ha ha ha. Stripe Rabbit truly brims with talent. Solid fundamentals, but why startling swan? Ha ha ha. Now the pressure shifts to the Magne. With 3 seniors having dazzled both with skill and antics, Zheng Xun smiled faintly and produced a guitar from thin air. Huh, where did that massive guitar come from? Guitar magic. Whoa, another powerhouse. Get ready. What else could the Magne possibly pull off? Zheng Xun casually strummed the strings and nodded gently toward the lens. An original piece, composed live. Please enjoy. The title. We agreed to slack off together. So why are you secretly grinding? Bending over his guitar, Zheng Xun looked tender. The lyrics he sang were utterly absurd. That day golden hair blurred my vision. A black sedan whisked me here. Black cats clawed at dusty air. Pushing open the door you said come in quick. The table's one short. How many times I've longed to flee. Searching for life's truth and meaning. Night winds shattered inverted logic. You said stop joking. Think about your 5 insurances and 1 fund. Wait, is he really composing lyrics and melody live? Dead serious? Could this be his actual life story? The lyrics are wild, but oddly catchy. It carried the philosophical weight of grabbing fries at the docks. Zheng Xun, I'll cling to you forever. That night hashtags like TWT boss rap busy Huang He startling swan breakdance, and we agreed to slack off together so our eagerly grinding all surged on a trending lists. Their debut live stream lasted only 90 minutes, yet its impact was explosive. Everyone was buzzing about this new 4-member boy group. Hua Ziyan and Wang Shutong caught part of the stream during filming breaks. Wang Shutong, this new boy group, is fascinating, stunning visuals and jaw-dropping talents. Hua Ziyan's eyes crinkled into a warm smile. Truly impressive. Could Zheng Xun have been tricked into joining this group? Wang Shutong tilted her head. That self-composed song, it wasn't some subtle protest against his teammates, or the group itself. He probably isn't that kind of person. Likely just a spontaneous whim. At Wansher Company's conference room, everyone had left. Only Xiao Han and Xiao Emocheng remained. Xiao Emocheng couldn't help smiling at He Yuxing's startling swan breakdance. Since we stopped micromanaging Yuxing, he's grown delightfully surreal. Good. At least he's happy. Xiao Han scrolled through the livestream replay, pausing precisely at Zheng Xun's final performance. This newcomer, do you recall him? We checked. He's newly signed under Jioding, but Mo Qian seems unaware of the signing. Like an unofficial affiliate. His individual contract is with Jioding. A shame. Is Mr. Xiao considering signing him? Xiao Han gave no clear answer. He simply switched off the projector, just ensuring Jioding gains nothing from this. At Mingke Company, Xiao Jun was also watching the stream. He'd originally tuned in to assess Cheng Jie's debut as team captain, only to discover his teammates outdid each other in sheer audacity. Huang He, Bishi Company, He Yuxing, Wansher Company, Zheng Xun, Jioding. Xiao Jun smiled faintly, while other core Mingke executives sat along both sides of the conference table. Mo Qian didn't even know, and still landed such talent. Hats off to his unparalleled career fortune. Mo Qian didn't just possess extraordinary luck, he possessed extraordinary speed. Right now he stood before the entrance of Jia Studio, ready to knock. 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 The door chimed. Inside, the members celebrated their first live stream's smooth conclusion. Zheng Xun pulled an ice cream tub from the fridge, spoon in mouth, and opened the door, only to meet an extravagantly expensive bouquet, and behind it a smiling face. Zheng Xun, congratulations on your successful debut livestream. The ice cream spoon clattered to the floor. Zheng Xun slowly turned eyes wide with disbelief and stammered at Chu Li. Jia, we've got a stalker. Zheng Xun mentioned the presence of a fan, and the 4 individuals in the room immediately became alert. The members shielded Chu Li behind them as Cheng Jie approached the door, where he was greeted by a large bouquet of pink and purple flowers and a smile reminiscent of a fox. Mo Qian. Cheng Jie hesitated. He had only met Mo Qian once or twice, and his impression was not deep. At that moment, Chu Li heard the name and circled around the tall member. So it's Boss Mizurio, my apologies. Chu Li proactively extended her hand, politely shaking hands with Mo Qian. The bouquet naturally found its way into Zheng Xun's arms. Zheng Xun found the bouquet heavy and tried to pass it to Cheng Jie, who dodged. Zheng Xun. He forcibly stuffed the flowers into the captain's arms, picked up the spoon that had fallen on the floor, and went to the kitchen for a new one. Mo Qian stood in the living room in a dark suit, calmly observing the several vigilant individuals. Hello, I am Mo Qian, the owner of Jiuding. He Yuxing was the first to react. People from Jiuding were not invited. I just came to see the artists signed by the company. Mo Qian sat on the sofa, the coffee table cluttered with snacks, lyrics, a laptop, and even Zheng Xun's guitar. He Yuxing was about to say something when Huang He pressed down on his shoulder. All right, Yuxing, you should take a break for a while and say less. Isn't Chu Li here? He Yuxing had just stood up when he was pressed back down. He sulkily walked to the kitchen, where he happened to bump into Zheng Xun, who was sneaking ice cream. Why are you hiding here? Do you want some? It's blueberry flavor. No. He Yuxing waved his hand, irritably, suddenly realizing something, and then wrapped his arm around Zheng Xun's neck from behind. Why didn't you say earlier that you are an artist from Jiuding? From today onwards, I want to distance myself from you. Zheng Xun reached up and slapped his small arm that was draped over his neck. You are done for. You've angered the world's #1 assassin, Zheng Xun. Cut it out. Answer my question. I was essentially tricked into joining Jiuding too. Back then he said he would provide food and accommodation, so I came. How can you be so easily deceived? Just because he said food and accommodation, you sold yourself. What else? Oh, and there are 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Zheng Xun was puzzled at this point. You didn't just realize I was an artist from Jiuding, did you? A bit earlier than you think. He Yuxing did not admit it, and Zheng Xun took it as him being evasive, continuing to dig into the ice cream. The conversation between Mo Qian and Chu Li could be faintly heard as they discussed the recent livestream. It seemed Mo Qian was representing Jiuding to congratulate TWT on a successful premiere while casually inquiring about Zheng Xun's performance in the group. Chu Li, as the ultimate evolution of a working person, naturally knew how to speak well. She said Zheng Xun performed excellently in the group, mainly responsible for lyrics, and collaborated pleasantly with the other members, all of whom were gentle, calm, and mature individuals. He Yuxing frowned upon hearing this. Why does this sound like a parent-teacher meeting? He turned to look at Zheng Xun, who was scooping a large spoonful of ice cream. Don't eat so much, sister, Chu Li said. We need to control our weight, otherwise we won't look good on camera. I haven't eaten. Still claiming you haven't eaten. Once the ice cream dies in your stomach, will you say it was just feeling down? No, I really haven't eaten. Zheng Xun had a physique that didn't gain weight. He was a chosen idol. But Chu Li said everything was an unknown, and a person's physique could change. In any case, the 4 of them supervised each other. It was obvious that the final situation would turn into 3 people supervising 1. Unable to eat, they could only scroll through their phones. Now, just refreshing a bit would reveal comments about their group. The newly debuted boy group is interesting. Did everyone watch TWT's livestream? I didn't expect the 4 of them to be so talented, or just looking at their faces I thought they were 4 vases. The Wanyan group is a sure hit. The top group is a sure hit. That might be a bit much. Oh, aren't Jiuding and Wansher about to withdraw from the new boy group? I see they already have formula photos. Although everyone says Jiuding is a rookie graveyard, the idols they push out are indeed of high quality. Is anyone still paying attention to Jiuding's group? Jiuding idols are notoriously known for collapsing one after another. The dog upstairs, hide your skin. Jiuding is getting anxious again. The idol circle always revolves around Jiuding and Wansher. No matter the starting topic, in the end it's always Jiuding and Wansher fans arguing. Of course, even though they are from the same company, fans of different groups also argue over their own treatment. It's lively every day. Indeed, Wansher and Jiuding have a new group about to debut, but what neither of them expected was that their biggest competitor was the suddenly emerged assembled group, TWT. Now all idol fans are focused on this new group. No matter the platform, there are many hot posts about the group, and people are also digging into the members' experiences before their debut. Cheng Jie and He Yuxing have the most material, while Huang He the streamer hasn't slipped up for now, and the publicly available material is very little. Zheng Xun's identity is even more mysterious, leading everyone to guess whether he was casually signed by Jiuding's talent scouts while walking down the street. No matter how they dig, the 4 of them currently have no solid evidence of scandal. Cheng Jie has a bit of gossip, but the signs of rumors are quite obvious, and the fans have made efforts to clarify. Zheng Xun was scrolling through his phone, quietly chatting with He Yuxing. I feel like our salary is about to exceed 3,005. I think so too. He Yuxing nodded. How much do you think next month's salary will be? I'm not asking for much. 5,000 will do. Zheng Xun stated a conservative number. Then I'll say 5,000 too. Why should you get 200 more than me? Because I joined half a year earlier than you. Zheng Xun couldn't take it anymore and shoved him. I'll give you 5,250. 250 more than me, is that alright? That won't do. Cheng Jie and Huang He have more seniority, you should give it to them. I just need 200 more than you. Zheng Xun was so exasperated that he wanted to fight He Yuxing. Take this. Old man, you're just trying to stir things up. I'm stealth attacking. Watch my street dance. The two pushed against each other, exchanging moves, creating a flurry of feints. Until Chu Li called out to Zheng Xun from outside. Zheng Xun, come here for a moment. Zheng Xun now realized that the smiling person who had just opened the door was his boss. The boss was younger than expected, not even 30. He was also quite handsome, having become a famous actor in just a few years after debuting. Later he semi-retired to start a business, and was very successful. However, Zheng Xun, relying on his assassin instincts, sensed that his boss was a troublesome figure. He Yuxing was beside him, relishing the situation. Hurry up and go establish a good relationship with the boss. The rewards for Juding's annual meeting are quite generous. Do you know what the grand prize was last year? I don't want to know. Zheng Xun firmly refused, but the enthusiastic He Yuxing wouldn't let him off. It was dinner with the boss at a high-end restaurant, averaging over 5,000 per person, chatting about life for 2 hours. Zheng Xun's face turned pale. What kind of perversion would think of such an annual meeting grand prize? Zheng Xun, are you busy? Chu Li's voice came again. I'm coming, Sister Chu. Zheng Xun could only brace himself and walk out of the kitchen. Before officially stepping out, Zheng Xun firmly dragged He Yuxing along. I can't face the pain alone, Zheng Xun whispered quickly. Aren't you the immortal lord? You have to save others as well as yourself. You save the world, don't I count as part of the world? Zheng Xun insisted. The immortal lord doesn't save the people of Juding. How many times do I have to say it? I am the chief disciple, not the immortal lord. Please respect my setting. Stop rambling, hurry up, hurry up. The two of them slapped each other's hands behind their backs, pretending to be good friends on the surface. Mo Qian, Chu Li, Cheng Jie, and Huang He were all in the living room staring at the two of them. Cheng Jie was sitting on a single sofa, while Huang He casually leaned against the sofa, holding an opened can of soda in one hand. Mo Qian sat on another single sofa facing Chu Li. Sit here, Chu Li said, patting the only remaining spot on the two-seater sofa. She thought for a moment and added, Zheng Xun sits here. Chu Li knew them too well. If she didn't directly name them Zheng Xun, and He Yuxing would rather carry the sofa than sit down. As soon as she named him, He Yuxing immediately showed a relieved expression, while Zheng Xun sat next to Chu Li with a frown, treating himself as a sofa cushion. Even without looking up, he could feel the immense pressure coming from across the room. Hello, Zheng Xun. I am Mo Qian, the owner of Juding. This should be our first meeting. Mo Qian's voice was gentle. Just from his approachable demeanor and gentle, patient aura, one could hardly imagine he was a cold-blooded person. Juding does indeed have a high rate of collapse. However, idols who bring public relations pressure and negative impact to the company, regardless of gender background or popularity, are all kicked out by Mo Qian. You can date. However, don't let me find out, don't let the fans find out, and don't let the paparazzi find out. If anyone wants to date but can't hide it, well, don't blame me for being rude. None of you have the value to make the company risk everything for you. Juding never lacks high-quality new idols. Those who do not cherish the group's achievements and reputation should be prepared to be abandoned by the group. The above is all from Mo Qian's quotes. To be fair, Mo Qian treats newcomers, especially talented and promising ones, very well. How much of this goodness is sincere is hard to say, but Mo Qian believes that it is meaningless to dwell on sincerity. How can sincerity compare to benefits? Wanting both benefits and sincerity is simply too greedy. Mo Qian now looked at Zheng Xun as if he were a rising star, a dazzling money tree, a seemingly ordinary treasure trove. As for Zheng Xun, although he had never looked Mo Qian in the eye, he could sense that across from him sat a cheerful fox tapping its abacus, a cold-hearted calculator with a false smile, a seemingly elite fan. Hello, boss. Zheng Xun's voice was weak. I never expected that as a pure newcomer I would have the honor of meeting the boss face to face. Mo Qian smiled. Actually, I communicate with every idol who just joins Juding. However, your recruitment process was a bit special, lacking this step. Is that so? Ha, so that's how it is, ha. Zheng Xun chuckled awkwardly, trying to ease the awkwardness. But Mo Qian had a knack for making everyone uncomfortable. With just one sentence, he made 4 people stand up. Zheng Xun, terminate your contract with TWT and come back to Juding headquarters to develop. What a... Cheng Jie, Huang He, Chu Li, and He Yuxing, who was already standing, all stood up. Mo Qian looked at them with delight. Captain Cheng Jie was the first to object. Mr. Mo, we have already debuted as a group. But isn't the debut day on the 23rd? Mo Qian replied calmly. But the group contract has been signed. Boss Missouri isn't someone who breaks his word, right? Huang He also disagreed, with Zheng Xun leaving. Are you kidding? This is their lucky star. Otherwise, they would still be making an average of 3,005 each. The group contract, I will personally discuss it with Mr. Qin from Jie. Zheng Xun doesn't need to worry about this. Mo Qian continued to explain gently. He Yuxing had nothing to say to Juding, and he expressed his attitude of being irreconcilable with Juding with a short hum. Chu Li felt a buzzing in her head. She knew Juding was insane, and she could see it in Zheng Xun. but she never expected that the Mad King was here. Communicating with Mo Qian was too exhausting. Even if she had run 29 companies into the ground in front of him, she was just a workplace novice. So Chu Li decided to ask Zheng Xun for his opinion. Zheng Xun, what do you think? Zheng Xun twitched the corner of his mouth. Although he was involved, he was the clearest one. Boss, your joke is not funny. Zheng Xun's attitude was calm, even a bit speechless. After hearing this explosive statement, he was the only one who did not stand up. The contract was written in black and white, and now the group was about to become popular. Boss Qin would never let go. Mo Qian was of course aware of this, so he was just testing the waters. Since Zheng Xun had no idea what he was testing, he directly concluded that Mo Qian was messing around. Mo Qian smiled and nodded in response to him. I noticed that everyone's expressions were too serious and wanted to lighten the mood. The atmosphere was indeed heated up. Except for Zheng Xun, the other four were even a bit flushed. Chu Li slowly sat down feeling relieved. Mo Qian continued the topic they were discussing earlier. Although it hasn't officially reached the debut day, TWT has already generated a lot of heat. It's best to take advantage of the current momentum and quickly launch online and offline activities. After the official debut, Jioding will cooperate with your group. If there is anything Jioding can help with, please don't hesitate to let Teacher Chu know. After all, Zheng Xun is one of us at Jioding. It's only right to support each other. Mo Qian said this, and Chu Li realized he was preparing to leave. Mo Qian was still very busy. It was not easy for him to come to their small studio to meet the artist. Chu Li quickly said, Mr. Mo, you're too polite. Let's collaborate more in the future. Mo Qian smiled and stood up to leave. Just as Zheng Xun was planning to slip away in the chaos, he was held back by Chu Li. Mr. Mo, let us see you off. Let Zheng Xun see you off. I have a few words to say to him privately. Okay. Agent Chu coldly pushed Zheng Xun away, and the frowning Zheng Xun followed Mo Qian. Boss, I'll see you off. Thank you. The corridor was dark with Mo Qian walking in front and Zheng Xun following behind. The two of them walked in silence. Once they exited the corridor and came outside, Mo Qian stood under the dim streetlight and suddenly asked, Zheng Xun, let's skip the 1-hour communication session for newcomers. I'll ask you one question, no need to rush your answer. Zheng Xun, who was kicking stones with his head down, suddenly looked up at the serious tone in Mo Qian's voice. What question? Zheng Xun's mind instantly flashed with 800 fatal topics that a boss would ask. Maybe Mo Qian would ask him how to be a good idol. Maybe he would ask how to maintain the current heat. The most absurd question he could think of was whether he wanted to leave the group and join Jioding. But Mo Qian asked none of these. He simply turned his face slightly, as if talking to himself. Where did the flowers I sent go? A question mark slowly emerged above Zheng Xun's head as Mo Qian smiled. I'm leaving now. I see you at the company another day, Zheng Xun. The suddenly visiting boss left. The 4 members of TWT and their manager Chu Li entered a tense preparation mode once again. Soon the day of their official debut arrived. Before the official debut day arrived, the official blog had been heating up for several days, and the members were actively sharing and promoting. He Yuxing's daily live streaming account had also not been updated. They recorded their debut song and filmed their debut MV. The official blog released the members' formal profile cards for the first time, adding many detailed contents. This included their roles within the group, special skills, and personal preferences. Boss Qin watched their first live stream and recognized the value of the 4 members. Jie Company began to make efforts, and the topic of the debut night for TWT trended on social media. The netizens couldn't wait any longer. I will hold my breath until the body temperature bar debuts. Even if it's not debut night, why is there no video material of the members being released? If this continues, my expression will be just like the group name. Calm down. Compared to the online frenzy, the studio was quite peaceful. No, it can't be said to be peaceful. It was simply deathly quiet. Zheng Xun, He Yuxing, and Huang He were squeezed together on a 2-person sofa. All 3 were holding their breath. Opposite them, Cheng Jie was making final adjustments to the debut song, his expression serious. They had maintained this state for 2 hours. It's hard to imagine that 3 hyperactive individuals could possess such perseverance. 2 hours ago, team leader Cheng declared that he would finalize the debut song within the next 2 hours. If possible, please do not breathe, my teammates. I don't mean to restrict your movements, I just need a quiet environment. Before Cheng Jie finished speaking, Zheng Xun raised his hand in protest. The members of this boy group were like this, although everyone did not agree at the same time. Whenever someone wanted to oppose, they would raise their hand, and when it came to fighting, they would verbally notify each other. It was a state of hovering between politeness and rudeness. This time Zheng Xun raised his hand. Even if Cheng Jie didn't listen, he would know what he wanted to say. So he simply did not give Zheng Xun the chance to speak. If I can't complete it, then one or several of you will have to do it instead. Huang He and He Yuxing immediately pressed down Zheng Xun's hand. After that, it was a long 2 hours of waiting. During this time, Zheng Xun suggested going outside, as out of sight, out of mind. But team leader Cheng did not allow it. Zheng Xun, not that. I'm not even appearing in front of you. Is that not okay? Cheng Jie did not even lift his eyelids, staring at the screen. Your presence can bring me a small amount of inspiration provided you do not speak. Zheng Xun looked left at Huang He and right at He Yuxing. He communicated with them through his eyes. I told you Cheng Jie would eventually need to appear on a legal show. The 2 teammates returned him a helpless expression. He Yuxing even mouthed words to him. Think of 3,500. Finally, Cheng Jie took off his headphones and let out a long sigh. It seemed that the task was successfully completed. The three of them also gradually slid off the sofa and onto the floor. Zheng Xun stared at the ceiling, feeling dizzy, thinking the world felt surreal. Who would remember that he was trained as an assassin and now he was about to debut in a boy group? Zheng Xun looked left at Huang He and right at He Yuxing. He communicated with them through his eyes. I told you Cheng Jie would eventually need to appear on a legal show. There must be business opportunities in this. As assassin Zheng Xun thought of this, his heart was suddenly filled with hope. He turned his head and found He Yuxing next to him, maintaining the same posture, also staring at the ceiling. What are you thinking? Zheng Xun asked. I was thinking as a first disciple, I am about to debut in this other world. He Yuxing turned his head and stared seriously at Zheng Xun. Do you think boy group performances can add special effects? Zheng Xun picked up a pillow and hit him. Stop thinking about your broken special effects. Huang He was sitting next to them watching the two with a smile. It seems you have a lot of insights about debuting. He Yuxing struggled to poke his head out from under the pillow. Huang He, don't you have any thoughts at all? As a revenger, you're about to become an idol. Aren't you feeling regretful? I do feel regret. Huang He smiled even brighter. I regret that in the future, I won't be able to bring a bouquet of flowers to my enemy's grave every year. Huang He told them not to think too much. Thinking too much is useless. Oh, what if we debut and flop? This remark was just overheard by the manager entering through the door. Chu Li did not even lift her head, directly saying, Huang He, your songwriting assignment is doubled next month. Chu Li held the live streaming script, asking them all to come over. I just came back from the company. Right now your debut momentum is very strong and online attention is extremely high. Whether the current popularity can rise another level depends on tonight's debut live stream. Chu Li looked at the four very different members in front of her. They were all the companies and her future cash cows. Although the cash cows didn't seem very normal, perhaps the current fans would like this. Chu Li also decided to bet her career. At this moment, it had only appeared 29 times in her life. Although I have prepared a script for you, I think with your four styles you probably don't need it. Letting you perform freely might be better. Chu Li smiled slightly. She rarely smiled, and when she did it would reveal that she herself was also a bright and charming beauty. I believe that the four of you will bring surprises to the audience, to passers-by, and to your future fans. Chu Li's voice was firm, and a thin piece of paper floated down from a stack of materials. Zheng Xun bent down to pick it up. Sister, your job application resume fell out. The other three wiped their sweat. That was close. They almost got fooled by this emotional scene. No one blamed Chu Li because like her they all had left themselves an escape route. Now this boy group that had left themselves an escape route was about to officially debut. At 8 p.m. on the 23rd, the live stream room officially opened instantly, attracting hundreds of thousands of viewers. I finally waited for it. Zheng Xun, Zheng Xun. Cheng Zong. The Wanshur family fans report in. Yuxing, I'm coming. Huang He finally debuted. Sob. The four members of TWT appeared on the live stream screen, greeting the audience outside the screen. To avoid the echo situation from last time, Cheng Jie practiced with the three of them for a good half a day. As the leader Cheng Jie confidently began to speak. Hello everyone, we are the TWT group. This time, there was no echo, but only Cheng Jie's voice was heard. Cheng Jie. Cheng Jie was still the same hot-tempered person. Although it was the night of their debut, that did not stop him from questioning the other three. The three stood to his right, turning their heads in unison to look at him. Huang He said, Captain, I'm afraid if I shout I'll mess it up and take the opportunity away from everyone. Cheng Jie felt a twitch at his temples and took a deep breath. The bullet comments erupted with laughter. As expected of our sweet candy, still able to create such chaos. Cheng Jie felt a twitch at his temples and took a deep breath. The bullet comments erupted with laughter. As expected of our sweet candy, still able to create such chaos. Captain Cheng, ultimately, I carry all the burden. So is the team leader really Cheng Jie? Just kidding, look at our Cheng Zong's persona. If it weren't for the cameras, he would have gone straight for a real fight. Isn't Cheng Jie very polite? He wouldn't hit anyone casually. By the way, this TWT is really daring. They ignored the script and improvised wildly. Does the company not care? The company said, I didn't expect these four to actually debut. Although Cheng Jie was speechless, he ultimately did not explode. He turned his face back to the camera. Thank you all for coming to the live stream today to witness our debut. Cheng Jie stopped pretending and directly picked up the script. Next we will reveal our debut song. Zheng Xun, please share the name of our debut song. Zheng Xun was called out. He looked at the camera with a sunny smile. The debut song of TWT is, Our group is probably going to collapse. Wait, how could anyone name the debut song like this? Such a beautiful state of mind waiting for the company to go bankrupt with drums and gongs. How did this debut song pass the company's internal review? I can guess it was Zheng Xun's suggestion. Seriously. Zheng Xun caught sight of this comment and immediately refuted. I merely played a role in providing inspiration. The one who truly completed it is Captain Cheng. When in doubt, push the captain out first. Cheng Jie immediately stated he didn't want to take credit. Actually, Zheng Xun is the lyricist and inspiration for this debut song. Huang He and Yuxing also participated in the production. Huang He and He Yuxing both shook their heads and waved their hands. No, this is all the credit of the captain and Zheng Xun. Right, wasn't this song created through 3 days and nights of collaboration between the two of you? Laughing to death, none of the four want to admit this song is related to them. This is the first time I've seen a modest boy band. Or rather, they are a disbandment type. The four of them open their eyes every morning and look at each other, afraid the other might bolt with the bucket first. There's a certain chaotic beauty to it. By the way, is this really the debut song? Company and manager, please save us. Oh, exactly. It's not easy to have such a boy band that resonates with my mental state. You can't just run away. It's even funnier now. It has turned into TWTS producers and fans fearing each other might run away first. Huh. As soon as Zheng Xun announced the name of the debut song, TWT trended on social media. Our group is probably going to collapse, disbandment boy band. The two tags are high on the trending list. Staying up all night to come up with jokes can't compete with those who are naturally gifted. While other rookie boy bands were struggling to gain attention, this makeshift group TWT had already trended multiple times due to their abstract antics. Bystanders laughed, questioning whether TWT really had no company oversight. Otherwise, how could they use such a song as their debut? However, they could not have imagined this song also had choreography. The debut song was live-streamed for the first time along with a stage performance. But Chuli said that they would be performing on a TV station in a few days. Today, they would first dance in the live stream. Amidst the bullet comments scrolling haha, the four stood up seriously. The camera pulled back, capturing them fully on screen. The dominant colors of their outfits today were white and gray, similar in style, but differing in details, highlighting a neat and capable characteristic. Outside the camera, Chuli pressed the music play button, and the tempo of this absurd debut song was surprisingly fast. The four found their positions. The four on stage were completely different from the earlier lack of coordination. Their singing, dancing, positioning, and expression management were all executed to perfection. Cheng Jie was a versatile powerhouse, while Huang He and He Yuxing had all undergone formal idol training. Although Zheng Xun had not received long-term idol training, as a killer he learned quickly. The choreography for the four was taught by dance mentor He Yuxing down to the smallest detail. Skipping over countless real fights, the end result was quite impressive. The bullet comments were astonished. While I thought this boy band could only be chaotic, I didn't expect they could really sing and dance. So handsome. Bystanders quickly fell into the fandom. How could they possibly only be chaotic? Anyone who watched the last premiere would know they are top-notch in both creativity and performance. What are other boy bands going to do? They can't compete with TWT in chaos, nor in strength in that tone. Can't deny this ridiculous song is oddly catchy. TWT debut song stage trended again. It must be said that strength is the hard truth. As long as there is strength, no matter how chaotic they are, they can attract a large number of bystanders. This time, TWT's debut showcase was not just being watched by bystanders, other entertainment companies were also paying attention. As peers, observing what competitors are doing is also an important task. He Yuxing was the latest fan to join TWT. Specifically, he only focused on Zheng Xun. He had researched it, and according to fandom lingo, his type is called a Zheng Xun fanboy. In fact, there wasn't any special reason, it was just that Zheng Xun's charm was particularly great. Zheng Xun was the fastest growing member of the group. He always gave people a sense of surprise. No one knew what he would say or do next. He Yuxing believed he was the complete opposite of Zheng Xun. He was a rigid and dogmatic person, but Zheng Xun seemed to possess the courage to break all constraints. As he paid more attention, some friendly colleagues in the company occasionally chatted with him about TWT and Zheng Xun. This time, after finishing their schedules, Wang Shutong suggested watching TWT's live stream, and the others, including He Yuxing, immediately agreed. They cast the live stream onto the TV in the break room, laughing and discussing from time to time, until Wang Shutong suddenly sensed an unusual aura, looked up, and saw a tall figure standing behind the sofa. Boss. This unexpected guest, who had not made a sound, was none other than Sugwon, the boss of Qinglan. Sugwon was merely passing by, holding a cup of coffee in his hand. He heard the lively chatter from the lounge, where several new actors were gathered, engrossed in a live broadcast. The work atmosphere at Qinglan is quite decent compared to Jioding. Of course, if Jioding is the benchmark, many companies could confidently claim that they are doing well. You should go for the warm and friendly little sun route. Cheng Jie made a precise comment on this. How you might as well say he is a cunning and sharp-tongued diva. However, the newcomers haven't received much work yet, so a few are still here now. Sugwon has a meeting in an hour. He finished his tasks and is currently taking a break. Thinking that there is still plenty of time before the meeting, he casually glanced at what the newcomers were focused on. The screen was just showing the segment announcing the debut song, with the four members of TWT performing, and it was just the part for Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun bent down and slid into position at center stage. The camera zoomed in instantly as he tilted his head slightly and winked. The speed of the comments on the live stream accelerated dramatically, all shouting Zheng Xun's name. This was just an online broadcast. It was hard to imagine how loud the fans would be at offline events. Sugwon knew Zheng Xun. Although Qinglan does not primarily manage idols, the entertainment industry is small, and Sugwon would keep an eye on any developments from other companies. Sugwon had seen the news of Zheng Xun chasing after 3 streets and learned about the new boy group TWT. He also gathered information about Zheng Xun from their official blog. It was from Jioding Entertainment. At that time, Sugwon was staring at the computer screen, which was replaying that news. He picked up the office phone and dialed Mo Qian's number. Mo Qian picked up immediately, not even asking, as he already knew who was on the other end. Can you use your personal phone to contact me next time, General Su? Every time you use the public number, I think Qinglan is about to sue us again. Mo Qian's voice carried a hint of amusement. I didn't want to pollute my personal number, Sugwon briefly explained before getting to the point. Is Zheng Xun the new person your company signed recently? I haven't seen any public materials about him. Mo Qian fell silent for 5 seconds before asking, which Zheng Xun? Su Guan knew that every newcomer entering Jioding had to go through a mandatory onion talking session with the boss. This was a rule set by Mo Qian intended for him to better understand each newcomer's personality to formulate appropriate training plans. Yet now Mo Qian didn't even know who Zheng Xun was. Su Guan fell silent as well. He understood that Jioding was quite disorganized from top to bottom, but he didn't expect it to be this scattered. General Su, I need to handle an urgent matter. Let's talk later when I have time. Mo Qian hung up first, apparently having to deal with this matter specifically. Su Guan missed TWT's first live broadcast due to a business trip, but later, when he had some free time, he caught up by watching the cut. He had been busy these days, which caused him to forget about TWT's debut day, but unexpectedly fate still led him to take notice. Upon hearing the word boss, the newcomers in the lounge instinctively stood up. Su Guan waved his hand, signaling them not to be so formal. You can sit, I'm just looking around. The newcomers found themselves in a dilemma, unsure whether to stand or sit. Su Guan had no choice but to find an empty single sofa and sit down. The newcomers huddled together like sparrows in winter, squeezing onto a couch. Su Guan stared at the television screen, showing no intention of speaking. The lounge fell eerily silent. Now the newcomers weren't even watching Zheng Xun anymore, all stealing glances at the boss. The boss was really handsome, but so serious. The boss was indeed serious, but so handsome. Su Guan turned his head and noticed that several newcomers were looking at him with conflicted expressions. Only He Yuxing was still engrossed in the live broadcast, clearly having an idol among the four. Su Guan thought to himself, knowing it must be Zheng Xun. He originally wanted to have a chat with He Yuxing about the new drama, but he temporarily set that idea aside. He decided to wait until the live broadcast was over. Just in time, the meeting was approaching. I have a meeting later, take your time watching. Su Guan stood up, the creases in his slacks instantaneously smoothing out. The others seemed to have been switched on, springing to their feet. Take care, boss. He Yuxing was a step slower, and it was only when Wang Shutong urgently tapped his shoulder that he came to his senses and stood up. Su Guan gently nodded at the group, turned, and left through the door. Once his footsteps faded away, the others let out a deep sigh of relief. That scared me. I thought I was going to be scolded by the boss. The boss is really serious. I heard before that he even made a senior actor cry. I also heard about that. But it seems it was because that senior had a very bad scandal that caused a significant impact on the company. Anyway, after that incident, everyone has been much more obedient. After all, the boss' anger is truly terrifying. Do you think the boss is also a fan? Otherwise, why would he watch the live with us? No way. He's the boss of Qinglong. There are so many handsome men and beautiful women in the entertainment industry, he must have seen plenty already. But even though there are many good-looking people, there are few that are both good-looking and have serious issues. That's true. The newcomers chattered about the boss while He Yuxing did not join their conversation, continuing to focus on the live broadcast. The duration of this debut live broadcast was a full 3 hours. In addition to announcing the debut song, the remaining time was for the members to formally introduce themselves. One by one, each member had half an hour to interact with the audience and answer their questions. The order of the interactive segment was based on age, with Cheng Jie going first and Zheng Xun going last. As a dedicated fan, He Yuxing didn't watch the other three. During this time, he went to read the script. When it was Zheng Xun's turn, he reopened the live stream on his phone. Zheng Xun waved to the audience outside the camera. He had changed out of his performance outfit and into a black hoodie. Hello everyone, I am Zheng Xun from TWD. As soon as Zheng Xun spoke, the comments exploded. Zheng Xun, Zheng Xun, Zheng Xun, it's finally Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun picks up a megaphone, runs around, makes monkey sounds. Zheng Xun smiled and waited for everyone to finish their excitement before saying the next sentence. Now it's my interactive segment, feel free to ask me anything. As soon as he mentioned questions, a flurry of them popped up below. Did Zheng Xun ever train as a trainee? Is he a complete newcomer? Who does Zheng Xun get along with best in the group? Did you write the lyrics for the debut song? Is the host really a killer? Zheng Xun waited to see if anyone would ask him. As soon as the last question came out, he nodded immediately. It's true, the host is really a killer. Zheng Xun spoke the unvarnished truth, so Chu Li immediately sprang to her feet off camera. The other three members stood just beyond the frame. Huang He smiled silently, raising a hand and gently pressing it downward to signal that everything was fine. Unsurprisingly, not a single comment in the live stream chat believed him. Zheng Xun loves joking around. Haha. His deadpan expression while admitting it is utterly charming. Alright, I officially believe the host is an assassin. Trying not to laugh, Zheng Xun shrugged. He'd known they wouldn't buy it. The questions that followed were perfectly ordinary. In fact, debut live streams rarely yield profound inquiries. Fan communities have yet to coalesce. Zheng Xun's background materials remain scarce, and neither side has had sufficient time to truly understand the other. At this stage, fans can only assess whether to support an idol based on appearance and talent alone. Some major label groups ride the coattails of senior artists, but for TWT, no such advantage exists. Jai had only just entered the realm of idol management, and the four members of TWT hail from entirely different agencies. A group assembled without auditions, cobbled together from artists across rival companies, was unprecedented. It could fairly be said that had Zheng Xun not appeared on television that day, this group might have faded into obscurity without a whisper. And Zheng Xun, the master of evasive artistry, seamlessly deflected every fan question with polished, official-sounding answers. Only one question struck Zheng Xun as genuinely intriguing. Its author's ID was Bad Idea. A mischievous name, yet the tone remained impeccably courteous. Zheng Xun, now that you're an idol, how will you continue working as an assassin? Zheng Xun read the question aloud. Viewers in the live stream chuckled light-heartedly, treating it as playful roleplay. But Chu Li's nerves instantly tightened. She knew full well that Zheng Xun's assassin identity was far more than mere persona. Were it not for the presence in that very room of a tycoon who could dodge bullets, a cold-blooded avenger, and a celestial sovereign versed in arcane arts, Zheng Xun's sheer lethality would have made assembling this quartet impossible, and he would long since have debuted solo. By sheer coincidence, their combat prowess had achieved a delicate equilibrium, thus sustaining a harmonious, amicable rapport among all four. Chu Li sincerely preferred not to recall the details of their boisterous sparring. Take for instance handstand dart throwing, blindfolded knife flinging, or reenacting Empress Dowager Cixi's needle-pricking scene, complete with fierce squabbles over who would play the tyrannical consort Rome. This job inflicts unbearable psychological strain. Only TW's meteoric rise could possibly compensate for the trauma endured. So thought manager Chu. The question fell to Zheng Xun. He feigned deep, troubled contemplation, while Chu Li and the other three members held their breath. How could they not feel tense? This touched upon the very foundations of his public persona. After a moment, Zheng Xun's furrowed brow relaxed, and he beamed warmly toward the audience beyond the screen. When you see me on stage or on camera, I am your idol. When you cannot see me, consider it a mission. I've simply gone off to carry out my work as an assassin. So if you keep watching me closely, I'll have no choice but to remain an idol, forever. No sooner had Zheng Xun finished speaking than the comment stream exploded. Whoa, this is a genius rookie. Brilliantly phrased. Zheng Xun, I'll follow you for life. Sobbing. I'm doomed. I've never been a fan before, but I'm falling headfirst into this rabbit hole. Wait, is this what heart-fluttering feels like? Huang He, who'd posed the question, sat watching from the other side of the screen. Zheng Xun had already waved goodbye with a grin, while everyone else lingered reluctant to let him go. Finally, all four members of TWT regrouped before the camera. Team leader Cheng Jie announced their upcoming schedule. Their debut music video had already dropped online simultaneously with the livestream. Next, they would appear on music show programs to promote their song, while additional practice footage would be released through their official account. Their next livestream had also been scheduled for 5 days hence. In the interim, each member would host a solo livestream daily. The full broadcast timetable would be posted on their official account immediately after the current stream ended. Lastly, the four bid their fans good night, and the livestream concluded. Only when the screen displayed, "This livestream has ended. Would you like to watch the replay?" did Huang He finally snap back to reality. He exited the livestream, sat dazed for a few moments, then slowly tapped open the trending topics list. Everyone was buzzing about TWT's debut livestream that night. Did everyone catch TWT's livestream? All four are incredible, haha. Team leader Cheng said they may scale back short drama acting to focus fully on idol activities. What a shame. QWQ. Actually, team leader Cheng is quite handsome too. Well, what can you do? TWT's explosive debut has flooded them with heat. Future schedules will inevitably be packed. By the way, does Huang He really love monkeys? Huh. He showed fans his everyday belongings, every single one adorned with monkey motifs. Haha. Will He Yuxing really never return to Wanshi? Is he committed to TWT now? I'm worried. Jia's management seems rather unreliable. Rumors claimed Yuxing had already been with the group for over half a year. May Wanshi awaken and bring Yuxing back home? Does anyone ship Zheng Xun? He's endlessly fascinating, always delivering absurdities with flawless gravitas. A casual observer here. I used to be a fickle female idol fan, but this is my first male idol experience, and Zheng Xun instantly captivated me. Assumed he was a last-minute addition, yet his skill is astonishingly formidable. Of course, he's from Jiuding Company. Jiuding keeps no idle hands. Wait, He Yuxing belongs to Wanshi and Zheng Xun to Jiuding. Won't they accidentally elbow each other mid-performance? Exactly, haha. How did TWT end up merging Wanshi and Jiuding? Woke up startled, saw Wanshi and Jiuding debuting together. Don't even get me started, huh? The Wanshi and Jiuding forums have already racked up thousands of posts arguing over this. Since Zheng Xun and He Yuxing belonged to rival agencies, their fandoms clashed fiercely. Indeed, prior to the official debut livestream, the two fandoms had already engaged in several heated rounds of online skirmishes over the duo's shared membership. Though both individuals were exceptionally talented, rival fandom dynamics dictated otherwise. Eyes shut, tight, consciences conveniently suspended. Each side insisted the other drag down their own star. Huang He naturally noticed these waves of controversy. Ordinarily, he remained level-headed. After all, as an actor, he'd weathered fan wars himself. He didn't mind being labeled a company royal or a resource-dependent actor. But when he saw personal attacks against Zheng Xun flooding public squares, his devotion as a solo fan could no longer bear it. He created a secondary account under the ID, I Have a Bad Idea, and launched into full-scale defense of Zheng Xun. Naturally, Zheng Xun and He Yuxing themselves were also aware of the online turbulence. But Chu Li advised them to ignore it. Just don't actually fight each other, that's all. Their silence gave her pause, and her expression shifted. This was Zheng Xun's first visit to Jiuding Company, and he had expected everyone to be like Mo Qian and Gu Xiuqi, the Smiling Foxes. Zhao Ran was a significant shock to him. Fine, just don't brawl in front of fans. Actually, do it if you must, but never let fans see. Both nodded obediently. Then the moment Chu Li turned away erupted into exaggerated flailing gestures, like two fluffy gorillas locked in mutual provocation. The day after the livestream T headed to film their first official music show performance. That morning as Zheng Xun opened the door, he found an enormous bouquet standing sentinel at the threshold. The moment Zheng Xun spotted the bouquet, he whirled around and called out loudly to his manager. Jia, another stalker sent flowers. Chu Li was busy stuffing her bag with all the essentials needed for the day. As the manager of 4 idols, she carried an overwhelming array of documents and personal items, so much so that she'd switched to a larger bag altogether. Hearing Zheng Xun shout from the doorway, Chu Li didn't even lift her head as she replied, "Check if there's a card attached to the flowers." Huang He ambled over and draped an arm across Zheng Xun's shoulders, leaning in beside him to examine the bouquet. Wishing Zheng Xun smooth sailing on his debut stage, Jioting Entertainment. Zheng Xun, your company really does spoil you. They're sending flowers for your very first performance. Zheng Xun's expression darkened. I have a terrible feeling about this. Why would anyone send me flowers? Huang He slapped his thigh. No way, I want flowers too. I'll call the company right now. Impulsive and decisive Huang, he snatched up his phone and dialed the CEO of Bishi Entertainment without hesitation. A woman's voice answered. After listening to Huang He's unreasonable request, she launched into a scathing reprimand. How many times have I told you not to reveal your niche obsessions? Your clueless minion persona is already deeply ingrained in the public's mind. How am I supposed to rehabilitate your image now, eh? Really? Has it truly gotten out that I love monkeys? Huang He sounded almost thrilled. Excellent. My persona is finally locked in. Silence hung on the line. Then without further comment on flowers or anything else, the caller hung up. By then He Yuxing and Cheng Jie had also gathered around. That was how TWY worked. Though the members frequently bickered and tussled, they were always the first and most enthusiastic to swarm any commotion. Chu Li looked up and found 4 tall men standing shoulder to shoulder at the doorway, their backs turned to her, forming an impassable wall. He Yuxing and Cheng Jie offered incisive commentary on the sudden floral arrival. He Yuxing scoffed, "TCH. Jioting only knows how to put on flashy displays." Cheng Jie added, "That's nothing. If I sent flowers, mine would be twice as grand." Chu Li listened speechless, not once, but utterly so. Zheng Xun, bring the bouquet inside. We're leaving soon. Oh. Zheng Xun bent down, lifted the massive bouquet, and placed it beside the sofa. Downstairs, Jia's car had been waiting patiently. Chu Li opened the car door and gestured for them to climb in first. Once all 4 were seated, she closed the door and briefed them on the day's schedule. Your music performance is scheduled for 9:30 a.m. You'll perform the new song twice, to allow flexibility for editing. When you arrive at the television station, maintain impeccable manners. Many other agencies' idol groups are performing today as well. Avoid conflict. Resist comparison. Keep respectful distance from female idols. Chu Li delivered the instructions in one swift, unbroken flow, only to glance up and find Zheng Xun nodding vigorously, as if hypnotized. He Yuxing, seated beside him, poked his back. Zheng Xun jolted awake, startled. Are we going on stage already? Chu Li wordlessly reached for her medicine bottle, only for Huang He to swiftly intervene. Jie, don't take those pills. You'll spike your blood sugar. To spare Chu Li the burden, Cheng Jie, the group's leader, volunteered to oversee the other 3 members during the performance. His seat was directly in front of Zheng Xun's. Zheng Xun leaned forward, slightly gripping the headrest, and murmured quietly, "Brother Baizong, haven't heard your signature lines in ages." Cheng Jie shot him a sidelong, silent glance, cool, aloof, unreadable. Since all 4 had just finished light makeup and styling, Zheng Xun, careful not to muss his leader's hair, spread his palm wide and hovered at inches above Cheng Jie's head, pretending to spin it. Don't abandon your persona. Weren't you supposed to be the icy, coffin-faced, glacially stoic tycoon? You're acting so normal. I barely recognize you. Cheng Jie's temple throbbed. He spun around, sharply reaching for Zheng Xun, only for Zheng Xun, guided by assassin's reflexes, to dodge nimbly and accidentally elbow He Yuxing instead. He Yuxing erupted instantly. You've disturbed the immortal lord. Behold my move, Mount Tai crushing down. He lunged upright, just as the driver slammed the brakes for a red light. He landed squarely, palm first, to top Huang He's head. Huang He, napping behind his eye mask, jolted awake. Who dares knock on my head? He yanked off the mask and immediately tangled into a chaotic scuffle with He Yuxing and Zheng Xun in the rear seats. Cheng Jie seized the chaos to join in. The back 2 rows dissolved into pandemonium. Up front, Chu Li silently inserted her earplugs. Even the driver couldn't bear to watch. "Miss Chu, shouldn't you intervene?" "No need," she replied calmly. "Just pretend they're all dead." Silence. Moments later, the car pulled up before the television station. It was Zheng Xun's first time attending a live music show, and everything fascinated him. A car halted ahead of theirs. Idols stepped out, greeted by deafening screams from fans crowding the curb. Wow. Zheng Xun, experiencing his first offline event, let out an awed murmur. Chu Li stood beside him. There's no need to be astonished. Once you've amassed enough devoted fans, the spectacle will dwarf even this. Chu Li spoke with unwavering confidence, but Zheng Xun lowered his gaze slightly and murmured softly. Jie, didn't you say not to compare ourselves with others in public? Cheng Jie glanced out the window and froze. The car ahead bore the unmistakable logo of He Entertainment. He recognized its fiery, radiant emblem instantly, and his expression shifted into something layered, complex. If I'd known they'd be here, I wouldn't have come. Cheng Jie pressed his lips together faintly, then turned right, and met Zheng Xun's eyes, who was mimicking his voice with perfect timing. Zheng Xun grinned, radiant and guileless. Perched on his shoulders, one on each side, were Huang He and He Yuxing. All three waited expectant for his reaction. Yet it wasn't only outsiders and fans who were curious. His own bandmates longed to know why Cheng Jie had chosen idolhood rather than staying at Mink's headquarters. After all, given his exceptional qualifications, becoming an idol felt almost like a waste of extraordinary talent. Rumors swirled had he fallen out with Mink's CEO Xiao Jun. People whispered they'd once been close friends, until ideological rifts drove them apart, severing ties permanently never to reconcile. He Yuxing and Huang He knew these rumors well, but Zheng Xun remained blissfully ignorant. He simply wanted to stir trouble. Cheng Jie waved a hand, dismissively signaling he preferred not to elaborate. Let's go, we're running short on time. He refused to dwell on it, but fate seemed unwilling to oblige. Cheng Jie rose first and stepped out, then abruptly stopped. Zheng Xun right behind him collided headfirst into the car door with a sharp thud and a yelp. Chuli flinched. Zheng Xun, are you alive? Alive, I'm fine. Zheng Xun rubbed his forehead, luckily no swelling. Still clutching his head, his gaze drifted past Cheng Jie's shoulder and settled on a young woman of breathtaking, exquisite beauty. She smiled warmly and spoke, her voice light and clear. Long time no see, Brother Cheng. The girl standing not far away is Tao Xueqing, the leader of the girl group Finch under Minke Entertainment, and she is quite popular. Tao Xueqing has two older brothers, Tao Xueshan and Tao Xueji. Tao Xueshan co-founded Minke Entertainment with Xiao Jun back in the day, but later stepped back to focus on being a producer. This decision aligns well with his easygoing personality. Tao Xueji is an actor specializing in films. He supports his sister's career and previously attended Finch's concert in person. Their siblings even trended online. Tao Xueqing has her hair styled in twin ponytails with black curly hair and almond-shaped eyes that are beautifully curved, making her look very cute when she smiles. Fans nearby are shouting Tao Xueqing's name, making it inconvenient to talk here. Cheng Jie gestures for Tao Xueqing to enter the TV station building, suggesting they discuss inside. Tao Xueqing nodded gently, then suddenly turned her face and winked at Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun. He Yuxing noticed their little interaction and curiously asked Zheng Xun, do you know someone from Minke? Zheng Xun shook his head. I don't know, did I mistake someone? With this confusion, Zheng Xun entered the TV station. Tao Xueqing was already waiting here. Unexpectedly, the first person she spoke to was not Cheng Jie, but Zheng Xun, who was behind him. Hello, Brother Zheng, I am Tao Xueqing from Minke. Tao Xueqing is a year younger than Zheng Xun, but she debuted early, already considered a senior by many. Even as a highly popular genius idol, Tao Xueqing does not carry an air of superiority. When interacting with others, she greets everyone with a smile. She greeted him, but Zheng Xun kept his mouth tightly shut. Chuli quietly reminded him from the side. Zheng Xun, why don't you say hello? Zheng Xun replied, didn't you say to keep a distance from female idols? Chuli really wanted to give him a hit. She had said so many things before that he ignored, yet he remembered this one. Tao Xueqing burst into laughter upon hearing their conversation. I am a fan of Brother Zheng. I watched your premiere and Hearing this, Zheng Xun took 2 big steps back. Chuli, what's wrong now? Sister, didn't you hear? This is my fan. I need to keep my distance from fans. Chuli didn't want to talk to him anymore and took the initiative to shake hands with Tao Xueqing. Hello, Xueqing, I am Chuli, the manager of TWT. Hello, Sister Chuli. I think I saw you at an event before. At that time you were planning the event. Chuli indeed worked as a planner at her previous agency before becoming a manager. Unexpectedly, Tao Xueqing remembered. Chuli felt a bit touched. No wonder they say Tao Xueqing has a photographic memory. As long as she has seen a fan once, she can clearly remember them, and when she sees them again at the next event, she can recognize them at first glance. The two chatted warmly for a while. Chuli asked how she became aware of TWT, and Tao Xueqing smiled. I saw the trending topic about Brother Zheng's heroic act, and I even showed it to Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao also believes Brother Zheng is very talented and said you would definitely become famous. The Brother Xiao mentioned by Tao Xueqing is Xiao Jun, the current owner of Minke Entertainment. At this moment, Tao Xueqing added, it's a pity that Brother Xiao couldn't sign you before you made your move at Jiuding. The working atmosphere at Minke is so much better than at Jiuding. Indeed, Jiuding is the industry benchmark, a reference point in the entertainment circle. The corner of Zheng Xun's mouth twitched. If he had heard Tao Xueqing's words a week ago, he might have scoffed. But now, having encountered Mo Qian, the boss of Jiuding, he could roughly determine the style of this company, which was truly a haven for eccentricities. At this moment, Cheng Jie chimed in. Xueqing, don't help Brother Xiao poach people. Jiuding won't let anyone go, and Minke isn't lacking Zheng Xun. Seeing that he finally initiated a conversation with her, Tao Xueqing's beautiful eyes rolled playfully. I thought Brother Cheng would continue to be aloof and ignore Minke people. Cheng Jie fell silent again. Chuli was communicating with the director of the TV station and felt it was almost time, so she called the 4 of TWT over. Zheng Xun glanced at Cheng Jie, who was walking in front, and quietly asked Tao Xueqing, why did Cheng Jie leave the company to develop? Relying on the company for development would have been much more comfortable, but Cheng Jie stubbornly chose to tread this independent path. He is also somewhat fated. Huh. Seeing Zheng Xun's shocked expression, Tao Xueqing couldn't help but laugh. Brother Zheng, did you just imagine a grand drama? Oh, it's hard not to imagine. Cheng Jie's attitude towards He seems quite conflicted, which is clearly not in line with his decisive character. If something bad hadn't happened, how could Cheng Jie, who usually speaks his mind, avoid the issue? However, He Yuxing stated that it wasn't that complicated. Actually, it was just that one day Brother Cheng and Brother Xiao made a bet saying that although he was acting as a domineering CEO, becoming an idol was a matter of minutes. If he wanted to do it, he could. Brother Xiao thought he was joking and said then go ahead and become an idol. Then Brother Cheng really joined a group that was completely unknown. He hadn't come back for nearly a year. Zheng Xun's eyes widened in disbelief. So what kind of stubborn creature is Cheng Jie? He wouldn't still be thinking about that joke of a bet after a year, would he? He probably misjudged Brother Xiao's tone at that time and thought Brother Xiao was serious. I told Brother Xiao should we explain it to Brother Cheng, but Brother Xiao said not to tell him. It seems that this Brother Xiao of He is a bit scheming. If it weren't for encountering such a stubborn Cheng Jie, otherwise if it were someone else they would have realized the misunderstanding and returned to the company long ago. Relying on the company for development would have been much more comfortable, but Cheng Jie stubbornly chose to tread this independent path. He is also somewhat fated. Half a year later, the group welcomed Zheng Xun, a mascot with a naturally trending aura, which actually brought this obscure group into the spotlight. Speaking of this, He Yuxing also found it miraculous. Originally, Brother Xiao thought that TWT was an unreliable group, just a poor investment by a wealthy boss. But unexpectedly, this group was able to break through. Brother Zheng, you have no idea how amazing you are. He Yuxing's tone was filled with admiration. Now everyone in the industry is saying you are a miracle. Your appearance has completely saved this group. Zheng Xun scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. It's not entirely my doing. He Yuxing smiled at him. Don't be modest, you are a born idol. If you have time, come visit He. Zheng Xun, it's time to start singing. Chu Li called out to Zheng Xun from not far away. Coming right away. Zheng Xun stood alone on stage, the final performer. They had completed the music performance, recording smoothly following their prearranged plan. The debut stage would officially air tonight. Offstage, Zheng Xun was lightly perspiring. Cheng Jie handed him a clean towel without hesitation. At that moment, He Yuxing approached, carrying 4 bottles of mineral water and distributing one to each of the 4 members of TWL. He Yuxing, there's no need to trouble yourself. They're perfectly capable of handling it themselves. Cheng Jie preferred not to impose, but He Yuxing only smiled gently. It's quite all right. Congratulations on your first live performance. It was exhausting. Zheng Xun's eyes were slightly bloodshot. The stage lights had been set blindingly bright to enhance visual impact. He Yuxing retrieved a bottle of eye drops from her candy-shaped crossbody bag and offered it to Zheng Xun. Here, use these. Thanks, I appreciate it. Zheng Xun applied the drops and instantly felt relief. Cheng Jie casually stowed his half-finished bottle inside his bag and called out to the other 3. Let's head back. We've got a live stream tonight. Coming. The 3 hurried after him while Zheng Xun rubbed his eyes again, still unsettled. They exited the studio en route to their lounge. A narrow corridor connected the 2 spaces, and directly ahead an unfamiliar boy group approached, passing them shoulder to shoulder. Zheng Xun's shoulder accidentally bumped into the lead idol of the opposing group, who responded with an impatient snort. Can't you watch where you're going? Blind man. Zheng Xun, preoccupied by his stinging eyes, missed the remark, but the other 3 heard it clearly. Huang He had been walking just behind Zheng Xun. He reached forward, pressing firmly on Zheng Xun's shoulder to steer him toward the wall, preventing accidental entanglement. Meanwhile, He Yuxing shoved the opposing idol squarely in the shoulder. If you can't speak civilly, keep your mouth shut. The rival group also consisted of 4 members. Upon seeing He Yuxing strike first, they retaliated immediately. Don't lay hands on people. What's this rookie arrogance? Who the hell do you think you are, a senior? He Yuxing's temper flared at their condescension, fury igniting in his chest. Chaos erupted instantly within the cramped corridor. Huang He seized the moment, stoking the flames further. Hey, seniors hitting juniors now, bullying us rookies. Though his words feigned protest, his footwork betrayed no hesitation. He delivered sharp, forceful kicks. Up ahead, Cheng Jie, who'd been leading, frowned, sensing the commotion behind him. Huang He, Yuxing, no conflicts with seniors. Cheng Jie's rebuke sounded official, but as he stepped in to intervene, he landed several heavy, deliberate shoves against the opposing members. Only belatedly did Zheng Xun realize his teammates were locked in a brawl. A golden opportunity. His assassin's instincts finally found purpose. Shouting, please don't hit me, seniors. Zheng Xun unleashed ruthless, underhanded strikes. A passing girl group witnessed the sudden violence and screamed in alarm. All eyes turned toward the commotion. Chu Li had just finished briefing with the director and was preparing to return with her team. She stood at the corridor's entrance, only to find it jammed with onlookers. What's happening up ahead? Chu Li asked a female idol standing beside her, whose expression was fraught with concern. It looks like Leopard's members are fighting with a rookie boy group. Leopard was the hottest boy group under Yuxing Entertainment, a modest agency that had struck lightning in a bottle, launching an exceptionally successful quartet. Their fandom was vast and terrifying. The company actively cultivated toxic sycophants and extremist fans. Rumors claimed that when another boy group's leader once clashed with them, a Leopard fan infiltrated his signing event and deliberately handed him a bottle of mineral water filled with glue. The leader drank it unknowingly and was rushed to the hospital. As their manager, Chu Li knew Leopard and its fanbase intimately. She also deduced instantly which rookie boy group was involved. Darkness clouded her vision twice over. She pushed urgently through the crowd. TWL's 4 members were tall, physically formidable, and each possessed extraordinary combat prowess. Chu Li never worried about them being overpowered. Rather, if Leopard survived 3 clean blows from them, it meant Zheng Xun and his bandmates had deliberately held back. The sole priority for their manager was ensuring all 4 escaped unscathed. Amid the press of bodies, Chu Li spotted Zheng Xun's dark tousled crown and swiftly maneuvered behind him. Zheng Xun, retreat now? Take the other 3 and get out before things escalate. Zheng Xun understood instantly and shouted, "We're so sorry, seniors. Please don't be angry. We'll never dare again." Simultaneously, he delivered swift punishing kicks to each opponent and propelled his 3 teammates away. Leopard's members, stunned and humiliated, could only watch them vanish. Their leader ground his teeth. TWL. That rookie group. Fine, I'll remember this. Chu Li ushered the 4 into the car and began assessing their condition. Are you injured? Did any of you damage your faces? Seeing faint abrasions on their cheeks, Chu Li's expression softened with genuine concern. Why hit the face? These are priceless assets. The 4 remained silent. Chu Li didn't rush for explanations. Instead, she calmly administered antiseptic to each wound. They exchanged glances. Unable to hold back, Zheng Xun broke the silence first. Senior Chu Li, why aren't you scolding us? I want to, she replied, dabbing ointment with a cotton swab as Zheng Xun winced. When you first arrived, I warned you repeatedly. No provocations, no conflicts. She discarded the used swab and returned the medicine bottle to her kit. But I know you too, she sighed. Yes, you tease each other constantly, but you're not bullies. Leopard must have provoked you first. Hearing Chu Li take their side, He Yuxing immediately filed a formal complaint. They insulted Zheng Xun, filthy vulgar language. That's why we stepped in. What those bastards dared insult my artist. Chu Li's rage surged. She lunged for the door. I'll slap each of them myself. Huang He, seated beside the door, blocked her instantly. Calm down, Senior Chu. Please sit. It's fine now. A manager more impulsive than her idols. No wonder you're still stuck at Yellow 29. Though Chu Li usually resembled a placid capybara, temperament ran deep in this family. Her true nature matched TWL's 4 members in volatility. Once composed, she sighed again. You've got a live stream tonight, and Leopard's fans will swarm it. Perhaps we should cancel. Team Captain Cheng Jie spoke then, calm, resolute. Canceling would signal guilt and invite endless speculation. He insisted the stream proceed. I'll host tonight's broadcast myself. His decision stemmed from the fact that the session was originally scheduled for Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun had gained followers faster than any of them. His fresh face brought 0 prior fanbase, so Chu Li had planned a strategic push to rapidly build his audience. Leopard's fans would inevitably flood his stream, bringing waves of coordinated harassment. Chu Li nodded slowly. Captain, you've thought this through thoroughly. Your loyalty to your members speaks volumes. Not quite, Cheng Jie replied evenly. I'm afraid Zheng Xun, the prickliest among us, will hurl insults at fans, burying TWL's already fragile reputation beneath even deeper scandal. Chu Li fell silent. Zheng Xun protested, and what about you? Your temper's worse than mine. You'd only stir up more chaos. I'll be there. Their banter reignited, sharp, rapid fire, until the Leopard incident faded entirely from memory. At precisely 7 p.m., Zheng Xun's live stream went live. As several people speculated, the L group is indeed up to something. The 4 members of TWT emerged unexpectedly, a group without any prior promotion or company support, yet their news of Zheng Xun's heroic act broke through the noise, attracting many casual fans who usually don't pay attention to idols. This is simply an unimaginable fortune, something many groups cannot even dream of. Now, even a slight stir from TWT can trend on social media, garnering immense attention. At such a time, they should be cautious and prudent, avoiding any negative news. However, the tempers of these 4 are simply intolerable. The black trending topic has subtly emerged. The hashtag #TWTItSomeone is appearing on the trending list. What is going on with this trending topic? It seems to say that during today's music show, TWTS members had a conflict with the L group. The staff from the TV station have leaked online saying that TWT as newcomers showed no respect for their seniors and even got physical backstage. I said long ago that the 4 of TWT don't seem like good people. But isn't the entertainment industry supposed to value seniority? Given TWT's current status, it would be foolish to fight with the L group. I said long ago that the 4 of TWT don't seem like good people. But isn't the entertainment industry supposed to value seniority? Given TWT's current status, it would be foolish to fight with the L group. Without evidence, please stop spreading rumors. Just believing a few reports from staff is inherently foolish. TWTS fans can argue just as well as the fans of other groups. The online debate has already started, with L group's fans posing as bystanders to stir up the situation. As TWT has just debuted, their fan base is still small, and their voice is weak, thus the public opinion is almost entirely one-sided. Chu Li has been closely monitoring the online sentiment, making several phone calls presumably discussing how to suppress the trending topic. But soon Chu Li discovered that even before Jia Yi made a move, there seemed to be other forces helping to remove the negative trending topic. So despite the intense discussions, the topic did not stay at a high position. Chu Li let out a slight sigh of relief, though half of her mind remained tense until the live broadcast ended in the evening. In the afternoon, while the 4 of TWT sat in the living room reviewing the events of the morning, they all felt they were in the right. The only regret was that they didn't get to kick a few more times while in the chaos. The 4 were completely unruffled, They even comforted the frightened Chu Li. It's okay, Sister Chu, at worst, I'll just become an assassin again. Zheng Xun maintained a positive attitude. Don't speak of your dreams as a backup option, Chu Li responded coldly. Sister Chu, things are not that bad. If it really comes to it, I'll become the sect leader and support you all. Yuxing, just keep quiet for a moment. Huang He was peeling an apple, displaying perfect knife skills, the skin so thin it was translucent. He simply likes to peel fruit, but doesn't enjoy eating it. This perfect apple eventually ended up in Zheng Xun's hands. Huang He wiped his hands and looked at Chu Li with a smile. Sister Chu, don't worry. I have prepared 4 live 2D characters. When we inevitably collapse TWT, we'll reincarnate as virtual streamers. What do you think? My backup plan is pretty good, right? Chu Li's posture shifted from initially being troubled and looking down to suddenly looking up. Let me guess, those 4 characters aren't all monkeys, are they? They are a monkey, a baboon, a gorilla, and an orangutan. Chu Li was about to roll her eyes in exasperation when Cheng Jie added fuel to the fire. If it really comes to it, it'll lead everyone to start a business. Chu Li took a deep breath, acknowledging that she appreciated everyone's encouragement to lift her spirits. You don't need to worry about me. I have a trump card. If I really hit it dead and I'll revise my resume and apply to Yuxing Entertainment, it'll ruin their company too. Don't be afraid of chaos. As long as things get a little messy, it feels like there's nothing to fear. Chu Li couldn't say how effective their comfort was, but after a round of talk therapy, her psychological burden was mysteriously lifted. Let's discuss tonight's live broadcast. This will be your first encounter with an organized group of haters since your debut. Be prepared mentally. Zheng Xun expressed that no preparation was needed. Sister Chu, don't worry, nothing will happen. I'm not some fragile idol. The fans who can break me haven't even been born yet. Zheng Xun was not just talking big. He was originally trained to be an assassin, possessing an exceptionally strong mental fortitude. Chu Li could see a calmness and composure in this young man that belied his age. This was the first time she intuitively felt that Zheng Xun was different from ordinary people. However, the child was so good at playing dumb that no hint of cleverness showed through. At 7 o'clock, the live broadcast officially began and would last for an hour and a half. Zheng Xun and Cheng Jie agreed that for the first half hour, Zheng Xun would broadcast alone, and then Cheng Jie would join. Today, Zheng Xun wore a white hooded jacket, smiling and waving at the camera. Good evening, I'm Zheng Xun from TWT. How has everyone been these past few days? Zheng Xun, I miss you so much. Zheng Xun looks good in white. Is Zheng Xun streaming alone today? At first, a few fans greeted Zheng Xun, but soon the hater group appeared. TWT hits someone, TWT hits someone, TWT hits someone, TWT hits someone. Is this what they call a monstrous newcomer? How to explain the backstage incident? Just looking at their faces, you wouldn't expect such poor character. My group is really pitiful, getting bullied by newcomers and having to elevate them. As the barrage of comments became increasingly outrageous and extreme, Zheng Xun remained completely unfazed. He simply let Cheng Jie outside the camera black out those fans. He simply picked a few questions to answer. What did the host have for dinner? The host didn't have dinner, the manager said, to lose weight. When will the new song be released? It's in the works. Did the host really fight with the L group? How is that possible? Wouldn't that make the seniors of the L group seem petty? Actually, we have a very good relationship. So good they can bare their hearts to each other in a physical sense. The entry for Zheng Xun responds to the assault quickly soared to the trending list. The trending square was filled with various comments. Why is this newcomer so shady? Did he really not hit anyone? This is simply a defense. Regardless of who started it first, is it right for a rookie to fight with seniors? The trending topic was removed quickly. Is this the benefit of having 4 royal family members? The square was almost filled with fans of Leopard cursing, insisting that the newcomer struck first. The meager fan base of Zheng Xun and his 3 companions could not match the popularity of a well-established boy band that had debuted for 3 years. The few supportive bystanders were drowned out by the insults from L Group's fans. For a rookie group, this was a disaster. Any group that could survive this debut crisis would either explode in popularity or face a complete downfall. Now was the time to see if the group was resilient. The 4 from TWT were unfazed. With Huang He as their talisman, they had nothing to fear. Zheng Xun's live stream continued. The comments are so lively. What is everyone spamming? It's too fast for me to see clearly. Zheng Xun slightly squinted, deliberately ignoring the haters who had come to his live stream. Since everyone is here, how about I sing a song for you? An original piece. Why don't you go play Tai Chi with your yin and yang, dedicated to the friends in the live stream? Suddenly Zheng Xun produced a guitar and began to sing. Zheng Xun's fans started to laugh. Haha, does our Xiao Zheng have a new song now? Thanks to the haters for the inspiration. Given the situation, let's just sing a song. Zheng Xun, I'm going to write a song to diss all of you. While his own fans were enjoying the spectacle, the bystanders were panicking. Is this provocation really okay? I think L Group's fans are about to lose it. Zheng Xun, stop singing. You have no one backing you. This trending topic is even livelier than my warm bed. Zheng Xun continued his performance, and the negative trending topic kept climbing. Bad news, there's a negative trending topic. Good news, it's not at a high position. Although Zheng Xun has few fans, his background is solid. Boss Qin personally worked overtime to support Zheng Xun's live stream. Pay to remove the trending topic. Zheng Xun's first special live stream after his debut is very important. It cannot be ruined by the haters. Qin He had already learned about the conflict that occurred during the morning's music promotion from Chu Li. As the boss, he naturally stood by his own person unconditionally. However, when Cheng Jie took action, he found that someone had already beaten him to it. An employee from Jia Yi's public relations department looked back at Cheng Jie. Boss, the negative trending topic has been lowered. Cheng Jie raised his eyebrows slightly. Who did it so quickly? At that moment, he received a phone call. Cheng Jie initially wanted to hang up, but upon seeing the name on the screen, he stepped aside to answer. The person on the other end spoke with a hint of accusation. How did Zheng Xun end up trending? It's Yuxing Entertainment deliberately creating hype. Why is only Zheng Xun's name trending? What about the other 3 members of their group? Because today is Zheng Xun's special live stream, and he responded during the broadcast. I know I'm currently watching his live stream. Upon hearing this response, Cheng Jie paused. Since they already knew why call to ask. Don't tell me you want the other 3 members of TWT to also trend so the family is all together. Zheng Xun isn't part of their family. The other person corrected Boss Cheng's statement before continuing. You don't need to worry about the negative trending topic. I'm already handling it. Zheng Lin. Cheng Jie suddenly called the other person's name with a serious tone. Since you care so much about Zheng Xun's career, why don't you directly sign him to your company? Our company doesn't have that kind of business, Zheng Lin replied, indicating that he didn't want it. However, I think you make a valid point. What? I'll start a talent agency right now and sign Zheng Xun. Zheng Lin's sudden whim was stopped by Cheng Jie. A simple Zheng Xun might not be willing crushed Zheng Lin's thoughts. In fact, besides Jia Yi and Zheng Lin, others were also working to remove the negative trending topic for Zheng Xun. Not only remove the negative trending topic, but also push the positive promotion posts up. Gu Xiuqi, a public relations officer at Yuxing Entertainment, stood behind one of the employees' swivel chairs, focused intently on the computer screen. On the screen, multiple windows displayed Zheng Xun's live stream, as well as the public sentiment monitoring backend. In the live stream, Zheng Xun was passionately strumming and singing the chaotic piece he created. Gu Xiuqi focused on the screen for a moment. Zheng Xun don't write songs with long titles. Push this entry. The staff immediately edited 5 or 6 similarly themed posts showcasing Zheng Xun's debut song and the piece he performed during the first broadcast talent show segment. Yuxing used its financial power to push the promotion posts to the trending list. The content included 3 short clips from the live stream, each about 10 seconds long. This entry indeed attracted a lot of bystanders' interest, and everyone was commenting below. What are these bizarre song titles? A bit absurd, but still somewhat nice to listen to. Is this handsome guy singing a star? Is he an internet celebrity? He's the all-round magne Zheng Xun from TWT. He writes his own lyrics and music, sings well, and has the robust physique to chase down a thief 3 streets away. So this is that brave boy from before, ha. Wasn't he promoting their group on that urban program? What a hardworking kid, ha. The promotional effect of the posts quickly spread, burying the haters' posts below. Fans of Leopard were still shouting. Yuxing is covering up again. The newcomer can't possibly be connected to some influential person, right? Is there someone ensuring his safety right after debut? I'd rather believe in ghosts than trust Yuxing's artists won't collapse. No way, no way, no way. Is there someone who doesn't know Zheng Xun hit someone? How did it turn into Zheng Xun hitting someone again? Even if someone did make a move, it doesn't necessarily mean it was Zheng Xun. While the online arguments raged in Zheng Xun's livestream, fans were spamming glowing stick emojis cheering for the singing Zheng Xun. As the song ended, Zheng Xun smiled slightly and made the guitar disappear again. Suddenly, an ouch came from outside the camera, spoken by He Yuxing, who had barely caught the guitar. The comments read, every guitar that disappears from Zheng Xun's hands will equally fall on his teammates. Zheng Xun checked the time. It was almost time. Everyone in the livestream came at just the right time. I've decided to invite a special guest for today's live stream. Zheng Xun clapped his hands and pretended to imitate different fans' voices. Who could it be? It's really hard to guess. So exciting. It wouldn't be our Captain Cheng Jie, would it? It would be great if it was Captain Cheng. Captain Cheng, we like you. The already prepared Cheng Jie entered the live stream with a face full of black lines amidst Zheng Xun's warm applause. Let us welcome tonight's special guest, the divine arranger, king of short dramas and captain of TWT, Cheng Jie. Cheng Jie sat beside Zheng Xun, maintaining a cool demeanor as he nodded at the audience in the live stream. Good evening, I am Cheng Jie. Cheng Zong. Cheng Xiao is actually live streaming tonight, ha. Look at Cheng Dui's impatient expression. Could it be that he lost a bet to Zheng Xun and was forced to come? Very likely, ha. What are the two of them going to stream? Playing a game? Or singing? Expectation builds. Zheng Xun smiled cheerfully at the camera. Let's save the gaming for next time and the singing for later. Let's start with a simple warm-up game first. Cheng Jie looked surprised at this. I didn't hear about this segment before. Wasn't it agreed that we would team up against the haters? Oh, this is a last-minute addition. The haters seem to have gone silent. Let's still do something lively. The two of them spoke one way but exchanged meaningful glances. After effective communication, they reached an agreement. The rules of the game are simple. Zheng Xun turned his chair around and stood up to turn both Cheng Jie and his chair around. He explained the game rules to the audience, saying, we will sing the debut song together, and when we reach the word I, we must correctly shout out each other's name. Just shouting names. That sounds too easy. Cheng Jie scoffed. Of course, it's not that simple. To increase the difficulty, we both need to come up with a fake name limited to 20 characters. I've thought of mine already. So fast. Cheng Jie nodded, took a deep breath. My name is there are 44 dead persimmon trees in front of the mountain that bite 4 stone lions. Zheng Xun fell silent for a moment, and Cheng Jie kindly added, "You must accurately shout out the name." The comments section burst into laughter. "What's going on, Cheng Zong? Ha ha ha. The game judge has arrived. Cheng Dui is clearly bullying. Ha, I'll die laughing. When we start for real, it'll be so tense that I'll definitely mess up. Zheng Xun, oh no, he's coming for me." Zheng Xun mentally rehearsed the tongue twister name Cheng Jie had come up with and felt confident, nodding to himself. "All right, now it's my turn to say my name. Captain, remember, I will only say it once." Cheng Jie perked up at this. "Go ahead, I'm listening." "Listen well, my name is 4 oranges fell in love with 2 plums and said to the peach not to move, I am a persimmon." His words were incredibly fast, and Cheng Jie couldn't catch it all at once. "What oranges? How many peaches? What fruit ethics drama are you talking about?" Zheng Xun tightly closed his mouth. "No second chances. There's also an additional rule. Besides getting the name right, you must finish saying it before the other person to win." Speaking of winning and losing, Cheng Jie showed a determined expression. "Tell me, what's the punishment for the loser? I have prepared it all for you." Zheng Xun suddenly bent down, holding a large jug of green bitter melon juice. This was just squeezed out this afternoon, freshly made. Cheng Jie looked at the gigantic jug, his face slightly turning green. But in order not to lose, he steeled himself and agreed. "Let's go, the game starts." The two stared at each other intently and began to sing the debut song. "Our group is going to be doomed." Suspended in the crowd, the voice is untraceable. The silent and bulky subway lined the colorless faces. The two tensed up in unison here as the next line would contain the first I. The comments section also grew tense, and the speed of messages significantly slowed. "In the sea of people, a glance meets mine, and I. The first I has appeared." Zheng Xun and Cheng Jie jumped up, pointing at each other. "3 front trees have 44 dead persimmons biting 4 children. What are you, an apple or something? Chestnut that pear." The two, in their haste to finish saying their names before the other, completely disregarded the Chinese characters spilling from their mouths. The comments section erupted in roars of laughter. "Ha ha ha, what is that ha ha? Ha ha, Zheng Xun, don't you know how to pronounce reflex consonants at all? Cheng Jie, this fruit ethics drama is really stumping me. I'll just pick 2 at random and read them out." The two are truly resorting to any means to win. Don't just race against speed. You have to say it right. You guys really have a show going on. At the moment I heard the game rules, I never expected this silly game to be so funny. The two players, locked in a stare, were ready to compete. Cheng Jie said first, "Don't you pronounce any reflex consonants at all? What if you get one right?" Zheng Xun retorted defiantly, "I don't care. As long as I use flat tongue sounds, I can get half right. What's the difference between getting half wrong and completely wrong, may I ask? And what about you? Did any of the fruits you pronounced have anything to do with what I mentioned?" This meant both of them lost, and they would each have to drink a cup of bitter melon juice. Zheng Xun poured first, filling half a cup for himself. Cheng Jie filled it to the brim. "Poured so little, where's the sincerity?" Zheng Xun glared at him, pushing the full cup in front of him. "This cup has sincerity, here you go. I'll pour another cup." The two downed a whole cup of bitter melon juice, and after putting down the cups, Zheng Xun revealed a grimace. In contrast, Cheng Jie remained completely still. Zheng Xun asked what he was pretending for. Cheng Jie replied, "Mind your own business, I have my own persona." The two turned away from each other, making a face as if they were about to vomit. When they turned back around, they immediately restored their nonchalant expressions. At this moment, Cheng Jie said, "I remembered who was in your fruit ethics drama. Come back. Wait. The difficulty of the game has increased. We need to come up with new names." Zheng Xun suddenly raised the stakes, and a question mark slowly appeared above Cheng Jie's head. "All right, if we're changing, let's do it. I'll go first. This time my name is there are matters involving 14 dead persimmon trees in front of the mountain that bite 4 stone lions." Cheng Jie modified a few words. "Zheng Xun, is this correct, Cheng Jie? Don't worry, bitter melon juice, or this name you pick." Zheng Xun didn't expect the bitter melon juice he made himself to be so bitter, so he chose Cheng Jie's strange name. Now it was Zheng Xun's turn. "Listen well, my new name is 4 persimmons cheating on 5 peaches oranges say, I didn't eat the cherries." Cheng Jie, wait, doesn't your name exceed 20 characters? The game starts. This silly little game lasted a full 40 minutes. The two of them were unable to determine a victor. The reason they stopped was that Zheng Xun had painstakingly prepared bitter melon juice for the entire afternoon, and it was all gone. Both of them, their faces pale, stubbornly insisted that they had bested the other. When they finally slumped in their chairs to announce the game was over, the audience in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief. I almost thought I would laugh myself to death. It was really funny. For some inexplicable reason, it got intense midway. I think Zheng Xun just couldn't pick any more fruits and admitted defeat. Our Zheng Xun did not lose. I've reached the point where I don't want to hear the debut song for 3 months. It feels like the next line will lead into a tongue twister. I have completely been brainwashed by this ridiculous debut song. The hashtag TWT risking everything to play silly games has trended. Sure enough, as long as this group is associated with Zheng Xun, every time there's a slight stir they will trend. The absurd 2-person game that Cheng Jie and Zheng Xun played resonated deeply, even overshadowing previous negative trends. Now the square is full of video clips of the two playing games set to some intense BGM. It's exhilarating, but no one knows what exactly is being celebrated. Seeing the trending topic, Chu Li couldn't stop smiling. Although she still couldn't understand the significance of this silly game of naming dishes, the TWT hashtag became even hotter. As long as these four are given a chance to perform their absurdity, will push the group onto trending topics. Just thinking about how netizens are guessing the meaning behind Zheng Xun and Cheng Jie's actions makes Chu Li want to burst out laughing. Don't try to understand the world of absurdity. Just calmly accept their existence. He Yuxing and Huang He were watching the entire time. If it weren't for Chu Li holding them back, those two would have long joined this foolish game. That would have made the live stream completely chaotic. Chu Li couldn't even imagine how noisy the whole thing would have been. Zheng Xun's quirky little tune, "Why don't you go practice Tai Chi?" also became a hit with the comment sections on major platforms filled with lyrics and emojis. Put on a mask to lose your mind, musical note blindfolded, and without control kiss emoji, ancestral laws of propriety and integrity learned shamelessly from UI roll. Your culture isn't strong enough, nail polishing, and Yang recite the 5 elements, applause turning black and white upside down is what you are best at, wink. This catchy and sarcastic verse has already gone viral. Fans are charging into battle with this short section. Meanwhile, the studio is particularly calm. Although this live stream didn't accomplish much, it took a toll on Zheng Xun and Cheng Jie. After Chu Li briefly reviewed the live stream with the four of them and gave a few reminders, she let them rest early and drove home first. The four of them played a bit of the card game, and Zheng Xun got tired first, so they all washed up and took a rest. The studio was very small, and they all casually laid out sleeping mats haphazardly sprawled across the floor. Zheng Xun's quirky little tune, "Why don't you go practice Tai Chi?" also became a hit with the comment sections on major platforms filled with lyrics and emojis. Cheng Jie. He walked over to Cheng Jie and shook him awake. Cheng Jie, who had been sleeping soundly, looked up in confusion. What's wrong? Zheng Xun squatted beside him, a dark shadow. "I suddenly figured it out." Figured out what? Cheng Jie was confused, not knowing what illness Zheng Xun had suddenly caught. To avoid waking the other two, Zheng Xun hurriedly whispered, "There are 14 dead astringent persimmon trees in front of the mountain biting the 4 dry stones." "I got it right." "Oh yeah." Cheng Jie buried his head in the pillow and lay back down. "Let's go to sleep, Zheng Xun, let's go to sleep." "Is it okay to sleep?" "Sleep, I beg you." Zheng Xun reluctantly returned to his blanket, muttering the phrase twice under his breath. Success. Satisfied, he fell asleep. The next morning, He Yuxing woke up with his messy hair resembling a flamboyant broccoli. He squinted his eyes. "I think I heard someone chanting a spell last night. Was I cursed?" Zheng Xun, who was brushing his teeth, suspiciously averted his gaze. It wasn't him, or it had nothing to do with him. After formally debuting, the four of them began to get busy. They couldn't just spend their days playing mahjong and slacking off like before. Because their debut showcase had gone viral, many offers started coming to them actively. Chu Li was running back and forth between the studio and the company, having discarded all her high heels in favor of a parka and comfortable shoes. Now there are many job offers coming in, both group and individual. The company hopes you will consider the group first, but I won't restrict your individual resources. Other agents may fear that individuals with too much popularity will leave, but I believe if the members shine, the group can shine even more. As long as the group commitments are completed normally, you can try taking on some simple individual jobs based on your strengths. Chu Li chose to trust the members because she knew that the beginning was tough for TWT, and it was an experimental group prone to short-lived success. Before the group disbands, if the members can gather popularity and earn some money while the heat is high, that would be great. In this business, idols generally have an average lifespan of only 3 to 4 years. Chu Li looked far ahead. If the four can successfully transition while leveraging TWT's popularity, this chaotic group would be deemed a success. Of course, a deeper reason is that Chu Li firmly believes that these four troubled individuals can only seek the true essence and value of life through their abstract interactions with each other. As soon as the manager finished speaking, the four members looked at each other and then turned to Chu Li in unison. Zheng Xun was the first to speak. "Sister Chu Li, my request isn't high. I just want my salary to be raised to 5,000 a month." "Then I want 5,000 too. 200 more than Zheng Xun and 250 more for Cheng Jie and Huang He." Cheng Jie, Huang He, and Zheng Xun. Without a doubt, the four of them began to argue again. "He Yuxing, are you still dividing the salaries here?" "Why can't I? I'm now Sister Chu Li, spokesperson in the group. The noble deputy manager. I want all of your salaries added to mine." "Why is my salary the lowest? I'll write a song and diss all of you." Chu Li sighed across the table. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. The promotional stage for the debut song will last for 2 weeks. Besides the stage performances, the members will also conduct individual and group live streams as planned. They also signed up for a variety show, which would be their first. The show is called Idols Clash, typically inviting 2 to 3 groups of idols to perform together. Basically, popular groups will promote their new songs on this show. Since it was the first variety show for all four, Chu Li had been sleepless for 3 consecutive nights. On the eve of the variety show's recording, Chu Li came to the studio to hold an emergency meeting. "You four, when you get to the show, be sure to hide your personas, understand?" Zheng Xun was the first to raise his hand in disagreement with Chu Li's statement. "Senior sister, Chu Li, isn't the whole point of idols appearing on variety shows to showcase their personas and win fans?" "That's true enough," Chu Li replied earnestly, "but the personas you've constructed have long since transcended the realm of ordinary idol discourse. When we speak of idols, we never invoke tyrannical CEOs, assassins, immortal lords, or avengers." Cheng Jie at that moment embodied the poise and reliability of a true team leader. "No need to worry. I'll keep the situation under control." Chu Li lowered her head and circled a name on the briefing document with a red pen. The group sharing the stage with you this time is Leopard. What a... Cheng Jie shot upright, immediately followed by Huang He and He Yuxing. Only Zheng Xun remained seated, twisting his upper body to rummage through his backpack for chocolate. The three young men beside him snapped instantly to attention. Slow to react, Zheng Xun instinctively executed a flawless 180-degree spinning pivot, then stood up. What's going on? He asked, still bewildered. Even Chu Li sighed deeply upon seeing the guest lineup. Though she trusted no one could outmaneuver TWY's 4 unpredictable members, she feared the show's broadcast would further erode TWY's already precarious public image. Currently, TWY's online reputation was polarized. Some praised them to the heavens, others condemned them without mercy. Extreme from debut, as if born amid storms and bloodshed. When Mr. Chen, their agency head, spoke with her, he offered reassurance. It's fine. Better to burn brightly amid a torrent of criticism than fade into utter silence. To which Chu Li silently reflected, boss, your mental state is frankly beyond anyone's control. Though initially startled to learn their co-performers were Leopard, their long-standing rivals, TWY's 4 members barely registered the news before promptly forgetting it altogether. Compared to grudges held against outsiders, ambushing one another held far greater appeal. Since last year, the variety show Idol matchup had shifted from pre-recorded episodes to live broadcasts, intentionally igniting higher controversy and engagement. Naturally, this live format placed extraordinary demands on Idol's composure, emotional intelligence, and quick-wittedness. To avoid missteps, many top-tier groups opted for silence, or recited safe formulaic lines. Chu Li had done her part. She generously shared her self-penned guide, how to gracefully navigate workplace politics with the members, though how much they absorbed remained entirely up to fate. This was the very last thing Chu Li could do. Before their official appearance, she refined her job-hunting resume once more. Under personality traits, she added 4 characters supremely enduring. Meanwhile, the production team of Idol Matchup released the preview for the upcoming episode. The moment the teaser dropped, the internet erupted. What a... TWY and the L Group on the same show. Are they insane? Whoa, this feels like imminent warfare. Fellow fans, I'm out. True to form, the L Group's fandom arrived first on the battlefield. Seriously, you mean people still don't know TWY physically assaults seniors and disrespects elders? Matchup has truly gone rogue, inviting anyone now. Disband TWY. Disband TWY. Disband TWY. TWY's fans swiftly counterattacked. Goodness, so this is the standard of senior groups. Do their fans just bark indiscriminately? Staff from Studio A confirmed it. The L Group's leader insulted us first. Taking our seasoning soup away, let's focus solely on our own. Don't grant outsiders even a glance. Regardless, we're only here for TWY's debut on the Visual Riddles segment. As online chaos intensified, Yuxing Entertainment poured money into smearing TWY, prompting an equally forceful rebuttal from TWY's side. Yuxing Entertainment had underestimated them. Did they truly believe TWY was a loosely assembled group? Each of the 4 stood firmly backed by powerful agencies. Jioding, Wanshi, Mink, and Bishi acted in unison, suppressing negative commentary and flooding feeds with glowing endorsements of the members and the group. By the time Jia, whose operations lagged slightly, prepared to intervene, they found themselves utterly redundant. The entire comment section had already been seized by TWY's fans. Though rivals cried foul, calling TWY supporters paid trolls and ghost armies, one undeniable truth remained: the comments had been controlled. Do they grasp the sheer weight behind these 4 imperial houses? Moreover, all 4 agencies upheld remarkable integrity, promoting only their own talents, never dredging up dirt on the L Group. That group itself was a gathering of scandal-prone figures. Black material lay scattered like fallen leaves. For now, however, the 4 agencies chose restraint, not wishing to escalate matters unnecessarily. That didn't mean such tactics would remain off-limits forever. Amidst the online frenzy, Zheng Xun and the other 3 felt none of it. They rarely read comments. Outside work hours, they actively avoided anything tied to their idol identities. Chu Li forbade them from doing so. Their resilience was already formidable, subjecting them to such noise would be utterly futile. With 30 minutes until departure, the 4 gathered around a table playing Go. He Yuxing fell silent, then exploded. He Yuxing lunged to overturn the board, only to be pinned down by the other 3 gripping its edges. You 3, we agreed to play Go. Why are you cheating me with Gomoku? The classical-minded He Yuxing protested vehemently, while Cheng Jie, who'd just been his opponent, nodded solemnly. As you wish, let's play Go. 3 minutes later, Cheng Jie tried flipping the board himself, only to be restrained again. He Yuxing, you mouth Go, yet set up 5 in a row right under my nose. Deception is the soul of war. Chu Li opened the door to find all 4 locked in spontaneous martial combat. Finish your chokehold, then come over. Without looking up, Chu Li spoke while reviewing documents. The car's waiting downstairs. Grab your personal items. We leave immediately. She inspected each face carefully, then nodded in quiet satisfaction upon confirming no injuries. Let's go. Calmly, they descended the stairs, one by one, and boarded the vehicle. Arriving at the live studio, they prepared for makeup and styling. The L Group had already arrived and greeted TWY's entrance with disdainful snickers. Oh, you actually dared show up, their leader sneered. Dared? Why wouldn't we? Zheng Xun nodded earnestly, genuinely puzzled. You, how dare you stand before seniors without bowing or greeting? So you're an idol, eh? Zheng Xun feigned sudden realization, eyes widening in mock shock. My apologies, my face recognition's terrible. I mistook you for a passerby. So, when do we start styling? Zheng Xun pressed, still innocently curious. The rival leader's temples throbbed as he ground his teeth. Wait here. My members are still using the dressing rooms. Yours won't open until they're finished. Zheng Xun looked even more astonished. What? You're done. This is your final look. Your makeup artist must be terribly careless. They've turned you into total nobodies. Stunned into silence by Zheng Xun's disarming sincerity, the rival leader choked on his retort. Huang He stifled laughter, slung an arm over Zheng Xun's shoulder, and gently steered him away. Sorry, senior. We're the youngest member still learning how to navigate formalities. We'll take a seat over there for now. As Zheng Xun was led off, he whispered conspiratorially to the others. Do you think this makeup artist is secretly an L group hater? Reverse makeup. Hope they don't ruin us too. Ugliness isn't the artist's fault, Huang He quipped lightly. We're naturally radiant. No artifice needed to dazzle the stage. Cheng Jie and He Yuxing chuckled softly, leaving the L group's leader fuming helplessly behind them. After finishing his styling, Zheng Xun studied his reflection, then sincerely told the makeup artist behind him, I apologize, teacher. I doubted your skill earlier. Now I see. You're nothing short of miraculous. The bewildered artist blinked confused, but thank you. With everyone styled, the live broadcast commenced. The live broadcast of the matchup has begun. Is it true? They really put TW and L group together. The production team is indeed bold. It must be intentional. Putting them together creates topics to discuss. Isn't TW too thick-skinned? They haven't clarified the incident of hitting someone yet. What needs to be clarified? It was Leopard who spoke carelessly first. The fans have already started arguing before the broadcast even began. Let's withdraw. Isn't this the hallmark of the matchup? Otherwise they would invite one group at a time, without any issues. But they insist on inviting two at once, secretly fostering discord among the fans. It's starting. Welcome everyone to the idol matchup. Oh, the popularity in the live room is soaring. The host of the idol matchup is a veteran who has been in the industry for 30 years, wearing flashy colored glasses and having a rather plump figure. It is said that he was once a national idol who captivated countless fans in his youth. His popularity has withstood the test of time, though his figure has not. The host's voice carried a teasing tone. As expected of a popular group, our live room is almost overwhelmed by everyone's enthusiasm. Now please welcome our first group today, Leopard. The four members of L group came on stage one by one, applauding and bowing slightly. Hello Mingji brother, hello to the audience in the live room. Leopard is considered a frontline boy band in the current idol circle. Although their popularity does not compare to the top groups like Jioding and Wanshijia, their high-quality songs and decent group management have earned them a good number of fans over the years. The group consists of four members: the leader and rapper Shu Yang, main vocalist, Yan Xinhong, main dancer Miao Sheng, and the youngest member and sub-rapper Chu Xia. Their configuration is similar to that of TW, as four-member groups typically follow this structure. However, because TW members have songwriting abilities, their formation is more complex than that of a factory-made group like Leopard. In the live room, besides fans, there are also many passers-by who do not follow boy bands. Pure passers-by only paying attention to the boy band because Zheng Xun is chasing 3 streets. I want to ask if this Leopard boy band is very popular. Leopard is too funny. Leopard's nickname is Leopard, also called L Group, currently the flagship boy band of Yoshin Entertainment. If passers-by are considering jumping on the bandwagon, they should listen to their reputable song Grey Forest. It's guaranteed to be good. Come on, how can anyone still support the 4 weirdos of L Group? Dating private connections with fans, auctioning gifts, inciting online violence. This group is simply toxic. This is pure slander. The issues of private connections and auctions have long been clarified, okay? Laughing to death, the clarifications are only visible to fans. Although the 4 members of L Group have questionable characters, they still put on a good front in front of the camera. The leader stood in the center of the camera with the other 3 members beside him. He smiled gently at the members, and with a shared glance, all 4 spoke in unison. Hello everyone, we are Leopard. Their voices were so synchronized that it seemed as if it came from one mouth. Cheng Jie truly couldn't bear it. TW was currently off camera while the production assistant was attaching microphones to them. Cheng Jie turned to glare at the indifferent 3 members and whispered, why can't you 3 be like them and make things easier for me? Zheng Xun was the first to respond positively. Captain, he said in a similarly low voice, wouldn't that just show how capable you are? If we could do everything, what would we need the captain for? Cheng Jie clenched and then relaxed his fist. Considering the cameras and outsiders around, in order to prevent TW's already shaky reputation from worsening, Cheng Jie held back. Zheng Xun, after the show, I want to have a fight with you. No way. Zheng Xun seriously refused again. This show has a specific order of appearances. Usually after the first group performs, they introduce themselves first and promote their new song. Only then will the next group be allowed to appear. The 4 members of Zheng Xun waited beside, increasingly feeling that something was off. L Group first introduced themselves, but I don't know what there is to introduce about a group that has debuted for several years and frequently appears before the audience. Then they sang a short segment of their new song. The new song exuded a sense of low quality and cheapness typical of mass production. However, since the group still has some popularity, fans could close their eyes and praise it. After the new song promotion, Zheng Xun thought it was their turn to appear. At this moment, the host suddenly called upon L Group again, asking them to perform a dance medley. The four members were not foolish and quickly sensed that something was off. The introduction and new song could be forgiven, but the medley segment was not supposed to start now according to the script. Originally, the script stated that L Group would introduce themselves and promote their new song, followed by TW doing the same two processes. Then both groups would start playing games. Only after the game would they begin their respective performances. Now L Group started occupying time with their introduction and even added their own segment without permission. From the host's expression, it seemed that all this had been prearranged. Due to the live format, there can be no editing afterward. The program duration is limited, and if one group takes up more time, the other has less opportunity to perform. Although the four members of TW did not have high hopes for this idol work, and were just casually fooling around, that was not a reason for their Overlord Avenger group to be manipulated. Huang He furrowed his brows, slightly exchanging glances with Cheng Jie. Are they trying to prevent us from going on stage? Huang He's voice was drawn out, lazy, and carried a hint of sarcasm. Cheng Jie glanced at the director beside him. Although the Overlord had gone bankrupt, his deterrent force still remained. The director hesitated and explained, please be patient, you'll be on stage shortly. He Yuxing chimed in cheerfully, when you say shortly, you don't mean in an hour and a half, do you? If you need 4 audience members, just say so. Audience members have their own price, guests have their price as well. You invited us as guests but want us to act as audience members. Aren't you wasting money? Having been a Taoist before, he is different. This level of yin-yang skill can't be achieved without years of training. However, even with Cheng Huang and he teasing in this manner, the sweating director still persisted. Wait a moment, just a little longer. It seems Yuxing Entertainment has given quite a sum of money. This was unexpected for several big companies. The company held many resources and had never really cared about this small show, thinking it was enough for their new artists to just show their faces. As a result, this small ditch turned into a big problem. The 4 members of TW had completed perfect makeup and styling from head to toe, but were not allowed to go on stage. Zheng Xun, who had been silently eating a banana to replenish sugar, took out his phone. Not being allowed on stage is fine. Who doesn't stream live? I'm opening a live room right now. This time the production team truly shot themselves in the foot. Those who know Zheng Xun understand that he is not one to joke around. He always delivers on his seemingly playful remarks. Once he decides to go live, he will do so without fail. Chu Li had already handed over the livestream permissions to the 4 members, and Zheng Xun directly opened the official TWT livestream. It was too late for the director to intervene. The TWT fans in the livestream room were already puzzled as to why halfway through the program their idol had yet to appear. In the livestream, fans from the L Group were domineeringly preventing them from commenting. Have you even been on stage to comment? Aren't you supposed to focus on your own group? The TWT fans felt equally frustrated. This isn't how the program flow is supposed to go. Your group must have bribed someone. We want to watch TWT. We want to watch TWT. Who wants to see these 4 ugly guys? Isn't this workplace bullying? Does the senior really think he's that great? Are they really suppressing the newcomers and not letting them appear? Wait a minute, everyone. The official TWT livestream is up. When Zheng Xun first opened his livestream, there were only a few people inside, and they were confusedly asking in the comments. Huh, why is it open here? Hello, Zheng Xun. Isn't TWT at the program site for the show? I just came here to slack off during class and didn't expect a livestream. How lucky am I, He? The initial few viewers were sweet fans slacking off, but soon the fans who had been at the program site rushed in. Zheng Xun. I'm here. Wait, are they really live streaming alone during the show? Armagne is so brave, haha. Great. That's so manly. The banana peel in Zheng Xun's hand had long since disappeared. Today he wore black-rimmed decorative glasses and a brown flat-brimmed hat on his head. He slightly raised an eyebrow, a smirk of triumph on his face. Hello everyone, I am Zheng Xun. Due to the limited equipment from the production team, I am here to open a live stream for our TWT fans. You can't do this. The director was anxiously frustrated. Having worked for decades, he had never seen a newcomer so unruly. He immediately reached for Zheng Xun's phone, but was stopped by Cheng Jie and Huang He. Hey, director, if you want let us go on stage, we have to find a way to perform ourselves. Huang He continued to smile, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Well, as newcomers, our desire to perform is quite strong. I believe you can understand. Cheng Jie signaled to He Yuxing to join Zheng Xun on screen to share the spotlight. At the same time, he smiled and said in a low voice to the director, although you want the 4 of us to be the audience, we are still receiving guest appearance fees. Taking money to do a job, even we as newcomers understand this rule. The director was practically seething with anger. What nonsense. These 4 were purely seeking trouble with him. Zheng Xun and He Yuxing appeared together on screen, their banter reminiscent of a comedic duo. He Yuxing chimed in, but everyone need not be disappointed. Tonight at live stream featuring a dance relay and costume change stage. He Yuxing chimed in, but everyone need not be disappointed. Tonight at 7 p.m., there will be an extended group live stream featuring a dance relay and costume change stage. The TWT fans, of course, were excited. They were furious about the unfair treatment their group was enduring due to this awful show. They didn't expect these 4 to be so brave, choosing to fight back on the spot. They showed no signs of meekness, settling scores right away. The fact that the 4 of TWT dared to make such a shocking move was not merely out of recklessness. It was also because they firmly believed their company would back them. Rather, since the day they formed the group, they had been prepared to bolt at any moment while doing idle work. Because they didn't care they could offend anyone. TWT's live stream was even more outrageous than expected. TWT shows up despite being suppressed trended on the hot search list. At the same time, the hashtag Idol Showdown workplace bullying filled the square. Most bystanders were supportive of TWT. Do they really think everyone is a fool to be tricked? In an hour and a half of the show with two groups, the first group had sung and danced for over an hour. Were they expecting the Rabbit Den to do a double-speed self-introduction, double-speed stage, and double-speed games? Only following girl groups, not supporting boy groups. But here for the gossip. Why hasn't this gathering of L group disbanded? Are they now bullying newcomers again? Previously, the gossip said that on that day the A Station incident was sparked by the L group's leader cursing at TWT's Magne. First, I didn't believe it. Now I have no choice but to believe it. What? Did Zheng Xun really get bullied that day during the song performance? Damn it, I want to capture all four of those leopards. So pitiful. If it were other newcomers, they would probably have just swallowed their anger. After all, without a company as a backing. Does TWT even have a company behind them? Jie's management was simply a mess. I truly admire these four for their bravery. If it were other newcomers, they would definitely stay silent out of fear of offending anyone. I said long ago that TWT is a group that cannot be easily managed. The four of them wake up every day fearing that the others will bolt first. If you work with the mindset of fleeing, you'll definitely succeed. Having beautifully previewed tonight's livestream, Zheng Xun had nothing else to say. Meanwhile, the faces of the four from Leopard were also grim. But there were cameras everywhere here. No matter how grim their expressions were, they could not invite the four ancestors on stage as naturally as possible. Thank you for your patience. Now let's welcome our emerging boy group, TWT. Although he tried hard to create a lively atmosphere, the fans in the live stream were not buying it. Idol Showdown should be permanently cancelled. Bullying newcomers is truly outrageous. Now the hot search is all about scolding you. See, you've been caught in your own foolishness. Clearly they came back to life through the changed livestream format, but now they're about to die again. Idol Showdown, may you rest in peace. I never want to watch this terrible show again. Oh, I've never seen such blatant behavior. Although the audience was all cursing, the four of Zheng Xun still gave the production team some face. They appeared in front of the camera with full energy, forming a stark contrast to the gloomy faces of the L group behind them. This episode was considered a complete failure, so the subsequent game segment was particularly perfunctory. The four of TWT didn't care about outsiders at all. They won hands down and left with their prizes. Manager Chu Li had already been waiting in the car. The four didn't feel they had done anything wrong this time. But since such a sudden incident occurred, they still needed to explain to their manager. The four decided to choose one representative to communicate with the manager. The three stepped back, protecting Zheng Xun in front. Zheng Xun, holding the rewards, looked puzzled. After a moment of silence, Zheng Xun decided to write a song for all three of them. Tonight I will release a new single titled, I Keep My Teammates in Mind and My Teammates Kick Me Into the Ditch. He Yuxing giggled as he pushed him into the car. Sister Chu treats you the best. You said it's not easy to get scolded. This is betrayal. It's deception. I hate you all. Zheng Xun protested while being pushed into the car. Chu Li lowered her head, doodling on the itinerary. He couldn't tell if he was angry or not. Zheng Xun felt a bit intimidated. Although it was satisfying to vent his frustrations during the live broadcast, afterwards Chu Li and the company's PR team would have to clean up the mess. Their manager was already very busy and had to constantly endure the mental torment from the four of them, which was quite exhausting. Chu Li remained silent as Zheng Xun sat in the empty seat next to her, hesitating to speak. Sister Chu, about the live broadcast just now. Chu Li suddenly drew a big cross on the paper, and Zheng Xun watched helplessly as the name Leopard was crossed out with the pen tip, puncturing a hole in the paper. If you're really angry, I'll go assassinate those four tonight. Seeing Zheng Xun's suddenly brightened eyes, Chu Li sighed. You all did nothing wrong. It is my failure as a manager for not communicating well with the production team and allowing you four to suffer injustice. Chu Li's words prompted the other four to quickly deny it. Sister Chu, this is clearly the trash production team's fault. How is it your mistake? Yeah, there's no need to take all the blame on yourself. Sister Chu, don't overthink it. We will gain experience next time. This time isn't a loss either. We gain popularity and sympathy from passersby. The four of them chattered to comfort Chu Li, urging her not to burden herself too much. They were not just saying this. In this crisis, they inadvertently managed to resolve it quite well. Now the square was filled with passersby speaking up for them, and the four companies that were originally ready to fiercely handle public relations suddenly pulled back. There was simply no need. Chu Li assured the four that she would catch up quickly and do her best to prevent them from enduring such grievances in the future. Zheng Xun scratched the back of his head. Actually, I didn't suffer much. I feel like the four from Team L might be angrier. Team L was definitely severely wounded this time. They were in a critical phase of their comeback, ready to release a new song, yet they ruined their public image. However, as a group that had debuted for several years, they still had an existing fan base that could sustain them for a while. The four from TWT were not concerned about this. They had their own mental world, and ordinary people really couldn't penetrate it. In the morning, Zheng Xun announced tonight's group live broadcast, which was actually his own decision, but Chu Li felt it was fine to broadcast. Choosing to lay low at this time would only make others think we are cowardly. Chu Li, who had been working with the four, had become increasingly bold in her approach. We should broadcast. If worst comes to worst, I'll find my 31st job. Sister, you just want to find a new job, right? Zheng Xun muttered. They returned to the studio to discuss the content of tonight's group live broadcast. Tonight's live broadcast theme is a costume change stage. The four of them would wear mascot costumes and dance to their debut song. Chuli borrowed 4 sets of mascot costumes, which would be delivered in an hour. However, she didn't let them choose right away. What clothes to choose? We'll decide through a game during tonight's broadcast. Whoever wins gets to choose first. Manager Chu had a firm grasp on their psychology. If she had told them to dance in mascot costumes, the four would surely have lacked enthusiasm. But if told that only the strong could choose their mascot costumes first, they would definitely be more eager than anyone else. If this could prolong their idle careers, Chu Li felt this tactic would work for 80 years. The content of the group live broadcast was thus determined. The first half would be a game to choose clothes, and the second half would be the live performance of their debut song. After the clothes arrived, Chu Li didn't let the four see them, making them all anxious and extremely curious. When Chu Li went to the balcony to take a call, the four were in the living room, making noise. What kind of mascot costumes did Sister Chu bring back? It's so mysterious and we can't even look at them. He Yuxing was the first to speak. I hope there are monkeys who I'm praying for it. Huang He was already praying earnestly. Are there monkeys? I want one too. Zheng Xun joined in as a competitor. Cheng Jie remained silent, merely conveying his speechlessness and disdain through his eyes. The call Chu Li received was from a colleague in the PR department of Jie. She was told not to worry as the current online public opinion was favorable towards TWT. Chu Li truly breathed a sigh of relief. After hanging up, she opened TWT's official blog and scheduled tonight's live broadcast. When she turned around, she found the four from TWT were fighting again. This time Huang He was chasing Zheng Xun, who leaped over the sofa and landed on He Yuxing, the blue-haired fairy, tumbling over. He Yuxing, nearly winded from the impact, exclaimed that he would set up a formation to capture all 3 of them. Cheng Jie, what does this have to do with me? The cause was unimportant. In any case, the 4 of them ended up fighting. Chu Li rubbed her forehead. How this was truly not surprising at all. Chu Li opened the balcony door, closed it, and calmly passed through the chaotic world of the 4. I'm stepping out for a bit, finish your fight, eat, and then start the live broadcast after dinner. And with that, Chu Li left. By 7 in the evening, the TWT group live broadcast officially began. Due to the incident in the morning, the number of reservations for this live broadcast was exceptionally high. Onlookers were eager to see how these bullied newcomers would react, whether they would mention the morning incident or if they would play the victim for their fans. Fans were also worried. Although it felt great for the 4 to take revenge on the spot, fans feared that they would offend others so early in their careers, making things difficult for them. Haters were also waiting. Fans of Team L had already discussed their talking points and were determined to disrupt TWT's live broadcast. At 7 o'clock, the live broadcast started. The room was instantly flooded with viewers, and the barrage was lively. TWT, I'm here. Why hasn't TWT disbanded yet? So brave, daring to go live on the same day after the incident. Zheng Xun, TWTS, for members disband. The barrage turned into a chaotic mess with TWT group fans, solo fans, haters, and onlookers mixed together. However, the 4 parties involved were completely unfazed. Cheng Jie had learned from his lesson and would never again insist on having all 4 shout the group name together. He made every effort to simplify the opening remarks. Hello everyone, we are TWT. Tonight's live broadcast content is a costume change stage, and here comes the first segment of the broadcast. Looks like a robot. Laughing to death is Cheng team, traumatized from self-introductions. Switch to a live person. Costume change stage. What is that? So looking forward to it. TWT disband. Cheng Jie paid no attention to what the barrage was saying. When it came to ignoring others, the 4 of them were like the eldest brother, let alone the second brother. Tonight the costumes will be chosen through a game, and the winner will have the privilege to choose first. It's not designated clothes. You guys have so many programs without sugar. No way. It won't be that name-calling game from last time, right? I can't even imagine how noisy it will be when those 4 play games. Don't say that. Even though they haven't started yet, just looking at their 4 handsome faces, I feel like I can already hear the noise. What are the game rules? Cheng Jie began to introduce the game rules. The rules for this game are simple: rock, paper, scissors. Anyone who throws the same gesture must immediately grab the other's hand or arm. Anyone who grabs the wrong person or fails to grab at all is eliminated. That's it. Won't this game require more players? With only 4, what happens when 2 remain? Exactly. If 2 end up in a tie, how do we determine the winner? Is it possible they'll settle everything in the very first round? It already feels like a chaotic high-energy game. I'm betting on team leader Cheng Jie. I'm backing Zheng Xun. Yuxing, go. Huang He, please draw the monkey. Viewers ignored the rule ambiguities, entirely captivated instead by how these 4 would transform an ordinary party game into something extraordinary. Before going live, none of the 4 knew the rules. Chu Li had insisted on preserving an air of anticipation and mystery. Now all 4 understood the game. They subtly adjusted the camera angle. The 4 sat cross-legged on a sofa in the living room, positioned at the 4 cardinal points around a low square table. The camera framed them evenly. All 4 kept their hands hidden beneath the tabletop. Cheng Jie fixed his gaze sternly upon the others. I'll count rock, paper, scissors. On the word scissors, we all reveal our gestures simultaneously. Understood? All 3 nodded, clear and unambiguous. Very well, let's begin. Scissors. Rock. Scissors. A heavy silence fell. They glanced at one another. No one had moved. Cheng Jie, And the captain of TW team was notorious for tolerating no nonsense, and he snapped instantly. In, why aren't you three following the rules? Zheng Xun was the first to protest. Captain, you didn't move either. How dare you blame us? And Huang He replied calmly, this game is riddled with loopholes. I'll wait until everyone else moves first. And He Yuxing shot him a furious glare. So you'll wait until we're all dead before you act. You're holding back in rock, paper, scissors. And the game had collapsed before it even began. The live chat exploded with laughter. And knew it. Ha ha ha. This mess was inevitable. And 4 minds combined have more scheming than the blunders I've made it work. Wait, aren't they usually the clueless type? So why does their IQ suddenly skyrocket the moment a game starts? Never underestimate male competitiveness. Fuming in, it's bizarre, this fierce drive is being channeled into the strangest place. And, game over. I thought it'd wrap up in 3 minutes, but now, they might drag it past midnight. Though Cheng Jie had anticipated chaos, the reality still left him reeling, dizzy again and again. He added a new rule on the spot. Whoever hesitates loses automatically. Let's see who dares delay now. In, Captain, maybe rein in yourself first, Zheng Xun retorted, always ready to counter Cheng Jie's words. If you won't lead by example, why should we follow your orders? Fine, I'll abide by it too. Otherwise, I'm the first one out. Reset. Let's try again. In with Cheng Jie's impromptu amendment, the other 3 readily agreed. Having reached consensus, they restarted the game. In focus, here I go. Scissors, rock, scissors. And this time, before Cheng Jie even finished uttering the final syllable, the other 3 lunged forward, blindingly fast, their gestures indiscernible. All 3 seized Cheng Jie at once. In Cheng Jie. And wait, what? You 3? Really? Zheng Xun, seated closest, grabbed him first. Wasn't that quick enough? He Yuxing followed swiftly. Captain, we did exactly as you instructed. Huang He nodded firmly. Absolutely. Cheng Jie, you're now held by 3 people. You're eliminated. Cheng Jie. And what the hell? Who changed the rules? Since when? Captain, you've got amnesia? This is how the game is played. Zheng Xun doubled down on Huang He's fabrication, insisting Cheng Jie had simply forgotten. Cheng Jie nearly swung a hammer at each of them. And sit down, now. And the live chat roared with laughter. And, ha 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 ha. Poor Captain Cheng. Ha ha ha. They truly turned this broken game into performance art. And, all 4 just vanished from frame. Huh. And, do any of you recall your live streaming? All 3 seized Cheng Jie at once. And Cheng Jie. And wait, what? You 3? Really? Zheng Xun, seated closest, grabbed him first. Wasn't that quick enough? Fuming, Cheng Jie ordered them back to their original positions. In, return to your spots. And Huang He and Yuxing scrambled back, grinning. But Zheng Xun abruptly stood up. One glance from Cheng Jie sent shivers down his spine. And, thirsty? Hungry? Or did your leg fall asleep? And Zheng Xun merely stood, still vacant, lost in thought. Yuxing gasped. In, Zheng Xun, are you hexed? And he rose to check. But Zheng Xun darted away like a sleek black cat, vanishing in an instant. I'm done playing. I'm grabbing my costume. Fate is mine to command. Ha 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 ha. Zheng Xun vanished mid-loss, sprinting full speed. The other 3 reacted instantly, leaping up to chase him. And wait, Zheng Xun, and no running off. Give me back my monkey. In behind the camera, Chu Li watched helplessly as the 4 streaked past him like a gale, abandoning hundreds of thousands of viewers midstream. Chu Li nah, utterly unsurprising. And though the audience couldn't see the 4, they felt deeply immersed. Off-screen, the clatter of pots, pans, and utensils never ceased. And, did you 4 demolish the house? In, laughing so hard I'm stunned. I've been ghosted by the very people I came to watch. How do these 4 manage to be hilarious even when off camera? In, L-Team fans charging in for hype are losing it, flirting with blindness. Now they can't even locate the streamer. TW team perform the ritual. TW team perform the ritual. TW team descends from all directions to perform the ritual. And after the commotion, the 4 finally changed into their costumes and returned to frame. Cheng Jie wore a German Shepherd mascot suit. Huang He claimed his beloved monkey costume. Yuxing transformed into a flamboyant rainbow-hued parrot. As for Zheng Xun, and why am I a nut? And he stood there crowned by an enormous chestnut head, his expression glum and disgruntled. I shall isolate every single one of you. How did Zheng Xun end up as a chestnut? Ha 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 ha. And didn't you rush over first to grab a costume, son? And could it be that you misread it? Ha 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 ha. And Zheng Xun indeed had mistaken it. When they pushed open the door, 4 mascot costumes were neatly folded and placed on a table in the corner. Zheng Xun saw the brown and black one and assumed it was a monkey. But when he picked up the headpiece and turned it around, he discovered its face was unmistakably that of a chestnut. And at that moment, Huang He shouted from behind, perfect chance, and snatched the only monkey costume. The theft of the monkey costume was an unforgivable betrayal, akin to sharing the same sky with an enemy. Zheng Xun resolved never again to help Huang He with lyric or composition assignments, and for 3 consecutive days he would glare at him with cold, disdainful eyes. Zheng Xun wore the heavy chestnut headpiece, its sharp, pointed crown weighed heavily upon him. And now positioned according to formation, they stood in the open space of the living room ready to perform their debut song. Their current formation placed Cheng Jie at center stage with Huang He and He Yuxing flanking him left and right, while Zheng Xun stood directly behind Cheng Jie. At the opening, Cheng Jie would sing the first line, then crouch low. Zheng Xun would follow immediately with the second. Cheng Jie, clad in a German Shepherd mascot suit, stood solemnly at the front of the line and began, "This is the second segment of our live stream. Costume change. What the?" His expression abruptly shifted as he choked back the curse. And he turned, and a massive chestnut head slammed into his back. Zheng Xun hurriedly braced his heavy head with both hands. "And sorry, Captain. I guess this head's just too heavy. And it's fine." Cheng Jie clenched his jaw, restraining himself once more. In the live chat noticed the mishap instantly, and laughing uncontrollably. "Look at that enormous chestnut head behind team leader Cheng." Impossible not to laugh. Will Zheng Xun truly carry that bizarre headpiece through the entire performance? And from the moment these four stood there together, the stage itself had already won. He Yuxing, you're blindingly radiant. Ha 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 ha. And Huang He, are you determined to play the delusional fanboy? And Cheng Jie snapped his fingers, signaling the music to begin. An exhilarating prelude surged forth, and Cheng Jie, holding the handheld mic, launched into song suspended upside down amidst the crowd. "My voice. What the?" Once again, Zheng Xun's cumbersome chestnut had crashed into him. Cheng Jie twisted around. Zheng Xun contorted his features into an apologetic grimace and laboriously lifted his head, stepping in seamlessly to deliver the next line. The silent, bloated subway lines, faces drained of color. And having finished his verse, Cheng Jie swiftly vacated the spotlight. Was that the end? And not even close. And because the chestnut head had just begun its choreographed movement. For the next 3.5 minutes, a colossal chestnut head bobbed and weaved among the three performers, struggling through dance moves while repeatedly delivering blunt, heavy blows to his own teammates. The entire song brimmed with vocal interjections and a glance exchanged by chance across the sea of people. "And you made me a vow. Yay. Our first meeting replays like deja vu. Oh no." And the piano keys beneath our feet stretch endlessly. Ahaya. Zheng Xun's stage movement in this song was nothing short of surreal. Each time a teammate raised the mic to sing, Zheng Xun materialized behind them like a spectral presence, delivering equal impartial impact to each. The live chat erupted in laughter. And there's that chestnut, standing out vividly in the crowd. Zheng Xun has unleashed his ultimate technique. The chestnut ram, the chestnut assault, the trembling hammer. None full run-through of his choreography deducts 300 HP from each teammate. And what's even funnier, after every strike, he quietly murmurs, "I'm sorry. Ha 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 ha." Polite, but only just. And laughing too hard. "Sun, just float through it. You'll knock your teammates unconscious otherwise." And the other three suffering in silence. Absolutely hilarious. Ha 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 ha. This debut song contains far too many interjections and apologies. And help. Who else but this seasoning master could make me laugh like this? The debut song lasted precisely 3.5 minutes. After striking their final pose, all four collapsed onto the floor, utterly spent. And indeed, one's greatest adversary often comes from within one's own team. Zheng Xun continued wrestling with the oversized chestnut headpiece. He finally wrenched it off, shaking sweat-damp hair from his forehead. And glancing at his teammates sprawled in various directions, he clutched the chestnut head under one arm, planted the other hand on his hip, and broke into a wide, triumphant grin. "We won. And never mind what exactly they'd won. Victory itself was enough." Zheng Xun chestnut choreography, I will submit form a fascist new 10 strike down teammates. These absurd hashtags stormed the trending list. TWT reappeared on the trending list once more. And beneath it flooded video clips from the costume change stage, courtesy of kind-hearted fans who meticulously tallied how many times Zheng Xun struck each teammate. Even a breakdown of individual vocal durations appeared, with precise timestamps marking every instance each teammate was struck by the chestnut head. Cheng Jie ranked first, He Yuxing second, Huang He third. A passerby commented, Cheng Jie says, "So this is what it means to ascend the imperial throne." Zheng Xun, wearing the chestnut head, and his animal costume teammates were transformed into countless memes. Cheng Jie as a fallen German shepherd. You truly know how to wound a man. JPG and He Yuxing as a blue-green parrot pressed against the wall. I'll take this to the celestial court. I'll take this to the celestial court. JPG and Huang He bending backward to dodge. Chestnut head, you're downright rude. JPG and Zheng Xun clutching his head. This head is so heavy. JPG. Zheng Xun bowing low. I shall strike forth in the form of a chestnut. JPG and Zheng Xun standing defiantly with hands on hips. Chestnut head MVP final scene. JPG. From the moment TWT announced they'd select costumes via game mechanics, the entire live stream had spiraled gloriously into absurdity. Chu Li had been closely monitoring online sentiment throughout. Truthfully, she'd remained behind the camera the entire time, watching the stream unfold. By its midpoint, her professional composure had crumbled, not once but thrice. Yet she paused. Perhaps today's fans crave precisely this brand of chaos. Sure enough, online praise for TWT's livestream poured in unabated. Chu Li, she realized, she simply no longer understood contemporary trends. It was as if she'd applied a nonsensical formula, scribbling haphazard steps in the middle, yet somehow arriving at the correct answer. Who cares why? If it works, it works. Chu Li, the consummate workplace improviser, deemed deep inquiry entirely unnecessary. And on asking leads only to sorrow. And though TWT comprised 4 physical powerhouses, the live stream still exacted considerable stamina. How could it not? Singing, dancing, and dodging a teammate who charged about like a boss monster. Zheng Xun, however, had grown fond of that delightfully odd chestnut mascot, and even posted a cheerful signed selfie wearing it. TWT Zheng Xun Victory signed chestnut grinning selfie. JPGN. Within moments the post surpassed 10,000 likes, and the other 3 TWT members commented below. TWT Cheng Jie, I can't bear to look at anything chestnut related for a full year. NTWT Huang He, this is clearly revenge for failing to secure the monkey costume. TWT He Yuxing, I urgently require financial compensation from the chestnut head. Zheng Xun replied individually to each comment. TWT Zheng Xun replying to TWT Cheng Jie reporting Captain, I've already ordered candied chestnut cake and chestnut cookies. TWT Zheng Xun replying to TWT Huang He, this is defamation. Defamation. I demand legal counsel. NTWT Zheng Xun replying to TWT Yuxing, I'm broke. Comments quickly surged past 10,000. And after the costume change stage concluded the next day, Zheng Xun and his 3 teammates received a call from Chu Li. NU4 have a new assignment. Chu Li's newly assigned task concerned a challenge video for the debut song. Such challenge videos typically feature group members collaborating with seniors or juniors from their own agency, or even artists from rival agencies, to perform a short choreographed segment of the new track. It was not an especially demanding assignment. This time the 4 members would work separately, each partnering with a senior from their respective agency. Chu Li had already coordinated with each agency upon arrival. Staff would handle all logistical arrangements. Cheng Jie returned to Mingke Entertainment where he completed the challenge alongside the sibling duo Tao Xueji and Tao Xueching. Huang He went back to Bishi Entertainment joined by 2 senior male idol group members. He Yuxing partnered with a newly formed male idol group under Wancher Entertainment, soon to make their official debut. As for Zheng Xun, he was headed to Jioding Entertainment. Having previously known nothing about challenge videos, he listened as Chu Li explained. The task appeared straightforward enough. For him, the sole difficulty lay in interfacing with Jioding personnel. Only after his official debut did Zheng Xun fully enter the idol industry, and only then did he learn just how polarized the company's reputation truly was. Its admirers adored it fiercely, its detractors loathed it intensely. Jioding Entertainment was quite simply extraordinary in that regard. The idol groups it launched were consistently of exceptional quality. Yet the company rotated its roster so rapidly that after roughly 3 years its top-tier acts were expected to mentor newcomers, while receiving diminishing operational support and resource allocation all redirected toward newer groups. Such practices struck many as cold and impersonal. But Jioding remained unshakably dominant at the industry's apex thanks to its uncanny market intuition and relentless pace of new group debuts. Zheng Xun, however, felt little anxiety about being phased out. As a professional assassin who had already stepped, quite literally, into the wrong profession by becoming an idol, such concerns held little weight. Moreover, he privately believed their experimental quartet, composed entirely of eccentric outliers, would implode far sooner than any of Jioding's polished mainstream groups. At that thought, his already unruffled composure softened further into genuine ease. The brutal pressures of idol competition held no sway over him. That morning, a dedicated Jioding Entertainment sedan waited patiently at the studio's entrance. His 3 teammates had risen earlier than Zheng Xun. While opening the window to air out the room, Huang He glanced downward and caught sight of an extravagantly expensive black sedan and a sharply dressed man standing beside it. Toothbrush still in hand, Huang He turned around. Zheng Xun, wake up. You're off to inherit the throne. Zheng Xun, sprawled on the sofa, stirred only at the sound of his name. Rising with tousled hair and bleary eyes, he shuffled over to Huang. He sighed and peered down. The man in the suit, seemingly sensing their gaze, lifted his head and offered a gentle smile. Damn, that's the guy who lured me into this industry. What? Huang He stared bewildered. Zheng Xun gestured animatedly, trying to explain. Oh, so you mean that day when you first arrived at the studio and joined us for Mahjong? That was before you signed your contract with him. Exactly. Exactly. Well, isn't that wonderful? He's practically your savior. He rescued you from unemployment. Without him, you'd be. Huang He paused, then asked, so, what would you be doing right now? Becoming a renowned cosplayer. Huh. Huang He gaped, astonished to hear this long-buried chapter revealed. I never imagined you had that side. So what? Did you have no side gigs before becoming an idol? I practiced feng shui. Zheng Xun looked utterly baffled. You, a walking calamity. What feng shui could you possibly read? True, I'm useless for blessings, but my curses are terrifyingly effective. I'm usually hired out to rivals, guaranteed to sabotage them. So why accept this 3,500 yuan salary? Because it's stable. As they chattered aimlessly, Zheng Xun and Huang He finished brushing their teeth and washing up. Dressed in a black hoodie, Zheng Xun descended to the lobby. Gu Xiuqi, waiting beside the car, straightened slightly and introduced himself warmly. Hello, Zheng Xun. This is our second meeting. I'm Gu Xiuqi, head of Jioding's first center. Hello. Let's head back to the company first. We can discuss everything en route. Oh, yes, of course. Zheng Xun took the front passenger seat. Gu Xiuqi drove. Once buckled in, Zheng Xun began studying his companion closely. Jioding Entertainment operated under a centralized multi-center structure, each center specializing in distinct functions. To Zheng Xun's surprise, the head of the first center appeared considerably younger than he'd imagined. Zheng Xun discreetly searched Gu Xiuqi's profile online. Gu Xiuqi had begun his career as an actor, like Mo Qian, and had won numerous awards early on. Though he continued acting, his professional focus had shifted almost entirely to idol management His screen appearances had grown increasingly rare in recent years. When Gu Xiuqi assumed leadership of Jiuting's first center, she excelled effortlessly in whatever he undertook. He seemed to genuinely relish his current role. Hearing the faint rhythmic tap-tap of keyboard keys beside him, Gu Xiuqi didn't need to look to know Zheng Xun was quietly researching him. He smiled, not exposing the act, but instead offered a concise overview of Jiuting Entertainment. Although Mo Qian has already met you given his temperament, he likely omitted institutional details. Your group contract lies with Jie Entertainment, but as a Jiuting artist you'll inevitably collaborate with our company on future projects and interact regularly with our roster. Don't worry, everyone here is easy to get along with. At the phrase easy to get along with, Zheng Xun's instincts flared with apprehension. It clashed starkly with everything he'd read online. We're pressed for time today. When possible, I'll introduce you to other groups under the first center. Only then did Zheng Xun pose his first question. The group filming the challenge with me today, they're not from the first center. No, your collaborators today are a male idol group from the second center. Since you've just debuted, pairing you with an established male group ensures greater stability. I'll take you to meet them shortly. This was the second center's upcoming debut group. Its director Zhao Ran had confidently proclaimed them destined to become the industry's undisputed top act. Unfortunately, they encountered you and your teammates. Gu Xiuqi chuckled softly, a subtle note of quiet pride threading through his tone. Zheng Xun, you are without question a born idol. Though Zheng Xun privately preferred being a born assassin, he accepted the compliment with gracious ease. Teacher Gu, you truly possess extraordinary discernment. As Zheng Xun followed Gu Xiuqi into Jiuting's headquarters, several artists greeted Gu Xiuqi warmly and cast curious glances at the newcomer. Zheng Xun overheard hushed murmurs about himself. His uniquely surreal persona had indeed made him famous across social media. Arriving at the second center, Gu Xiuqi turned the door handle and gestured for Zheng Xun to enter first. They're ready. The moment Zheng Xun stepped inside, a man in a striped shirt rushed forward beaming. You're Zheng Xun, right? Finally, meeting the real thing. The person who immediately showed concern for Zheng Xun's life and death is named Zhao Ran, the head of the second branch of Jiuting Entertainment. Zhao Ran is excessively enthusiastic. In the cunning and treacherous den of Jiuting, he resembled a sled dog that was out of place. Being part of the canine family is not a fault. Zhao Ran circled around Zheng Xun with the curiosity of a spectator at a zoo watching a monkey reach for money. Hello Zheng Xun, I'm your fan. I watched your fruit ethics drama Master of Yin and Yang and the chestnut stance attack. Hello. Zhao Ran rapidly linked together all of Zheng Xun's live broadcasts, speaking so quickly that even Zheng Xun himself was caught off guard. This was Zheng Xun's first visit to Jiuting Company, and he had expected everyone to be like Mo Qian and Gu Xiuqi, the smiling foxes. Zhao Ran was a significant shock to him. Gu Xiuqi stepped forward and smiled slightly at Zhao Ran. Zhao Ran, don't get too close. Why not? Fans should maintain a distance from artists. Zhao Ran angrily scolded Gu Xiuqi for being stingy, bringing up old grievances. Clearly Zheng Xun had the opportunity to debut in the second branch, yet you insisted on shoving him into the loose male group, TWG. Now that you have fan attributes, I absolutely cannot let you take Zheng Xun along. I'm afraid you would mix public and private interests. I said I'm a fan, that was just a polite remark, okay? So it was just a facade. Zhao Ran, you're truly hypocritical. Zhao Ran nearly choked on his words, declaring that he was fundamentally incompatible with Jiuting Company. Zheng Xun also noticed this. Zhao Ran, with his passionate and exuberant personality, must have endured considerable mental torment in the highly cunning Jiuting. This time Zheng Xun's task was very clear. The one he was to challenge alongside was Mu Yuzhou, the captain of the new boy group Cyan Arc, which Zhao Ran was about to launch. Zhao Ran dragged over 2 chairs, giving one to Zheng Xun and sitting on the other, leaving Gu Xiuqi aside as he began to chatter about the new boy group. Mu Yuzhou is 1 year younger than Zheng Xun, a talented young man highly regarded by everyone at Jiuting. Jiuting's talent scouts discovered him 3 years ago, but his family insisted that he complete his high school education and get into university before becoming an idol, so Jiuting had been waiting for him. To have made Jiuting Entertainment known for its scumbag reputation wait for 3 years, it seems that Mu Yuzhou truly has remarkable abilities. Zhao Ran's evaluation of this talented newcomer is quite objective. He has some talent, but his temper is quite large. He's a spoiled young master raised by his family, and he expects me to cater to him. As a capable producer, who can I pamper? Every time I see him, there's bound to be an argument. There's never a time without one. Zhao Ran expressed his frustration about this matter. However, his tone indicated that he actually recognized Mu Yuzhou. What he complained about were all minor inconveniences. Zheng Xun, sitting beside him, was starting to feel drowsy. Every time Zhao Ran spoke, he would nod and respond with an mm. Zhao Ran stopped speaking, yet Zheng Xun continued to nod along, saying yes, yes, yes. The conversation was primarily a supportive chat providing emotional value. Zhao Ran was still lost in his emotions, not noticing that Gu Xiuqi, standing nearby, had detected Zheng Xun's distraction and immediately called a halt to Zhao Ran. Our first branch members are already in place. What about your second branch members? Gu Xiuqi's question made Zhao Ran slap his thigh. I didn't pay attention to the time, and now I'm late. Zhao Ran stood up ready to fetch someone, but suddenly slammed on the brakes at the door. You're here? When did you arrive? Why didn't you say anything when you got here? Despite Zhao Ran's numerous questions, the person opposite him merely responded with a curt extremely perfunctory. Zheng Xun perked up his ears. He looked up and saw Zhao Ran step aside, revealing the young man standing opposite him. He was tall, with sharp and handsome features adorned with jingling accessories on his ears, neck, and fingers, and dressed in a style unique to him. In comparison, Zheng Xun, representing the first branch, had just thrown on a hoodie and jeans. It looked as if he had come not to shoot a video, but merely to pick up takeout. Zheng Xun raised his hand, and Gu Xiuqi understood and bent down. Zheng Xun began to mumble. Teacher Gu, do you think him dressed too plainly? I think it's fine. No way. This person opposite me is so trendy that I've caught a chill. My winter vacation homebody outfit clearly loses. If you want makeup and styling, I can arrange it for you right now. Will it be very troublesome? It feels like it would be. Forget it, let's not bother. I'll just wear this and let the audience bear with it. Zheng Xun's competitive spirit only works within the team. Outside the group, he doesn't mind cutting corners. He couldn't tell if it was his illusion, but it seemed that Mu Yuzhou standing at the door glanced his way. Today, the only one dancing cha with Zheng Xun was Mu Yuzhou. The other members of Cyan Arc were not participating. Zhao Ran said it was to maintain an air of mystery. Let's have the captain come in first to test the waters. The materials for the other members will be released gradually. Producer, Zhao has his own rhythm. Gu Xiuqi and Zhao Ran went behind the camera as a staff member stepped forward to lead the filming process. The two teachers should get to know each other first. We will be trying the chorus of TWG's debut song. Can teacher Zheng Xun demonstrate it first? Okay. Zheng Xun nodded, completing the dance demonstration of the chorus according to the others' instructions. Mu Yuzhou could mimic 90 of it after just one watch. Zheng Xun exclaimed, impressive. Are you the main dancer in your group? No. Mu Yuzhou exuded a cool demeanor, speaking concisely, rarely saying more than 3 words. Zheng Xun responded with an "oh" and continued speaking to himself. We also have a very talented main dancer in our group. Well, I wonder if you've seen his stunning breaking dance. No, I haven't. Actually, he also does peacock dance locking, but he says it's his secret skill and he won't showcase it until the group disbands. I've told him several times to showcase it quickly. What if he really disbands and this secret skill ends up wasted? Zheng Xun is quite chatty. In fact, the entire TWG is a group that creates a lot of chatter. The usually quiet Cheng Zong has started to talk more under the influence of the other 3. There's no other way in their tight-knit group. Speaking is a competition. Those who don't speak have no space to exist. Mu Yuzhou was a bit overwhelmed. What will happen if you say a little less? Before Zheng Xun could respond, Gu Xiuqi, who was listening to Zhao Ran, seemed to sense something and looked up towards Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun, is there a communication issue? No problem, teacher Gu. We're having a great chat. Mu Yuzhou. After Zheng Xun spoke these words, he no longer conversed with Mu Yuzhou. At that moment, a staff member approached with a phone, informing them that they could begin filming. The two maintained a distance, neither too far nor too close, completing the dance cha filming. Zheng Xun felt a bit thirsty and asked for a bottle of mineral water. It seemed he had completely disregarded Mu Yuzhou's somewhat unfriendly remark. Mu Yuzhou frowned and suddenly inquired about the song. I heard this debut song was created by you. Sort of. In the lyricist, and the composition was arranged by Cheng Jie. Humph. Mu Yuzhou let out an ambiguous hum, but Zheng Xun was not angry. Instead, he calmly nodded. I know you want to say this debut song isn't bad, right? Mu Yuzhou rarely displayed a look of surprise, but soon he returned to his cool demeanor. There's only a little novelty, and all of it is reflected in that ridiculous song title. I understand. You mean the entire piece is quite good, with the song title being the highlight. Mu Yuzhou's face darkened after being interrupted by Zheng Xun. I heard this debut song was created by you. Sort of. In the lyricist, and the composition was arranged by Cheng Jie. Humph. Even though the filming had already concluded, the two continued their conversation, and judging by their expressions, it wasn't a very pleasant one. Zhao Ran and Gu Xiuqi both approached. What are you talking about? Zhao Ran asked first. I called both your names earlier, but you didn't hear me. Gu Xiuqi glanced at Mu Yuzhou, and then focused on the calm Zheng Xun. The video has been edited. Do you want to take a look? Sure. Zheng Xun followed Gu Xiuqi to check the dance cha video. Zhao Ran took Mu Yuzhou to another side. Can you tone down your temper a bit? Zheng Xun is a newcomer just like you, and he hasn't offended you, has he? Why the long face? I'm not throwing a tantrum. Mu Yuzhou explained slowly, not elaborating much, just a single phrase. Zheng Xun finished watching the video and found no issues. Gu Xiuqi mentioned that this video would be released on the official accounts of TWT and Cyan Arc soon. Then I'll forward the video to Sister Chu Li. Zheng Xun lowered his head and opened the chat window with Chu Li. Gu Xiuqi hesitated for a moment before asking, Zheng Xun, was your conversation with Mu Yuzhou not very pleasant? Not at all, it was quite pleasant. Zheng Xun appeared sincere, showing no signs of being wronged. Mu Yuzhou, he can be quite arrogant. If he said something that offended you, just tell me directly, and I will communicate with him. Gu Xiuqi still defended his artists, and if necessary, he would argue with Zhao Ran and Mu Yuzhou together. Zheng Xun shook his head. Really, it's fine. I'm quite skilled at communicating with people, like Mu Yuzhou. Zheng Xun revealed an expression of having seen through everything. It seems my personality attracts such personas. I have now developed a comprehensive set of defensive rhetoric. Their words can't penetrate my defenses anymore. As he said this, Zheng Xun sighed lightly as if he had gone through a lot. It appeared as mockery, but was actually genuine concern. While speaking offensive words, he would sneak glances at the other person's reaction. Having seen through it all, Gu Xiuqi did not pursue further, but only smiled. If you say it's fine, then it's fine. He asked Zheng Xun if he wanted to sit in Jiuding for a while. He had a meeting, but could join for lunch later. Zheng Xun thought for a moment, and ultimately declined the opportunity to have a free lunch. Sister Chuli assigned me another task, so I need to return to the studio first. See you later, Teacher Gu. Zheng Xun left Jiuding faster than a rabbit. Before he could return to the studio, the duet dance Cha was released by both official accounts. Most comments were from Zheng Xun's loyal fans and TWTS group fans along with some onlookers. Zheng Xun's content. I'm here. Who is this handsome guy beside Zheng Xun? Seems like a new boy group from Jiuding. This boy looks very familiar. Hasn't he been trending for a while? Yes, he's the trainee that Jiuding waited 3 years for. He made headlines for his speech at the high school opening ceremony. Is Jiuding launching a new boy group? Will this compete with TWT? Who said Zheng Xun is the prince of Jiuding? The real prince is right here. Is it okay? After all, Zheng Xun's group contract is not with Jiuding, it's with Jie. I've said it, Jie's management is terrible. Every time Zheng Xun's trending for a scandal, it's Jiuding throwing money to suppress it. Can you Sun fans unify your statements? How can Zheng Xun be both a pawn and a prince? Did Jiuding give him any money? Thinking calmly, Jiuding probably wouldn't ignore Zheng Xun. But since TWT isn't Jiuding's group, they surely can't promote him excessively. The situation regarding Zheng Xun TWT and Jiuding's new boy group quickly trended. There were all kinds of discussions in the square, some worried for TWT and Zheng Xun, some looking forward to the new boy group, and others stirring trouble. Soon the dance Cha videos of the other 3 TWT members were released as well. The video with Cheng Jie gained the fastest views thanks to the Tao siblings' influence. Huang He this time did not add messy effects, finally using his face well and gaining a wave of visual fans. He Yuxing's video was also very popular. He appeared alongside 2 members of the Wanshi new boy group, one being the captain Yunjing and the other being the group's dance lead Zhongyu. The looks favored by Wanshi and Jiuding are easily distinguishable. Each Wanshi idol has a distinctly handsome or beautiful appearance, while Jiuding's resemble sea kings who have gone through numerous romantic entanglements. Fans' concerns for Zheng Xun also applied to He Yuxing. There were rumors that He Yuxing's relationship with Yunjing was quite awkward. The reason He Yuxing did not debut with Wanshi was that they wanted to hand the captain position to the younger Yunjing, leaving He Yuxing in an uncertain position within the group. He was dissatisfied with the treatment offered by the company, so he chose to leave. Of course, most rumors were mere gossip. He Yuxing and Yunjing actually had little interaction. Subsequently, TWT as a group would also shoot short videos together with other companies' groups, all arranged by Chu Li. With TWT's current popularity, many groups were willing to collaborate with them. Zheng Xun was the last to return to the studio. The 4 of them had agreed to cook hot pot for lunch today. Zheng Xun arrived just in time to sit down and eat. The 4 could only maintain relative silence during meals. Halfway through, Zheng Xun's phone rang a few times. He swiped the screen and saw 3 people requesting to add him as a friend. Mo Qian, Gu Xiuqi, and Zhao Ran. Zheng Xun accepted Gu Xiuqi and Zhao Ran, but did not add Mo Qian. Adding his boss felt too intimidating, and he wanted to consider it for a few days. Just as he finished adding the 2, another request popped up. I am Mu Yuzhou. The proud and cool kid came to add him. Zheng Xun muttered the name Mu Yuzhou under his breath, and the 3 people beside him overheard it. Mu Yuzhou. Huang He vaguely recalled the name. Isn't he that pure moonlight of Jiuding? The prodigy whom the entire company waited 3 years for. That's absurdly exaggerated, He Yuxing remarked with visible exasperation. Can a morally bankrupt company like Jiuding really remain so fixated on a rookie? Cheng Jie had also heard Mu Yuzhou's name, but his persona clashed sharply with Mu's, leaving Cheng with an unfavorable first impression that faded quickly from memory. Zheng Xun set his chopsticks aside and tapped lightly on his phone screen to accept Mu Yuzhou's friend request. He sent meme stickers, Amalo raising its hand, to Gu Xiuqi and Zhao Ran as greetings, then left Mu Yuzhou's request unacknowledged and declined Mo Qian's entirely. Beside him, He Yuxing asked, "You're adding him? He's not a good person." Huh, what scandal is this? Zheng Xun, hearing He Yuxing's tone of certainty, assumed he knew some gossip about Mu Yuzhou and leaned in attentively. But He Yuxing's next words were, "Anyone from Jiuding isn't a good person." Zheng Xun fell silent. Huang He, sitting nearby, laughed carelessly. "Aren't you poking Zheng Xun right in the lungs? He's also from Jiuding." "I'm not. I never was. I'm a wild idol. Subjectively, I have zero connection to Jiuding." Zheng Xun issued a triple denial, severing all implied ties between himself and Jiuding. Huang He's attention swung back to Mu Yuzhou. They say Mu Yuzhou has a temper and carries himself with unmistakable pride. So why would he initiate a friend request with you? He's fine, actually. With Cheng Jie as a reference point, I find him quite approachable. Cheng Jie, who'd been dragged into the hot pot conversation against his will, gave a silent, deadpan stare. "Don't drag me into your talk about him," the CEO protested, disgruntled. Huang He grinned and teased him not to be so petty. He smacked his forehead, suddenly remembering something. I recall now. Jiuding once tried to poach Cheng Jie to join their roster. But Cheng Jie and Ming Ke both refused, and the matter quietly dissolved. Come to think of it, wasn't that 3 years ago? Good heavens, Cheng Jie, could it be that Jiuding has found your replacement? Huang He casually dropped a bombshell. Zheng Xun responded with an astonished, "Whoa." Substitute literature. So Cheng Jie is the true pure moonlight of Jiuding. He Yuxing eagerly joined the banter. Is it that thrilling? Zheng Xun, you've got to leak this to that young man right away. Zheng Xun tapped rapidly on his keyboard and sent a message. Mu Yuzhou blocked me. All three turned toward him simultaneously, loudly condemning the young man for lacking martial virtue and moral scruples. Zheng Xun simply waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. He's probably just having one of his intermittent bouts of stubbornness. He'll unblock me soon enough. Zheng Xun, who possessed an unofficial user manual for such personalities, remained utterly unruffled. Afterward, Zheng Xun didn't mention Mu Yuzhou again. He focused entirely on the hot pot. In TWT, there are two sacred duties every member upholds for life. One is speaking, and the other is eating. Just as speech defines presence, failing to eat with vigor means going hungry in TWT. Once dinner ended, Cheng Jie rinsed the pots, Huang He washed the dishes, He Yuxing mopped the floor, and Zheng Xun wiped the table. Their seamless division of labor left the space spotless before they all returned to the living room. That evening, both Huang He and Cheng Jie had scheduled solo live streams and were preparing their content. He Yuxing and Zheng Xun sat cross-legged on the living room rug playing a game of Ludo. He Yuxing asked offhandedly, "How's that young man from Juding doing? You're this invested in him. Are you secretly in love with Juding itself?" At Zheng Xun's remark, He Yuxing instantly exploded. "In love with Juding? I'm iron-blooded, eternal, and incorruptible. I'd rather take a detour in a taxi than pass Juding's headquarters." You're flustered. Zheng Xun landed a clean jab followed by a decisive counter. Before he'd even spoken further, He Yuxing had already detonated, but Zheng Xun stopped short, immediately circling back to answer. "He unblocked me. About time. He still has a shred of conscience. Then I blocked him." "What?" Zheng Xun executed a masterclass in psychological tug-of-war after sending Mu Yuzhou his first message and discovering he'd been blocked. He simply let it go. Roughly half an hour later, Mu Yuzhou sent him an emoji. Zheng Xun instantly blocked him, swiftly, decisively. "It's not retaliation," Zheng Xun clarified earnestly to He Yuxing, genuinely devoid of anger. It simply felt, intuitively, the most fitting response. He Yuxing said nothing, only thinking how equally troublesome Cheng Jie's Juding registered all the count, and even distant login proxies all seemed. After blocking Mu Yuzhou this time, Zheng Xun never unblocked him again. Not for any profound reason, just because he forgot. Since TWT's debut, their free time had grown exceedingly scarce. Chu Li's emotionally charged monologue that day, about the delicate balance between group identity and individuality, had in fact served as a preemptive warning. Work came in relentless waves thereafter. They juggled music promotions, live streams, and interactions with seniors and juniors across their respective agencies. Rumor had it Chu Li had already begun negotiations with advertisers. Soon the group would secure endorsements and film commercials. Zheng Xun had recently taken on numerous assignments, especially from Juding. After his popularity surged, they frequently summoned him to their offices for collaborative short videos or promotional photo shoots. His latest major assignment was participating in Juding's self-produced rookie debut variety show. In truth, this program was primarily designed to launch members of CyanArc. 25 trainees were poised for imminent debut. They would be assigned to various groups, with some inevitably eliminated. Among them, only Mu Yuzhou of Qingzhou had been confirmed for debut. Qingzhou's lineup was set at 4 members, 3 more yet to be selected. This variety show centered precisely on selecting those final 3 members. As an already debuted TWT member, Zheng Xun held no direct relation to these trainees. Yet, given his soaring visibility, Juding Entertainment invited him as a special guest, and neither Chu Li nor Zheng Xun declined. Chu Li believed Zheng Xun needed increased exposure, and since Juding's variety show had been heavily promoted for months, his appearance promised mutual benefit. Moreover, Zheng Xun was currently Juding's hottest asset, making sabotage unthinkable. The previous head-to-head incident had taught Chu Li hard lessons, and she now vetted variety show offers for the quartet with far greater caution. Zheng Xun agreed with Chu Li's logic, but still found the show profoundly absurd. This reeks of preordained outcomes. Why stage such an elaborate production? You misunderstand. Juding adores these ornate, gimmicky flourishes, clever mechanisms engineered solely to monetize fandom. Chu Li replied with solemn candor. The show was filmed on Juding's premises and broadcast live. 25 trainees, 2 mentors, and 1 special guest, Zheng Xun. As soon as the announcement dropped, the internet erupted. Did the rookie debut variety show of Juding really invite Zheng Xun? Isn't Zheng Xun already debuted? Does he need to debut again? Don't wear me out, Zheng Xun. No, Zheng Xun is participating as a special guest. What is a special guest? The mentors for this debut variety show are Zhao Ran and Gu Xiuqi. Zheng Xun is probably going to be a mentor alongside them. No way, no way. Zheng Xun, a rookie who hasn't even debuted for a month, is actually going to be a mentor. Juding has gone mad. They probably want to ride on Zheng Xun's popularity. That leader of CyanArc, didn't he just film a dance with Zheng Xun a few days ago? Juding always pulls off these useless stunts. Even if Zheng Xun is popular now, making him a mentor is a bit ridiculous, right? Didn't they say he is a prince of Juding? You just don't believe it. Isn't this treatment like that of royalty? Who else could be royalty? The comments online are all over the place saying all kinds of things. Zheng Xun's fan base is rising rapidly, but there are also many haters. These haters are very rude, saying Zheng Xun is royalty and that Juding is pouring money into resources for him. He must have some connections. But such rumors are hard to hold up. If Zheng Xun were really from the Jioding royal family, why would Mo Qian throw him out to fend for himself? I've said it 1,000 times, the reason TWT gained popularity is that Zheng Xun bravely chased after thieves for 3 blocks and promoted his group passionately on camera. Without Zheng Xun, would TWT be as quiet as a mouse? Before TWT debuted, it was tough. Cheng Jie performed in unknown short plays everywhere, He Yuxing sang, while doing handstands and live streams, and Huang He was kicked out by his own company to debut outside. Wasn't that miserable enough? Zheng Xun had no materials at all. If he were truly the Prince of Jioding, how could Mo Qian be so stingy, not giving him a single resource? Although the previous comment sounds tragic, I feel like Cheng Jie playing a CEO and He Yuxing singing upside down there. Actually quite happy. The discussions online are very heated and even trending. Boss Missouri is really sitting at home while the heat rises. As expected, just having a connection with Zheng Xun makes trending so easy. In fact, Zheng Xun's role in this program is quite different from what everyone imagines. The official title given to him is Dream Assistant, but when Zheng Xun translates this fancy term, he finds out he's just a homeroom teacher. During the filming of the debut variety show, he has to manage these 20 trainees, assist them in practicing their singing and dancing, and soothe their anxious hearts. After reading the program script, Zheng Xun, Huang He sits next to him looking at the script together, laughing more and more. Jioding isn't really inviting you to be a dream shatterer, right? And you have to teach them the secrets to becoming famous. Isn't that your story of bravely chasing thieves for 3 blocks? Huang He laughed at himself, gasping for breath. Then what are you training them for? You should just have them run 3 kilometers every day, practicing hurdles and sprints. Teach them your killer move, bring out 20 assassins, kill, kill, kill. Zheng Xun could no longer bear it, putting down the script and giving Huang He a good punch to release his frustration. Jioding is also quite considerate this time. Knowing that Zheng Xun as a free-range artist isn't familiar with the trainee's situation, they assigned him an assistant. This assistant is Mu Yuzhou, who had previously blacklisted Zheng Xun politely. Seeing this, Zheng Xun couldn't help but smile. This time it's going to be fun. Jioding has been promoting this online these days, and the number of reservations for this debut variety show has already surpassed 1 million. Jioding is one of the 3 giants of the entertainment industry, and every new launch makes a big splash. Among the newcomers this time is Mu Yuzhou, who trended 3 years ago, as well as a few trainees who were previously small influencers, so they have some popularity. Of course, the one with the highest popularity among them is Zheng Xun. The makeshift boy band TWT now trends whenever there's even a hint of movement, and all 4 members are gaining fans rapidly. It's hard to imagine that such charm, talent, and abstraction can be so perfectly combined in one person, and there happen to be 4 such abstract idols in TWT. Zheng Xun is the apex of abstraction among these 4. His initial incident with the thief reveals a glimpse of this. Even that initially obscure urban program has become popular. Now the production team is everywhere seeking out abstract contestants like Zheng Xun. One can only say that this debut variety show has benefited from Zheng Xun, and the popularity is simply unyielding. Zheng Xun himself has no real sense of his explosive popularity. He is just diligently completing the various tasks assigned to him by Chu Li and is mindful of the goal of raising his salary to 5,000. Before the show officially aired, Zheng Xun was pulled into a work group which included not only trainees, but also the director and other staff from the production team. Zheng Xun communicated with the director over the phone several times to understand the entire flow of the program. Soon the program was about to officially air. On the day of the broadcast, Zheng Xun woke up early and arrived at Jioding Company. He had to do his makeup first and then double-check the flow with the production team. As soon as he entered the company's main door, he saw Gu Xiuqi and Zhao Ran. "Hey, here you are." Zhao Ran was still very enthusiastic and greeted Zheng Xun proactively. "Let's go have breakfast first. You still have to wait a while before getting your makeup done." "Oh, okay." Zheng Xun followed the two to Jioding's cafeteria. Because of the unique nature of the artist's work, this cafeteria is open 24 hours. Jioding's cafeteria is renowned for its delicious food. This was Zheng Xun's first time here, and it truly lived up to its reputation. While eating, Gu Xiuqi and Zhao Ran chatted with him about the variety show. Zhao Ran said this time it was Xiao Gu who recommended you. "After discussing with the production team, we felt that inviting you would greatly increase the popularity of this debut variety show. If you have any requests, feel free to tell me. They'll help you out." Zhao Ran was generous, allowing Zheng Xun to make any requests. Besides wanting to receive the announcement fee on time, Zheng Xun actually had no other requests. Gu Xiuqi also smiled and said, "I recommended you to the company without discussing it with you beforehand. I hope you don't mind." Zheng Xun shook his head. He was in great need of work to maintain his popularity, so having a program invite him was of course very good. After simply having breakfast, Zheng Xun went to get his makeup done. At the entrance of the makeup room, he coincidentally bumped into Mu Yuzhou. Mu Yuzhou was wearing a light-colored casual suit like the other trainees. Originally leaning loosely against the wall, he tensed up upon seeing Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun was also unafraid, standing in front of him waiting for him to finish his sentence. Mu Yuzhou's tone was somewhat anxious. "Why did you blacklist me?" Mu Yuzhou confronted Zheng Xun as soon as he arrived on the ship. Zheng Xun, however, was quite unapologetic. "If you don't block me, how could I block you? But I let you out." "Yeah, I blocked you right after you let me out. Isn't that so? I set you free. Why are you still blocking me?" "I forgot." Mu Yuzhou spent 3 minutes communicating with Zheng Xun, gaining zero useful information. Just pure nonsense. If we were to talk about the biggest difference between Mu Yuzhou and Cheng Jie, it would be that he had yet to learn the phrase, know when to stop. After listening to 3 minutes of nonsense from Zheng Xun, Mu Yuzhou remained undeterred, continuing to debate with him. And thus he endured another 10 minutes of nonsense. If it were Cheng Jie, upon hearing the words, I forgot, from Zheng Xun, he would have engaged in a quick and decisive physical confrontation. At that moment, Zhao Ran happened to arrive, walking up to Zheng Xun and curiously asking them, what are you two doing blocking the door? Finished with makeup? Just having a friendly exchange, Zheng Xun said, fabricating the truth. No, it wasn't very friendly. Just as Mu Yuzhou was about to retort, Zheng Xun squeezed past the gap between him and the door. All right, I need to go get my makeup done. No, you. Zheng Xun slipped away, swiftly showcasing his killer's physical agility. Zhao Ran stood at the door, cheerfully addressing Mu Yuzhou. It seems like you two are getting along quite well. No, not at all. I know. You're just like that, always saying you're not happy when you actually are, Zhao Ran said, patting him on the shoulder with an understanding expression. Mu Yuzhou was truly losing his mind this time. Is there even one normal person in Jiuding Entertainment? Zheng Xun's makeup was done quickly. The makeup artist said he had a good base, and making it too complicated would actually detract from his looks. Now Zheng Xun was dressed in the outfit prepared by the production team, a collegiate-style suit, but in deep blue, adorned with a metal badge on his chest representing his identity as a dream helper. During the makeup session, Zheng Xun saw many trainees. The quality of Jiuding's trainees was quite high. Setting aside their singing and dancing skills, their looks were definitely top tier. Now Zheng Xun was dressed in the outfit prepared by the production team, a collegiate-style suit, but in deep blue, adorned with a metal badge on his chest representing his identity as a dream helper. Zheng Xun wasn't familiar with these trainees, and their gazes towards him were quite complicated. Clearly, he was a newcomer who had only debuted for a month, yet he had managed to secure a position similar to that of a program mentor, and even had to manage them in return. Most of Jiuding's trainees were proud and arrogant, and they were also not convinced by Zheng Xun. Even when they saw him approach, they did not greet him. Zheng Xun himself was indifferent to such matters. He didn't come to Jiuding to expand his social circle. He only wanted to earn a bit more appearance fees and make a quick getaway after reaping some benefits. However, just because he didn't care didn't mean his mouth wouldn't run wild. Zheng Xun specifically opened the chat interface with He Yuxing. I told you I'm a wild idol, and I came to Jiuding Entertainment, but they won't even talk to me. He Yuxing's reply came 10 seconds later. What? Jiuding people are actually isolating you. Who do they think they are? I'll infiltrate their base and isolate all of them by myself. Don't come. You're outnumbered, and I'm afraid you'll get beaten up. Bro, are you dead or something? Why aren't you helping me at a time like this? I might just kick you and run when chaos breaks out. He Yuxing sent a meme saying, there's no love in this world, Jiuding men are just bad, and angrily logged off. Zheng Xun chuckled a couple of times, stuffed his phone into his pocket, and looked up to see Mu Yuzhou standing alone at the end of the corridor. Seeing him angrily poking at his phone screen, it was likely that he was venting to a friend or family member. Zheng Xun dashed over. Mu Yuzhou, I'm coming. Upon seeing him rushing over, Mu Yuzhou immediately took 3 steps back. Don't come near. Zheng Xun had this kind of temperament. The more you told him not to do something, the more he was inclined to do it. You've changed. You suddenly want your own space. Aren't we good friends? What kind of good friends are we? Mu Yuzhou gradually broke down. Didn't you block me? Even though I blocked you online, we can still be good friends offline. Zheng Xun had his own peculiar logic. He could forcibly convert anyone into his one-sided friend. This method worked like a charm except for Mo Qian. Therefore, Jiuding didn't hesitate to publicly announce his debut. Even his 3 other members had to endure a brutal debut battle to stand beside him. Let's keep our business separate and not have too much personal interaction. No worries, I won't interact with you personally, but we should be good brothers at the company. Zheng Xun and Mu Yuzhou spoke softly, and their interaction drew the attention of many passing trainees. Some trainees whispered among themselves. Indeed, those two must be the royalty of the company, right? Royalty helps royalty, no wonder they are the first to debut. If I could get the company to invest so many resources in my training, I'd definitely be famous too. Hey, if he doesn't become famous, wouldn't that be as foolish as a pig? Might as well not live anymore. Their discussions were just overheard by Zheng Xun and Mu Yuzhou. Mu Yuzhou slightly lowered his head, making it hard to discern his expression, but one could sense that he was in a bad mood. In fact, he hadn't wanted to become an idol at all. However, the people at Jiuding repeatedly persuaded and encouraged him, saying that with his looks and immense talent, not becoming an idol would be a waste. In fact, he hadn't wanted to become an idol at all. However, the people at Jiuding repeatedly persuaded and encouraged him, saying that with his looks and immense talent, not becoming an idol would be a waste. Thus, Mu Yuzhou entered Jiuding Entertainment. He really stood out, whether in singing, dancing, or creative skills, all were top-notch. Every teacher who taught him said he had immense talent, learning things much faster than other trainees. Therefore, Jiuding didn't hesitate to publicly announce his debut. Even his 3 other members had to endure a brutal debut battle to stand beside him. It's easy to imagine how much hatred Mu Yuzhou garnered in Jiuding. In the past, he had heard complaints about him being labeled as royalty, but he had always dismissed them. Cool guys are like that. They would rather the whole world misunderstand them than explain a word. But Zheng Xun was not a cool guy. Mu Yuzhou belatedly realized that these people were also subtly mocking Zheng Xun. He lifted his head, preparing to tell Zheng Xun not to mind, but in front of him was empty. Where did he go? Mu Yuzhou suddenly turned around, realizing Zheng Xun had already stood in front of the 2 people who were mocking him. Mu Yuzhou was taken aback. He had vaguely heard that Zheng Xun's persona was one of settling scores on the spot, never hiding his intentions or playing tricks behind the scenes. However, the internal dynamics of Jioding Entertainment were quite intricate and the powers within were deeply entangled. Mu Yuzhou was not completely naive about human affairs. If fearing that the nurtured Zheng Xun might suffer in this regard, he immediately followed him. Zheng Xun Yu. Zheng Xun showed no sign of anger on his face. In contrast, the two trainees beside him appeared quite flustered. Zheng Xun did not intend to scold or insult. Instead, he chose to join their conversation. You were just talking about Mu Yuzhou. Yes, the trainee stumbled for a moment, but quickly composed himself. So what if we did? After all, he was cultivated with a lot of resources from the company. Oh, Zheng Xun nodded, as if in contemplation, looking a bit dazed. The two people opposite him were also unclear about his intentions, exchanging glances, unsure how to respond. At that moment, Zheng Xun suddenly slapped his thigh, startling the two trainees. What's wrong now? Zheng Xun's eyes brightened and his brows furrowed. Why didn't I have so many resources thrown at me when I debuted? I'm going to find Mo Qian. He even directly called out the boss name. In Jioding Entertainment, the name Mo Qian was synonymous with the devil. Almost all trainees feared him. Upon hearing Zheng Xun was going to report to Mo Qian, the other two trainees instinctively tried to stop him. Don't go. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Calm down. If the boss puts you on ice, you won't have a place to cry. On ice? Is there such a good thing? Zheng Xun became even more excited upon hearing this. If he were put on ice, he wouldn't have to deal with idle work, could take outside gigs, and still receive a base salary with benefits. The two trainees looked at him as if he were insane. Which mental hospital did he escape from? Was this even a normal person's logic for communication? The two of them were completely at a loss. Don't go. It was wrong of us to fabricate stories, okay? Yes, to be fair, Mu Yuzhou's treatment isn't particularly good. Oh, at least it's not as good as you imagined. Oh, Zheng Xun suddenly stopped struggling, becoming exceedingly normal. He fixed his gaze on the two of them. It seems you are clearer about this than anyone else. Mu Yuzhou has no special treatment, and neither do I. This? The two felt extremely awkward. Zheng Xun waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on it. The debut variety show is about to start. Oh, we will meet again then. Let's all do our best. After saying this, he left without any expression. Mu Yuzhou stood in place, his gaze shifting to the two trainees standing before him. Brother Zhou, we didn't mean it. I apologize, it's just that the pressure to debut is overwhelming. You know this debut battle will eliminate a large number of trainees. If we can't debut as idols, we won't be able to survive. Mu Yuzhou smirked. The trainees in Jioding Entertainment come from well-off families. You don't need to play the victim here. Recalling the earlier scene, Mu Yuzhou found it amusing. It's fine to tease me occasionally, but this time you've really hit a wall. Zheng Xun was different from them. He had no obsession with being an idol, and the entire group exuded an atmosphere of if you can do it, go ahead, if not, we'll disband right here. But being ready to bolt didn't mean the four of them weren't serious about the job. Each of the four had their own characteristics. What they had in common was that they could calmly accept the reality of their fame and endure the days of being a less popular group. Perhaps Zheng Xun was the catalyst for TW's success, but as long as the other three were given enough time, they too would make the group rise through their own merits. Zheng Xun doesn't care whether he's popular or not, thus, he doesn't mind offending anyone. He dares to directly call the boss by name and has the leverage to negotiate. This person doesn't occupy your debut slots, yet has a certain say over your chances of debuting. Instead of trying to build a good relationship with him, you spread rumors about him. As Mu Yuzhou reached this point, he paused, raising an eyebrow. It seems the truly foolish ones are elsewhere. The two trainees were filled with anger, but had no outlet. Look at that, they label him as royalty. It was just a rumor, yet once it's taken seriously, they are unhappy. Mu Yuzhou left in a good mood. This little interlude did not disrupt Zheng Xun's rhythm. By now, he had arrived at the studio to go over the script with Gu Xiuqi. Today's filming content includes self-introductions and talent showcases for 25 contestants, with audience and judges scoring and divided into 5 classes, A, B, C, D, and E. Am I in charge of all 5 classes? That's too much trouble. Zheng Xun felt a headache coming on at the thought of having to deal with 25 people. Gu Xiuqi told him not to worry. The program has been slightly adjusted. Classes A and C will be led by me and Zhao Ran, and you only need to handle Class E. This was the result of a discussion between Zhao Ran and Gu Xiuqi. Their intention was not to have Zheng Xun in charge of the worst performing class, but to relieve some of his pressure by only having him responsible for one class. Moreover, the members of Class E were not necessarily the weakest. Voting was somewhat of a gamble. This situation had occurred before. Some strong trainees had scored low in the first round due to poor performance or because their showcase talents did not resonate with the audience, landing them in Class E, yet they still debuted successfully. Zheng Xun didn't care about scores. He only cared whether it was troublesome or not. Upon hearing he only had to manage one class, he immediately felt delighted. Sure, then I'll handle Class E. In contrast, Mu Yuzhou as an assistant had a much tougher job. He had to follow both mentors, and Zheng Xun assisting in managing 5 classes. Mu Yuzhou had no complaints about this. When it came to work, he was always serious and responsible. This was also why Jioding chose him as the new team leader. His sense of responsibility was strong. Zheng Xun looked over the information of the 25 trainees and found that they were mostly from the second training center, with a few from the first. He asked Zhao Ran, "Isn't this just the internal competition of your second training center? The few from the first look like they're just here for show." You can't say that, Zhao Ran replied quietly. It's a nationwide audition, doesn't that elevate the standards? It can attract more viewers. I just said that you Jioding are constantly finding ways to milk fans' money. This time Zheng Xun had a dual role both as a helper and as a connector. As long as the work involved talking, nothing could stump Zheng Xun. He gladly accepted the task. Before the program officially started, several discussions had already taken place online. Finally, at 7 o'clock in the evening, the program officially aired. The vast stage lit up, suddenly shining on Zheng Xun, standing in the center. Behind him were the silhouettes of 25 trainees. Zheng Xun faced the camera and raised the microphone. When Zheng Xun first opened his mouth, vitality brimmed from him. Welcome everyone to Jioding Entertainment's trainee debut contest. Chase your dream idol. I am your dream guide, Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun was at peak form today. His voice was infectious, and both online and in-venue audiences erupted in cheers. Fans chanted his name, Zheng Xun. Ah, he's on TV. Zheng Xun has come far. He even made it onto a variety show as an MC. I'm so excited. In the audience were supporters of TWT and Zheng Xun brandishing gleaming placards that the cameras lingered on in close-up. Zheng Xun was a newcomer who had scarcely appeared on proper variety shows, yet he showed no stage fright. In this debut battle, 25 trainees will vie for 10 debut positions. The first, second, and third places in the finals will be admitted directly into the group Cyan Arc and will officially become idols. Zheng Xun announced the grand prize with crisp finality. Everyone understood how lucrative that prize was. So the online rumors were true. The top 3 get guaranteed entry into the group. Can you trust internet gossip? Didn't some say 3 connected insiders already have their debut slots locked? Could that be? Xingzhou is operated by Center 2 and Zhao Ran has exacting standards. He wouldn't add members casually. But there are trainees from Center 1 here too. It's obvious Zhao Ran doesn't have full control over the decision-making. I think it's just Zhao Ran's sleight of hand. It's really an internal Center 2 debut battle, but he feared nobody would watch, so he borrowed a few trainees from Center 1 and declared it a Jioding-wide debut contest. Don't say it. No, really, Zhao Ran is good at staging this kind of sham. I don't care about Jioding, I'm only here to see Zheng Xun. Having completed his opening lines, Zheng Xun moved on to introduce the mentors. This program has invited 2 mentors. The mentors will guide, critique, and score the trainees' performances. Let's welcome teacher Zhao Ran and teacher He Yuxing. The audience applauded warmly. Both of Jioding's mentors were familiar faces on screen, each commanding sizable fan bases. From the company owner to its producers and artists, Jioding Entertainment was full of prominent figures in the entertainment world. Whether on stage, on variety shows, or in dramas, Jioding people appeared everywhere, truly ubiquitous. The camera cut to Zhao Ran, who greeted the audience with enthusiasm. Viewers watching tonight also have voting rights. Join us in supporting the idol you love to debut. The camera shifted to He Yuxing, who smiled with composed restraint. We look forward to the trainees bringing wonderful stages. May we grow together. The shot returned to MC Zheng, who spoke with a bright smile. Welcome to our 2 mentors. The audience applauded once more. The next segment was the Dream Boost stage. They had planned to invite a Jioding boy band that debuted 3 years ago, but a scheduling conflict required a different arrangement. He Yuxing and Zhao Ran decided to give the opportunity to Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun asked for extra compensation. Mo Qian agreed, and Zheng Xun gladly accepted. This time he would perform Cheng Jie's previously unfinished song, Entrance. Cheng Jie had worked through the night to complete it, and Huang He recorded the demo. He Yuxing also finished the choreography. Throughout the process, Zheng Xun's role had been simply to hold a light stick and cheer them on. When Zheng Xun left the next day, the other 3 were utterly spent. He Yuxing lay sprawled, barely conscious. Shi Lanhua looked like a wilted vegetable with only enough strength to lift his head and stare at the radiant Zheng Xun by the door. You going on a variety show nearly killed us. Don't die, I'll buy you something delicious when I return. Having finished his MC lines, Zheng Xun dashed off to change into his performance clothes. Backstage, he saw 3 unexpected figures. The other 3 members of TWT had all come. You 3? Zheng Xun blurted, astonished. He Yuxing insisted we sneak into Jioding's headquarters, one of them replied. Cheng Jie impatiently scratched the back of his head. I thought there would be fun to be had, Huang He grinned. So we all came. He Yuxing was ecstatic. Apart from Zheng Xun, the other 3 had already changed. For the show, the 4 wore relaxed black casual suits, the same color but varied in cut and accessories. Zheng Xun's suit was single-breasted, cinched at the waist with a silver chain and accented by a delicate pearl brooch at his chest. As Zheng Xun hastily stepped into his outfit, he spoke rapidly to them. Shi Lanhua, aren't you supposed to be Jioding's sworn rival? Now you come perform for the other side. Aren't you afraid of being torn apart? So during the act, my expression will be unwilling. You all play along with me a little. Zheng Xun wanted to thump him. How am I supposed to play along? How? In this situation, either you get flamed or I get roasted. How are we meant to cooperate? You are being idealistic. More likely we'll both be scolded to kingdom come. He Yuxing said with surprising optimism. Zheng Xun gave him an exasperated look. He Yuxing, grinning, leaned in and smoothed the upturned collar at the back of his neck. Haven't you heard that golden adage of showbiz? There are too many sayings in the entertainment world. Which one? If everything you do will be criticized, then you might as well do anything. Having changed, Zheng Xun thumped him lightly. You're a real madman. Even I, a killer in spirit, feel inadequate next to you. Told you, your urban background has limits. My realm is the fantastical. High martial arts. One ultimate move, and I could send every joding person flying. I'm an electrician, you're just producing sparks. Stop acting crazy. Enough with the madness. The two volleyed barbs without letting the task at hand suffer. They talked incessantly. Cheng Jie, hands in his pockets, waited until their chatter subsided before speaking as the leader. Let's go onto the stage. The trainees were seated below, and the stage was dark. The four took their marks. Lights rose slowly, casting four shadows upon the stage. Both online and live audiences were stunned. For people, could it be? Oh my, is all of TWT here? Wasn't it supposed to be just Zheng Xun? Weren't the other three scheduled elsewhere? Wow, is this still that loose-knit boy band I know? How surprising that you four have suddenly banded together. TWT may be chaotic, but when we take the stage we mean business. The most team-spirited episode on the bronze stage. Chants of TWT rose. Cheng Jie's arrangement was distinctive from the prelude. It employed the clatter of pots and pans. An alarm blared in the prelude, drawing every gaze to the stage. Lights flared up, illuminating the starlight hidden in Zheng Xun's eyes. Zheng Xun hooked a finger around the mic at his lips. Heat surges. Behold my unruly entrance. The song debut is only 2.5 minutes long. Cheng Jie had envisioned it as a powerful opening number for the concert during its creation. Though uncertain whether their group, the Blade Brothers, would reach the day of the concert, he decided to write without hesitation. As the heat surged, watch me make my daring entrance. The stage trembled, the notes shattered the rules, dreams boundless. Crushing the unbeatable winter, the path leads to the hall. This is my arena where the world shall gaze in awe. Although it was a hastily arranged choreography and composition, with the solid singing and dancing skills of the four from TW, this opening performance achieved remarkable success. Viewers of the show were completely taken aback by the immense surprise TW brought. Oh my god, I'm so excited I can't even speak. That's amazing. Cheng Jie sang this song before in a live stream, saying it was a rough draft with no idea when it would be completed. I never expected to live to see the day this song was completed. Although we may seem like a makeshift boy band after getting our hair done, our strength is undeniable. This is terrifying. Is this really not a deliberate sabotage by Jia to ruin the stage? With such a high-quality boy band, how will the upcoming trainees survive? Laughing so hard. Boss Jean says to keep it low-key. This is just standard procedure. Ordinary bystanders are thoroughly shocked by the stage, while some fans have a very different focus. How did Yuxing appear on the stage of joding? Just as He Yuxing said, he, a member of the Huang He, came to perform at joding, which certainly was the result of enduring criticism alongside Zheng Xun. In fact, even within the fanbase of Huang He, it is hard to reach a consensus. Some believe He Yuxing was coerced by Zheng Xun, while others think his presence was intentional to disrupt. Regardless, Huang He joding has its own forum, where they can argue on their own or each other's turf. Most bystanders still perceive the positive feedback brought by the stage. TW debut trended on social media. Shortly after, TW Kickout also made the trending list. I was just watching this group as a joke. Who knew they actually had talent? Laughing so hard, our TW is like this. Clearly we could form a talented creative group, yet we chose the path of humor. I must not have seen the four handsome guys clearly. I will never again say that you are a group of comedic performance artists. Viewers in the trending comments are praising. The song debut is short. After the four performed, they clearly didn't sweat much, yet had to act out being out of breath. This act must be performed out, otherwise they would be accused of slacking off. Although they were indifferent towards the boy band concept, they could not tolerate others saying they weren't working hard. Zheng Xun stood in the center of the stage, adjusting the microphone's position. Thanking my teammates for their support. Thank you. MC Xiao Zheng played the role of burning bridges. After the opening performance, he didn't let anyone say a word and directly escorted them off. The reserved Cheng Jie, who naturally disliked talking, and He Yuxing with nothing much to say at joding, only Huang He attempted to speak, but Zheng Xun distracted him with a feint leading him off the stage. Realizing he had stepped off the stage, Huang He said, how did I end up here? The opening performance instantly elevated the heat of the joding debut variety show, flooding the live stream with a huge audience. Following Zheng Xun, the next to take the stage was Mu Yuzhou. Despite the immense pressure exerted by TW, Mu Yuzhou held strong with a powerful mindset. His performance was an original rap he composed. Mu Yuzhou is quite talented and seized his opportunity for individual display at joding, resulting in a highly effective stage performance. The audience was of course the happiest. They never expected this unremarkable debut variety show to deliver surprise after surprise. The next segment would be the trainees' initial stage. Zheng Xun finally could sit down and drink some water. He and Mu Yuzhou sat next to Gu Xiuqi and Zhao Ran. The four took their seats. 5 minutes later, the trainees' performances officially began. During this 5-minute break, Gu Xiuqi turned off his microphone and chatted casually with Zheng Xun. He half-jokingly said, "You've drawn all the audience's attention away. Now everyone is only discussing how newcomer Zheng Xun delivered a stunning performance." Zheng Xun chuckled. Teacher Gu has said I'm a newcomer, and there are newcomers everywhere here. Everyone has equal opportunities. Zheng Xun remarked that a month ago he hadn't even considered his group could become popular. Back then I thought buying a rice cake was expensive, wandering around more lost than anyone else. With you saying that, I feel a bit guilty. Perhaps putting you out there wasn't the best choice. No, this is the best solution. Zheng Xun shook his head, expressing he never regretted. I never thought of becoming an idol. Now that I can achieve great success, it's quite mystical. The officially trained trainees from Juding bear immense pressure. Even if I don't become popular outside, at least I can be carefree and happy. Zheng Xun's mindset is unusually optimistic. During their pre-debut days, the four sat together eating oranges. Zheng Xun joked that if he didn't get 5 insurances and a fund, he would have to return to being a hitman. He Yuxing told him not to go. He suggested that it would be better to set up a fortune-telling stall with him. He had inquired if this field was particularly lucrative right now. Hearing this, Huang He got excited, claiming he knew all about feng shui and could make it work. Cheng Jie remarked they were childish, and Huang He told him not to be so uptight. He had already thought it through. When the time comes, he and Cheng Jie would form a duo specializing in disrupting others' fortunes and careers. They even thought their profession could involve Huang's manager Chu from the 30 families. The four became increasingly optimistic, feeling they were destined to become wealthy from this. As a result, their group became popular. Zheng Xun laughs whenever he thinks of this, and no one can predict the future. So let's not set ourselves up with so many future difficulties. All 4 of them started from nothing, and now they are doing quite well. Gu Xiuqi smiled at Zheng Xun, whose spirits had soared. It seems I indeed stumbled upon a correct decision. Zheng Xun said to stop discussing the past, and instead look forward to the upcoming performances. He believed that Juding's trainees were all geniuses, and the initial stage would surely be spectacular. However, after some thought, Gu Xiuqi cautiously remarked, let's try to lower our expectations. There can be many variables with the initial stage. Zheng Xun laughed, insisting that it was impossible. Juding spent so much money, they wouldn't raise a bunch of freeloaders. As a result, the first trainee group to take the stage was out of tune. First to take the stage is a temporary duo formed by 2 students who have chosen to perform a song. The title of the song is Rainy Night Lantern, a piece with a lyrical tone. The 2 stood in front of the microphone, slightly closing their eyes, their expressions filled with deep emotion. In the rainy night, the lamp stands alone, shadows become solitary. My memories of you merge into ripples, turning into a cold expanse. The 2 took turns singing, and just the opening lines caused various reactions among the mentors. Assistant Mu frowned deeply, Zhao Ran slightly opened his mouth, and Zheng Xun showed a puzzled expression. Whenever he had a question, he would seek an answer from Gu Xiuqi. However, when he turned to look, Gu Xiuqi surprisingly wore no smile. He gripped a pen tightly, his gaze unfocused, seemingly displaying a look of confusion and bewilderment. The reason for his complex expression was, this rainy night lantern was his song. The barrage of comments exploded with laughter. Ha ha ha, what is this? Such a confusing, angry tone, such fragmented transitions. I'm dying of laughter. Our little teacher, Gu, seems to be lost too. Little teacher Gu, it seems like my song. Not sure, let me listen again. How dare they sing in front of the original artist, and even go off key? How did both of them go off key, and not even in the same key? Ha ha ha. Gu Xiuqi's bewilderment continued until the song reached the chorus, at which point he probably truly confirmed that this bizarre melody was indeed his famous song. Though Gu Xiuqi had never been a professional singer, his songwriting ability and vocal skills were top-notch. He had sung many theme songs for TV dramas himself. This Rainy Night Lantern was a song he casually composed and released on his birthday. He never expected it to become a hit, gaining immense popularity. Now Gu Xiuqi hardly sings this song anymore. Hearing others perform it on stage felt quite refreshing. He paid particular attention to this off-key duo. Alright, they were just fillers from the modeling group of the 4th Center. Although they were off-key, they confidently finished their performance, which aligned perfectly with their usual style at Juding. Regardless of quality, it was all about confidence. They maintained a mindset of being very satisfied with themselves. After 3 minutes and 20 seconds of torment, the song finally ended. Gu Xiuqi released his tightly gripped pen, thinking he had written this song too long back in the day. Next came the mentor evaluation segment. Zhao Ran had been stifling laughter since the chorus. It was commendable that he managed not to laugh out loud in public. He raised his hand, pressing down on the microphone on the table, and glanced at Gu Xiuqi. This is the first time for both students on a singing and dancing stage, right? You sang very well, really impressive for a first time. As for this song, I won't comment much, let's give the time back to our original artist. Zhao Ran gestured to Gu Xiuqi, making a please speak motion. Gu Xiuqi extended his hand, his long fingers resting on the microphone, but he did not speak immediately. His entire world seemed to have been turned upside down by this song. Gu Xiuqi steadied his mind and finally regained his smile. It's a very innovative singing style. I've sung this song many times, and I truly didn't expect there could still be such hidden novelty. Zheng Xun, sitting beside him, was left in shock. Is going off-key considered a novelty? Little teacher Gu really is a master at high emotional intelligence responses. Gu Xiuqi regained his composure and attempted to communicate with the 2 remarkable individuals, asking them about their feelings regarding the song. The Juding people were never humble, and the 2 nodded in affirmation of themselves. Teacher, we also think we sang quite well. Should I say that they truly are Juding trainees? Their ability to speak nonsense with their eyes wide open is remarkable. Let's forgive them. These 2 aren't serious trainees, they're models under Li Su from the 4th Center. Ha. What? They're models? No wonder they have such great figures and are tall. Juding has really gone abstract. How could they bring in models as fillers? Really? Do they have to sing? Couldn't they just showcase their talents by walking the runway? These guys are indeed too dedicated. They really came to sing and dance. Seeing that the time was almost up, Zheng Xun quickly let the confident duo step down. Alright, the mentor evaluation segment ends here. Let's invite the next group. The next group was significantly more normal. They chose to perform a song from the senior male group of Juding. Although their singing skills were average, their dance was indeed quite good. The remaining performances were all quite similar. The students' performances varied greatly. Some were off-key, others forgot dance moves, and there were even cases of collisions on stage. Zheng Xun suppressed the impulse to facepalm. He desperately told himself, it's okay, it's okay. These are the trainees of Jioding, they have nothing to do with him. The barrage of comments was filled with laughter. The quality of this batch of Jioding trainees is way too unstable, right? Didn't the previous trainees all perform excellently? I see several of them are newly signed artists. They probably haven't undergone systematic training yet. I guess so too. Jioding is just letting them show their faces first to gain some fans, preparing for their official debut later. It's like a training system. A few of them seem quite promising. These ones should be the ones locked for debut spots. I said Zhao Ran probably just randomly grabbed about 20 trainees to accompany the prince in his studies. Online discussions were fervent. Jioding had achieved the desired hype. Now it was break time and filming was paused. Zheng Xun received a video call, and upon opening it he saw the faces of the other three from TWT. They were already in the car ready to return to the studio, as each had their own schedules later. Bored on the way, they tuned in to the live broadcast of Jioding's debut variety show. He Yuxing burst out laughing. What kind of random refresh task point did you guys from Jioding get for your variety show? Ha ha ha, these trainees are so hilarious. I don't know, I'm not familiar with Jioding. He immediately distanced himself from Jioding, accurately defining his position as merely a heartless wool-pulling machine. Huang He also leaned closer to the camera, chuckling. Have you seen the discussions online? Your good looks have made the trending searches. I have no idea about that. I have a tendency to trend. I've been on so many trending searches that I can't keep track. Cheng Jie, who was furthest from the camera, remarked, life is dull, the king cosplays as a human. One could only say that technological progress was still too slow. Zheng Xun now wished he could jump into the phone and beat Cheng Jie up, but it was very difficult. Huang He encouraged him to lighten up. Cheer up, at least Cheng Jie has crowned you as king. After chatting with his three eccentric colleagues, the break time also ended, and Zheng Xun returned to the studio. There were 3 more performances to go. The next performer on stage was a young man. A solo act. Quite brave indeed. Zheng Xun glanced at the name of this performer. Huang He, hello. What performance will you be bringing us? This young man named Huang He was quite handsome, and his every move was very polite, indicating good upbringing. He raised the microphone and looked at Zheng Xun. Hello Zheng Xun, I am your fan. I came to participate in the show this time, just hoping for a collaborative stage with you. Upon hearing this, the audience gasped. Zheng Xun was also slightly stunned. A fan? Where did he get so many fans? Zheng Xun took another look at Huang He. He really had no impression of him. He was not someone he recognized. The bullet comments were buzzing Huang He. It seemed like he had heard this name before. I heard he's related to Mo Qian. I thought he looked a bit familiar. Did he perform on stage with Mu Yuzhou before? At that time, everyone said they were the main and vice team in the ship. Why did only Mu Yuzhou end up being promoted to debut? He said he is a fan of Zheng Xun. What does that mean? I don't know, it looks like he's just trying to ride on the fame. Huh, does the royal family still need to ride on fame? No way. Zheng Xun and he are not in the same group in the future. Is it possible that Zheng Xun's charm really attracted him? Zheng Xun knew he had great charisma. Therefore, when Huang He unilaterally recognized him as a fan, Zheng Xun calmly nodded. Thank you for your support. I indeed have many fans. Zheng Xun was merely stating a fact calmly, and the bullet comments reacted again. This is bad. Zheng Xun, if you say it like that, you'll definitely be trending again. Newcomers should be a bit more modest, right? But Zheng Xun really does have a lot of fans. I didn't say anything. What are Zheng Xun's fans reacting to? Zheng Xun's statement had no ulterior motives, he just said it casually. But that didn't prevent him from trending. The trending topics were all sorts of comments. Some said Zheng Xun was arrogant, claiming he had a bit of fame and was swelling up. Zheng Xun's fans were charging forward. Since they became fans of Zheng Xun, they often found themselves in a state of battle. Our versatile idol Zheng Xun is charming. Please take note. If your side has time to care about Zheng Xun, why not see if your main character can debut? Zheng Xun sings, dances, and writes. Those who are half-baked idols shouldn't come near our Zheng Xun. The mentors and trainees present were also taken aback. They didn't expect Huang He to play such a trick right from the start. Even more surprising was that Zheng Xun, with a calm demeanor, said something remarkable. Gu Xiuqi took the lead and signaled to Huang He on stage. Huang He, you can start your performance now. Huang He nodded. He sang an original song titled, I'm so tired of participating in debut variety shows. No wonder he is a fan of Zheng Xun. Regardless of being a true or fake fan, the song title was aptly named. Huang He's song was rather rough, showing that it hadn't been polished carefully and was a hastily put-together product. However, his vocal skills were quite average, and sitting while playing didn't showcase his dancing abilities. Zheng Xun sat in his seat, able to hear the murmurs of the audience below, thus learning some gossip about Huang He. He wouldn't comment on whether Huang He was truly from the royal family. He could only say relatively objectively that judging from the initial stage performance, Huang He's talent for being an idol was indeed not very prominent. With this thought, he turned to glance at Mu Yuzhou. Mu Yuzhou was staring intently at the stage, his expression extremely serious, as if facing an enemy. His gaze was quite sharp. When he turned his head, Zheng Xun suddenly made a face for a second before returning to normal. Mu Yuzhou. The most impactful part Huang He brought to the audience was announcing that he was a fan of Zheng Xun and the absurdity of the song title. Zheng Xun casually glanced over and saw Zhao Ran and Gu Xiuqi giving Huang He very low scores. Zhao Ran's expression was also notably serious. As soon as Luan Heng finished his performance, he pressed down on the microphone on the table ready to speak. Luan Heng having the passion for creation is good and commendable, but attention also needs to be paid to the details. Your singing skills still have a lot of room for improvement, and the stage you presented was rather scattered and casual. Zhao Ran was somewhat lenient, only mentioning Luan Heng's attitude at the end. Unlike those who merely filled the ranks, Luan Heng was genuinely trained as a trainee. He joined the company in the same batch as Mu Yuzhou, and now that Mu Yuzhou had already debuted steadily, Luan Heng was still participating in the debut competition. Luan Heng's expression was calm, and he accepted Zhao Ran's criticism with good temper. I understand, teacher Zhao Ran. With Zhao Ran saying it to that extent, Gu Xiuqi certainly couldn't play the role of the good cop anymore. Luan Heng was not an artist brought out by him. As an outsider, he simply praised the novelty in Luan Heng's self-composed song and encouraged him to refine it. Luan Heng nodded, accepting the criticism and suggestions from both teachers. He stood up and slightly bowed, preparing to leave the stage. Suddenly remembering something, he returned to the microphone. Zheng Xun, I look forward to completing a collaborative stage with you before elimination. Zheng Xun. Why is he calling on him again? After Luan Heng finished this declaration-like statement, he stepped down. Next was the voting session for the mentors and audience. This time the audience votes were restricted to those present, and based on the votes along with the mentors' scores, the overall ranking would be determined. Based on the rankings, the members of classes A, B, C, D, and E would be finalized. Zheng Xun returned to the center of the stage. Please pick up your voting devices and begin voting. The voting results were displayed in real time on the big screen. Accompanied by intense background music, the voting columns kept rising. The first round of voting results for the 25 contestants was released. The contestant in first place was named Lu Zhe, one of the trainees rumored to be locked for debut, personally trained by Zhao Ran. Zheng Xun had just seen his performance, which was indeed outstanding. In contrast, the one who had declared to collaborate twice, Luan Heng, was in a dire situation. He ranked 5th from the bottom, just barely landing in Class E. Luan Heng had fans. His fans immediately started making noise online. It's a dark scheme. This is definitely a dark scheme. Luan Heng is a trainee from the same batch as Mu Yuzhou. How could he end up in Class E? Is the production team really treating people like fools? How is it possible? Were there no fans of Luan Heng among the audience? Is it possible that the mentors gave him very low scores? The online discussions were heated, but Luan Heng himself seemed to accept the result quite calmly. He stood on stage positioned right next to Zheng Xun. Luan Heng smiled and spoke. Teacher Zheng Xun, I've been assigned to Class E. I look forward to your guidance. Zheng Xun. Now Zheng Xun also had to call out. Dark scheme. This is definitely a dark scheme. This kid is manipulating the scores. Although he didn't know why he would manipulate the scores, his arrival in Class E was absolutely abnormal. Zheng Xun requested to see his agent Chu Li. He wouldn't say a word until he met Chu Li. After the first episode's live broadcast ended, Zheng Xun got his phone and dialed Chu Li's number. Please speak quickly. Chu Li spoke simply yet politely. Zheng Xun immediately dropped a bombshell that shattered her worldview. Sister Chu, I feel like there are private fans of mine everywhere in Jioding. Chu Li was reporting her work at Jia Entertainment. She had just been watching Zheng Xun's live stream and happened to miss this segment. Zheng Xun rambled on about Luan Heng's situation. After some contemplation, Chu Li said to Zheng Xun, don't imagine his personality to be too extreme. Then how about him? He might just be struggling with his mental health. Chu Li had developed a keen intuition for dealing with the 4 members of TWT through their interactions. Trust my judgment, you are simply repelling each other while the ones involved are confused. Although not entirely clear, Zheng Xun vaguely felt that he was also being implicated. Without giving Zheng Xun time to think it through, Chu Li immediately changed the subject. This time as a dream helper, you shouldn't need to stay at Jioding, right? They arranged a room for me, but I insisted on going back to the studio. I just need to come over during filming. That's true, but the schedule for this debut variety show is quite tight. After class divisions, we need to hurry up and rehearse the program. Right? Actually, if Zheng Xun thought about it a bit, his fate for this month was simply sleeping on the practice room floor. Jioding Entertainment, this unscrupulous company, even laid underfloor heating to make it more comfortable for trainees who practiced until dawn. Zheng Xun briefly explained the upcoming schedule to Chu Li. The duration of this debut variety show is 1 month with a public performance by the trainees every week. In the first week, no trainees will be eliminated and the theme song and group performance will be announced with the center position selected based on the ranking from the first performance. By the second week, the harsh elimination rounds begin. 5 trainees will be eliminated in the second performance, another 5 in the third, leaving 15 for the finals, of which 10 will successfully debut. The top 3 will directly join Cyanarch. The remaining 7 will form a temporary group engaging in public activities for 2 years. After 2 years, these 7 will be further split into 2 new permanent groups. The competition format is quite clear. From 25 participants, 10 will debut, thus the debut rate is relatively high. However, this remains a brutal competition for each trainee. Each one of them has to face 24 competitors. After the first stage, the live broadcast pauses to give the mentors and trainees a break. During this time, Gu Xiuqi and Zhao Ran took Zheng Xun out for a meal. When Zheng Xun arrived at the restaurant, he found there were 2 other people. One was a strikingly beautiful woman, and the other was a tall and handsome guy. Gu Xiuqi introduced Zheng Xun. The former is Yu Xueshan, the head of the 3rd center at Jioding Entertainment, and the latter is Li Su, the head of the 4th center. Yu Xueshan was very enthusiastic. Zheng Xun. Alive. Finally I get to see you. Zheng Xun glanced at Zhao Ran wanting to ask, is this the standard greeting in Jiuting Entertainment? Yu Xueshan patted the seat closest to her. Once Zheng Xun sat down she kept staring at him. Your features are excellent, you will look good on camera. Are you interested in acting? You could start with short dramas, it's not difficult. A campus idol drama would suit you perfectly, guaranteed to be a hit. Yu Xueshan was straightforward, trying to poach him. Zhao Ran couldn't stand it anymore. Xueshan, I'm still here. Your shovel has already landed at my feet. Gu Xiuqi, the head of the first center, who actually signed Zheng Xun's individual contract, smiled. Did you two notice that I'm here? Zheng Xun's other side was Li Su, who seemed to be the only normal person in the room. He told Zheng Xun, while eating you don't need to pay attention to any of them. Zheng Xun looked back with the gaze of someone observing a rare species. Hello Su Gu, how normal. You too. Li Su didn't discern Zheng Xun's tone and randomly picked a reply from his voice bank, already raising his chopsticks to start eating. The dishes gradually arrived, and the group began to eat while chatting. They discussed the upcoming debut variety show. Yu Xueshan had watched a short segment of the live stream just in time to catch Zheng Xun's stage. That stage exceeded expectations. Usually seeing you four on live streams is lifeless and only about fun. Who would have thought the contrast on stage would be so great? Was creating that contrast part of your plan? Yu Xueshan asked sincerely, but Zheng Xun couldn't respond. He thought for a moment and honestly told her that was probably just an accident, not part of the plan. Li Su also had curious questions. You four had pitifully little material before Zheng Xun. You had even less than your teammates. What were you doing before? I was a lunch delivery person. Li Su's expression was one of surprise. In the takeout industry? Not exactly. Zheng Xun replied with little confidence. Not only Li Su, but even Yu Xueshan beside him was shocked. She thought Zheng Xun came from a poor background. Zheng Xun, if you have any difficulties you must tell us. At Jiuting we need talent, money, and morality. How everything else is lacking except for money and faces that can be exchanged for money. Zheng Xun twitched his lips. It's not that difficult. I occasionally do some other part-time jobs. What part-time jobs? Yu Xueshan asked curiously. Sleep aid, expert, life progress accelerator, social relationship resetter, and so on. Zheng Xun said seriously, and Yu Xueshan was even more shocked. I didn't expect you to have such a rich work experience at your young age. Zhao Ran beside couldn't help but laugh. Just then the soup he ordered was served, and he served a bowl to both Yu Xueshan and Zheng Xun. Drink soup, stop talking nonsense. Zheng Xun silently brought the soup over. Yu Xueshan didn't continue questioning, perhaps still trying to figure out whether what Zheng Xun said was true or not. Gu Xiuqi wore a thoughtful expression, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Their meal didn't last too long. Everyone had work, and after finishing their meal they went off to their tasks. Gu Xiuqi had to return to the company for a meeting, while Zheng Xun and Zhao Ran went back to the variety show live broadcast site. The live stream was about to start again. On the way back, Zheng Xun inquired about Huang He. Huang He. That guy puts no effort into anything. He always scores 60 points in assessments. What makes him annoying is precisely this. If you increase the difficulty of the assessments, he will put in some effort. If the assessment is lenient, he will immediately slack off. Zhao Ran gritted his teeth at the mention of Huang He's name. The effort he put into him was no less than that he invested in Mu Yuzhou. But Huang He is the type who only moves when pushed. He doesn't act in crowded places. A shopping cart personality in a supermarket. Zheng Xun responded with an "oh" and asked, is he really a relative of Mo Qian? It seems so, but they aren't very close. Huang He was scouted by Jiuting's talent scout. Mo Qian apparently tried to discourage him, but he insisted on staying. Zhao Ran said that now it seemed Mo Qian had seen through Huang He's carefree nature early on, knowing he wouldn't work hard for the idol career and simply let him go. But Huang He insisted on staying, and Mo Qian didn't force him out. Boss Missouri was thinking that this distant cousin would learn a lesson, and then the young master would obediently return home to inherit the family business. But who would have expected Huang He managed to stay for 3 years, neither succeeding nor failing, never eliminated, and never found among the top ranks? Honestly, I still can't tell if this guy really has no skills or is just pretending to be skillless. Producer Zhao was perplexed. Huang He, this name is truly fitting. He indeed embodies Hong. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xun found Huang He somewhat interesting. When they arrived at the venue, Zhao Ran temporarily parted ways with Zheng Xun. He was going to guide trainees in Class B and D, while Zheng Xun headed to Class E. As he opened the door to Class E, Zheng Xun was about to greet them warmly. Dear trainees, you. His greeting was abruptly cut off as Zheng Xun was astonished by the scene in the classroom. Huang He stood alone on one side of the room, while the remaining 4 stood on the other. The other 4 trainees looked guarded, while Huang He slightly lowered his head, his bangs covering his eyes. Upon hearing the door open, Huang He looked up and greeted Zheng Xun at the door. Good evening, teacher Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun entered the classroom looking left and right. He asked, have you 5 already divided yourselves into groups? As Zheng Xun opened his mouth, the other 4 trainees immediately complained to him. Little teacher Zheng, we didn't do anything at all. It was Huang He who said we 4 would hold him back. Earlier we were discussing the first public performance, but then everyone had different opinions and started arguing. But Huang He's words were a bit excessive, okay? We should have discussed it properly at the beginning. The 4 of them were in a heated argument, while Huang He stood by silently, even looking a bit amused. Zheng Xun felt a headache coming on. You all take turns to speak. By now the live broadcast had already started, and it was an explosive scene. The comments were filled with excitement. Oh my, this is going to be interesting. What exactly did Huang He say? That part wasn't broadcasted. This is hilarious. It's hard to see Zheng Xun with such a headache expression. Zheng Xun, this idol judge, is making me do this too. Such drama. The live broadcast was unedited, and I want to see what these few are up to. From the looks of it, Huang He has isolated the other four by himself. Let's see what Zheng Xun will do. Although Zheng Xun often sparred with the members of TW, this was a completely new and unfamiliar situation he was facing. He still needed to let people finish their words before making a judgment. Huang He remained silent while the other four trainees explained the situation in a flurry of voices. They had indeed been discussing the first public performance earlier. For the debut battle's first public stage, the director team would provide 5 songs and representatives would be drawn by each class. The trainees had already completed the drawing segment in the last live broadcast, and now they were involved in dividing the lyrics and selecting a leader. These matters were generally decided by the trainees themselves with minimal interference from the mentors. In the debut battle, mentors would only guide trainees in singing and dancing, while everything else would depend on the leader and the members' decisions. So before Zheng Xun arrived, they were already discussing who would take on the role of the leader. The competition for the position of leader was quite significant. To avoid conflicts, some classes directly chose the student with the highest ranking to take on the role. If the other party did not want to be the leader, then they would consider someone else. However, the members of Class E were clearly not very convinced by Huang He, who had the highest score among them. Huang He's royal persona and his relation to Mo Qian were well known, and the trainees from Jiuding did not particularly like him. Originally, everyone thought that with Huang He's usual lack of motivation, he would surely hand over the position of leader. But this time Huang He took the initiative to say that he wanted to be the leader. The other four immediately became displeased. Your attitude towards the stage isn't serious or proactive. With this attitude, we can't trust you. During the initial stage, teacher Zhao Ran also pointed out that your attitude was poor. Of course, we want a responsible leader. The first 2 members to speak were clearly hot-headed and didn't hold back at all. The remaining younger member, who could still put on a facade, was very curious about Huang He's sudden shift in attitude. Brother Huang He, why are you suddenly so enthusiastic this time? Originally, Huang He had been uninterested in their arguments, but upon hearing this question, he suddenly smiled. You've hit the nail on the head. The trainee suddenly had a bad premonition, and in the next moment Huang He began to sing. I've said it before, I'm a fan of Zheng Xun. This time Zheng Xun is the head of Class E. The leader will have more time and opportunities to communicate with him. Have you seen Zheng Xun's live broadcasts? They're truly fascinating. I always thought idols were commercialized products without their own thoughts, but Zheng Xun's next line is always beyond my expectations. Can you understand this feeling of surprise at every moment? You don't get it, so you all lack taste. Huang He's words began with praise for Zheng Xun and ended with a complete rejection of his teammates. The teammates were dumbfounded, clearly taken aback. The trainee who asked the question was the first to regain his senses, quietly reminding, Brother Huang He, the live broadcast hasn't started yet, you don't need to rush for attention. Huang He still looked at him with a lack of taste expression. No, you don't understand me. The trainee was really about to collapse. With your mental state, who can understand you? The final spark that ignited the anger of the four was Huang He's statement, you bunch of tasteless guys, farewell. Zheng Xun listened to this little episode from start to finish, growing increasingly silent. The comments had already gone wild with laughter. What the heck, haha. So it turns out it's about Zheng Xun's devoted fan attempting to promote him, but being rejected by passers-by, eventually leading to a forced darkening of the narrative. Don't make it too funny. I initially thought Huang He was deliberately riding on Zheng Xun's popularity, but it turns out he really is a fan, such a hardworking fan of Sun. This little debut battle is truly a gathering of talents. You Jiuding are still too entertaining. The hashtags Huang He Zheng, Sun Huang He, Zheng Xun affirmation bot quickly rose to trending. The discussions in the square were chaotic. Some insisted that Huang He was just seeking attention and that he had indeed gotten the trending topic he wanted. But others believed that perhaps this was just a fan publicly chasing their idol. Let him be, after all, he's just a heartless Zheng Xun affirmation bot. Now it's up to Zheng Xun to decide his stance. After listening to this rambling speech, he roughly understood the cause and effect of the situation. The audience in the live broadcast room was guessing whether he would speak up for Huang He or balance the opinions of the four trainees who occupied the majority. Wrong, Zheng Xun certainly wouldn't just take one side. He chose to criticize all of them. You 5, just because of this matter you argue for so long. The 5 of them lowered their heads simultaneously, looking very guilty. The next line from Zheng Xun was, although I know that I am indeed very charming, this is not a reason for you all to argue. The 5 trainees raised their heads in unison. Zheng Xun was fully confident in himself, so he didn't think that Huang He's untimely promotion was wrong. However, if this job was messed up, he wouldn't be able to take Jiuding's money. Therefore, the first public performance still had to happen, and it had to be successful. Since you all are unwilling to yield to one another, then let's let your abilities speak. I will give you an assignment today, write a song about your teammate. It doesn't have to be too long. Tomorrow morning, I will come and check. Zheng Xun also used Chu Li's methods. Upon hearing that they had to write lyrics themselves, except for Huang He, the other 4 showed immediate difficulty. The outcome seemed quite clear. It was very difficult for trainees to create, but Zheng Xun didn't care. He came here to give the trainees some intensity. This is the assignment. Now let's start rehearsing for the first public performance. Class E, led by Zheng Xun, drew a sweet song this time. Upon seeing this song, Zheng Xun felt a tingle run down his spine. It is well known that the musical style of TWY has only two types: the chef style and the artist style. The chef style refers to Cheng Jie's music, characterized by the clattering of pots and pans with a lively and energetic rhythm. The artist style refers to Zheng Xun's music, which takes an abstract route from the song title to the lyrics. It's inexplicable, yet deeply engaging. The stage style of TWY is also distinct, with everyone embracing the idea of outshining their teammates, singing and dancing energetically, creating a striking visual effect. For sweet songs like this, TWY has yet to develop any creative ideas. Chu Li also mentioned that the group needs 3 years to solidify, and only after establishing their own market will they consider transformation. Now it was Zheng Xun's first time encountering such a sweet style of music. He felt a headache, as if countless pink bubbles were drifting out from the lyrics book, constantly attacking him. The 5 students of Class E were sitting cross-legged on the floor waiting for Zheng Xun's instructions. Zheng Xun forced himself to speak. As for this song, I think it is. It has this kind of feeling. The comments noticed Zheng Xun's difficulty, and instead of sympathizing began to laugh heartily. Poor little Zheng Xun, I laugh loudly, ha. The closed test teaching method. Student, I don't understand, let us speak in Chinese. Zheng Xun is indeed having a hard time. Accustomed to the combative stage of TWY, this sweet and mushy love song must be eye-painting just to look at. What combative stage are you talking about, ha? Our rapport is actually quite good. But this sweet song should be friendly for newcomers, right? The dance moves won't be too difficult, and it doesn't require high vocal skills, just managing expressions well and learning to interact with the camera should suffice, right? You're underestimating this type of stage. If not handled well, it can come off as overly greasy, making the audience uncomfortable. Let's see how Zheng Xun arranges it. As it stands, he seems to have no ideas at all. I said letting a newcomer like Zheng Xun lead newcomers is just a decision made with a whim. Why is it back to Zheng Xun again? This time Zhou Ding didn't give him the mentor role. He's just a dream helper equivalent to a senior assistant expected to do the same work as Mu Yuzhou. Now he's guiding the students out of passion, okay? The fans of Sun think he's not being compensated. This is his job, and if he doesn't do well, can't he be criticized? I said some haters shouldn't be too outrageous. Zheng Xun hasn't even officially started yet, and you're already acting like you understand. The comments were in an uproar, but Zheng Xun couldn't see it. Even if he saw it, he wouldn't be affected. Zheng Xun rarely engages directly with haters. He chooses to write them into his songs. Now, after thinking for 3 minutes, Zheng Xun had completely figured out how to arrange the stage. Each of you will sing this song once first. I will assign suitable lyrics based on your characteristics. Zheng Xun's thought process was clear. He first divided the parts for the 5 singers before adding choreography. Zheng Xun didn't have to worry about choreography. Zhou Ding had provided professional choreographers. The 5 of them sang in turn as Zheng Xun instructed. After listening attentively, Zheng Xun found that among the 5, the best singer was the youngest one, named He Yuxing. He Yuxing's appearance also matched the melody of this song well, so Zheng Xun decided to assign him the opening and the first 2 lines of the chorus. Aside from Huang He, the others were a bit dissatisfied. This part is the most likely to attract the audience's attention, belonging to effective shots, which would increase popularity significantly. Since Zheng Xun is of similar age to them, they directly voiced their objections. Little teacher Zheng, I think I can take on this part as well. Teacher, isn't this a bit unfair? The students chimed in, seeing Zheng Xun as a newcomer and thinking he was easy to bully. If it were Zhao Ran or Gu Xiuqi, how many of them would dare to speak like this? Luan Heng, however, didn't join their conversation. He was now a diligent observer of Zheng Xun's behavior, indifferent to the external commotion. He speculated in his heart how Zheng Xun would respond. Given Zheng Xun's fearless personality, he probably would directly retort. Indeed, Zheng Xun's next words were, "Your protests have all been rejected." Now Zheng Xun was entirely channeling Chu Li. Although he couldn't empathize with his manager, Chu Li's methods were indeed effective. Zheng Xun directly declared their objections invalid. The comments were all saying he was brave. Wow, I didn't expect Zheng Xun to really fight back. What else? Do you really think Zheng Xun is some soft persimmon to be easily squeezed? I've said before, this platform doesn't support idlers. Laughing to death, the newcomer has run into a brick wall. Anyone who has watched one of Zheng Xun's live streams knows he's not easy to deal with. Zheng Xun doesn't consider the camera at all when his condition flares up. That's called rebelliousness. How can you say it's a condition? Zheng Xun indeed showed no mercy. If you elect a team leader, I can hand over the lyrics division to the leader. But since you haven't, in order to improve team efficiency, I will arrange it temporarily. I speak bluntly, this is a life and death battle for debut within Zhou Ding. There is no competition between different companies, so each of you starts from the same point. As for effective shots, whether they can be effective depends on how well you can resonate with the stage and resonate with the audience. Otherwise, it will only magnify an idol's flaws. Zheng Xun rarely spoke so seriously. Although he stumbled into the boy band industry, he approached every job with rigor and caution. You could say he is abstract, but you cannot say he is slacking off. Some members were still unconvinced, whispering, "Teacher, you debuted and became popular, so you obviously don't have this anxiety and trouble." Upon hearing this, Zheng Xun felt a bit amused. When I debuted, there was not even a proper promotion. The lyrics, composition, choreography, demo, and even the poster were all made by the 4 of us, and the final debut was in our studio's live broadcast room. You now have debut variety shows and professional mentors guiding you with millions of viewers for the program, and you're saying this to me. Zheng Xun spoke without a hint of complaint. He only found it amusing. The ones who are surrounded by sugar think they can't breathe and envy those facing the wind and rain outside. Throw them out for a day and they'll know what it's like to cry. The comments also spoke for TWY and Zheng Xun. The students of Jioding truly do not know how to appreciate their blessings. Some people say Zheng Xun is part of royalty, but no one thinks about what benefits the externally positioned TWY, which drifts between the four companies, could actually gain from its own company. To put it bluntly, if TWY hadn't become popular, the four companies behind the four members, including Jia, you wouldn't have invested any resources in them at all. Who doesn't know about the news where Zheng Xun bravely chased a thief 3 streets away? At that time, he had no job and could only take posters out to promote himself. I find it really funny. What are the students of Jioding classy thinking? Do they really look down on Zheng Xun? At the very least, he gained today's popularity through his singing, dancing, writing, and creativity. They only care about belittling others' achievements, ignoring the hard work put in beforehand. The few complaining students suddenly showed shame on their faces. Zheng Xun didn't want to bicker with them. Hurry up and practice the song. In an hour, the choreographer will come to teach you the dance. You have very little time left. The students immediately nodded in agreement, saying they would definitely practice hard. At that moment, Huang He, who had remained quiet, suddenly raised his hand. Zheng Xun now looked at this distant relative Mo Qian and felt a bit of a headache. Huang He, do you have a question? Teacher Zheng, I have a request. I'm not very interested in hearing it. All right, then I'll say it. Huang He's disobedient personality was simply a legacy of Jioding. The request he made was also quite speechless. He asked Zheng Xun, Teacher, can I apply to join TWY? Zheng Xun was puzzled by what illness had suddenly struck Huang He. Huang He, if you're tired, you can take a nap. There's no need to wake up and talk nonsense. Zheng Xun tried to ignore his bizarre statements, but Huang He's next words were even more absurd. I won't be a burden to the 4 members of TWD. You can treat me as a silent instrument, just bring me on stage. Zheng Xun realized that Zhao Ran's description of Huang He as a supermarket shopping cart personality was somewhat overly simplistic. He wasn't even pretending anymore. He had already been diagnosed as a broken instrument, not even wanting to move. Zheng Xun didn't want to care about such ridiculous people. But this extreme absurdity made Zheng Xun feel compelled to investigate. Huang He, why are you so persistent? I said I am a fan of teacher Zheng Xun. Huang He smiled. Watching the performance from below the stage feels too far away. I want to experience it up close on stage. Zheng Xun wasn't the only one surprised. The audience in the live stream was also taken aback. No way. I always thought Huang He wanted to leverage Zheng Xun for publicity, but now it seems he's just completely out of it. What's going on, ha? Huang He, wake up. You've gone from royal lineage to the comic relief. How can he say such ridiculous things with a straight face? I said before, Huang He didn't debut with Mu Yuzhou because his illness hasn't been cured yet. It sounds like the wooden fish porridge has cured him and he's been discharged. Even our little Mu team thinks the bullet comments are absurd. Zheng Xun felt darkness clouding his vision. Perhaps the lights in the practice room were too bright, causing his head to spin. He tried to gloss over this part. Let's practice singing, Huang He. Let's practice singing. If your ranking goes up, you can debut. That's not what I want. Huang He murmured softly. Zheng Xun, upon hearing this, abruptly looked up. If you have this attitude, then don't blame me for evaluating your worth. So Zheng Xun said, then let me ask you, what is it that you truly want? At your age, you shouldn't want too much, yet you don't even know what you want. What do you want? Can you clearly answer my question when I ask? You can't. I want to collaborate with teacher Zheng Xun on stage. Good. That's your goal. If you practice singing, you'll be one step closer to that goal. Zheng Xun's ability to talk nonsense was improving. Surprisingly, he had managed to convince Huang He. Huang He's eyes lit up. If I've made progress, then how many more steps do I need to take, teacher? If you practice for 25 minutes, you've shortened the distance by 25 minutes, right? Then I understand. I'll start practicing the song for 25 minutes right now. Huang He really picked up the lyrics book, walked over to the piano, and began to practice while playing. Zheng Xun. It seemed he had spouted some nonsense, yet it was effective. Never mind, since it worked, let's consider it useful. The bullet comments were laughing again. Did Huang He really treat this debut program as a fan meeting? So funny. Other people chase idols on a yearly basis, but for Huang He it's straight to the tomato timer method. What the heck is the tomato timer method, ha? I suggest Huang He spend money to design an app that counts steps. It would be more useful than any self-discipline software. It's also rare to see our supermarket shopping cart on fire. What is a supermarket shopping cart, ha? Seeing Huang He working hard, the other members were not idle either and immediately began to practice. Zheng Xun, standing in place, felt even more confused. Didn't they say Huang He wasn't the captain? Isn't this a display of leadership? Everyone didn't want the captain to debut, so they started to internalize competition against the captain. How could this not be considered a form of leadership? Although there were mistakes along the way, Zheng Xun reached the right conclusion. E-class rehearsal had begun to proceed normally. An hour later, the choreographer was supposed to arrive. Someone knocked on the door, and Zheng Xun, being closest to the door, took the initiative to step forward to open it. Only one person stood outside, and it was Mu Yuzhou. Zheng Xun. Could it be that the choreographer is too busy and you came to teach us yourself? Mu Yuzhou remained silent for a moment before nodding. You guessed it very correctly. The trainees were about to complain again. Why was it that even their class couldn't get a proper choreographer? Zheng Xun, as a mentor, didn't think much of it. After all, the choreography for TWT was created by the group member, He Yuxing, who then taught it to the other 3 teammates. Good morning. Has everyone completed their assignments? Zheng Xun opened the session by asking about homework, inwardly marveling at how far he'd come. He would wield with relish the very authority over assignment checks once reserved exclusively for Chu Li. Chu, the talent manager watching the live stream, silently swallowed 2 pills. 5 trainees from Class E stood in a line before Zheng Xun. For exchanged hesitant glances, Huang He simply smiled. Good morning, teacher Zheng Xun. Please review my assignment. Zheng Xun ignored him. No distractions. He had his own rhythm. Line up by height, single file one at a time. Thus Huang He, the tallest, found himself at the very end of the line. Viewers had gathered early in the livestream chat room. Everyone's here so early. I was too excited to sleep. I've been waiting for this broadcast all night. Can Jioding launch a 24-hour live stream? Zheng Xun, friend, are you trying to kill me? What lyrics did the trainees write? How thrilling. Before Zheng Xun now stood He Yuxing, the youngest among the trainees. Teacher, I didn't do well. Please don't scold me. Stammering, He Yuxing extended his hands from behind his back and offered Zheng Xun his handwritten lyrics. I assigned you lyrical content yesterday. It was supposed to be about Huang He, wasn't it? Zheng Xun glanced down at the lyrics. He Yuxing's song was titled Black and White Fox, its central motif captured with admirable steadiness, yet the lyrics themselves lacked distinction. Still, as the first trainee reviewed, Zheng Xun nodded in encouragement. Excellent work. Is this your first time writing a song? Then it's truly impressive. He Yuxing, surprised by Zheng Xun's affirmation, had expected nothing but sternness and exacting critique. The next 3 trainees received feedback in turn. Overall, their lyrics were unremarkable, lacking spark or originality. Zheng Xun remarked during his critiques that lyrics should dare to be bold. If they lacked the audacity to shatter all expectations, how could anyone become a boy group idol? He was quoting Cheng Jie's famous maxim, but unexpectedly the trainees accepted it wholeheartedly. Zheng Xun, how strange. It seemed no one ever listened when their captain spoke on TWT. So Cheng Jie usually resorted to swift 1v3 sparring to compel attention. With the first 4 trainees reviewed, only Huang He remained. Huang He, long anticipating this moment, handed his lyrics forward with both hands. Teacher, here is the song I wrote. Zheng Xun glanced only at the title and fell silent. At that instant, the livestream camera panned directly onto the lyric sheet. You wrote a song titled, I cannot join TWT, but why can't Zheng Xun join Cyanarch? Zheng Xun lifted his gaze to meet Huang He's. Huang He smiled. A 6-horned dinosaur in human form. I believe we must broaden our thinking. The live chat exploded with laughter. Broaden our thinking. Huang He has mastered the art of perspective shifting. Wait, does Huang He assume he's guaranteed top 3? Oh my god, Huang He really is royalty. Confirmed backstage pass. Zheng Xun, speechless, finally caught the implication. So what if I join Cyanarch? Would that guarantee your debut in the top 3? Huang He shrugged. It posed no challenge whatsoever. I will stake everything on my debut, even my cousin. At that moment in Jioding's conference room, Mo Qian and the 4 department heads watched the stream. Mo Qian, the boss, unexpectedly collateralized, smiled serenely. It appears Jioding's latest cohort of trainees possesses extraordinary courage, he remarked. Gu Xiuqi maintained his polite smile, while Zhao Ran Yushueshuan and Li Su struggled desperately not to burst out laughing. Unfazed by the stunned silence, Huang He proceeded to demonstrate. In fact, I've already composed music for this piece. I invite teacher Zheng Xun and my fellow trainees to listen and offer your insights. He walked to the piano and began to sing and play. I once saw you, in the afternoon at dusk perhaps. This world wears a gray sky, yet your reflection falls into dust, blurring into a poem of color. Zheng Xun listened, surprised to find the song genuinely compelling. Huang He possessed real talent. His earlier behavior may well have been deliberate score control. Zheng Xun stared at him astonished. The lyrics and melody are evocative, yet they bear no apparent relation to that absurdly long title. Could you change it? No, Huang He slid his fingers from the keys to his knees, smiling. This is my stance, as an original lyricist and composer. Huang He secured the team leader position without contest. He had proven both his exceptional ability and his uniquely irreverent temperament, offering an irrefutable rationale for his leadership. At last, class E could rehearse with disciplined order. After the day's variety show livestream concluded, Jioding invited Zheng Xun to stay for dinner, politely declined. Today, all 4 members of TWT happened to be free, so they decided to go out together for hot pot. TWT's popularity was surging. Fans recognized them everywhere they went. Chu Li instructed them to speak cautiously in public and refrain from provoking or attacking teammates. Your interpersonal dynamic is radically advanced for modern humanity, Chu Li declared solemnly, elbow deep in his copy of Psychoanalysis and Boy Group Management, addressing the 4. Others cannot comprehend your inner world and will misinterpret your actions with malice. The 4 nodded obediently. They respected Chu Li. He had weathered every storm alongside TWT. Having delivered his counsel, Chu Li returned to Jie. They invited him to join them for dinner, but he was too busy. His boss had scheduled a meeting. He told them to go ahead and assured them he'd cover the bill. Cheng Jie had booked the table. After wrapping up their engagements, the 4 arrived at the hot pot restaurant one by one. At the entrance, Zheng Xun adjusted his mask and pulled his hood low, then tapped lightly on Cheng Jie's shoulder from behind. Ambush. Instinctively, Zheng Xun twisted and threw a hook. Cheng Jie raised his arm and blocked smoothly. They exchanged rapid crisp blows. Thwack, 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 thwack. A bystander, an elderly man, clapped enthusiastically. Fine martial skill, young man. Which sect do you hail from? Cheng Jie sighed, exasperated, and explained. So we're celebrities. Martial arts stars. Zheng Xun stifled laughter, zipping his down jacket up to his eyes, leaving only a narrow slit visible. Cheng Jie, ever impulsive, reached over and yanked Zheng Xun's hood down. Darkness engulfed Zheng Xun instantly. Damn it. He'd just been forcibly switched off. I can't see the path. Cheng Jie, Zheng Xun nearly shrieked, but remembered they were still in public and swallowed the rest. He held his tongue until they reached the private hot pot room, then unleashed a torrent of complaints. He Yuxing and Huang He had already arrived. Huang He suppressed his grin, listening patiently as Zheng Xun emptied his entire reservoir of grievances. Have some tea, then continue. He Yuxing fanned the flames. Zheng Xun, you're just weak. If it were me, I'd pin Cheng Jie to the floor and beat him senseless. Cheng Jie just lifting his teacup. Thankfully, the waiter entered just then with the hot pot, averting what would otherwise have been an inevitable four-way brawl. As they ate, chatting idly, Huang He suddenly recalled the daytime livestream. Zheng Xun was the trainee you mentored on Jioding's variety show named Huang He. Is that kid trying to poach talent? When it comes to this matter, Zheng Xun is also puzzled. The Jioding entertainment place feels a bit eerie. Oh, I always feel like I am at odds with it. What? Huang He, upon hearing this, said, isn't that right up your alley? Then you can come find me. I'll go water their money tree. You could also let Yuxing perform a ritual. Or Cheng Jie could directly invest and bring their company to bankruptcy. Cheng Jie shot him a death glare while He Yuxing seemed quite interested. Last time at the initial stage was too rushed. I wasn't prepared. Zheng Xun, you have to invite me again. If Jioding doesn't go bankrupt this time, you owe me half a year of hot pot. Zheng Xun, why are you getting both food and money? He crazily added coriander into He Yuxing's dipping sauce. He Yuxing, who doesn't like coriander, squealed and hurriedly stopped him. No. I worked hard to mix this. It's a master secret recipe from my sect. Is your sect training chefs? Make one for me too. In the end, the bowl with coriander was given to Zheng Xun, and He Yuxing remixed his own. Cheng Jie reminded them not to get sidetracked. Weren't we talking about Huang He? Zheng Xun, is he really just riding on your coattails? It seems the three of them had also seen the comments online. Zheng Xun didn't care whether others were riding on his coattails. But after careful consideration, he felt that Huang He probably wasn't just seeking fame. I asked Muyujo, he's purely abstract. To put it simply, given his background, he could have easily parachuted into Cyan Arc without needing to participate in this lengthy debut variety show. Zheng Xun's analysis was quite reasonable. Even though they don't do this at TW, it's still common in big companies to have such connections. Moreover, Huang He is talented. Huang He also advised Zheng Xun not to overthink it. Anyway, you're just going to Jioding to make money. Ignore their mess. He Yuxing still insisted on the notion that Jioding is harmful. Be careful, Zheng Xun. The people at Jioding are notoriously treacherous and have bad intentions. Jioding is too sinister. Zheng Xun, who had signed a personal contract with Jioding, remained silent. After the four finished their hot pot, Zheng Xun took the lead to settle the bill. The other three complained about him rushing ahead. Next time you guys treat again, it's not like we lack this meal. Zheng Xun cheerfully held his wallet, pushing the three out of the hot pot restaurant. This scene of theirs was recognized by fans dining in the same restaurant, who took a candid photo and posted it online. Soon the hashtag TWT4's team building trended online. Although it's said that Sweet Story posts are a makeshift boy band, every time the four are caught together privately, it seems like they're huddled together. After all, they're like brothers who almost faded into obscurity. It's a picture that makes you feel happy just by looking at it. Didn't all four of them have schedules today? Did they go for dinner right after their schedules? Their relationship is too good. It seems that having no excessive interference from the company is also quite good. The four members have a say. I beg you four to be a group for life, okay? Zheng Xun and the others didn't check the trending topics. Once off work, it was just that they didn't want to associate with idols at all. The four returned to the studio. Zheng Xun immediately got busy. There were fruits on the coffee table. Huang He tossed an apple to both He Yuxing and Cheng Jie, and the two caught it without even looking. He handed the remaining one to Zheng Xun and kept one for himself. Seeing Zheng Xun deep in thought in front of the computer, Huang He asked what he was working on. This time the theme song for Jioding's debut is entrusted to me. Is there money to be made? A lot. Then go for it. Upon hearing that Zheng Xun was going to create, the other two also joined in. He Yuxing scoffed. Jioding just loves to save money. Zheng Xun, don't let them cheat you. The copyright fee must not be less. Don't worry. Zheng Xun thanked He Yuxing for his kind reminder. I already said that this time I will thoroughly take advantage of Jioding. Cheng Jie asked if he needed any help. Zheng Xun was very serious this time, discussing with Cheng Jie for a long time, and even had Huang He help sing a few segments to try different effects. During this time, He Yuxing was responsible for cheering them on with the support stick. TW is such a group that takes turns cheering each other on. The theme song had to be bright and uplifting, so Zheng Xun discarded all those terrible song titles he had and named this song Hear Me. The first public performance stage will be held on Friday, and the stage for the theme song will be on Sunday. Zheng Xun needed to hurry up with the composition. Besides regularly participating in live broadcasts, he stayed up for 2 whole nights to write this song. Once the song was submitted to Jioding Entertainment, it would require further processing. That wasn't something Zheng Xun needed to manage. The rehearsal for E-Class' first public performance had already progressed quite a bit. Every day Zheng Xun would take time to check repeatedly. During this time, Zhao Ran and Gu Xiuqi along with students from other classes came to visit. The 2 mentors also gave some guidance to the E-Class students. While they practiced, the 2 chatted with Zheng Xun, who was sitting by the wall. "Are you okay with such a tight schedule? The theme song has taken a considerable amount of your energy," Gu Xiuqi asked Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun yawned. Actually, he was fine. He belonged to the type that was full of energy. When undergoing assassin training, he had to endure far more fatigue. "I'm alright, I only have 1 class to manage." "You 2 have to manage 2 classes? That must be more exhausting than me." Zhao Ran waved his hand in response. "We usually have practice trainees to manage, we are used to it. By the way, Zheng Xun, let me inform you about the upcoming competition arrangements. After the first week ends, there will be a re-ranking. By then you'll be managing D class." This change was a consideration from Jioding. After all, E-Class students were slightly weaker in overall ability than the other classes, and continuously managing E-Class would be quite tiring. Thus the mentors were rotating to guide different classes. Although Zhao Ran didn't explicitly say it, Zheng Xun knew it was for his own good. He nodded. "I have no problem, I will follow the program team's arrangements." Coincidentally, Huang He, who was positioned not far from them, overheard this conversation. "D class. The Master of Points is ready to show off his skills again." Students from other classes were also nervously preparing for the stage. This time the audience invited to the first public performance stage was more than last time. The stage was the best opportunity for a comeback, and many students who didn't perform well at the initial stage were gearing up to seize this chance and shine brightly. Time in the program passed quickly. Soon it was Friday, the stage for the first public performance. Before the live broadcast officially started, there was already a heated discussion online. The Jioding debut battle's first public performance is about to start. "Hurry, hurry, hurry, why hasn't the live broadcast started yet? I want to see Zheng Xun." Jioding opened the door. "Will Zheng Xun go on stage this time? The mentor support should be in the next round. But I've heard that Zheng Xun wrote the theme song, and that there will be a demonstration of it. I'm so looking forward to it." Tonight's task of hosting the live broadcast for the first public performance has fallen to Zheng Xun. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the live broadcast officially began. As soon as the live stream opened, Zheng Xun, dressed in an embroidered suit, stood in the center of the stage. "Welcome everyone to the first public performance stage. I am your dream assistant, Zheng Xun." As Zheng Xun made his entrance, he received a fervent response from both online and offline audiences. "Is it true that I Xun will be the host again tonight?" Zheng Xun waved, cheerfully greeting everyone. Tonight's live stream is once again accompanied by MC Xiao Zheng. Now the camera shifts to the 4 heavyweight guests we have invited. On tonight's stage, besides the 2 mentors from Jioding, Zhao Ran and Gu Xiuqi, the production team has also invited 2 authoritative figures from the industry. The 2 new mentors we have invited this time include teacher Xiao Jun from Mingke Entertainment. Please give him a warm welcome. Zheng Xun raised his hand, directing the camera to a handsome young man seated among the mentors. The boss of Mingke Entertainment, Xiao Jun, smiled slightly at the camera. "Hello everyone, I am Xiao Jun. Hasn't brother Xiao been on a show for a long time? It's been increasingly rare to see him in public over the past few years. After all, he's gone from producer Xiao to boss Xiao. Jioding has truly spared no expense this time by inviting Xiao Jun. Boss Xiao must be here for more than just the money, right? Is he perhaps interested in this batch of Jioding trainees? Are they scouting for insider information? Either way, it's certain that this program has something he finds intriguing." As the boss of Mingke Entertainment, Xiao Jun has indeed participated in very few shows in recent years. He has been busy investing most of his energy in cultivating the artists from his own company. The last time he appeared on camera was during the award ceremony for Tao Zueji's film, where he was seated among the audience, and the camera happened to catch him. His involvement has significantly increased the program's popularity, even trending online. Once the audience's excited reactions subsided, Zheng Xun began to introduce the next mentor. The other mentor is teacher Meng Yuza from Bishi Entertainment. Please welcome her with applause. The camera returned to the mentor's seat, focusing on a striking beauty with heavy makeup. She is Meng Yuza, the boss of Bishi Entertainment. Meng Yuza is beautiful and was once an idol in her early years. She possesses a sharp business acumen, executing tasks decisively and climbing her way to her current position. Anyone who has followed Bishi Entertainment's artists knows a bit about this Meng. She is known for her fiery temper and straightforward speech, holding her artists to high moral standards. Previously, Bishi Entertainment had launched a wildly popular idol, but due to personal issues that were exposed and a stubborn attitude, Meng Yuza directly kicked him out of the company. Facing the camera, Meng Yuza's expression remained indifferent as she nodded lightly. "Hello everyone, I am Meng Yuza. Oh my, they actually invited my sister Meng. This is going to be interesting during the mentor evaluations. Meng is notoriously unsparing. I hope these trainees who haven't faced the real world can handle her critiques. Meng only criticizes those she thinks have potential but are not putting in the effort. Regular folks aren't even qualified to be scolded by her." Meng Yuza's appearance has also caused quite a stir. Her critiques are typically piercing and merciless regardless of the artist's status. Huang He, who is watching the live stream from the sofa in the studio's lounge, suddenly feels a chill run down his spine. "I've reached the point where I instinctively want to stand up when I see that face. It's terrifying." As he shifted in his seat, his new friend, He Yuxing, glanced at him. Huang He, if you're itchy, just go take a shower. After introducing the two new guests, Zheng Xun continued. Now let's welcome our old friends teacher Zhao Ran and teacher Gu Xiuji. Zhao Ran and Gu Xiuji are familiar faces, both greeted the audience warmly. The camera returned to Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun introduced the program schedule for the evening. Tonight, students from classes A, B, C, D, and E will present a fantastic performance for everyone. The performance order for this evening's stage was determined by random draw. Next, let's invite the first group of students. The first group is from Class B, and they are presenting a reimagined traditional dance. The stage lights dimmed as the students took the stage. Zheng Xun returned to the area beside the mentor seats where Mu Yuzhou handed him a bottle of water. Zheng Xun unscrewed the cap and was about to take a drink when he noticed a gaze directed at him. Following the gaze, he saw Xiao Jun sitting very close to him, who gave a gentle nod. Hello, Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why would such a prominent guest greet him, a mere newcomer? Though puzzled, he still responded, hello, teacher Xiao. I'm not much older than you, just call me Brother Xiao. Oh, okay, Brother Xiao. Zheng Xun found Xiao Jun to be quite approachable, so addressing him as Brother Xiao felt natural. However, Xiao Jun's next words were, are you interested in developing at Mingke? Right beside Xiao Jun sat Gu Xiuji. Gu Xiuji was facing the stage and could clearly hear their conversation. He smiled slightly, his lips hardly moving as he squeezed out a word. Boss Xiao, isn't it inappropriate to poach Juding's artists while on Juding's turf? Xiao Jun chuckled. Everything here is appropriate, it all depends on whether Zheng Xun feels it's suitable for himself. Though he wasn't entirely clear on the situation, Zheng Xun played his role as the host, saying to the two mentors, enjoy the show, mentors. Is that all right? Look, it's quite a nice performance. Just then, after a brief exchange, the students on stage were ready. The lights came on and 5 students in light green attire held folding fans. As the fans opened and closed, melodious flute music began to play, and the 5 danced in rhythm with the music. The students from Class B were quite impressive. Their singing and dancing skills were up to par, but the only flaw was that they seemed a bit nervous. One student misstepped and nearly bumped into the leader. Another student accidentally tossed aside their fan. The entire performance lasted 4.5 minutes. As they performed, the bullet comments flooded in. The song is good, but the singing is a bit scattered. Did they not divide the parts well? Why does it feel like they can't hit the highs or lows? Was tossing the fan aside serious? There was a strange rap segment in the middle. Zheng Xun watched the program with a frown. His microphone was off as he quietly asked Mu Yuzhou beside him, isn't the part distribution a bit off? Why does it seem like so many shots are focused on the leader? Mu Yuzhou scoffed lightly. This leader has a terrible reputation. He forms cliques and ostracizes the trainees. Is that so? But he is very good at concealing it and has not yet been discovered by the teachers. Although Mu Yuzhou said this, Zheng Xun appeared deep in thought. Not necessarily, if Juding's members are all clever, perhaps the time to deal with him just hasn't come yet. After the performance, the 5 stood in a row panting heavily. Zheng Xun returned to the stage, standing right next to the leader. He looked into the boy's eyes, which sparkled with determination, then glanced at the teammates who seemed to have unspoken grievances. Zheng Xun slightly raised an eyebrow, choosing to reserve his judgment for now. Let's invite a few teachers to give their feedback on the students' performances. First, we welcome teacher Xiao to provide his comments. Xiao Jun adjusted the microphone slightly, looking at the individuals on stage. His critique style was to first praise them lavishly before delivering harsh criticism. The traditional stage was quite innovative. The choreography carried a sense of artistry, and the fan as a prop was quite special. These are all your strengths. Mu Yuzhou scoffed lightly. This leader has a terrible reputation. He forms cliques and ostracizes the trainees. Is that so? Xiao Jun struck straight at the audience's raw nerves. Whoa, Brother Zhao's critique is razor sharp. This mentor looks like a gentle soul. Yet how? Heh. Xiao Jun excels at creating that illusion of approachability. Cheng Jie declares it's all fake, every bit of it. From the moment Xiao Jun uttered those words, he achieved precisely the effect he intended. All 5 trainees on stage wore complex, awkward expressions, especially the team captain. Only after their reactions had been captured on camera did Xiao Jun continue smiling warmly. I don't mean to interrogate anyone. I simply feel certain lyrics in this song would resonate more powerfully in other voices. A slight reallocation would elevate the audience's auditory experience. Zheng Xun, standing nearby, barely suppressed a chuckle. Low EQ phrasing. One of you royalty hijacked the verses. High EQ phrasing, to deliver a richer listening experience for our audience. Ever the eager spectator, Zheng Xun seized the opportunity, handing the microphone directly to the captain. Why don't you share your thoughts, captain? As the captain accepted the microphone, he shot Zheng Xun a sharp, unmistakable glare. Zheng Xun, what had he done? He was merely fulfilling his duty as host. Nothing more, nothing less. Audience murmurs rose in skepticism. The captain cleared his throat and spoke with palpable uncertainty. This vocal distribution was decided collectively by all 5 of us. Even he himself disbelieved the words as they left his lips. Live commentary scrolled furiously across the screen. How could it possibly be collective? The others didn't dare utter a word. Truly a royal figure incarnate. Even Mu Yuzhou would yield respectfully, while Wan Heng would address him as elder brother. Ha 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 ha. I'm doubled over laughing. Indeed, he was a figure so formidable that even the 2 great royal houses of Juding dared not claim kinship. He's obscure, but his temper, legendary. Xiao Jun knew when to pause. After all, these were Juding's trainees. He offered tailored suggestions to each performer before concluding his critique. Next up was mentor Gu Xiuqi. Having already addressed the vocal distribution issue, Gu Xiuqi gracefully bypassed the topic and instead highlighted other flaws. If I recall correctly, the original track contains no rap section. Was that added by your group? The captain raised the microphone, this time almost eagerly. Yes, Teacher Gu. I wrote it myself, overnight. Gu Xiuqi nodded thoughtfully. Have you attempted original composition before? No, this is my first. Yet I believe I executed it well. The original melody felt somewhat flat. I sought to inject creativity here. The moment those words escaped his mouth, stunned silence fell over the room. Live commentary erupted. How did he even say that aloud? The entire song collapses under that rap segment. Since he's so eager to innovate, let's crown him creative brother. Why does Joding still retain him? Is his family background extraordinary? His talent appears unremarkable, his appearance average, and his arrogance unmistakable. Rumor has it he's the youngest son of a major media conglomerate CEO. The other 4 trainees are truly pitiful, sabotaged by this privileged insider. Hearing the captain's reply, Gu Xiuqi paused, genuinely taken aback by the young man's eagerness to assert himself. Yet Gu Xiuqi, Master Gu famed for his impeccable composure, recovered instantly, his eyes crinkling with warm, knowing amusement. Courage to experiment is commendable. While rap isn't my forte, our program has brought in exceptional mentors. Zheng Xun, for instance, excels in this domain. Among newcomers, Yu Zhou also shows remarkable promise. Take advantage of such opportunities, seek guidance, exchange ideas, and resist the temptation to rush toward mastery. That was Gu Xiuqi's counsel to the captain, yet the latter clearly remained unconvinced. Zheng Xun maintained his polished stage smile, inwardly baffled by the captain's inexplicable air of self-importance. Are you truly extraordinary? Really? Zhao Ran, the third evaluator, was known for his easygoing demeanor offstage. Yet once the spotlight hit, his professionalism hardened into unwavering rigor. He opened without preamble. None of you 5 delivered your peak performance tonight. Errors repeatedly corrected during rehearsals resurfaced tonight. One trainee raised the microphone. We're sorry, teacher. We were nervous. Zhao Ran shook his head gently. Even seasoned performers feel stage fright. As trainees, your chances are scarce. You must ensure every public appearance reflects your absolute best. Perhaps you believe you've poured everything into rehearsal, but the stage demands completion, not process. And what you presented tonight, in my view, remains only half finished. Zhao Ran singled out the captain's lapse in leadership. Why was the vocal distribution altered last minute before going on stage? That wasn't the arrangement during rehearsal. Zhao Ran posed the question directly, on the spot. Class B was Zhao Ran's cohort. He'd entrusted the vocal distribution decision to the trainees themselves. After deliberation, they began rehearsing. He'd observed their practice performance and found it satisfactory. Yet the final stage revealed fractured vocal allocation and trainees visibly struggling to synchronize lyrics with choreography. By then, responsibility was unmistakably clear. Zhao Ran's expression darkened with quiet disappointment. That concludes my remarks. I'll now hand the floor to Teacher Meng. Unlike her predecessors, Meng Yu offered no gentle preamble. She declared bluntly, your performance today overflowed with superfluous gimmicks and bewildering embellishments. At her words, Zheng Xun on stage nearly lost his composure. Live commentary exploded. Ha 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 ha, truly our sister Meng. Zheng Xun, are you suppressing laughter? Ha ha ha, you're literally glowing red. Sister Meng, you speak for me. Stop laughing, Zheng Xun. I can practically see your gleaming teeth. Hosting this show, Zheng Xun realized demanded Herculean self-restraint. He'd mentally revisited every mortifying moment of his life just to avoid breaking character. Meng Yu proceeded to dismantle the entire performance, finding no redeeming merit. If you lack proficiency with fans, why wield them? You're striding on a stage carrying your own detonator. Excessive pursuit of dazzling formations left all 5 entangled like tangled threads. That inexplicable rap and forced vocal strain. Were they born of accumulated resentment from sleepless rehearsal nights? And a traditional style song. Why so many blown kisses and exaggerated winks? My words may sound harsh, even greasy, but truthfully, they're very greasy. Live commentary roared with laughter. I'm gasping for breath. Ha ha. Sister Meng, the merciless critique engine. How is this so hilarious? I'm utterly awestruck. Meng Yu's verdict left the trainees flushed with embarrassment, while Zheng Xun fighting laughter grew steadily redder. Predictably, Meng Yu's incisive critiques and Zheng Xun's valiant grin-stifling went viral, topping trending charts. Social feeds flooded with memes of Zheng Xun's crimson face. Zheng Xun, clamp your lips shut. JPG. Zheng Xun, I'm not laughing. My cheeks are just lifting. JPG. Zheng Xun, laughter is penalized. JPG. One particularly viral edit split the screen. Meng Yu delivering rapid-fire critiques on the left, Zheng Xun stifling laughter on the right. Each time she spoke, he clenched his jaw, 3 times total. The meme ignited global reposts with countless videos featuring their oversized, contrasting portraits. Unaware of his latest internet fame, Zheng Xun remained wholly immersed in his duties, professional, precise, and steadfast. Next to take the stage was Class E, the cohort personally mentored by Zheng Xun himself. The song that Class E is going to perform is called The Summer in the Sound of Cicadas, a sweet little love song. Although Zheng Xun cannot comprehend these sugary lyrics, he has helped the 5 students of Class E complete the stage arrangement with his talent and skills. Upon hearing it was Class E, the bullet comments became excited. Isn't that the class led by Sun? Sun is so unfortunate he got assigned to the worst class. But that's not fair. The classes in the talent show are fluid. Who says the students of Class E can't perform excellently? After seeing Class B's terrible performance, I have no expectations for the upcoming stage. But these are students trained by Zheng Xun. My son is very talented. Zheng Xun's talent doesn't mean the students are talented. So what if your mentor is an academician? Can you get into the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Laughing to death, my son is also mixed into the idle academician realm. What the hell is an idle academician? Ha ha. That's quite authoritative. After finishing his interlude, Zheng Xun returned to the stage. He turned off the microphone and began to chat casually with Mu Yuzhou. I have a very ominous premonition. Haha. You and I are thinking along the same lines. I just have a feeling they are going to pull something on me during the main stage. Humph. Right? I told you these guys would definitely not let me relax. Their conversation was overheard by Xiao Jun, who was seated in the mentor's seat. Teacher Xiao slightly tilted his head, curious. Yuzhou only said 2 words while Zheng Xun, you said 53. How do you manage to communicate without barriers? Zheng Xun, upon hearing this, revealed a confident smile. Because I am the man with the instruction manual. Mu Yuzhou, their little interlude also caught the attention of online viewers. The program's live broadcast had several camera angles, including one for the mentors. However, since none of the 3 had their microphones on, the audience could not hear what they said. The bullet comments were discussing. What are Zheng Xun, Mu Yuzhou, and Teacher Xiao talking about? As a fan of Zheng Xun, I can read lips. Zheng Xun said the lunch boxes provided by the production team today are really salty. Mu Yuzhou said he didn't eat, and Teacher Xiao said he thought it was fine. Is this true thinking? JPG, how can someone believe Zheng Xun's fans? Haha. Fans are just as full of nonsense as the main character. You're done for. You've fallen into Zheng Xun's universe. JPG, this interlude came to a temporary close and Class ES stage was about to begin. The opening line chosen by Zheng Xun was sung by He Yuxing, which matched the tone of the song perfectly. The sound of cicadas fills the air as the wind ushers in summer. He Yuxing felt a bit nervous, his voice trembling, but it wasn't a major issue. The second line was sung by the captain Huang He. Your smile is like a lime soda, the droplets melt in my palm, my thoughts are tangled. Huang He sings very steadily, performing in a conventional manner. Zheng Xun found it quite strange clearly when he played and sang it your see his foundation was quite profound. Why did he suddenly become so mediocre at such a critical moment? Is this a tactic of letting 3 chase 2? A defensive style of play that is always slightly inferior to the opponent. Huang He's line made Zheng Xun's already limited brainpower feel even more burdened. Mu Yuzhou glanced sideways, unable to hold back, and asked a question. Did you hear something like a filament bursting sound? I didn't. It's not me thinking hard. It wasn't until the next student began to sing that Zheng Xun finally emerged from his endless self-questioning. So far, Class E's performance has had no issues. Compared to the previous chaotic performance of Class B, their stage even stood out a little. The bullet comments were also flooding in. Class E seems quite good, huh? Sweet songs have a high tolerance for errors, right? This performance can only be deemed average. Some students nearly broke their notes several times. After all, they are newcomers with little stage experience. Compared to the chaotic dance of Class BID, rather listen to some ordinary formulaic love songs. The chorus part is about to arrive. In this part, the students arranged a dance move where they would walk up to the front 2 by 2, making a heart gesture. Each partner would raise one arm to form a heart, touching their cheeks to form a heart, fingers making a heart, and finally both hands with 4 fingers together, thumbs up, and touching, creating another heart gesture. This set of moves was suggested by the choreographer. Zheng Xun is not professional in choreography, although he felt there were too many heart gestures, making it a bit chaotic. However, the students found it acceptable, and it also allowed for better interaction with the audience. Zheng Xun didn't say much. Now entering the chorus part, the first to come up were He Yuxing and Huang He. Zheng Xun focused intently on Huang He's movements. Huang He's performance today was quite good, at least there hadn't been any major slip-ups so far. But Zheng Xun still felt uneasy. The 4 lines of the chorus lyrics. There's wind blowing away the bad moods of summer. There are clouds quietly making a heart in the sky. There are cicadas expressing the ambiguous feelings of youth. And you from now on dwell in my heart. He Yuxing sang the first line, while Huang He stood at the front with him. According to the rehearsal design, they should both raise their arms together to create a heart. At this moment, He Yuxing raised his hand, turned his head, and found Huang He beside him with his hand above his head, thumb up, giving a thumbs up. He Yuxing. Audience. Zheng Xun below. The following scene became quite chaotic. In just a few hand gestures, Huang He completed the cheek thumbs up, one-handed thumbs up, and both hands thumbs up. The bullet comments were bursting with laughter. Huang He, I'm truly impressed, ha. Is this your stage ingenuity, Huang He? Huang He, given the circumstances, let's give everyone a thumbs up. The unkind camera zoomed in on Zheng Xun below. Zheng Xun covered his face with one hand, unwilling to face reality. Why did they give me a close-up of Mentor Sun, ha? Zheng Xun looks so desperate and really not laughing on purpose, ha. This became a trending topic again. The student giving a thumbs up, the bewildered audience, and his despair. Huang He's thumbs up combo also became an emoticon. You are truly awesome. 360-degree thumbs up. GIF, nothing to say, just giving you a thumbs up. JPG and Zheng Xun. Afraid to open my eyes hoping it's just my imagination. JPG. With my eyes closed it's just the future of classy. JPG. Thankfully the subsequent students adjusted in time, avoiding a larger stage accident. But anyone with discerning eyes could see that Huang He had made a mistake in his movements. Though it was very funny, he was still wrong. Thus Huang He's score was bound to be low. Class ES stage finally concluded, and Zheng Xun returned to the stage, standing up to find his vision blackening. Please, mentors, give your comments. The bullet comments burst into laughter. So weak, Sun. Bring back my cheerful and energetic Zheng Xun ha. The dream maker is about to become the dream breaker. Jioting, you should compensate, Sun. Zheng Xun missing stable teammates. In the mentor seat, Zhao Ran was also holding back laughter. He was the first mentor to give comments. Coughing lightly, he lowered his microphone. Although there was a small mishap, it was still an excellent stage. I want to ask Captain Huang He first, was the dance move in the chorus designed by you? Zheng Xun didn't even want to look at him, extending his arm to pass the microphone to Huang He. Huang He took it and smiled as he spoke. The choreography for the entire stage comes from a very professional choreographer. However, the choreographer told teacher Zheng Xun that for the part involving gestures they could express themselves freely to enhance the richness of the stage. So this is my little clever design. Zheng Xun lowered his eyelids, studying the stage lighting. It had nothing to do with him, he was merely a standing microphone not speaking. But teacher Zhao Ran, who loved to stir up trouble, did not let him off the hook. Teacher Xiao Zheng, is this true? Huang He returned the microphone to Zheng Xun, who twitched the corner of his mouth. Is it too late for him to cut ties with Class C? Zheng Xun gritted his teeth and took the microphone. The students' on-the-spot performance was quite impressive, even I was somewhat impacted feeling everyone's creativity. The comments started rolling in again. Creativity, the intention of the creators. Sun, this money from Jioting doesn't have to be earned, ha. Seriously, this chain of likes is really well designed, ha. Zhao Ren couldn't help but chuckle twice. I've commented enough, now please welcome teacher Gu to the stage. Gu Shouqi was also smiling. The several students performed very well. There were a few moments in the singing where the breath control was not very steady. This part needs more practice. Since the dance movements on the entire stage were not very complex, you could definitely do better in terms of vocal skills. The design of the heart gesture is a bit cumbersome. Simplifying it to 1 or 2 will better integrate each action and expression management, which will leave a deeper impression on the audience. The thumbs-up gesture was something I hadn't expected. Perhaps Huang He is very satisfied with our debut program. Huang He had a look of teacher Gu. You asked the right question. Yes, teacher Gu. Because I am a fan of Zheng Xun, this debut competition gave me the opportunity to receive guidance from teacher Zheng Xun. Regardless of whether I can debut in the end, I have no regrets. The comments rolled in again. Huang He really does not miss a chance to express his fandom, ha. Huang He seems to have been waiting for teacher Gu to ask him this question. Huang He, little teacher Gu, you've hit the nail on the head. Is there no one speaking up for Zheng Xun? He seems like he might shatter, ha. Huang He's remarks left Gu Shouqi momentarily stunned, who then chuckled. I also think Zheng Xun is a very responsible and good teacher. Huang He immediately showed a look of teacher Gu, you have great taste. Zheng Xun, let's hurry and end this segment. After Gu Shouqi, Xiao Jun also gave a brief comment. The stage and the song itself matched very well, the students' characteristics were well showcased. This song style may not suit all of you, but everyone did their best, which deserves recognition. Let me ask teacher Xiao Zheng a question first. Suddenly called upon, Zheng Xun perked up. Please go ahead, brother Xiao. What do you think of the students' performances this time? After all you have been with this stage from start to finish, you must have more insights. Xiao Jun was curious about Zheng Xun's thoughts. To be honest, Zheng Xun was quite satisfied. We discussed the choreography for a long time, even refining the details for an hour before going on stage. In a short time to present a relatively complete stage, I feel that all the students have put in a lot of effort, and they deserve better results. Regardless of anything else, let's quickly send Huang He away. Xiao Jun nodded. It can be seen that everyone has put their hearts into completing their parts. I have a few more questions to ask the students. Xiao Jun then sequentially asked the students, giving each of them suggestions. Now it's Meng Yu's turn. My sister Meng is here. Ha 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 ha, looking forward to Sister Meng's sharp comments. Let's give Sister Meng her own segment, she deserves it, ha ha ha. Meng Yu still wore a cool and stern expression. 50 points for the song, 40 points for the dance, 10 points for expression management, and 0 points for the thumbs-up ingenuity. Huang He, holding the microphone, suddenly piped up. Did the teacher mean that our stage is out of 100 points? Meng Yu, Zheng Xun standing beside, was gradually becoming familiar. It was hard not to laugh. The comments could no longer hold back. My goodness, Huang He, ha. You have such a high-speed understanding ability to enter the debut competition variety show. Huang He, are you positioning yourself in this program as Zheng Xun's diehard fan and the comic relief? Don't say anymore, I feel like I'm becoming an old acquaintance again, ha. Meng Yu rarely encountered such a situation where she was left speechless. The few experiences she had came from her company's artist Huang He. All left Sister Meng at a loss for words. If you insist on interpreting it this way, that's fine. Blind confidence can also be considered a kind of charm of an idol. Thank you for the teacher's comments. Zheng Xun hurried to conclude this segment. The performance and mentor review session for Class E finally came to an end. The following performances were from the other 3 classes. The stages were all quite good, especially Class A. That first place student named Lu Zhe, after watching his performance, Zheng Xun indeed saw him as a versatile idol truly deserving of the title. Zheng Xun finally asked the main question. Xiao Jun proposed that Cheng Jie and Zheng Xun collaborate. It is not uncommon for a boy band to form a subunit which would have its own activities. However, subunits usually appear 2 or 3 years after the group debuts. They have just debuted for a month. Actually, this is not a formal subunit, just a duet for a song. Fortunately, Ming Ke has a prepared song. Xiao Jun explained. Zheng Xun listened and found no issue with it. He agreed, this is my first collaboration with Mink, so if there's anything I don't understand, please guide me, brother Cheng. Cheng Jie almost choked on his water when he heard him call him brother. Did you have to say that while I was drinking? He awkwardly reached for a tissue. Well, isn't this the perfect timing? Zheng Xun replied confidently. Xiao Jun smiled faintly as he watched their interaction. Regarding the upcoming work arrangements, someone will come to coordinate with you. Relevant promotional content will be released tonight. Zheng Xun, you still need to focus on the debut battle for Jioding, so it will be tough for you during this time. It's fine, it's all for a living. Zheng Xun waved his hand. Who could complain about earning more money? Xiao Jun was busy and left after taking a phone call. Ming Ke Entertainment acted quickly. Not long after Xiao Jun drove away, Zheng Xun saw the official announcement of the collaboration song from Ming Ke. Ming Ke Entertainment, a duet single, stay tuned, TW official, TW teaching, Jie, TW teaching Sun. The comments section instantly exploded. What is this good thing? Wow. Is this a collaboration song between Cheng Jie and Zheng Xun? Mink, do you only serve such good food? Ming Ke Entertainment, a duet single, stay tuned, TW official, TW teaching, Jie, TW teaching Sun. The comments section instantly exploded. It's great that it has become popular with good resources coming one after another. Our Cheng Jie, the domineering CEO, has fallen down. He is actually doing singing and dancing tears. Look, if you don't start a good business, you can only sing and dance. Wow, I can't believe the CEO is doing such a thing. Really looking forward to it. The trending topics are all discussing the new song by Zheng Xun and Cheng Jie. Recently, due to the debut battle for Jioding, Zheng Xun's popularity has skyrocketed. Fans are guessing what kind of new song it will be this time. I bet it's about kitchenware. The event led by Ming Ke will definitely be centered around Cheng Jie's musical style. Is there something wrong with our Sun's web novel song title? It's not that it's bad, it's just too abstract. This is called distilling the essence of the entire song. With this level of confidence from you Sun's fans, I can succeed in anything. The online discussions were lively while Cheng Jie and Zheng Xun stayed here to continue their meal. Tonight is Huang He's live stream. Huang He asked me to check if you want to participate. Cheng Jie suddenly mentioned the evening's live stream. According to the schedule, it was Huang He's turn for a solo live stream tonight. Zheng Xun was a bit shocked to hear this. Aren't we 4 living together? Doesn't he have my contact information? Am I a spy who needs you to convey messages? Cheng Jie calmly picked up a piece of food. He said you're too popular right now and his energy fluctuations have been affected, so he wants to reduce direct communication with you. Tell him to play less with the broccoli immortal. That's superstitious. Zheng Xun grumbled as he ate, becoming more annoyed. Huang He's live stream was at 11 o'clock in the evening, and Zheng Xun rushed back to the studio after finishing his meal. Huang He was preparing for the live stream, and He Yuxing was also present. You're back. He Yuxing enthusiastically greeted, noticing Zheng Xun's gloomy expression and asking, did Cheng Jie steal your food? At the doorway, Cheng Jie, how is this even my business? Zheng Xun suddenly calmed down as he returned to the studio. He stood at the doorway, thought for a moment, walked behind Huang He and sat down. Huang He was wearing headphones, adjusting the equipment. Zheng Xun cleared his throat loudly. Zheng Xun, if your throat hurts, take some medicine. Huang He didn't even turn his head, merely reminding him before continuing with his tasks. Zheng Xun cleared his throat again. Huang He. This time Huang He turned his chair to face Zheng Xun. What's wrong? Is this some sort of code? Tired. If you're tired, just go to sleep. Humph. Huang He took off his headphones, realizing something was off, and quickly called out for Cheng Jie. Zheng Xun, if your throat hurts, take some medicine. Huang He didn't even turn his head, merely reminding him before continuing with his tasks. Zheng Xun cleared his throat again. Did you and Zheng Xun switch souls? He is now communicating with me word by word. Are you Zheng Xun now? Zheng Xun. Cheng Jie was utterly speechless and forcefully slapped back. Can't you see who I am? He Yuxing, who was happily scrolling through short videos, believed their ridiculous conversation to be true and stood up directly from his cross-legged position on the floor. What? Soul snatching. Don't move. I said this room is filled with sinister energy. My spells won't work. Cheng Jie walked over and gave him 2 hard pats on the back. Take a good look. This place is filled with stupidity. My IQ has been lowered by the 3 of you. Chu Li entered the room and saw the 3 of them fighting. At this moment, Zheng Xun, feeling that it wasn't chaotic enough, suddenly stood up and said, enough. Don't fight for my sake anymore. Chu Li. She put down the book. Mr. Toad goes to see a psychologist, which she had bought by mistake. This was not childhood trauma. It was all the shadows brought on by adulthood. Huang He, aren't you supposed to live stream? Oh, Huang He, who was just soaring high a moment ago, sat calmly in front of the computer the next second. The other 3 also went back to their respective tasks. Huang He checked the equipment and suddenly remembered why they had started fighting. So Zheng Xun, why were you speaking to me word by word? Isn't it because Cheng Jie possessed you? I don't talk to strangers. Stranger? Who? Me. Huang He was shocked. Zheng Xun recounted what had happened during dinner, and they realized Huang He hadn't meant it that way at all. I mean, you're currently on the show, and I don't know if you can look at your phone. Cheng Jie happened to be looking for you, so why not let him ask directly? I've been staying up late recently, and my condition isn't right. I need to say less to you at night, or I won't be able to sleep. After Huang He expressed his original meaning, Zheng Xun became increasingly shocked. Nobody did you just say so many words. Cheng Jie only conveyed 3 sentences to me. Huang He turned to glare at Cheng Jie. Between conveying messages and not conveying them, you chose to shorten it, right? Cheng Jie looked calm. I said it, I have my own persona. I don't say so many words. With the misunderstanding resolved, Huang He's live stream was about to start. Zheng Xun asked what kind of live stream he was doing, and he said it was for relaxation. Zheng Xun widened his eyes. Relaxation? You expect the 3 of us a trumpet, a swana, and a gong to help with a relaxation live stream? Zheng Xun remarked that this live broadcast would undoubtedly be a mutual torment for him and his fans, so he decided not to participate. This isn't a fan benefit, it's a punishment for the fans. Huang He responded that it was fine. It's just not talking. What's so difficult about that? If worst comes to worst, you can eat something. Huang He was insistent because the 4 of them had been extremely busy lately, and finally having some time together tonight for an online team building activity was quite wonderful. Zheng Xun was persuaded by him. Alright, then I'll go get some food. Chuli arrived at the studio this late to discuss the collaborative song with Cheng Jie and Zheng Xun. She briefly reminded them of a few things, leaving the remaining work to Ming Ke. I'll drive home first. Don't stay up too late with the live broadcast. There's a radio program tomorrow morning. The 4 of them had packed schedules loaded with group activities and individual commitments. This was already a scenario where Chuli had to help them cancel part of their engagements. Everyone needs some time to sleep after all. At midnight, Huang He's sleep-inducing live broadcast officially commenced. Fans entering the live room were greeted by 4 faces crowded in front of the screen in the pitch-black room. What the hell? A screen shock? Did I come to the wrong place? Isn't this a sleep-inducing broadcast? Right from the start, it's explosive, just as expected of your dance hall. What should I do? Just thinking about how funny it will be later, I can't sleep anymore. Huang He spoke into the microphone in a hushed tone. Hello everyone, I am Huang He, the lead singer of TWT. Everyone needs some time to sleep after all. At midnight, room were greeted by 4 faces crowded in front of the screen in the pitch-black room. Zheng Xun also spoke in a hushed tone, engaging with the fans. Good evening, I'm going to tell everyone a ghost story. Halfway through, Huang He nudged him with his elbow. Wait, if you tell ghost stories, how can everyone sleep? I see everyone is quite excited. Zheng Xun responded in a hushed chirp. He Yuxing also leaned in at this time. Why not turn this into a midnight thriller broadcast? That's thrilling. Huang He ruthlessly pushed his face away from the screen. Thrilling my ass. Back off, back off. Fans listening to their exchange were laughing in the comments. TWT, you owe me some money. I can't sleep at all now. How can speaking in a hushed tone be so funny? Zheng Xun, no ghost stories please. Even if it's a ghost story, if it's told by Zheng Xun, then that's still not okay. Where's Cheng Xiao? Why isn't he talking? Cheng Zong has already put himself to sleep, ha. Cheng Jie was genuinely tired. He had left home at 4 in the morning to participate in a music variety show, had a simple lunch, and then went for another interview. Now he could finally sit quietly in a chair. Initially, he just wanted to close his eyes for a moment, but he ended up truly falling asleep. The other 3 also noticed that Cheng Jie was completely still. Cheng Jie is asleep, don't wake him up. Huang He turned and said seriously to the other 2 in a hushed voice. I need to put you 2 to sleep now, oh go to sleep. Zheng Xun and He Yuxing's eyes widened like saucers. The comments were filled with laughter. Why does the sleep-inducing host need to put his teammates to sleep first, ha? Don't mind it, Huang He said, he has his own rhythm. Just look with these 2 troublemakers around, if Huang He doesn't put them to sleep first, how can he continue the live broadcast? In the frame, Zheng Xun protested. Didn't we agree that everyone should participate in the live broadcast? I want to feel involved. He Yuxing proposed a new idea. How about we eat something? Isn't there the kind of sleep-inducing broadcast that involves eating? Huang He disregarded whatever they were saying and quickly sent them off. Then you go find something. The 2 left happily, and Huang He faced the camera again. All right, now everyone close your eyes. Huang He slowed his speaking voice, trying to let part of the fans fall asleep while the 2 loudspeakers were absent. However, Zheng Xun and the others returned quickly. Huang He heard a series of crunching sounds. When he turned his head, everything went dark. These 2 guys actually brought back the teeth-grinding cocoa biscuits that Chuli bought to suppress their appetite. These biscuits were tougher than his life. Biting into them felt like the sky was falling. The 2 troublemakers excitedly huddled together, still pondering how to open the exquisite packaging. Huang He placed one hand on Zheng Xun's swivel chair, and the wheels rolled as he slid him over. With so many snacks in the kitchen, you both had to bring the hardest one right. Zheng Xun's hushed tone carried a hint of excitement. This isn't tasty. We can't waste it. With fans supervising during the live broadcast, it's better to eat it with them watching. To those in the know, it was about eating biscuits. To others, it sounded like he wanted to eat the fans along with it. He Yuxing was surprisingly nodding along to his words. Yes, that's the reasoning. Huang He was starting to grasp a pattern of TWT. The older members were suffering. In the past, it was Cheng Jie, the team leader, who dealt with such situations. Now that Cheng Jie was asleep, it was Huang He's turn. He turned to poke Cheng Jie. Cheng Jie, are you pretending to sleep? You've already anticipated that things would develop to this point, right? The other 2 restrained his arms and waist. Calm down, calm down. Mind your demeanor, Huang He. The comments were filled with laughter, and this scene was drawn by fans and posted online. The chaotic team members him pretending to sleep. TWT sleep-inducing host has put himself to sleep. First TWT's little sleep-inducing broadcast is truly filled with hidden talents in the end. Zheng Xun decided to spare the fans' ears. Not for any other reason, but because he couldn't hold on anymore. Hugging the biscuit bucket, he fell asleep in the chair. He Yuxing the night owl was spirited, while Huang He truly couldn't withstand it. The live broadcast lasted for a total of 1 hour, and then they ended it to sleep. By the next morning, Zheng Xun returned to the Jioding Broadcasting Hall. Today he had 2 live broadcast topics. One was the arrangement of the theme song, and the other was to meet with the students from Class D. According to the program's arrangement, Zheng Xun needed to complete the second item first. Zheng Xun now stood outside Class D, hearing music from inside indicating that the students were practicing. The theme song had already been sent to every student. They were set to perform officially on Sunday, so they had to practice diligently. Zheng Xun held the score of the theme song in one hand with the other hand holding a pen doodling on it. The photographer followed closely behind him, ensuring that Zheng Xun was within the live broadcast frame. The door wasn't tightly closed, and Zheng Xun gently nudged it open with his elbow while looking down at the score. "Good morning, everyone." A chorus of morning greetings resonated as the students greeted him. "Good morning, teacher Zheng Xun." A voice stood out. Zheng Xun looked up and indeed saw the smiling Huang He. "I'm truly lucky to receive guidance from teacher Zheng Xun this time." Zheng Xun remained silent. He had completely forgotten about it. There was a master of grading in Class D. "I have a condition where I smile whenever I see Huang He online. Everyone says Huang He is controlling the votes. Is that true? It can't be right. Then he can't be called the king of vote control. He is just a lucky ruler." The episode with the strongest sense of fragmentation. The host looks like they are suffering tearful. Zheng Xun saw Huang He and his mouth twitched. Hello, everyone is good. This time the 5 trainees except for Huang He are all new faces. Zheng Xun greeted each of them. At this moment, Muyuzhou also came over. He stood quietly behind Zheng Xun, silently watching his future potential teammates. "Has the captain been chosen yet? A new song has come out. We need to practice hard." Zheng Xun asked about the captain, and the 3 trainees exchanged glances. "Teacher Zheng, the 3 of us have no intention of competing for the captain position. It's Heng Ge and Yixian Ge who haven't reached an agreement yet." The trainees explained to Zheng Xun, and his gaze slid from Huang He to a boy beside him. This boy is named Gu Yixian, originally a member of Class B. In the previous public performance, Class B made a significant mistake resulting in a low score. Gu Yixian was also affected. The live broadcast camera focused on the 2 boys. Huang He smiled while Gu Yixian raised an eyebrow, slightly appearing rather frivolous. The bullet comments began to discuss. "Is that Gu Yixian? I've heard he's the cousin of Gu Xiuqi, one of the prominent connections in Jioding. It's said that he's also a stable guarantee for debut spots. Although he's connected, it seems like teacher Gu has never mentioned it. Could their relationship be distant? Too naive. Can a connected person wear the label of a connected person on their face? They must be secretly feeding resources. This will be fun to watch. Boss Mo's cousin and producer Gus' cousin are in the same class. Battle of the younger generation. Ha ha ha, what is this ha ha ha? Does our little teacher Zheng know that this class is filled with hidden talents? Little teacher Zheng probably thinks this variety show is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Huang He is just an iron-blooded and overly aggressive solo player. This Gu Yixian doesn't seem easy to get along with. I feel like the one who will truly have a headache now is Muyuzhou. Muyuzhou, after all this, I am the true grassroots. Zheng Xun, luckily my teammate, just stabilizes his madness. Zheng Xun doesn't care about any connections. It's been said that he only wants to get some money from Jidding's pockets. He glanced at the 2 stubborn boys in front of him and spoke up. "When I was in Class E, I chose the captain based on songwriting ability. If both of you agree with this method, then let's proceed with this selection." Huang He was the first to respond. "I agree, teacher Zheng." Gu Yixian nodded as well. "No problem. Since both agreed, things would be easier." Zheng Xun flipped through a stack of papers in his hand, finding the page with the schedule. "All right, he'll give you 1 night. No need. Teacher, I have already written it." Huang He suddenly spoke up. Zheng Xun was somewhat surprised. "You really wrote it? You're not joking?" "Yes, really." Huang He nodded firmly. "Okay," Zheng Xun tentatively believed him, "but you still need to give Yixian some time." "No need." Gu Yixian's mouth curled up confidently. "He'll compose it on the spot." Zheng Xun forcefully flipped the pages back, making a loud sound. "Looks like you 2 have some skills. All right, let's start now." They answered so decisively that the bullet comments were shocked. "Are you bragging? Are you really composing on the spot? Isn't this aimed at our Zheng Xun? Who doesn't know that Zheng Xun's specialty is live songwriting?" Little teacher Zheng almost fanned sparks out of the A4 paper. "I can already imagine how absurd the upcoming scene will be. I can't imagine what kind of absurd song Huang He will come up with." Huang He kept his word and immediately took out a neatly folded piece of paper from the pocket of his training suit. Whenever he performed on stage, he would just casually sing, but if he wanted to showcase his skills, it had to be in the practice room. This is what a master of vote control looks like. Huang He cleared his throat and announced the title of his song. "The title of my song is, If Zheng Xun Cannot Join Cyanarch, Please Form a Duo With Me." Zheng Xun placed a hand on his forehead, feeling his blood pressure rising. This is actually a series. After Huang He reported his song title, he walked over to the piano and began to play and sing. "The stars twinkle, my heart is like a mirror. The vast sky, this place is peaceful. I rowed a boat across the crossing, retrieving your reflection. A succession of travelers leaves me alone here futilely. Huang He is still quite talented. But like last time, Zheng Xun showed an expression of admiration mixed with confusion. Look, He raised that question again. What connection do your song title and lyrics have? If you had changed the song title, it wouldn't be so strange. Huang He had his stubbornness. The lyrics can change, but the title cannot. This is my persistence as an original songwriter. Zheng Xun took a deep breath and turned to Gu Yixian. Yixian, it's your turn. Gu Yixian was no longer in the same position as before. He sat on the floor holding a pen, scribbling on the white paper. He looked quite focused, and Zheng Xun was a bit intimidated. Could this kid really have some skills? Gu Yixian held the ballpoint pen and made a firm stroke at the end. Zheng Xun, Gu, I have also finished writing. So fast. Zheng Xun walked over and took the lyrics he had written. He paused for a moment and then looked up at Gu Yixian. I can't be mistaken. The title of your song is Don't Dream. Zheng Xun will never be your idol partner. Exactly. Gu Yixian nodded confidently. Zheng Xun just couldn't understand. Where does the confidence of judging people come from? Next, Gu Yixian was going to perform confidently. Zheng Gu, I'm going to sing it now. I'm not really interested in hearing it. No, you are. This time, Gu Yixian also went to the piano while Huang He smoothly got up, not wanting to be associated with him at all. Gu Yixian sat at the piano. He tried a few notes, suddenly pressed the keys randomly and forcefully, and began to sing his great work. Zheng Xun watched from the side, speechless. What are you pretending to be if you can't play? Gu Yixian's part was rapping. Those boring tricks have long been seen through by me. Your flawed tricks turn you into a joke. Rising from E to D is your luck. I advise you to stop jumping around like a clown. After hearing this part, Zheng Xun frowned more and more. He couldn't help but speak up. Wouldn't it be more concise to change this song to Huang He, I want to diss you? Does this whole song have anything to do with me? Gu Yixian remained candid. But Zheng Gu, you are the cause and effect in the whole story. You are the source of my creation, my source of inspiration. Then may I ask what my position is in this song? Gu Yixian replied seriously, in my mind, not in the song. After all this, the title is just Gu Yixian's total expression of him. Zheng Xun took a deep breath. You two really are equally matched. Upon hearing the phrase equally matched, Huang He stood straight. Teacher Zheng, I have another song here just written. The title of my song is I and Zheng Xun as a duo, don't need you this monster to oppose. Zheng Xun felt a chill. Okay, I got it, you don't need to sing. How had things come to this? Zheng Xun had no idea. Amid the chaos in his mind, one thought remained starkly clear. Mo Qian owed him more money. The D-class trainees were putting on quite a show. Huang He, the master of score manipulation, who'd dropped from E to D, and Gu Yixian, the self-assured prodigy, who'd plummeted from B to D, each unveiling their own original serialized epics. Including but not limited to, Even if I become a demon or a ghost, you and Zheng Xun will never debut together. First I'll exorcise you, then debut with Zheng Xun. How many big brothers dare dream like this? I've already pledged my cousin. Zheng Xun, rest assured I will debut. You're not even pretending anymore, you nepotism-fueled fraud. Admit it, only a nepotism-fueled fraud would accuse others of being one. 3 trainees stood utterly dumbfounded. The livestream chat erupted in roaring laughter. Amid a blizzard of lyrics, Zheng Xun silently pulled out a calculator and began tallying how much Jiu Ding would owe him once the show wrapped up. This time trending topics were flooding in one after another. Are you treating Zheng Xun like a CI poem title? Jiu Ding's fragmented chaos is truly legendary. Save Teacher Zheng. He looks so helpless. Who writes novels into song titles? He hasn't debuted, but he's written his entire life's discography. Turn-based songwriting. The live broadcast of Jiu Ding's debut battle employed multiple camera angles with each class assigned its own dedicated stream. Right now no one was watching the other streams. All eyes were fixed on the D-class, Brother King rivalry. Came here from the trending topics, heard it's wild. Huh. The moment I walked in I saw a half-shattered Teacher Zheng. Zheng Xun was genuinely stunned. Fine, I'll be team captain. I'll do it. Satisfied. Both of you stop writing. At Zheng Xun's words, the 2 privileged trainees finally set down their pens. They seemed thoroughly pleased with this arrangement. Inside, Zheng Xun cursed under his breath. What on earth had he done to deserve this? He should never have accepted the captaincy. Tonight's rehearsal was divided into 2 parts, the second group performance stage rehearsal and theme song practice. Zheng Xun would only participate in the first part. He had a solo livestream scheduled for the latter. The D-class had been assigned a high-energy track. The moment Zheng Xun saw the song, he felt as though he were staring at 100 Cheng Jies. As before, he instructed them all to sing it through completely. He soon realized the vocal distribution was absurdly simple. The chorus of the first verse went straight to Huang He and Gu Yixian. As they sang, even casually, it felt as though fists were about to fly across the room. The song was uncannily fitting. 3 other trainees looked bewildered. Zheng Xun gave them a private refresher and summoned Mu Yuzhou as well. Mu Yuzhou had witnessed the entire farce. Aside from helping Zheng Xun calculate Jiu Ding's impending compensation, he hadn't lifted a finger. His composure was unervingly machine-like. No wonder Jiu Ding had chosen him as captain. Having completed the first half of his livestream, Zheng Xun withdrew immediately. This place was verging on surreal. Perhaps He Yuxing ought to be brought in to purify it. Stepping out of the D-class studio, Zheng Xun had 15 minutes of rest. He entered the lounge, empty except for himself. Pulling out his phone, he opened the group chat shared by the 4 of them. Pizza-hearted Zheng assassin, I swear, I just saved my own life. This show is doing serious damage. If Jioding doesn't increase my pay, this ends here. Pure-hearted, fiery, charming. What's the word? Should I swing by and exorcise these demons and monsters? All-powerful, great, immortal He. A light curse brings joy, a heavy one brings death. Zheng Xun. Care to try? Coldly enchanting young Master Cheng. Sounds good to me. Coldly enchanting young Master Cheng. Let's record tomorrow, or the day after. Pick a time. Pizza-hearted Zheng Assassin. Tomorrow morning. That's when the live streams begin in the afternoon. Pure-hearted, fiery, charming. Bro, so you're dropping a song without me and Yuxing. Coldly enchanting young Master Cheng. Bro, what if it's a duet? Pure-hearted, fiery, charming. Bro, you could do a duet feat. Huang He Yuxing. Pizza-hearted Zheng Assassin. Bro, what's the difference between that and a four-member group track? All-powerful, great, immortal He. Bro, honestly, that sounds fresh and inspired. Pizza-hearted Zheng Assassin. Zheng Xun quietly exited the chat and messaged Chu Li instead. Zheng Xun, Senior Chu Li, where did you get those chocolate pills? I need some too. Chu Li, I can send you 2 bottles. With filming time approaching, the makeup artist knocked and entered to touch up Zheng Xun's makeup. The makeup artist was young and lively. As she reapplied his makeup, she exchanged a few light words with him. Teacher Zheng, you're truly on fire right now. All my friends are watching our show. It's because of you they got hooked. Zheng Xun kept his gaze forward, allowing her easy access to his face. Hearing this, he blinked in genuine surprise, then broke into a faint, warm smile. Really? Well then, my job is officially safe. The young woman couldn't help but giggle. How can such a popular teacher Zheng still worry about unemployment? You exploded in popularity the moment you debuted. Actually, I became an idol because I was unemployed. Huh. The makeup artist paused, startled, but quickly assumed he was joking. Zheng Xun was practically screaming in silent injustice. He was telling nothing but the absolute truth. Once her touch-up was complete, the makeup artist packed her kit and left, wishing Zheng Xun smooth sailing for his upcoming livestream. Zheng Xun waved goodbye, then headed to a small private practice room. Standing before the camera, he filled the compact space with quiet presence. Is it rolling yet? He murmured softly. The camera person behind him gave a thumbs up. Zheng Xun nodded and flashed a bright, cheerful wave at the lens. Hello everyone, I'm Zheng Xun. The livestream chat exploded. Zheng Xun. Finally, my Zheng Xun solo livestream has arrived. Here we go. I'm here. Zheng Xun stepped back several paces, carving out generous room to move. Today's livestream will feature a demonstration of the debut battle theme song, Hear Me. He walked over to start the music, then returned to center frame. Packed and ready. The dream's rucksack rests upon my shoulders. Setting sail. My destination is wherever you are. Through wind and storm, I will never waver. My heartbeat's rhythm guides me ever forward. Dressed in a deep blue collegiate-style suit, golden buttons gleamed against the fabric. Though not a traditional idol trained through the trainee system, Zheng Xun's age aligned closely with those of the aspiring performers around him. Seeing him so vibrant and full of life, fans felt deeply fulfilled. Had he joined the audition process, he undoubtedly would have debuted as center. This song, produced by TWT, marked a sharp departure from their usual loud, frenetic style, youthful, tender, and radiant. The theme song is beautiful. Is Zheng Xun the songwriter? Zheng Xun posted a video online showing him reworking the track, and other TWT members contributed too. Wow, it's completely different from their group's signature sound. Of course Zheng Xun can write anything. So excited. I can't wait for the new stage. After completing the theme song demonstration, Zheng Xun ended the livestream. Soon Sunday arrived. That morning, per their agreement, Zheng Xun headed to Mingke Entertainment to record. Zheng Xun rose early that day and headed to Mingke Entertainment with Cheng Jie. The company had recently relocated to a new office, bright, spacious, and immaculately clean. Cheng Jie parked the car downstairs. As Zheng Xun stepped out, a young, striking woman descended from a chauffeured van. Tao Xueqing, still clad in her performance costume, clearly returning after an overnight shoot and preparing to rest at the office. Tao Xueqing spotted Cheng Jie's car, and upon seeing Zheng Xun, waved warmly. You're here? Are you recording a song? Cheng Jie nodded silently, cool, composed, saying nothing. Zheng Xun, ever the chatterbox, couldn't hold back. He hurried over to Tao Xueqing and launched into a rapid-fire barrage of questions. Xueqing, were you promoting your latest track? You must be exhausted. Those dark circles are unmistakable. This is my first time at Mingke. The place feels so grand. Brother Xiao said I'd be recording a duet with Cheng Jie. What kind of song could it be? And has his wager with Brother Xiao finally concluded? I'm dying to know. Cheng Jie shot him a look of wordless exasperation. You only asked all that just to sneak in that last question, didn't you? Caught red-handed. Zheng Xun grinned, eyes widening in mock astonishment, as if marveling so Cheng Jie can think. Tao Xueqing's eyes crinkled with quiet mirth. She stifled 2 soft, delighted laughs. Ahem. That wager. Let's just pretend it never existed. In my heart, Cheng Ge won, hands down. Tao Xueqing declared lightly. Cheng Jie sighed deeply. If Brother Xiao stood here instead, you'd instantly declare him the victor. Guessed it. Tao Xueqing clapped both hands over her mouth, her eyes darting playfully. This time Cheng Jie fell utterly silent. He strode ahead. Staff recognized him instantly and greeted him warmly. He responded with quiet, unfailing courtesy. Zheng Xun and Tao Xueqing trailed behind, whispering conspiratorially. He Yuxing, does Cheng Jie have good rapport with everyone at the company? He does. Cheng Jie is fiercely loyal and dependable. He joined early. Many colleagues owe him favors or mentorship. When TWT went viral, everyone celebrated his success with genuine joy. He Yuxing's admiration for Cheng Jie was unmistakable. In truth, Xiao Jun hadn't abandoned him entirely. Once Cheng Jie honed his acting craft sufficiently through short dramas, Xiao Jun planned to strategically allocate premium resources, launching him into prestige dramas and award contention. Zheng Xun frowned slightly. Then wouldn't it make more sense for Cheng Jie to pursue acting full-time? After all, many idols eventually transition into serious acting careers. Brother Xiao says it doesn't matter. TWT has exploded in popularity and Cheng Jie's star is rising rapidly. This is the perfect window to accumulate fans. Besides, I truly believe he's enjoying being an idol. He Yuxing burst into laughter. Ahead, Cheng Jie shook his head in weary resignation. My ears aren't deaf. You two are whispering loudly, and I hear every word. Sorry, President Cheng. Zheng Xun's apology came swift and theatrical. Then without pause he resumed whispering. So Cheng Jie has always been this domineering type personality. You have no idea. When I first visited the studio, he wouldn't even speak to me properly. Oh that. He Yuxing paused, mischievously smiling at Zheng Xun. We'll save that story for the recording studio. Cheng Jie urged He Yuxing to rest immediately, but she declined, insisting she could spare those few minutes. They entered the recording studio and began work. Recording stretched on for hours. Now Cheng Jie was inside laying vocals while Zheng Xun waited on the sofa outside, He Yuxing beside him picking up their earlier thread. Actually, the domineering CEO persona is just Cheng Jie's established public image. Spend even a little time with him, and you'll quickly realize his true nature is nothing like that. Zheng Xun paused, reflecting. It was true. Lately Cheng Jie's speech had noticeably loosened. He no longer spoke in terse, isolated phrases. Zheng Xun had assumed it was sheer survival instinct, learning not to be drowned out in group dynamics. Then how did he get to where he is today? I mean, how did he acquire that entire lexicon of Xia speak? Well, but that's actually a side effect. His very first short drama role was a cliched over-the-top CEO melodrama. Though his character was a bankrupt tycoon, Cheng Jie struggled to embody the archetype. So the director handed him a thick CEO phrasebook and told him to rehearse daily before the mirror. Years passed, and the lines seeped in layer by layer until they became second nature. Zheng Xun absorbed He Yuxing's explanation, stunned. Absurd yet somehow perfectly plausible for Cheng Jie. As she spoke, He Yuxing turned and rummaged through her woven crossbody bag, pulling out a thick, well-worn book. What is that? A dictionary. Zheng Xun gasped. It's the ultimate CEO phrasebook, also known as the Cheng Jie lexicon. I compiled it during downtime. Consider it a gift. What kind of chatty CEO spouts this much dialogue? Zheng Xun gaped anew. Small bits accumulate, plus context matters. There are layers to the phrasing, He Yuxing added with a knowing smile. Zheng Xun cradled the volume reverently in both hands, feeling its weight, its gravity. In that moment, one thought eclipsed all others. Whoa, this isn't just a phrasebook. It's the authentic Cheng Jie user manual. With this I can confidently decode Cheng Jie Mu Yu Zhou, and even their yet unrevealed long-distance alternate personas. He Yuxing beamed, then leaned in close, whispering the book's secret utility, a few rapid hushed words. Zheng Xun swiveled toward her, eyes wide with disbelief. Is that true? Does it really work? Absolutely. Tried and tested. 100% effective. He Yuxing nodded vigorously. Guaranteed. Cheng Jie emerged from the studio to find them seated on the sofa, Zheng Xun still wearing an expression of dazed incredulity. Clearly they'd been gossiping about him. He decided not to ask. Probing further would only invite misfortune, so he opted to skip this scene entirely. Zheng Xun, 10-minute break. Then you'll record next. Before he could finish, Zheng Xun lunged forward in a dramatic lunge, frantically flipping through the sacred tome, eyes bulging with zeal. Cheng Jie. What now? There's something on your face. What? Instinctively Cheng Jie touched his jaw, only for Zheng Xun to deliver the punchline. It's handsomeness. Cheng Jie ignored him, dismissing him as temporarily unhinged. But Zheng Xun executed a dazzling 180-degree spin and reappeared directly before him again. Cheng Jie, just say it. Are you tired? Cheng Jie braced himself, anticipating the next line, and pivoted, scanning for something, anything, to smother Zheng Xun's head with. But Zheng Xun had already begun. You've been running through my mind all day. Cheng Jie seized a discarded cardboard box, wondering absurdly if fitting it over Zheng Xun's head might restore sanity. He dared to try. Zheng Xun, now crowned with a flimsy paper cube, suddenly gripped the box's ear-like flaps and thrust upward with his neck. The iron-head boy shattered the sealed bottom. There he stood, square box perched around his neck, one hand clutching the lexicon, the other snapping pages open and shut with rhythmic claps. Cheng Jie. I just ate a bowl of kanji. This time Cheng Jie truly snapped. He reached out, palm flat against the book's cover, and slammed it shut with a sharp final thwack. Zheng Xun opened his mouth, ready to speak. But Cheng Jie cut in, first voice low and rapid-fire. Enough. Don't utter another word. I know exactly what you'll say. I just ate a bowl of kanji. That means I've missed you all week. I bought a bag of salt. That means my love needs no elaboration. I just finished a bowl of noodles. That means I long to see you. What's the point of reciting such hollow lines? Come with me to the supermarket. I'll improvise an entire encyclopedia aisle by aisle, shelf by shelf. You want abstraction? Fine, I'll out-abstract you. No fear. Cheng Jie delivered the monologue in one breathless torrent. Zheng Xun stared up, utterly spellbound, then abruptly dug into his pocket and pulled out a black pen, most likely lifted by accident from Juting. Bending low, he scrawled fiercely onto He Yuxing's lexicon. None of this appears in the book. Only Teacher Cheng lives this richly. After jotting down his note, Zheng Xun looked up and found Teacher Cheng leaning against the wall, one hand covering his face in profound resignation. Ever-diligent Zheng Xun darted over. Teacher Cheng, anything else you'd like to add? Cheng Jie remained silent. He Yuxing sidled up, eyes sparkling, and whispered with theatrical delight, "It's happening." Cheng Jie's temporary CEO persona dissociation syndrome. As He Yuxing explained, Zheng Xun finally understood Cheng Jie had a finite tolerance threshold for his tycoon persona. Though he normally suppressed it, concentrated provocation would breach that limit, jolting him back into reality and reverting him to his authentic self. Zheng Xun exclaimed in astonishment, "Whoa, this is science. Cheng Jie, you're the only scientifically grounded one among the four of us in TWB." Cheng Jie refused to utter a word. He Yuxing quietly added from the side, "Actually, back when Brother Cheng first began reciting his prodigy savant maxims, he'd grimace after every single line." Zheng Xun was even more stunned. "If it feels awkward, just don't say it." Cheng Jie finally defended himself. "I've repeated those lines 800 times. It's a small personal sacrifice I make to cultivate a flawless public image. Why not just say you're doing it for money? What's with all the pretense? Complicating simple statements makes me sound innovative. Get it?" "Not quite getting it," Zheng Xun murmured, still dazed. "But I'm guessing your academic papers must be exceptionally well written." In truth, during these brief moments when Cheng Jie's persona slipped, Zheng Xun barely noticed any difference at all. In fact, 3/4 of the time Cheng Jie spent before his TWB teammates was spent exactly like this, utterly unfeigned. He couldn't sustain the act for a second, and TWB always seemed to possess uncanny methods to shatter Cheng Zong's composure. To ensure Zheng Xun kept this secret, Cheng Jie sent him a generous red envelope, though he didn't check carefully and accidentally dispatched it to their group chat of 4. Their 4-person group was itself rather eccentric. Its name was Kiktabalutik Boy 4, a deliberate fusion of East and West. After sending it, Zheng Xun claimed the transfer immediately, without warning Cheng Jie. Huang He, however, saw it. Cheng Jie had transferred 2,000 yuan to Zheng Xun, who accepted it without hesitation. "Boss, are there more promotions available?" Cold charming young Master Cheng. Only then did Cheng Jie realize where he'd sent it, and suddenly recalled why the transaction had involved so many extra steps. "Limited time, limited quantity offer. Wait for the next round." Sad mallow weeping. JPG. After finishing the recording session, Cheng Jie still had business to attend to at Mingke Entertainment, so Zheng Xun decided to head to Jioding Entertainment alone. By his calculation, it was nearly time for his livestream. Meanwhile, Mingke Entertainment had already posted 2 photos online, one of Zheng Xun and one of Cheng Jie, each captured mid-recording, sparking yet another wave of online buzz. "Mr. Xiao moves fast. Already summoned someone to record. Mr. Xiao, don't rest. You recorded this morning. By now it's afternoon. Isn't it time to release it? LOL. Why don't you two settle this with a duel? Urgent. Urgent. When will the preview drop? When will the full track launch? I desperately need to know." Riding in a taxi, Zheng Xun shared the post and added several laughing emojis captioning it, "Stay tuned, everyone." Comments flooded in rapidly. Approximately 5 minutes later, Cheng Jie also shared the post. Before returning to Jioding Entertainment, Zheng Xun stopped at a roadside restaurant for lunch. The location was relatively secluded. No fans recognized him. Zheng Xun ordered 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish and finished his lunch without incident. There were still 3 hours until filming officially commenced. A short pre-show live stream would focus exclusively on trainees, so Zheng Xun wasn't required to arrive early. His schedule remained comfortably open. Nonetheless, Zheng Xun decided to head over early. He habitually arrived ahead of schedule. Using a ride-hailing app, he secured a private car this time. When he saw the luxury sedan pull up before him, he hesitated slightly. Is business that slow? Has the owner himself taken to driving passengers? Though puzzled, Zheng Xun didn't dwell on it and climbed in without hesitation. What was there to fear? He was after all an assassin. Fear held no place here. He opened the rear door and stepped inside. That's when he noticed someone already seated in the back, a man in his early 30s, impeccably dressed in a suit exuding quiet authority. His gaze was detached, his presence subdued. A man defined entirely by understatement. Zheng Xun scratched the back of his head. So, it's a shared ride. He mimicked the man's posture, sitting silently. Yet this understated man radiated an uncanny intensity. Zheng Xun could distinctly feel a steady gaze fixed upon him. Silence for Zheng Xun was pure torture. He was about to crack. You're Zheng Xun. He spoke abruptly, naming Zheng Xun outright. Zheng Xun blinked in surprise. "Sir, do you know me?" The man nodded. Without hesitation, Zheng Xun lunged for the door. Oh no, stalker number 2. This car was definitely not rideable anymore. But the doors were locked tight, impossible to open. Zheng Xun began assessing how sturdy the windows might be when the man behind him spoke again. "Don't tense up. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zheng Lin." Zheng Lin. Same surname as his own. Zheng Xun froze, then slowly sank back into his seat. Since escape had failed, he might as well uncover the man's true intent. I don't know you. Could you have mistaken me for someone else, he asked. Zheng Lin shook his head. Though the resemblance is uncanny, I never misidentify people. At that moment Zheng Lin was strikingly candid. He revealed he had a biological younger brother named Zheng Sun, the character Sun meaning to seek. Zheng Sun felt a faint chill at the word brother. He steadied his disquieting emotions, just as Zheng Lin continued. He passed away at a very young age. You two bear an astonishing resemblance. No, identical. At the phrase identical, alarm bells shrieked inside Zheng Sun's mind. He smacked his thigh. I get it now. I know this plotline. Having spent countless hours watching melodramatic heart-wrenching series with actor-turned-colleagues Cheng Jie and He Yuxing, he knew the tropes well. First he expressed solemn condolences for Zheng Xun's tragic passing. Then he boldly hypothesized Zheng Lin's motive for seeking him out. Grief-stricken by loss, Zheng Lin had fixated upon a lookalike as emotional refuge. But inevitably the stand-in would prove inadequate, triggering fury followed by a brutal expulsion from the family home. Zheng Lin listened and burst into rueful laughter. Zheng Xun died many years ago. I spared no effort. I harbor no regrets, only quiet remembrance. Calling this an emotional substitute disrespects him and disrespects you. I wouldn't stoop to such folly. Zheng Xun's mind burned white-hot. He urgently needed a user manual for Zheng Lin. If Zheng Lin could clearly distinguish them as two separate individuals, why abduct him? This isn't abduction, Zheng Lin replied, shaking his head. Just a convenient lift. Mr. Jia Yi is my friend, and you're an artist he holds in high regard. I simply seized the opportunity to meet you. Nothing more. Zheng Lin explained he'd merely happened upon Zheng Xun by chance. Zheng Xun remained skeptical, but the car truly stopped at Jiuding Entertainment's entrance. It was perhaps the most welcoming moment he'd ever experienced at Jiuding. Zheng Xun stepped out and turned. The window glided down, revealing Zheng Lin's face. A faint, tranquil smile touched his lips, his eyes as ever serene and distant. Goodbye, Zheng Xun. Next time you're free, I'll treat you to dinner. With that, Zheng Lin drove off, leaving Zheng Xun no chance to refuse. Impressively cool. Was this the icy decisiveness of the ultra-wealthy? Bewildered, Zheng Xun entered Jiuding Entertainment and almost immediately spotted his boss, Mo Qian. He wondered fleetingly, if he called Zheng Lin back right now, would it still be possible? Mo Qian seemed to have just seen off his partner when he turned around only to catch sight of Zheng Xun sneaking away from behind the money tree. Zheng Xun. Mo Qian called out his name, signaling that he had seen him. Zheng Xun's back stiffened. Like all employees who preferred to avoid direct encounters with their boss, Zheng Xun felt a prickling on his scalp as he slowly emerged from behind the money tree. Haha, what a coincidence, boss. I didn't expect to see you here at the company, haha, how rare. He spoke in a disjointed manner, as if that was enough of a greeting, ready to leave. Mo Qian nodded and smiled in response. It's been a while since we last met back at the studio. Coincidentally, I'm heading to the filming site of the debut variety show. Would you like to join me? No, I just remembered that I left something at home. I need to go back and get it. It's no problem. If you forgot something, I can have my driver help you retrieve it, saving you some time. Zheng Xun took a deep breath. Alright, I just remembered where it is. Mo Qian smiled and didn't expose his little trick, instead walking together with him towards the studio. I've been keeping an eye on the debut variety show from Jiuding. There are several trainees in there who are quite impressive. Mo Qian mentioned a few names, including the current number 1 Lu Zhe and even Gui Xuan. He did not mention Luan Heng, unsure if he was still shocked by his cousin's explosive remarks. Frankly speaking, Zheng Xun thought Luan Heng was quite talented as a trainee. Ignoring his absurd song titles and suspiciously manipulative tactics, Luan Heng displayed astonishing talent in songwriting and composition. Although Luan Heng was mocked online as a favored child of connections, Zheng Xun believed that even without this blood relation, Luan Heng could debut based on his own creativity and talent. Zheng Xun tilted his head, thought for a moment, and decided to add to Mo Qian's statement. I think Luan Heng is strong too. Luan Heng, huh? Mo Qian seemed taken aback that Zheng Xun would mention this name. He thought Zheng Xun had been worn out by the other's bizarre behavior. Thinking of Luan Heng reminded Mo Qian of their first conversation. When Luan Heng had just joined the company, his feelings were quite mixed. In fact, when Luan Heng submitted his resume, the person interviewing him had no idea that Mo Qian and he were cousins. By the time Mo Qian saw him, Luan Heng had already passed several rounds and reached the final unknown talking session with the boss. When Luan Heng saw him, he didn't call him cousin, but addressed him as Mr. Mo. Mo Qian immediately tried to dissuade him, telling him that being an idol required hardships that someone like him, a pampered young master, could not endure. Luan Heng insisted that this was pure prejudice. Mo Qian pondered briefly and felt that being so arbitrary wasn't right. So he asked Luan Heng a question. You live without worries, why do you want to become an idol? Mo Qian thought Luan Heng would say it was for fame and adoration. After all, he didn't lack money. But Luan Heng did not answer that way. The sun was shining brightly that day. The warm afternoon sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating both of them. They were separated by a heavy wooden desk with Luan Heng's hands resting on his knees, his back straight. Luan Heng said becoming an idol makes money quickly. This was the first time Mo Qian showed an expression of speechlessness in his life. He handed the resume back to Luan Heng, telling him to leave quickly. Luan Heng held the resume, smiling, seemingly pleased with having successfully teased this perfect cousin. That was when he shared his true feelings. Aren't idols all about pursuing personas? I want to see if there are people who can stand in front of the camera without any pretense and receive countless cheers and applause. At that moment, Mo Qian only felt that Luan Heng hadn't grown up yet and was still dreaming. He was the boss of Jioding Entertainment and a master of star-making. He knew all too well how to create a seemingly perfect star. And his shelf life didn't need to be long, just 2 or 3 years would suffice. This wasn't entirely about Jioding's fickleness. Immersed in this world of indulgence, even good people could turn bad. This was human nature. The temptations were simply too numerous. The so-called genuine emotions were more likely to lead to trouble. Mo Qian never indulged his own people. He said Luan Heng was naive, but Luan Heng replied, "Just wait and see, cousin." This was the only time Luan Heng addressed him as cousin throughout the conversation. Luan Heng seemed to have a bit of luck on his side. Unpretentious and not chasing after a persona, there was indeed someone charging straight into the idol world right in front of him. Zheng Xun, waiting for Mo Qian's reply, looked up only to find Mo Qian staring at him thoughtfully. Zheng Xun was startled. "Boss, have you been possessed? Cursed? Taken over?" Mo Qian pressed his fingers to his forehead. "Don't you have any scientific explanation for me?" "It's difficult, boss, it's really difficult." Zheng Xun recalled the domineering celestial master around him, still feeling that this combination surely had something to say. The two chatted as they walked, arriving at the studio. Mo Qian didn't act like a boss at all. He even treated all the staff and trainees in the program to milk tea. Holding the milk tea while walking with Mo Qian, Zheng Xun overheard someone behind them discussing in hushed tones. "Is that Zheng Xun? I've heard he's the current favored artist of Jioding. He wouldn't also be a relative of Boss Missouri, would he? Aren't there too many connections at Jioding? The group doesn't belong to Jioding, but Boss Missouri still gave him a chance to appear. He's been quite popular lately." Zheng Xun, a sharp listener despite the low volume of their conversation, could hear everything clearly. He slowed his pace a bit, drawing Mo Qian's attention, who asked him what was wrong. "I heard." Zheng Xun began, only to be interrupted by a sudden voice from behind. "Excuse me," coming through. The two staff members who had been whispering were forced to move aside, and when Zheng Xun turned around, he was met with an unfamiliar face. "This is a newcomer from Qinglong Entertainment, He Yuxing. He is a guest performer for this event," Mo Qian explained softly. "But I thought he should only appear on the second public stage. Why is he here so early?" According to the program's schedule, He Yuxing would only take the stage during the second public performance. Today was just for the theme song stage. Zheng Xun scratched the back of his head, thinking that since this was a guest invited by the program, he didn't know much and wouldn't say much. However, He Yuxing approached him with a smile and extended his hand. "Hello, Zheng Xun. I'm He Yuxing from Qinglong." Though puzzled by the sudden greeting, Zheng Xun politely shook his hand. "Hello, hello." He Yuxing appeared refined and poised. A rising star newly promoted by Qinglong, already starring in a hit drama and commanding a vast fanbase. Jioding had invited him primarily to boost their own popularity. Rumors swirled externally that He Yuxing was Qinglong's royal favorite, overhyped, underqualified, and undeserving of his status. His meteoric rise had bred inevitable controversy, and numerous unfounded rumors clung to his name. Yet Zheng Xun paid little heed to such online chatter. He rarely searched his own name, logging on solely for professional obligations. Thus, his first impression of He Yuxing was simply that of a mild-mannered, approachable young man, slightly older than himself by a few months and genuinely warm. "Ever since Jioding announced the debut livestream, I've been following it closely. It's truly an honor to have this opportunity to collaborate with you, Zheng Xun." He Yuxing spoke at length, demonstrating deep familiarity with the show. Yet Zheng Xun's intuition whispered something else. The clips He Yuxing referenced all centered on him. Jioding's livestream employed multiple camera angles, but He Yuxing recounted only Zheng Xun's most iconic moments. Zheng Xun paused, then accepted it effortlessly within 3 seconds. After all, he was famous. It was only natural someone would follow his streams. He Yuxing's warmth even coaxed out Zheng Xun's more talkative side. He chattered enthusiastically about the program with Xiaohua. Beyond the show, He Yuxing knew Zheng Xun's group, TWT, intimately. "I watch your live streams whenever I can. I tend to catch your solo streams and group broadcasts more often. And I know you're releasing a collaboration track with Ming-Ke soon." He Yuxing recited details like a connoisseur. "I've already mentioned to Brother Su. If the chance arises, I'd love to invite you to collaborate with Qinglong." Zheng Xun nodded. Any paid work was welcome. "No problem. I've never even visited Qinglong before. Nor does our group have any members from Qinglong. Mutual understanding would be ideal." His reply was earnest, until Mo Qian cleared his throat beside him. Zheng Xun turned. "Ah, you're still here, boss." "Yes." He Yuxing, as if noticing Mo Qian for the first time, added softly. "My oversight. Zheng Xun's individual contract remains with Jioding. Approval from Director Mo is essential." Mo Qian smiled faintly. "Collaboration is fine. Director Su is an old friend. Years of trust. Profit shared is profit multiplied." At that very moment, Su Guan, mid-meeting at Qinglong, jolted, scalded by his teacup. "Director Su." An employee noticed his flinch and asked with concern. "It's nothing, proceed." Su Guan briefly sharply scanned his roster of business rivals, certain one of them was speaking his name. With that, Mo Qian departed, busy en route to brief the show's director on several key points. He Yuxing, however, longed to continue speaking with Zheng Xun. He'd seized a rare chance to meet Zheng Xun in person and had countless things to say. But just then his phone rang, an urgent work call he couldn't dismiss outright. He apologized to Zheng Xun and stepped aside to take it. Left alone, Zheng Xun stood still, momentarily adrift, before remembering a dedicated mentor segment awaited, and as a dream helper, he was required to join. Zheng Xun decided to head to the designated set, only to pivot and find Mu Yuzhou standing behind him radiating palpable impatience. Mu Yuzhou handed him a stack of scripts. "You," he began, but Zheng Xun abruptly raised his left hand, halting him mid-sentence. "Wait, let me grab a prop first." Mu Yuzhou assumed he'd reach for a production prop, only to watch Zheng Xun rummage through his canvas tote and pull out a thick, weighty book. As he flipped pages, Zheng Xun muttered, "This time I've got the answer key. I'm unshakable, nailed it, crushed it, dominated it, this interpretation, surgical precision." Finally, he opened the table of contents and beamed confidently at Mu Yuzhou. "Ready. Let's begin our dialogue." Mu Yuzhou's temples throbbed. He inhaled deeply and distilled his message into its tersest form. "Filming starts in 10 minutes. Be prepared." A wave of unmistakable disappointment washed over Zheng Xun's face, leaving Mu Yuzhou utterly baffled. "What new stunt is this? None of your tricks work anymore." Zheng Xun snapped the book open and shut, rhythmically nodding vigorously. I know. This is a signal you guard fiercely. The slightest flicker of reaction means you've taken the bait. You've miscalculated. You're ensnared." Mu Yuzhou massaged his brow. "What is that book about? Let me see." "No." Zheng Xun snapped it shut, like shielding a sacred relic, holding it firmly away from Mu Yuzhou. "Private material, not for sharing." Mu Yuzhou fell silent, truly speechless. Brilliant people were invariably unhinged. He admired Zheng Xun's talent, yet believed wholeheartedly that he was certifiably mad. "Stay here and wait for filming. I'm leaving." "But aren't we appearing together?" Zheng Xun frowned. "Impossible. I'm not a mentor." Mu Yuzhou found the question bizarre. "Neither am I. I'm Jioding's high-paid dream shatterer, dream helper. You're my assistant. We film together." Zheng Xun physically detained Mu Yuzhou. "You came all this way. Now you think you can just walk out?" During their tug-of war, the cinematographer had already taken position. Unwilling to invite further complications, Mu Yuzhou stayed. Behind the camera, the operator gave a crisp OK sign. Zheng Xun stepped into the livestream frame. "Hello again, everyone." Zheng Xun whispered to the lens. "The trainees are backstage preparing. Right now it's just the two of us holding down the livestream. Yuzhou, say hello to everyone." Mu Yuzhou merely lifted a hand, silent. Zheng Xun instantly added, "Be bold and confident." With no recourse, Mu Yuzhou addressed the camera. "I'm Mu Yuzhou. Please support the trainees." The live chat erupted in greetings. "Hello, Zheng Xun." "Hello, Mu Yuzhou." I walked in and saw Zheng Xun tormenting Mu Yuzhou. Chuckles, laughing. Rarely do we witness such restrained, tortured expressions on Captain Mu's face. "Zheng Xun, look what you've done to him." Mu Yuzhou pressures on folks. "Jioding hired Zheng Xun purely to train me, the future captain, for stress resilience." Is this Jioding's real motive for hiring Zheng Xun? To distribute pressure equally among us all? Outraged, Jioding friends. This is merely a bonus effect. Chilling when you think about it. Zheng Xun just made Mu Yuzhou introduce himself. Next he'll demand Mu Yuzhou perform live on air. Indeed, Zheng Xun's next words confirmed it. "All right, Yuzhou, let's begin. First, demonstrate the theme song's choreography for our audience." Mu Yuzhou sighed softly, just beyond the camera's frame. Yet as a professional idol, he possessed the fundamental discipline of his craft, and stepped back into view to perform the routine once more. A sudden burst of applause rang out beside the cameraman. Zheng Xun turned, and there stood Huang He, now clad in his performance attire, clapping sharply. "Well done, enemy Yuzhou." In life had grown dull, yet here was a frog critiquing humanity. And Huang He strode forward and said to Zheng Xun, "I just sensed my cousin nearby. Do you two share some kind of signal? A psychic link?" Zheng Xun replied, exasperated. And Huang He nodded solemnly. "And every bone in my body aches whenever he's near. You should see a doctor, not consult mysticism." And Huang He rarely experienced episodes unless he was composing or performing. For once, Zheng Xun engaged him in calm, amicable conversation. Just before it concluded, Huang He suddenly added, "Teacher Zheng Xun, I've recently composed 2 new songs. Would you be so kind as to offer your guidance?" Zheng Xun longed only to vanish. "And you and Gu Yixuan should critique each other. Your artistic realm has already surpassed the scope of my instruction." "Gu Yixuan," Huang He murmured. "He lacks taste." And Zheng Xun asked if in Huang He's eyes everyone lacked taste, except himself. Huang He shook his head. "Except my cousin." Huang He paused, then corrected with grave seriousness, "He is merely vulgar." And Zheng Xun urged him to stop speaking such nonsense right there. The live broadcast was about to begin. Everyone needed to take their places. And Huang He departed. When Zheng Xun turned around, Mu Yuzhou had vanished too. Just then his phone buzzed twice. A message from their group chat. "Tita bully T-boy for Imperial Innocent blazing hot. Urgent. 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 Awaiting the superstar's entrance." Attached was a photo of their studio's living room. The TV screen showed the live broadcast of Jioding's debut battle. Cheng Jie and He Yuxing sat on the sofa playfully wrestling. Snacks and drinks covered the coffee table. That evening, all 3 were free. He Yuxing even had a solo live stream scheduled centered entirely on tonight's debut battle featuring Zheng Xun. Fans of Wanshi found Jioding's livestream endlessly entertaining. In Huang, he posted photos in the group and thoughtfully listed what they'd be eating that night. Zheng Xun frantically tapped his phone screen. In just one bite, Jing Dun Dun, save me one bite. In Huang He immediately initiated a video call. Zheng Xun slipped on his headphones and accepted. There Huang He sat squeezed between the other two on the sofa waving at Zheng Xun. In Zheng Xun, can you see us? Come on. Say hello to our bankrupt tycoon and our special effects-free immortal sovereign. In Huang He nudged the others forward until all three crowded into the frame. Background noise swirled. Cheng Jie muttered, how childish, while He Yuxing insisted, respect my character setting. All three now filled the screen. He Yuxing shaped his fingers into a heart. Cheng Jie coolly flashed a peace sign. And then Huang He suddenly remembered something and slammed the sofa armrest. Quick, bring out what we prepared. And He Yuxing ducked behind the sofa and retrieved something, handing one piece each to Huang He and Cheng Jie. In his own hands, He Yuxing held a light-up fan sign reading Sun Heart. Huang He and Cheng Jie brandished matching hand banners inscribed within, the moon stays awake. I stay awake. Without chasing Zheng Xun, I lack refinement. Stage charisma cannot repel me. I demand you hold center stage tonight. And the trio waved their signs in unison, cheering and shouting with theatrical fervor. In Zheng Xun. Go. In crushed Jioding. Today is the day. In Zheng Xun nearly lost his hearing to the ear-splitting roar. In three people, yet they sounded like an ocean of voices. Zheng Xun removed his headphones, steadied himself for a moment, and then placed them back on. In Jioding's trainees are debuting, yet you're here shouting and clamoring like this. What's so fascinating about Jioding's trainees? He Yuxing vigorously shook his glowing sign. In, get on stage, claim center position. Deliver them a shockwave from a true assassin. Go, go, go. And He Yuxing gave no thought to restraint. As long as Jioding faltered, he thrived. Cheng Jie meanwhile spoke earnestly with Zheng Xun. In, senior sister Chu Li visited earlier. For the second group performance of the debut battle, TWT will appear as guest performers. Will He Yuxing join? Zheng Xun asked, then answered himself, it's understandable if he doesn't. Facing so many opponents at once would truly be overwhelming. I've already declared, I'll flatten Jioding Entertainment with a single move. He Yuxing insisted seriously. In Huang He chuckled warmly. Actually, He Yuxing had another commitment that day. He couldn't reschedule. Even if it meant bearing the entire Wanshi fandom scorn, he'd still have shown up. In Huang He, you exaggerate again. He Yuxing mumbled and fell silent. Cheng Jie tilted the phone slightly toward Zheng Xun and asked in, the theme song stage lasts only a few minutes. Will you be free after the opening segment? Assuming no last-minute filming assignments, yes. And He Yuxing interjected, then you'll make it back in time for my live stream, right? Hurry back, hurry back. What's so great about staying at Jioding? And Huang He also offered, shall we come pick you up? And since Jioding Entertainment and their studio were far apart, Zheng Xun politely declined, not wanting to trouble them. Jioding will arrange transportation for me. I'll be fine. No need to worry. In very well. Huang He nodded. Wishing you a smooth broadcast. See you soon, Zheng Xun. In Cheng Jie and He Yuxing waved farewell. NAS the video call ended. Zheng Xun looked up and saw Gu Xiuqi standing nearby. Gu Xiuqi handed him tonight's cue cards. And I noticed you were on a call, so I waited to approach. The show has been airing for a week. May I ask how you're finding it? Gu Xiuqi asked gently. In Zheng Xun thanked Teacher Gu and accepted the cards. Reflecting on the past week, he felt a quiet wave of sentiment. I feel I've absorbed a surprising amount of idle energy, truly uplifting how radiant everyone is. And Gu Xiuqi stifled a smile. And is that a veiled remark? Utterly sincere, truly. And it would be even better if his class didn't generate so many surreal, unforgettable moments. And the livestream stage was about to begin. The official Jioding livestream channel's viewer count surged rapidly. And here we go, here we go, here we go. In Zheng Xun, he's holding the cue cards. There are lyrics. In Luze, please debut. In Wan Hong, hold on till the finals, or my joy vanishes forever. In where's my giant Gui Xuan? Why can't I spot him? In Yuzhou, sailing alongside you. In the live chat scrolled wildly kaleidoscopic and chaotic. Zheng Xun, a newcomer with extraordinary popularity, needed no introduction. Many tuned in solely for him. In Luze remained the strongest contender for center debut. Tonight, he stood precisely at center stage for the theme song performance. As for Gui Xuan and Wan Hong, they carved out fame purely through audacious eccentricity. And if given the choice, Mo Qian and Gu Xiuqi would rather deny knowing them altogether. During his conversation with Zheng Xun, Gu Xiuqi also mentioned Gui Xuan. In Xuan sometimes indulges in wild fantasies and possesses an unrelenting competitive spirit. His transfer from Class B to Class D may have unsettled him deeply, hence his recent, unusual behavior. And this was the most reasonable explanation Gu Xiuqi could offer, and Zheng Xun understood completely. Little teacher Gu, what a difficult cousin. Zheng Xun believed Gu Yixuan's condition had nothing to do with ranked emotion. He was simply purely gloriously unhinged. After a brief exchange, it was time for the livestream stage to begin. Zheng Xun walked to the center of the stage, a star-shaped platform shimmering with radiant stardust. Two beams of white light bathed him. Tonight he wore a black performance outfit embedded with delicate glitter, and a dazzling tasseled 5-point star brooch adorned his chest. Cameras locked in focus. Zheng Xun slowly raised his golden microphone. And on the massive screen, his luminous eyes and refined features blazed with brilliance. In Dream supporters, welcome to tonight's stage. The starlight fell upon Zheng Xun and his voice transported the audience into a dreamlike realm. When we speak of dreams, what exactly are we talking about? It is a declaration, a desire. It is an expectation and also a shackle. An endless ladder to the sky, a suspension bridge shrouded in mist. It is not the answer, but a voice that echoes continuously. Tonight, 25 students, 25 dream chasers will hear and now sing out their voices. Now let's hand the stage over to our students. A beam of light illuminated the 5 students from Class A. Leading the group, Lu Zhe smiled gently at the camera and sang the first line. Ready, the baggage of dreams rests upon my shoulders. The barrage of comments was flooding in. Ah, Zheng Xun, so handsome. Lu Zhe, well, you are on a bigger stage now. Is Class D's position really that far away? I can't even see Luan Heng, crying, Gu Yishuan, you little rascal, showing off all of a sudden, haha. It seems the ones being focused on by the camera this time are all destined to debut. Pretty much that's how these talent shows work. Zheng Xun Dream Helper Joding debut battle theme song stage. First, see Lu Zhe trending topics kept rolling in, and nearly the entire internet was discussing this debut battle. The 3 members of TWT were also watching, and He Yuxing had already opened the live stream. The camera was perfectly aimed at the living room, capturing the sofa, the television, and all 3 of them. The host has gone crazy, ha. The slap to the face came too quickly, didn't you say? Joding's live stream was boring. Dying of laughter, He Yuxing suddenly flashes and rushes to the front of the TV. The next moment, Zheng Xun appeared, and He Yuxing dashed to the camera, even snatching the light stick midway, cheering with both hands. Zheng Xun, I voted all my tickets for you. Center position debut. The comments in He Yuxing's live stream were laughing at him. The host has gone crazy, ha. The slap to the face came too quickly, didn't you say? Joding's live stream was boring. Dying of laughter, He Yuxing suddenly flashes and rushes to the front of the TV. He Yuxing, I don't know. This light stick and support shirt just appeared on me. He Yuxing, Joding people are still chasing me. Cheng Jie looked at He Yuxing with a face full of disdain. In the moment he stood up, the viewers in the live stream noticed the support shirt he was wearing. My aloof and cool boss is also in support. Why is this so funny, ha? Did you 3 customize your outfits? Is there a chibi version of Zheng Xun's big head on the support shirt? So cute, I want to own a matching one, ha. The atmosphere crews Huang He is also in position. He and He Yuxing look like they want to jump into the TV. These 2 really look like bosses entering the second phase. It's too abstract. TWT intense support, although only a quarter of TWT is present, each person's engagement is incredibly high and the trending topic still made it. While Chu Li was in a meeting at the company, idly scrolling through his phone. I don't understand, but I respect TWT's right to trend. Before the theme song began, Zheng Xun had already left the stage. Zhao Ran happened to be there, and the 2 naturally high-fived. Even if the first week went smoothly, can this show hurry to the finals? Already I'm exhausted. It seems that even Zhao Ran as the organizer couldn't bear it anymore. Zheng Xun laughed at him. Didn't you say the debut battle is a good opportunity to gain popularity and traffic? Zhao Ran nearly fainted upon hearing this. All the benefits are stuffed into Mo Qian's hands, that heartless capitalist. I don't want to waste any more time with these little brats. How many lives do I have to waste like this? Zhao Ran really couldn't hold on anymore. He was the head of the second center and was already extremely busy. The process of the debut battle is very tight, and as a mentor, he often has to stay up all night with the students. Usually he can't guide every trainee, so taking this opportunity, Zhao Ran decided to teach more just in case it was useful. The result of this kindness is that his sleep time was severely compressed. Fortunately, he was naturally energetic and could still cope. One can only say in this line of work there is no one without abundant energy. Not to mention the 4 from TWT, even Gu Xiuqi is a person who can sleep only 2 hours a day. The theme song stage is trending online. After this stage, the rankings will be reshuffled. Popular contestants with high discussion rates are basically the ones who will make it to the finals. Zheng Xun temporarily did not care about these matters. After completing his hosting duties for the day, he planned to return to the studio. He did not alert the Joding people and took a taxi back. When he opened the studio door, the other 3 had not yet had the chance to change out of their support t-shirts. Zheng Xun, although I didn't appear in the variety show as a student, I have thoroughly felt your enthusiasm for voting. He Yuxing took 2 quick steps from the sofa to the door. You're back so soon, eh? Hurry, you can just catch the tail end of my live stream. Isn't your live stream 3 hours long? I don't enjoy watching Joding's variety shows. Are you asking me to be tortured in front of the TV for 3 hours? Cruel, cold-blooded, ruthless. Zheng Xun looked at him speechlessly, but still followed He Yuxing to the live streaming room to greet the fans. Hello everyone, did you all see me just now? Zheng Xun. Haha, so busy, Zheng Xun. The majority of the comments in He Yuxing's live stream were from his own fans along with some group fans. Since he officially became famous after debuting with TWT, the proportion of fans from Wanshur Extreme Company was relatively low. Everyone was still quite friendly towards Zheng Xun's appearance. There were 1 or 2 unfriendly comments, but Zheng Xun skipped over them. After chatting with the viewers in the live stream for a while, he went to the sofa to eat. As he ate, he scrolled through his phone. At that moment, 2 friend requests popped up. One was from Mo Qian, and the other was from Zheng Lin, whom he had only met once. Mo Qian was truly Mo Qian. Undeterred, even after Zheng Xun rejected his first request, he possessed the courage to try again. Zheng Xun hesitated. Adding the boss as a contact was an excruciatingly complicated matter, so he opted to skip it entirely and approved Zheng Lin's friend request first. Zheng Lin appeared exceptionally busy. After accepting the request, Zheng Xun sent him a waving mallow emoji, but Zheng Lin did not reply immediately. Zheng Xun didn't dwell on it. His daytime schedule was overwhelmingly tight, and by evening drowsiness overtook him. He'd only meant to rest for a moment before approving Mo Qian's request, but slipped instantly into a deep, unconscious slumber. He completely forgot about it. Starting Monday, Jiao Ding's debut performance entered its second stage, a live showcase featuring guest collaborators. Jiao Ding's staff announced that a brief meeting would be held Monday morning, gathering guest mentors and this season's main instructors. At precisely 6 a.m., Zheng Xun jolted awake, lying flat beneath his quilt. Yawning, he tiptoed past the three others still asleep on the floor and headed to the bathroom to wash up. Though technically awake, he remained half asleep. Still dazed, Zheng Xun washed his face and dressed mechanically, then stepped into the entryway to change shoes. Just as he prepared to leave, Cheng Jie's voice rang out from behind. Zheng Xun, did you grab the keys? Zheng Xun had just reached for his pocket when he snapped, fully awake. Turning back, he saw Cheng Jie and Huang He already impeccably dressed and standing right behind him. Cheng Jie read his expression instantly. You didn't, by any chance, entirely forget that we're the guest collaborators for this event? I didn't forget. My brain simply auto-deleted last night's chat history. Cheng Jie fell speechless. Huang He chuckled beside him. Let's go. If we don't leave now, we'll be late. He Yuxing didn't need to depart so early and remained asleep. The three tiptoed out of the studio. Their driver Jia Yi was already waiting at the gate. Chu Li herself was behind the wheel. Zheng Xun sat in the front passenger seat. Cheng Jie and Huang He took the rear. As Chu Li pressed the accelerator, she kept one eye on traffic and chatted easily with all three. Over the weekend, the boss asked me to hold a meeting, and afterward mentioned wanting to meet you three this week. After all, you're currently the company's most profitable group. At that, Zheng Xun suddenly raised his hand. What is it? Chu Li asked. Sister Chu, Zheng Xun said earnestly, when you say we're the most profitable, does that not stem solely from the fact that TWT is the company's only active idol group? Instinctively reaching for her medication, Chu Li was swiftly stopped by Huang He from the back seat. Sister Chu, eyes on the road. Abandoning the pill, she heard Cheng Jie, and almost casually, Zheng Xun does have a point. Chu Li took a slow, steadying breath, then deliberately bypassed both remarks and continued her earlier thread. President Qin wants to know what you three need. Voice your requests. Our company will do its utmost to fulfill them. The moment Chu Li mentioned requests, all three perked up instantly. Cheng Jie declared, I'd like Jia Yi Group to invest in me. That's highly unrealistic, Chu Li replied. Could I ask whether my nemesis can be resurrected? With my target gone, I'm unable to claim my reward, Huang He offered. Technically insurmountable, Chu Li responded. Could I possibly land a job aligned with my academic background? Zheng Xun asked. Chu Li paused, then turned back to Cheng Jie. What was your request again? Perhaps I can advocate for it with the boss. A spark of inspiration lit Zheng Xun's eyes. He turned toward Cheng Jie and Huang He in the back seat. Had I spoken first, I'd have secured the advantage. After hearing your two utterly absurd wishes, Sister Chu will surely find mine refreshingly reasonable. Cheng Jie shot him a deadpan look, and gently but firmly turned his head forward. Don't speak. Every word you utter betrays your IQ. Huang He added, nodding sagely. Exactly. Is this really about speaking order? Clearly mine is the most modest demand. Cheng Jie sighed, turning away. Neither should you speak. You aspire to be the team's intellectual anchor. Chu Li drove them to Jiao Ding Entertainment and escorted them inside. She clarified she wouldn't attend their meeting. She was visiting Jiao Ding to see someone. Curious, Zheng Xun asked who, and received a name he hadn't anticipated. Li Su, head of the Four Centers. Brother Su. Zheng Xun blinked, bewildered. Isn't he in charge of modeling talent? Are we transitioning into models now? You three becoming idols was already a feat of extraordinary talent, Chu Li replied. We're arranging magazine cover shoots. I'm here to consult him for guidance. Chu Li explained she'd collaborated with Li Su before. They were acquainted. Huang He remarked, Sister Chu, you seem to know everyone everywhere. She met him with a calm, knowing glance. If you'd accumulated 29 years of professional experience, you'd know many people too. No, I've got tough luck. I tend to jinx others. Better keep my circle small, to spare lives. Huang He spoke with startling candor. Enough chatter. Off you go to your meeting. I'm leaving. Chu Li turned to depart. She'd already expended more conversational energy today than her CPU could safely sustain. The trio rode the elevator to the 7th floor and entered the conference room, where several attendees already sat around the long table. Gu Shouqi and Zhao Ran, the primary coordinators, and the show's director. Also present were He Yuxing and Tao Xueqing. Upon spotting Zheng Xun and the others, Tao Xueqing smiled warmly and waved a greeting. She seemed free of other commitments that day. Dressed casually, her hair swept into a low ponytail, long strands cascading softly over her shoulders. Zheng Xun and Cheng Jie hadn't expected her presence. Tao Xueqing rose and approached them to speak. This morning I saw your name cards on the table. I was genuinely delighted. Never imagined we'd share the stage so soon. She gazed up at them, eyes alight with quiet mirth. Zheng Xun felt equally uplifted. Tao Xueqing possessed a rare calming aura. Anyone near her naturally settled into serene stillness. Unreserved, Zheng Xun voiced his raw sentiment in a hushed whisper. This show was pushing him toward full-blown nervous exhaustion. Tao Xueqing merely pressed her lips together, smiling softly. Is there truly anyone or anything Zheng Xun can't handle? Then they must be profoundly abstract. Exactly. You've hit the nail on the head. Zheng Xun nodded vigorously. Because He was present, Zheng Xun exchanged only a few words with He Yuxing before turning to greet him. Though they'd met only once, Zheng Xun held a distinctly favorable impression. Having courteously refrained from interrupting Zheng Xun's conversation with He Yuxing, He now watched as Zheng Xun took the seat beside him. He nodded, his eyes crinkling with warmth. Hello, Zheng Xun. Good to see you again. Hello, Xiaohua. Zheng Xun was effortlessly affable. He was roughly his age, so calling him Little Hua felt perfectly natural, and He accepted the nickname without hesitation. This time Zheng Xun came thoroughly prepared. He'd researched He's filmography and even watched several episodes of his television dramas. Xiaohua, I've seen your performances. Though I confess I struggled to follow the plot lines, your acting was superb. What Zheng Xun had watched was a campus youth romance drama, replete with melodramatic twists and labyrinthine emotional arcs which to him proved more mentally taxing than any thriller. Yet He's portrayal stood out vividly. Zheng Xun couldn't fathom why his character chose to stand drenched in rain on the school grounds waiting for the heroine's forgiveness. Surely an umbrella wouldn't hinder patience. Nonetheless, even blinded by downpour, Little Hua retained both striking beauty and commanding presence. Recalling the scene, He flushed faintly with embarrassment. Actually, it wasn't raining that day. The crew mismanaged the water hoses entirely. It was less rain, more deluge. He recounted truthfully each line he delivered required him to swallow half a mouthful of water, and even his co-star, the female lead, nearly broke character. What was intended as a poignant, tear-jerking scene nearly dissolved into laughter, though her amusement vanished the moment she descended the stairs. By the time she reached He, they were both dripping wet, sharing that now iconic water-drinking duet. The production team later edited that sequence and posted it online, where it trended nationwide under the hashtag spoke a few words but drank my fill. The meeting was about to begin when the final guest arrived fashionably late. Apologies, I'm running behind. A young man pushed open the conference room door. Zheng Xun glanced at the lone remaining empty seat and saw the name card placed neatly upon it. Shen Guanyu. Shen Guanyu is part of Silver Snow Entertainment, a well-established agency in the entertainment industry. The boss, Shen Yuan, is a capable and insightful person. The company has nurtured many highly recognized artists and had been thriving in recent years. However, ever since Shen Yuan passed away, the power struggle among the upper management has intensified, and Shen Guanyu, being Shen Yuan's only son, has faced widespread exclusion. Due to the chaos of recent years, Silver Snow's momentum has greatly diminished, and even Shen Guanyu, as an artist, was kept in the shadows for quite some time. Fortunately, earlier this year, Shen Guanyu's aunt returned from abroad. Upon her return to the company, she engaged in strategic maneuvers with the higher-ups, leading to a revival in Silver Snow's fortunes, and Shen Guanyu was allowed to resume his activities. Currently, the guest of the debut battle for Jiuding is Shen Guanyu's second program after being sidelined. It seems that Jiuding has a favorable view of the Shen family, believing they will stabilize the situation in the end, hence the invitation extended to Shen Guanyu. The debut battle of Jiuding has gained tremendous popularity due to Zheng Xun and several abstract players. This presents a great opportunity for Shen Guanyu. This is Zheng Xun's first time meeting Shen Guanyu. He is unfamiliar with the past events of Silver Snow, but he finds this handsome young man to be quiet, introverted, and rather reserved. Upon entering, he immediately apologized, and the director of the program quickly reassured him that it was no problem as they had not yet begun. Shen Guanyu took a seat quietly to the right of Zheng Xun, so silently that he seemed to conceal even his breath. Zheng Xun has never encountered someone with such a demeanor before. His usual surroundings resemble that of a traditional music ensemble filled with the sounds of suona gongs and drums, a cacophony of noise. Of course, he does not deny that he is also one of the sources of noise. The friends he usually collaborates with are all very articulate. In the entertainment industry, even the most introverted individuals cannot avoid extensive communication. However, Shen Guanyu is not like that. He seems to inhabit his own world, erecting an invisible barrier that separates him from others. Zheng Xun stared at him, his mind racing with thoughts almost short-circuiting. Shen Guanyu, sensing his gaze, looked up and smiled politely. Hello, hello. Zheng Xun greeted him softly. To Shen Guanyu's right was Huang He, a large suona player who immediately struck up a conversation with Shen Guanyu. Are you Xiao Shen? I saw you when I was a trainee at Bishi. You came to our company for some collaboration, right? Shen Guanyu quietly added as a special guest for the MV. Oh, right, my memory isn't great, I just remember you came by. Once Huang He opened his mouth, it was hard to close it. He could chat with anyone. Even someone as dense as Zheng Xun could feel the dark aura emanating from Shen Guanyu. Zheng Xun extended his arm, reaching over Shen Guanyu to tap Huang He's back. Who ambushed me? Huang He instinctively looked towards Cheng Jie on his right, who responded with an exasperated glance. Why don't you turn around and see? Huang He turned around and happened to catch Zheng Xun making faces at him. With the meeting approaching, Huang He generously decided not to hold it against Zheng Xun. But he jotted down a note in his open notebook, intending to bring it up after the meeting. Everyone had arrived, and Gu Xiuqi said to the director, "Let's get started." Okay, the director nodded, looking at the guests. Hello, esteemed guests. Welcome to this Jiuding debut battle. The director's main purpose for gathering everyone for this meeting is twofold. One is for the guests to meet the production team and get to know each other. The other is to assign tasks. Following last week's first public stage, the 5 classes from A to E have been reshuffled. The songs for the second public performance have been announced, and we need to discuss whether we will randomly draw lots to decide, or if we will arrange based on the suitability of the songs. The director asked for the guests' opinions. The guests looked at each other. He Yuxing was the first to speak. I think drawing lots is fairer, it's more random, and will be more interesting. If we end up with contrasting stages, the audience will be more eager to see it. Cheng Jie added, I agree with Zheng Xun's idea. Huang He was next. Drawing lots sounds great. I like randomness. Shen Guanyu gently shook his head. I'm fine with anything. I will defer to the majority. Zheng Xun glanced at the other guests. He was leading Class D, destined to collaborate with one of the guests. If possible, he hoped the person would be the amiable He Yuxing or He Yuxing. Cheng Jie and Huang He were the first to be ruled out. As for Shen Guanyu, he wasn't very familiar with him, and their personalities didn't seem to align. However, not drawing lots seemed dull, which did not fit Zheng Xun's usual style. I also support drawing lots. The others, He Yuxing, Gu Xiuqi, and Zhao Ran, agreed, and they ultimately decided to leave it to fate. The director quickly tore paper to make 5 lots for the 5 guests to draw from. The final results surprised Zheng Xun. Cheng Jie was in Class A, He Yuxing in Class B, He Yuxing in Class C, and Huang He in Class E. And the least familiar Shen Guanyu drew Class D, where Zheng Xun was. The meeting did not last long, as the new week's live broadcast was set to begin this afternoon, and the guests needed to meet with their respective classes. When the director announced the meeting was over, everyone tidied up their papers and left with their belongings. He Yuxing tapped Zheng Xun's shoulder, and Zheng Xun turned to see the look of regret on his face. I originally thought I could go to Class D this time, but it seems I don't have such luck. Hu's disappointment was genuine. After all, he was a hidden fan of Zheng Xun and naturally hoped to collaborate with his idol. He Yuxing perked up a bit upon hearing this. Then Zheng Xun, let's meet in the program later. Sure. Zheng Xun turned around and found Huang He and Cheng Jie standing behind him. Zheng Xun's words were purely to comfort He Yuxing. In fact, the 2 abstract masters in Class D kept Zheng Xun busy, while Zhao Ran and Gu Xiuqi would occasionally come to check on him. He Yuxing perked up a bit upon hearing this. Then Zheng Xun, let's meet in the program later. Sure. Zheng Xun turned around and found Huang He and Cheng Jie standing behind him. Huang He had overheard the conversation between him and He Yuxing and nodded abruptly, unsure of what he was affirming. Then I'll go too. Don't come. Zheng Xun refused without hesitation, and Huang He gasped. You actually rejected your good teammate. My goodness, is this the image of a big star outside? So sad, painful, and hopeless. Huang He turned to find Cheng Jie to complain, but Cheng Jie shoved his face away. Just go secretly. Can Zheng Xun really stop you? Stubborn, not knowing how to adapt. Huang He immediately changed his expression and returned to normal. Then he'll go secretly. Zheng Xun suddenly raised both hands, holding up his eyelids and widening his eyes. I will keep an eye on you all. Anyone who dares to put pressure on me should not blame me for writing them into a song and making them trend online. Cheng Jie replied perfunctorily, I'm scared, urging him to put his hands down. So creepy, I'm leaving. He Yuxing waved goodbye to Zheng Xun. Then I'm off too. I'll come find you to play in Class D when I have the chance. Welcome. Zheng Xun's attitude became much more relaxed in front of He Yuxing. Now only Shen Guanyu was left among the guests. Shen Guanyu stood beside him like a silent ice sculpture. He didn't speak, but his presence was very strong. While Zheng Xun thought that this stalemate was not a solution, so he should get him out of the meeting room. Do you need to rest? I can take you to the lounge. There are still 2 hours until the afternoon broadcast starts. Shen Guanyu shook his head and his black bangs swayed gently. No need, I'll go directly to Class D. Please take me there, Zheng Xun. Shen Guanyu was different from others. Although he was younger than Zheng Xun, he did not call him brother like He Yuxing and the other students. Instead, he directly called him by his name. Zheng Xun actually accepted this form of address quite well. After all, the age gap wasn't significant, and calling him by name didn't feel distant. Then let's take a stroll here to get familiar with the place. Zheng Xun led Shen Guanyu around the shooting venue for the upcoming show, encountering many students who greeted Zheng Xun. Xiaozheng Laoshi, Zheng Xun Laoshi, Sun Gu. Zheng Xun quickly became familiar with the trainees at Juting through his strong sociable skills. Although a small number of people were jealous of Zheng Xun's popularity, they were not many. Most felt that Zheng Xun was warm and easy to talk to. Indeed, compared to Zhao Ran and Gu Xiuqi, Zheng Xun was the most approachable among the 3 teachers. His optimistic spirit of whoever I want to love and let it be had influenced many. Shen Guanyu followed Zheng Xun, saying little, observing everything quietly, seemingly indifferent to the outside world. As they walked ahead, students behind them whispered, Isn't that Shen Guanyu from Yinxue? So they invited him as a guest. The situation with Yinxue is quite chaotic. I thought Juting would choose not to get involved. Who knows what Boss Missouri is thinking? Shen Guanyu showed no extra reaction to being gossiped about. Zheng Xun found these trainees rather chatty. He turned his head and said directly, You guys from Class C, it's this time, and you still haven't prepared for the live broadcast. Be careful, or Zhao Ran Laoshi will come to catch you himself. This time Zhao Ran is in charge of Classes A and C, while Gu Xiuqi is responsible for B and E. At the mention of Zhao Ran's name, the students hurriedly slipped away. Got it. Xiaozheng Laoshi, goodbye. Zhao Ran's name held a lot of weight here. Zheng Xun and Gu Xiuqi would only hint, but teacher Zhao would actually practice with the students rigorously. The mysteriously fiery teacher, Zhao Ran. Let's go, it's time to see our friends in Class D. After handling this small issue, Zheng Xun patted Shen Guanyu's shoulder, urging him to continue following. When he turned around, he found Shen Guanyu staring at him. What's wrong? Did you notice how I solved the conflict with just one sentence, looking particularly capable and handsome? Zheng Xun proudly lifted his chin, receiving a somewhat speechless glance from Shen Guanyu. Shen Guanyu lowered his eyelids. It's nothing. I just feel like you seem to have a good relationship with everyone. What are you saying? I never dared to tell you before, all my enemies are hiding in Class D. Isn't that the class you're in charge of? Yeah, isn't it strange? Shen Guanyu remained silent, believing that not prying too deeply was a significant strategy to avoid misfortune. At the entrance of Class D, the two encountered the door guardian Mu Yujo. The cool guy had this attitude: oh, as long as Zheng Xun, the class teacher, did not enter, he would not set foot in this enchanting room. Now that Zheng Xun was here, Mu Yujo straightened up from leaning against the wall. Finally here. His gaze fell on Shen Guanyu, and Zheng Xun introduced him. This is Shen Guanyu, an artist from Inxue, the guest for the second public stage. Mu Yujo stared at Shen Guanyu for a moment, and before formally greeting him, he asked Zheng Xun, according to tradition, shouldn't the mentor be the guest for the second public stage? You just said it was according to tradition. Does Jiuding seem like a company that plays by the rules? Zheng Xun waved his hand, telling him not to speculate on Jiuding's intentions. Boss Mo's thoughts were even more abstract than Luan Heng's mental state. Shen Guanyu seemed not very keen on greeting Mu Yujo. The two tacitly skipped this step. Zheng Xun stood at the door, gripping the doorknob, suddenly stepped to the left, and opened the door. Zheng Xun, Lausher, please review my new song. Sun Gu, look at me, look at me. Two tall young men rushed out from inside the door. The eager Luan Heng made an abrupt stop, nearly causing Gu Yixuan behind him to crash into the door frame. What the? He remembered there were cameras here and had to forcibly suppress the impolite language. Luan Heng looked at Shen Guanyu outside the door with indifference. Another royal who dropped in unannounced. As the audience entered the live stream room, they saw Luan Heng and Gu Yixuan talking to someone outside the door. The atmosphere seemed a bit tense. What's going on? Why are our royal relatives so vigilant? Who's outside? Zheng Xun. No way. If Zheng Xun were here, those two would rush to hand him the lyrics. Did you arrive late? They just rushed out with a thick stack of lyrics. The cameraman's lens followed, focusing on Shen Guanyu standing outside. Shen Guanyu's handsome face appeared on screen. Oh my, it's actually Shen Guanyu. Wait, is he the prince of Inxue? I dare not laugh, this one is the real prince. Luan Heng and Gu Yixuan aren't as royal as he is. Shen Guanyu is at most a useless prince. Hasn't Yingxue's upper management been in trouble for years? Shen Guanyu is a guest performer. Isn't Jiuding setting a trap for themselves? Shen Guanyu remained unfazed and slightly nodded at the two youths inside. Hello everyone, I am Shen Guanyu. Zheng Xun sensed the tense atmosphere and quickly stepped out from the shadows, placing a hand on Shen's shoulder, appearing friendly. Come over everyone. Let me introduce this handsome guy, Shen Guanyu, the guest performer for the second public stage. Let's all get to know him. With Zheng Xun's command, the three students who had been watching from the back came forward. They greeted Shen Guanyu saying, hello teacher Shen. Shen Guanyu gently shook his head. We're not that different in age, oh just call me by my name. He was humble and appeared approachable. After the three students completed their greetings, they quickly retreated to the corner of the practice room. Luan Heng and Gu Yixuan remained silent while Shen Guanyu did not speak much. Even Mu Yujo was watching the spectacle, and the atmosphere had become extremely tense. Zheng Xun found it a bit unbearable. The guest has arrived, isn't anyone happy? As soon as he finished speaking, Luan Heng, more perceptive than the others, smiled at Shen Guanyu and said, hello teacher Shen, welcome. Gu Yixuan scratched the back of his head saying, teacher Shen, aren't you an actor? Why are you participating in this singing and dancing program? Is it? Zheng Xun elbowed Gu Yixuan, forcibly interrupting his words. This guy was both dazed and foolish. He must not say anything ridiculous or it would be impossible to recover. Shen Guanyu knew what Gu Yixuan wanted to say. He nodded. I can sing a bit, but I don't dance well. I will try my best to keep up with everyone. But our stage? Gu Yixuan opened his mouth again, but was elbowed by Zheng Xun. However, Gu Yixuan managed to swallow his previous words, but couldn't help but speak again. Dancing is very difficult, oh, I feel you. For the third time, Gu Yixuan failed to finish his sentence, starting to close himself off, quietly walking to the piano and feigning melancholy. Zheng Xun ignored him and let Shen Guanyu enter first. Xiaoshen, you go in and sit first. Oh, I will find you a new set of lyrics. Okay. The second public stage will air on Sunday, leaving little time for mentors and students. Besides the stage, during this time the students also had game interactions and short video shoots. In short, the filming pace was very tight. Zheng Xun went to find something, leaving Shen Guanyu in the classroom. The students had heard about the gossip regarding Inxue and the Shen family to varying degrees, but they couldn't discuss it in front of the person involved. Luan Heng didn't care about the gossip outside. He didn't care about how he was evaluated online. He had his own world. He approached Shen Guanyu, who slightly raised his head while sitting in the chair. The audience in the live stream room began to feel tense. Are these two going to fight? The atmosphere is really scary. Is it just my illusion? It seemed Luan Heng was very indifferent to anyone other than Zheng Xun. I said it before, a Prince Luan's world only has tasteless teammates, vulgar cousins, and Zheng Xun. Luan Heng stared at Shen Guanyu, who also furrowed his brows, unsure of what Luan Heng's intentions were. You? Shen Guanyu started to speak, and at that moment Luan Heng suddenly handed him a piece of paper. Shun Guanyu showed a surprised expression as he took the paper. Is this the lyrics for the second public stage? Thank you. No, Luan Heng shook his head. This is a new song I wrote overnight last night. I would like Teacher Shun to evaluate it. A new song? Shun Guanyu did not understand. He only heard the director mumble a few words in the morning and knew that the pace of their debut battle variety show was very tight, with students often practicing until dawn. In such a tight schedule, how could this cousin of Mo Qian find time to write a song? He was half convinced and glanced down at the lyrics. At the same time, the camera also focused on the paper. There are 3 weeks left before Zheng Xun and I debut in Cyan Arc. Shun Guanyu froze the moment he saw the lyrics. He had not paid attention to the trending topics earlier, so he did not know that this person was known as Zheng Xun's extreme single push. I don't really understand, Shun Guanyu said. Honestly, not understanding meant not understanding, but his emotional intelligence was still intact, so he tried to smooth things over. However, hasn't Zheng Xun already debuted? Teacher Shin, you may not know this. Some idols need a second debut. In my opinion, it is the best arrangement for Zheng Xun and me to form a boy group together. Luan Heng's nonsense was just overheard by Zheng Xun, who had just entered. Zheng Xun almost instantaneously appeared in front of Shun Guanyu, quietly snatching the absurd work from his hand. Xiaoshin, this is for you. Zheng Xun, did Luan Heng just say you want to debut with him? Shun Guanyu asked, genuinely confused. Even without asking, Zheng Xun could guess what nonsense Luan Heng had said. It's fine, I don't mind him. He tends to act up at this time every day, or I'm used to it. Teacher Zheng Xun, this is my heartfelt wish, Luan Heng defended himself. I have figured it out. I consider the matter of debuting with you a given fact. As long as I repeatedly mention it in the lyrics, the universe will sense my energy. Zheng Xun was speechless. Is this where science fails and metaphysics begins? Shun Guanyu recalled the lyrics he had hastily glanced at earlier and suddenly spoke. Actually, the lyrics are quite good. Luan Heng immediately raised his eyebrows. Teacher Shin, you have great taste. Zheng Xun returned the messy lyrics to Luan Heng and led Shun Guanyu to the piano. Gu Yixuan was still pretending to be melancholic on the piano bench, but Zheng Xun ignored him and sat directly on the other half of the piano bench. Xiaoshin, I will sing it once first. Let's take our time. I will accompany you, teacher. Gu Yixuan suddenly became enthusiastic. Declined. I am very skilled. Someone who treats the piano like a percussion instrument is not qualified to say such things. Well, all right then. Gu Yixuan showed a disappointed expression, but with a turn his mood became high again. Then I will sing along with you. Since Gu Yixuan insisted on joining this lesson, Zheng Xun had no choice but to treat him as a music stand. The song to be performed at the second public stage is titled The Reversal of Heaven and Earth. This song was selected from the Second Center's music library. Zheng Xun guided Shun Guanyu through it from start to finish. After singing the entire piece, once Zheng Xun realized Shun Guanyu was ill-suited for the rap section, yet his vocal performance was undeniably captivating. He took the lyric sheet from Gu Yixuan's music stand and casually picked up a pen to mark it up. I figured out how to divide the verses. No problem. The rap section will be handled by Luan Heng and Gu Yixuan. They began rehearsing with the newly revised verse distribution. Later, the choreography instructor dropped by to correct the trainees' movements and personally coached Shun Guanyu until he mastered them. To accommodate the guests, who were not professional idols, the assigned dance moves were deliberately simplified. Shun Guanyu learned quickly. His physical coordination was exceptional. During casual conversation, Zheng Xun learned that Shun Guanyu had studied martial arts as a child. My father taught me, not deeply, just ornamental forms and flashy gestures. Shun Guanyu said this with quiet modesty. Zheng Xun was beginning to grasp his manner of speech, perhaps shaped by his upbringing. Even his humility carried a subtle undercurrent of deliberate understatement, of concealing true capability behind self-effacement. In Zheng Xun's estimation, Shun Guanyu was at least less demanding than the other 3 members of Class D, excluding Luan Heng and Gu Yixuan. As for the 2 royal heirs, they fell entirely outside the realm of ordinary consideration. Rehearsal time passed swiftly. 3 hours vanished in a blink. Since Shun Guanyu had other commitments, he departed early. Zheng Xun walked him to the door. They stepped into the corridor, a stretch unmonitored by cameras. Zheng Xun, having already removed his microphone, waved cheerfully in farewell. After walking a short distance, Shun Guanyu suddenly turned and asked Zheng Xun, do you really work as an assassin? Absolutely, Zheng Xun replied, without hesitation, his candor as unguarded as his profession itself. The question caught Zheng Xun off guard. He paused, then double-checked his assumptions. Wait, Xiaoshin, surely you're not about to hire me for a job. Shun Guanyu froze. He'd only meant it as a jest, but Zheng Xun's immediate seriousness startled him. He smiled instead. Not at the moment. I have no such needs right now. Should any opportunities arise, I'll certainly refer them to you. Though spoken lightly, Zheng Xun responded with solemn earnestness, pulling out his phone. Xiaoshin, let's add each other as we chat friends. In the end, Shun Guanyu found himself inexplicably accepting Zheng Xun's friend request. Silver Snow's car was already waiting downstairs, driven personally by his aunt Shinbing. Shun Guanyu glanced down at his phone as he opened the car door and settled into the front passenger seat. Zheng Xun's profile picture showed him posing beside a plump black cat, likely his own pet, uncannily resembling him in expression and bearing. Zheng Xun's WeChat Moments feed was vividly eclectic. Loquacious, eager to share nearly everything. His photos were mostly unedited originals, never staged for aesthetics, but captured spontaneously, casually, without pretense. His most recent post featured a group photo with 3 teammates wearing fan club uniforms, each face frozen mid-expression as if reluctantly dragged before the lens. The post before that showed him burning the midnight oil composing the theme song, a single desk lamp aglow, its surface strewn with snacks and scattered sheets of paper. Caption: Senior Sister Chu says it's fine to snack while pulling all-nighters. Yes. The one before that captured an internal studio meeting. Only fragments of colleagues' clothing appeared in frame, while Zheng Xun stretched both legs straight, heels together, and toes splayed wide, forming an inexplicable heart shape with his feet. The next post displayed a book titled Beware You Are Regressing into Childhood, captioned: Our manager gave 1 copy to each of us for, even if we don't understand why we're reading it. Zheng Xun's moments revolved almost exclusively around the other 3 members of TYT, his manager, and his black cat. He appeared sociable, yet his social circle remained remarkably narrow. Perhaps he simply didn't prioritize expanding it. He let relationships unfold organically without force or expectation. Shun Guanyu scrolled idly. The feed refreshed, revealing a new post: Dark Walker Zheng Yidao. Please judge these 2 lawless troublemakers who recklessly disrupt others' work. Defiant Cheng Jie and cheerful Huang He. Zheng Xun attached 2 high-resolution photos, both culprits' faces clearly visible. Xinbing glanced at her nephew, seeing no sign of distress on his face. She refocused on the road ahead. I assumed you'd decline this assignment. Idle training doesn't seem like the sort of work you'd find appealing. Xinbing remarked offhandedly. I'm genuinely uninterested. Shun Guanyu tapped like beneath the post, but this time I've made a discovery. A discovery? Xinbing was genuinely surprised. Her nephew was emotionally detached, nearly friendless, rarely stirred by people or pursuits with any intensity. Living yet barely alive. That phrase fit him perfectly. Had she not been driving, she would have bombarded him with questions about what had just transpired. Yet, even asking might yield no answer, so she might as well watch the live broadcast instead. At Jioding Studio, Zheng Xun stared wordlessly at the 2 figures blocking the doorway. What are you 2 doing here in Class D instead of rehearsing? Before him stood Cheng Jie and Huang He. Cheng Jie folded his arms across his chest. We mastered those rehearsal routines centuries ago. Huang He chimed in, returning to the studio this early would be dull. We came to help you guide the trainees. Zheng Xun raised his hands, preparing to usher them both away. Don't bother. We won't have you 2 muddling things up. Just when the trainees finally grasped it, you'd undo all their progress. Huang He retorted, now that's insulting. Teacher Xiaozheng, that's unfair. 2 prodigies of our stature. What could possibly be beyond our teaching? Go on, hand over the material. Let's give it a try. Cheng Jie added firmly, we're not leaving. Not today. Someone's going to teach, and it's going to be us. We won't be underestimated. The trainees exchanged bewildered glances. Zheng Xun paused, then reconsidered. Fine, you may stay, but you'll need to contribute meaningfully. This rap verse has been bothering me. I'd like your ears on it. Zheng Xun released his grip, and Huang He and Cheng Jie re-entered the classroom. Cheng Jie shrugged. Told you. You'd beg for our help sooner or later. Huang He nodded. Teamwork demands transparency. Consultation fee, 500 per session. Before Zheng Xun could erupt, the 2 had already seated themselves obediently on chairs. Each took a copy of the lyrics, effortlessly assuming the role of mentor. Sing it through once. We'll listen carefully. With Zheng Xun's silent consent, the trainees launched into the song from the beginning, following the revised verse distribution. Shen Guanyu's part was temporarily handled by Zheng Xun. Huang He sat back, arms crossed, torso leaning slightly backward, his chair swaying gently to the rhythm as he gazed absently at the ceiling, listening intently to the trainee's fragmented, uneven delivery. Cheng Jie draped his left leg over his right knee, elbow propped on his thigh, frowning as he scanned the lyrics in his other hand. When the final note faded, he rose abruptly, strode to the door, and peered at the sign outside. Let me check. Is this truly Class D? Or did I accidentally wander into Class E? Zheng Xun hauled him back inside. Huang He nodded. Teamwork demands transparency. Before Zheng Xun could erupt, the 2 had already seated themselves obediently on chairs. He turned toward Luan Heng and Gu Yixuan. You 2, are you sworn enemies? Huang He issued a soul-stirring question. Luan Heng and Gu Yixuan exchanged glances. Then, as if by silent agreement, both swiftly averted their eyes. Just one look was enough to spark irritation. Huang He rubbed his jaw thoughtfully. Before going independent, he had spent some time as a trainee at Bishi Entertainment. With debut slots, fiercely contested backstabbing and factional exclusion among trainees were commonplace. He himself disdained such petty scheming. After all, he possessed unwavering self-confidence. Not only could he thrive as an idol, but even as a feng shui master he would carve out a respected name in the industry. He reasoned that Jioding's current atmosphere likely mirrored his former company's cutthroat competition among trainees' mutual disdain, all perfectly natural. Yet Huang He hadn't anticipated how brazenly unguarded they were. Ordinary trainees, at least before the cameras, would feign camaraderie and group cohesion. Are they royalty or something? Huang He mused inwardly. Beside him, Cheng Jie spoke up. Are you truly students of Zheng Xun? All 5 trainees nodded in unison. Cheng Jie paused, then said, fine. Once you step outside, don't claim Zheng Xun as your mentor. Say instead that Zhao Ran trained you. Zhao Ran, who was coaching trainees in Class A, sneezed sharply. Who was gossiping about him? Was it Cheng Jie? Cheng Jie, after all, was the guest support mentor for Class A, and had already crossed paths with Zhao Ran earlier. Though every word they exchanged seemed to spark friction somehow, miraculously, they managed to communicate effectively. Though Cheng Jie defended Zheng Xun himself bristled with indignation. Is my teaching really that poor? Zheng Xun demanded. Cheng Jie softened his phrasing. It's as if none of these 5 have ever been polished. In truth, it wasn't that Zheng Xun taught poorly. 3 of the trainees simply possessed limited aptitude, while the remaining 2 scions of noble houses followed their own convictions. To ease the awkwardness, Huang He smiled and interjected, no worries. We have support mentors on hand. Guest support mentors, Cheng Jie corrected. Same thing, same thing. Huang He glanced at the name tags pinned to the trainees' chests. Luan Heng Yishuan. Your main issue is vocal timing. You're both rushing to sing half a beat ahead of each other. What's the rush? Does your mouth clock out before you do? Huang He cracked a joke, prompting the other 3 trainees to lift their arms, stifling laughter. Huang He knew exactly how to handle this. I'm no rap expert, but we do have masters here. Let me introduce you to TW Test Leader and Visual. Their demonstration will set the standard. Huang He led enthusiastic applause. Cheng Jie gave a wry smirk. What's there to demonstrate? Anyone with lips can do it. Zheng Xun, holding the lyrics sheet, turned his face away. I won't sing. Singing with Cheng Jie outside. That's over time. Internal tensions within TW threatened to erupt, even before external conflicts had been resolved. Seeing the brewing quarrel, Huang He swiftly intervened. If neither of you can sing, just say so outright. No need to pretend in front of Juding's cameras. Huang He understood TW test psychology like a seasoned child psychologist. Instantly, the other 2 sat upright and attentive. The rap section of Reversal of Heaven and Earth followed the first chorus. Both Luan Heng and Gu Yishuan had rewritten their rap verses. Zheng Xun performed Luan Heng's part. Cheng Jie handled Gu Yishuan's. Zheng Xun opened, then Cheng Jie responded, alternating line by line. Upside down truths twisted right and wrong. Rumors swirl like wind past my destined sky. Heaven and earth realign, vast and boundless. My heart a blade forged in snow and fire, cleaving through 10,000 tribulations. Past, you are merely a passerby. Break, I shatter the sheer cliff of inner demons. Today heaven and earth reverse. I rise from ruin met with thunderous acclaim. Zheng Xun and Cheng Jie demonstrated a brief segment. Viewers in the live stream leaned and captivated. Whoa, this is Tao Wenting's caliber. Wait, Tao Wenting? Who's that? One of TW Test's 10,000 playful aliases, haha. We've always said TW only pretends to be a rowdy boy band, to deliver that electrifying shock. Who hasn't heard our Magne Zheng Xun's self-composed web novel-themed songs? Cheng Jie is immensely talented. He began submitting original compositions online back in middle school. Had Cheng Zong focused solely on music instead of reckless investments, perhaps his family's enterprise might still stand. Cheng Zong simply has too much entrepreneurial drive. Time to unleash some wild group awe on Jioding's trainees. And indeed, Jioding's trainees were stunned. To them, Zheng Xun seemed perpetually cheerful and affable, like a mascot invited by a Moqian. As for Cheng Jie, the man who'd walked in criticizing everything, he'd made no favorable impression whatsoever. Now, however, TW Test's explosive debut suddenly felt inevitable. The 4 appeared unruly, yet they were already fully realized artists, polished in craft lacking only stage experience. But for prodigies whose learning speed defied reason, that gap posed no obstacle. After all, each of them had once held the protagonist's script across 4 distinct worlds. Had their openings not catastrophically collapsed, they'd never have descended to idolhood. For them, becoming idols was frankly overqualified work. The 2 who'd just performed saw nothing extraordinary in their own display. When free from schedules, the 4 often gathered in their studio, not just playing absurd mini-games, but writing songs, rehearsing, and preparing meticulously for their next album. Huang He graciously applauded. Thank you to TW Test Leader and Visual for that stunning performance. Truly magnificent. The 3 atmosphere builders joined in clapping vigorously and exclaiming, Teacher Zheng, you're absolutely incredible. Teacher, you seemed so dazed and clueless before. Were you pretending all along? Teacher Cheng Jie, could you teach me too? I'd love to learn from you. Gu Yishuan stroked his jaw deep in thought after hearing their duet. Not bad, but room for improvement. Cheng Jie's temper flared instantly. He rolled the lyric sheet into a tight tube, ready to swat the young man. Huang He sensed his intent and blocked him at once. Cheng Jie, lend me those lyrics. I'll take notes. Cheng Jie scoffed coldly. Zheng Xun scratched the back of his head. Your technique is solid, but you inject too much personal emotion into the performance. Zheng Xun, absorbed in watching the commotion, turned and gasped sharply upon spotting him. How do you walk without making a sound? Luan Heng smiled. Teacher Zheng, your performance was flawless, absolutely impeccable. Would you teach me? The first half was pure praise, and Zheng Xun preened, until the second half revealed his true motive. Zheng Xun scratched the back of his head. Your technique is solid, but you inject too much personal emotion into the performance. Why not try opening up honestly with Gu Yishuan? Both of you possess extraordinary talent. Luan Heng's smile vanished, replaced by solemn stillness. He lowered his head. Gu Yishuan refuses to collaborate with me. Gu Yishuan, mid-argument, with Cheng Jie, diverted attention to rebut him. That's slander. A malicious lie. Teacher Zheng, you see. This is precisely his attitude, Luan Heng added swiftly. Zheng Xun watched them bicker back and forth, and suddenly grasped how Chu Li must feel facing all 4 of them. Enough. Don't bother collaborating. On stage, treat each other as though you're air. That might just save you. His haphazard advice astonishingly earned instant agreement from both. Teacher Zheng remained silent, only repeatedly asking Sister Chu Li for books to borrow. Today's filming concluded. Zheng Xun returned to the studio with two fellow TW members. Upon opening the door, they found Chu Li and He Yuxing inside. Whenever Chu Li visited, it meant new assignments, and this time it was indeed a mission. All four of you must master one or two musical instruments, urgently. Although mastering a musical instrument is not mandatory for boy band members, doing so enhances their vocal performances and strengthens their individual personas, drawing in devoted fans. Moreover, once they launch concerts, they can design special stages to showcase their unique charisma. Currently among the members of TWB, Zheng Xun plays piano and guitar, competent enough for songwriting though not highly proficient. Cheng Jie handles keyboards, guitar, and drum kit, skills acquired primarily to support his compositional work. Huang He began studying piano and accordion in childhood. Having trained in traditional opera, he also picked up several folk instruments along the way. As for Gufeng He Yuxing, he plays only the guqin, and rather poorly. Technical mastery isn't the point, He Yuxing declared. The guqin is one of my weapons, a conduit for unleashing ultimate techniques. Now the four had each filled out their forms and gathered together. He Yuxing remained silent, then erupted. Is this seriously designed to pressure me alone? Zheng Xun leaned curiously over, peering at He Yuxing's blank form, where the characters guqin sprawled across the page in bold, unrestrained calligraphy. Counting on his fingers, Zheng Xun enumerated, we already have keyboards, guitar, and drums in the group, so why not learn bass Yuxing? I refuse to play Western instruments. It's surprisingly easy. Think about it. The guqin and bass are both stringed instruments. The only difference is one is played horizontally, the other vertically. Zheng Xun stated this matter-of-factly, whereupon He Yuxing couldn't restrain himself. He jabbed an elbow into Zheng Xun's neck and ruffled his hair into utter disarray. Are these even comparable? Are they remotely comparable? Zheng Xun flailed wildly, struggling to break free. Just give it a try. You won't be paying for the instrument anyway. Isn't my time worth something? I'm a major celebrity now. Then integrate yourself into modern society. Stop ruining my hairstyle. As the two tussled beside them, Chu Li calmly collected all 5 forms and without blinking announced her plan. The guqin doesn't blend well with your stage performances. Yuxing, you'll need to learn another instrument. Cheng Jie, Huang He, and Zheng Xun, you 3 will each take up one additional instrument as well. Versatility never burdens. No one objected to Chu Li's directive. Even if someone had, she would have dismissed it outright. That's all I needed to say today. It's late. Go wash up and rest. The 4 escorted their manager to the door. As Chu Li reached for her keys, she suddenly remembered something. By the way, during your solo live streams this week, feel free to mention your instrument learning progress, or even make it the central theme of your stream. Chu Li offered this merely as a suggestion, not a demand. Still, she would periodically check in on their progress. It was Monday and none of them had scheduled live streams, so they lounged together on the living room carpet watching television. Snacks of every kind cluttered the coffee table. Zheng Xun tore open a green packaged bag of potato chips, took a bite, and recoiled as the wasabi heat seared his sinuses. Stoically expressionless, he spoke, what do you 3 think of Manager Chu's plan? As he spoke, he gestured to Cheng Jie, who instinctively extended his palm, into which Zheng Xun poured a generous handful of chips. Cheng Jie, oblivious, selected a large intact chip and popped it into his mouth. A sudden sharp cough escaped him, but he said nothing, simply continuing Zheng Xun's sentence. I don't mind. I'm happy to learn alongside everyone else. Then he split the chips in his hand and handed half to He Yuxing, along with the entire snack bag Zheng Xun had been holding. Since the 4 routinely shared food, He Yuxing accepted without surprise. Though he wasn't afraid of learning new things, he adamantly refused to study Western instruments. Yet he knew he couldn't hold the group back, so he nodded. Fine, I'll learn it. What's the big deal? Cough. As he spoke, he placed a wasabi chip in his mouth and choked violently. Huang He raised an eyebrow. You really dislike it that much? Not at all, He Yuxing replied, cracking open a soda can with one hand and taking a deliberately calm sip. I'll master it, just watch. He passed the chip bag to Huang He. Try some, it's delicious. Huang He, unsuspecting, tipped the bag straight into his mouth. Cough, cough, finish. The moment Huang He unleashed a thunderous fit of coughing, the other 3 moved with lightning speed, vaulting over sofas, leaping across stools, to flee the epicenter of chaos. You 3. Huang He wheezed, lunging after them mid-cough. So you've all been performing for me this whole time. The living room descended into pandemonium, the flattened wasabi chip bag lying abandoned on the coffee table. Half an hour later, Zheng Xun updated his social feed. Zheng Xun, irresistibly charismatic, beware the chip assassin, fist raised. Attached a flattened wasabi chip package and a photo of 3 members sprawled helplessly on the floor. In the foreground, Zheng Xun flashed a victory sign and overlaid text read. Mission accomplished, wasabi chip assassination, MVP final frame. Hua Ziyan liked it first, Shen Guanyu second, Tao Xueqing third. A cascade of likes followed swiftly. Even Luan Heng and Gu Yixian joined in. Seeing those 2 names, Zheng Xun immediately messaged them privately. Caught red-handed. You're smuggling phones. Luan Heng replied, first, the production team isn't strict. Zheng Xun shot back, have you considered what happens if I add your cousin? Luan Heng, that scenario is categorically impossible. Zheng Xun, alright. I admit I haven't added him. Luan Heng, truly. Then I'll print this chat log and post it along every corridor your cousin Mo Qian passes, ensuring he stumbles upon it by sheer accident. Zheng Xun, save your energy. I'd rather not face my boss in an onion talk. Gu Yixian also replied. Gu Yixian, surely it won't be that severe. Zheng Xun, you're doomed. I do have teacher Xiaogu's contact. Gu Yixian, whoa. Gu Yixian, I just saw it. He liked the post. Gu Yixian, oh no, my cousin's already calling me. Gu Yixian, I'm finished. The production team forbade trainees from bringing phones, primarily to shield them from online commentary. Yet the director himself knew such rules were largely symbolic. He chose deliberate leniency. No one knew precisely what Gu Xiuqi told his younger cousin that day, but 2 hours later Gu Yixian messaged Zheng Xun again. My cousin scolded me thoroughly, sobbing uncontrollably. Zheng Xun, you're still awake at this hour. You're doomed. You'll get scolded twice. Gu Yixian, don't snitch. Beneath his quilt Zheng Xun giggled mischievously and sent Gu Xiuqi a message. Your young master is still scrolling on his phone. Now both Wan Heng and Gu Yixian were dubbed imperial nobles online. Wan Heng the crown prince, Gu Yixian the marquis. Even Jioding had embraced the classical aesthetic. Gu Xiuqi was likely working late. He replied instantly, Zheng Xun, you're still awake too. Zheng Xun. Instantly he slammed his phone shut. We'll talk tomorrow. The next day marked the release of Zheng Xun and Cheng Jie's collaborative single. This is produced by Mingke Entertainment, featuring the song titled Amber Core, sung by Zheng Xun Cheng Jie. The inspiration comes from a short comic found online. The main characters of the comic are a rabbit, a dog, and a penguin. One day the dog and the penguin passed by and asked the rabbit what it was doing and what was in the hole that made it jump in repeatedly and emerge all messy. The rabbit's answer surprised both the dog and the penguin. The rabbit said, it's to meet two fools like you who ask me what I'm doing here. It's a rather absurd little comic, with the ending showing the dog and penguin digging out the rabbit turned into amber with its eyes closed, curled up, forever asleep. The amber core refers to this gray rabbit. The comic isn't very popular online, but the producer from Mingke reached out to the author, inviting them to participate in the making of this song's MV. Hence this MV is presented in an animated form depicting the dog's perspective as it encounters the rabbit and witnesses its death. Vines woven into a cage, the gears of a pocket watch turning. I meet amber core deep within the forest. Memories begin to reverse, resin melts into flowing gold. You descend from the sky, stating that you will die in the story. The above are Cheng Jie's lyrics. Below are Zheng Xun's lyrics. I will die in the story, wrapped in the skin of a rabbit. If we can't walk to the end together, why should we step into the beginning of a fairy tale? In the end, the rabbit turned into amber is entangled by vines resembling a tear fallen in the forest. The dog quietly leaned against the tree trunk with sunlight illuminating only this part of the dense forest. Once amber core was released, it surged to the trending topics. Wow, I didn't expect Zheng Xun and Cheng Jie's first collaboration to have such a style. I thought they would rap to death. No wonder it's a song chosen by Boss Xiao. Oh, it truly has aesthetic value. A creator has made an MV analysis. There are so many details. Such a sad story, I'm crying. Great collaboration, finally seeing a different side of TW. Regarding Amber Core, the online reviews are overwhelmingly positive. Xiao Jun rarely takes action, but when he does, it must have an effect. Just after their first collaboration ended, fans are already urging for the next one and are also pushing for other members of the group. Why should we TW hide our strength? Hurry up and bring Huang He and He Yuxing out too. Boss Xiao, don't sleep, get up and write new songs. After the song's MV was released, Mingke Entertainment and TW's official account also published a short video of Zheng Xun and Cheng Jie recording the song. The video was shot by He Yuxing. At the very start of the video, He Yuxing can be heard speaking softly. What you're seeing now is a rare moment when Brother Sun and Brother Jie are not arguing. In the frame, Cheng Jie and Zheng Xun are sitting on the sofa holding the lyrics, writing and drawing. Zheng Xun gives a peace sign to the camera while Cheng Jie taps his forehead with a ballpoint pen, reminding him not to get distracted. The following footage shows the two of them recording. He Yuxing was delighted to see her short video trending and happily forwarded it to Zheng Xun. Look, it's trending. Zheng Xun was resting in the studio. He opened the topic and video that He Yuxing forwarded suddenly, saying, Cheng Jie, your head is so big. The tall and slender Cheng Jie, standing at 188 centimeters, fell silent. After 3 seconds of silence, he began to accuse Zheng Xun, even if my head is big, it's because you made me mad. Impossible, I'm so honest. He Yuxing also forwarded it to Cheng Jie. Of course, if she was going to show off, it should be together with both of them. Cheng Jie replied to He Yuxing saying, Zheng Xun said, he looked like he has a big head. He Yuxing, that shouldn't be the case, I didn't apply any big head effect. After the release of the duet, Zheng Xun gained another wave of fans. Today, he doesn't need to go to the reality show with Jioding. The trainees will film a small variety show after their self-practice. Zheng Xun just happened to have time to think about how to complete the assignment left by Chu Li. Even though the four of them have debuted and are hugely popular, the agent's tasks still feel daunting to them. This assignment mainly poses challenges for He Yuxing. The instruments Zheng Xun currently knows are sufficient. However, according to the law of appropriate slacking outside the TW team, while experiencing infinite competition within, Zheng Xun must not slack off early. Today is Zheng Xun's live stream. Recently, the four of them have been serious and decided to practice instruments during the live stream, ensuring no teammates are present, and they coincidentally chose to keep it a secret. The other 3 teammates already streamed earlier in the day, and the evening is Zheng Xun's time. At 6 o'clock sharp, Zheng Xun sat down in front of the computer and greeted the viewers in the live stream. Good evening, friends, he waved at the camera. Today there's only one rule in the live stream. Zheng Xun's expression became serious. The bullet screen must not tell me what the other three are practicing. We agreed to keep it a secret. If it leaks, I'll have to treat all three of them to a month's worth of meals. The audience in the live stream also played along well. All right, we won't say. Don't worry, Anchor. If anyone dares to leak, I'll report them. Zheng Xun, what instrument do you want to learn? Zheng Xun saw this comment and showed a confident smile. I can probably guess what the three of them want to learn. If I'm going to learn, I must choose something different from them. The bullet screen flooded with comments like what a childish and stubborn Anchor and support my son in isolating the other three. The bullet screen was very cooperative, expressing anticipation. After raising everyone's expectations, Zheng Xun pulled out a suona from under the table. Please look, this is the winning instrument I want to learn. The bullet screen erupted in laughter. Anchor, you really ha. It's hard to imagine a boy band member learning the suona. How great if he ever flops, he can still perform at weddings. This really secures his backup plan. Just thinking about what the other three said they are learning makes me want to laugh. No way, we agreed not to spoil it for Zheng Xun. But they can laugh, ha ha ha. Zheng Xun saw that everyone mentioned the instruments the other three were learning. Although he was curious, he held back from asking. In any case, with this suona, he would be invincible in the realm of instruments. What he learns doesn't matter. What matters is that he must win. Zheng Xun began searching online for 1 hour suona crash course and started to blow away. Fortunately, their agent Chu Li was very foresight. Knowing that even when they talk they can disturb the neighbors, he had installed soundproof materials in the studio in advance. Zheng Xun really practiced the suona for an hour. Although his technique wasn't sufficient, his emotions were already in place. Just then the studio door was suddenly opened from the outside. It was the other three members of TW along with their agent Chu Li. Upon seeing that Zheng Xun's live stream hadn't ended, Chu Li didn't let him turn it off. Just in time, since all four of you are here, reveal to the fans what instruments you've chosen. Chu Li appeared on camera for the first time. Fans in the live streaming room recognized her as TWL's manager and greeted her enthusiastically. Zheng Xun glanced at the comment section. Senior sister Chu Li, everyone's greeting you with good evening. Would you like to respond? Chu Li's full face appeared on screen for only 5 seconds. Good evening, dear fans of TWL. I'm manager Chu Li. With this brief self-introduction, she stepped out of frame. She deliberately reserved more screen time for the members. By nature, she was not one who sought undue attention. From that moment onward, viewers could hear only her voice. As I mentioned earlier, you've begun learning musical instruments. Don't be nervous. I won't quiz you on your progress today. I simply want to know which instruments you've chosen. No sooner had Chu Li finished speaking than the four members fell into an unnerving silence. Wordlessly, Chu Li retrieved a medicine bottle from her bag and held it tightly in her hand. Go ahead, speak up. I can take it. Comments flooded the screen in astonishment. I'm genuinely curious. What's daily life really like within TWL? The manager's tone sounds utterly exhausted. What on earth is going on with you four? Ha. It feels like the manager already sensed impending doom. Did senior sister Chu Li just pull out a medicine bottle? Forget the manager. Even I'd feel my blood pressure spike hearing this. Having spoken, Chu Li left no room for delay. The other four dared not hesitate. One by one, they retrieved their instruments, from behind the sofa or beneath the coffee table. Cheng Jie produced a dizzy flute. Huang He held the eru. He Yuxing cradled the pipa. Zheng Xun confidently gripped a suona. Chu Li. She drew a slow, deep breath. I'll grant each of you the chance to explain. Cheng Jie, your team leader. You go first. Cheng Jie answered honestly. I've never played a wind instrument before. Just giving it a try. My grandfather played the eru. It's family tradition. Someone has to carry it forward. He Yuxing spoke third. The pipa is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It's even capable of unleashing ultimate techniques. Senior sister, have you heard of Mo Li Hai, the one who wields the pipa? Zheng Xun delivered his reply last. No grand design. I simply wanted something loud. The comment section erupted in laughter. Truly worthy of you four. No wonder the manager frowned the moment she walked in. She knew what awaited her. It's hard to imagine the mental fortitude Chu Li must summon every day to manage these four. If I had to handle even one of them, I'd be terrified. Workplace injury. This absolutely qualifies. Laughing, Jia, you'd better send your manager another bonus. After careful deliberation and a quiet moment to steady her composure, Chu Li finally spoke. Though I asked you to learn instruments, remember, you remain a boy group, not a traditional ensemble. Zheng Xun opened his mouth to protest, but Chu Li cut him off promptly. And certainly not a funeral band. Chu Li gazed at the three of them, each still clutching their instrument, reluctant to part with it. After a thoughtful pause, she continued, studying traditional Chinese instruments isn't forbidden. Here's my proposal. If all four of you can compose and perform an original Guofeng Chinese-style song within 1 month, incorporating each of your chosen instruments, I'll petition the company for official release. That way your efforts won't go to waste. Chu Li reached this decision swiftly. The comment section scrolled rapidly. TWL's manager possesses truly remarkable emotional stability. I suspect she originally envisioned flutes or violins. Chu Li, please write a book. We need your secrets for staying sane at work. So TWL is officially pivoting to Guofeng. Guofeng is refreshingly novel for a boy group. We're excited, truly excited. All four members compose music. This promises a truly innovative track. Absolutely, TWL's compositional prowess is unquestionable. I understand Cheng Jie and Huang He, but He Yuxing and Zheng Xun, utterly absurd. Be grateful. Xiaoxing once listed Guqin as his specialty on his debut application form. We've long known Yuxing embodies the Guofeng aesthetic. Though the process had been surreal, the instrument assignment was now settled, since all four knew each other's choices. Secrecy was no longer necessary. That very evening, with no other commitments, they remained at the studio to live stream their instrument practice: a shrill off-key, dizzy, a wobbly sour eru, a haphazardly strummed pipa, and a wildly unmoored suona. Viewers endured auditory torment. Those still watching were true warriors. As for the source of the noise, the first to crack was Cheng Jie. Could you three please lower your volume? Especially Huang He and Zheng Xun. The moment you two start playing, I can't hear my dizzy at all. Huang He and Zheng Xun stared back at their captain, wide-eyed and innocent. Huang He said, "Captain, it's not entirely my fault. Why not add 2 microphones to your dizzy?" Zheng Xun remained silent, only continuing to blow his suona. Cheng Jie. Finally, he phoned Chu Li, who had already left, and asked whether he could switch instruments. "I'd like to take up the Daegu large drum." Chu Li refused further compromise. At the very least, it must be portable. In the end, the trio decided to rent a private practice room solely for Zheng Xun, so he could master his suona in isolation. Zheng Xun posted indignantly on social media a photo of his suona beside 3 utterly indifferent teammates. His caption read, "Human nature. The world. Just 4 characters, yet brimming with fury, desolation, and grievance." After posting, Zheng Xun ignored his phone. He was exhausted and famished, so he headed straight for the refrigerator. Though Chu Li constantly emphasized physical discipline, she never starved them. The fridge was always fully stocked. Zheng Xun grabbed some low-fat snacks and returned to the living room. He sat cross-legged on the rug, piled the snacks onto the coffee table, tore open a package, and scrolled idly through his phone. Likes and comments had already flooded his post. Clearly everyone had heard of his heroic suona practice livestream. Huaziyan, I think the suona sounds beautiful. Luan Heng, unappreciative teammates. Suona is beautiful. Gu Yixian, brother son, you're actually practicing this. Zhao Ran, keep practicing. Blow it right next to Cheng Jie's ear. Yu Shueshan, how delightfully unconventional. Has the boy group evolved to this level? Li Su, my deepest respect. The latest comment, added quietly at some point, came from Zheng Lin. Zheng Lin, I offer complimentary access to a practice studio. Please message me privately. Zheng Xun pondered briefly, then opened his chat window with Zheng Lin. That day, after Zheng Xun added Zheng Lin as a friend via Zheng Lin's mutual contact, he sent a whimsical Malu meme as a greeting, and then promptly forgot about it. Not until he reopened their chat window did he notice Zheng Lin had replied with a meme of his own that same evening. It was the same cartoon Malu, even from the same illustrator's series. Zheng Xun hadn't expected Zheng Lin to use such abstract tongue-in-cheek memes at all. Though Zheng Lin was only in his early 30s, in Zheng Xun's imagination, he already embodied the archetype of a man who set his profile picture to serene blue skies and white clouds, filled his social feed with health tips, and communicated exclusively through polite generic emojis, smiles, roses, thumbs up. Zheng Xun scratched the back of his head. Clearly he'd held a rather rigid stereotype of Zheng Lin. He never overthought messages. He said exactly what came to mind. Even though they'd met only once, Zheng Xun asked directly, "Suona God Zheng Tiansai boss, is there really a free practice studio?" Zheng Lin replied roughly 3 minutes later, a pause neither too hasty nor too delayed. "Yes, it's about a 40-minute drive from downtown. Let me know if that distance works for you." The TWT studio was located right in the city center. Zheng Xun considered it. He practiced no more than 3 times a week. 40 minutes was perfectly acceptable. Although Cheng Jie and the other 2 had insisted on paying, Zheng Xun refused to take advantage of them. After all, introducing money into the equation would only tighten their grip on him. Zheng Lin added that the practice studio was situated in a quiet, secluded area, absolutely no risk of disturbing neighbors. Zheng Xun paused. Indeed, he could think of no reasonable excuse to decline. So he agreed. "Suona God Zheng Tiansai, thanks so much, brother Lin. No need for formalities." Zheng Lin added that if Zheng Xun was free the next day, he'd be happy to drive him there. Zheng Xun did have a brief window of free time the following morning, but he hesitated, feeling it would be an undue burden on Zheng Lin. Zheng Lin assured him he was attending a meeting nearby and would simply be passing by. "If it doesn't suit you, no problem at all." Zheng Xun thought a complimentary ride. There truly was no reason to refuse, so he accepted again. After sending the message, Zheng Xun relaxed, washed up, and went to bed. The next morning, he rose to find Huang He standing by the window brushing his teeth, gurgling rhythmically while gazing out. "Whoa, gurgle, Zheng Xun. Gurgle, gurgle. Are you being crowned? What lamp chicken?" Zheng Xun hadn't caught a word, only emerged groggily from under the covers, yawning, and shuffled over to join Huang He at the window. A sleek, expensive car sat parked outside the studio. From the driver's seat stepped a sharply dressed chauffeur, cool, composed, impeccably professional. Someone else appeared to be seated in the rear, still inside. Zheng Xun recognized the license plate. It was Zheng Lin's car. Yet he found it curious how precisely Huang He had guessed its purpose. Cheng Jie was already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. The 4 of them took turns cooking. Cheng Jie was a culinary deity, Huang He a competent chef. Zheng Xun was merely edible, while He Yuxing, well, he was capable of eating people. That couldn't be blamed on Master He. As he put it, he'd once been a professional alchemist, so ordinary stovetop heat always felt disappointingly insufficient. To prevent He Yuxing from blowing up the kitchen, Chu Li had stocked the pantry with pre-portioned meals, ready to be warmed in the microwave. Today was Cheng Jie's turn to cook. The culinary deity placed the dishes on the table, and then with lightning speed began herding the others to eat. Huang He needed no coaxing. Zheng Xun too required no prompting today. He Yuxing nearly bolted, only to be yanked back by the collar and firmly seated before the table. I've got to shoot. I'm running late. He Yuxing tried to flee again, unsuccessfully. Then you'll still eat first. If I waste even a quarter of this meal, I'll hang the culprit on the refrigerator as public warning. Cheng Jie's voice was icy. He Yuxing hastily shoveled down a few mouthfuls, declared himself full, and dashed out the door. Zheng Xun recalled Zheng Lin waiting downstairs, and hurriedly ate too. I'm full too. He finished quickly, rushed through washing up and changing, and sprinted downstairs. Only Huang He and Cheng Jie remained at the table. Cheng Jie glanced at the closed bedroom door, and asked Huang He, does Zheng Xun have a shoot today? Leaving this early. Huang He speared a small sausage shaped like an octopus and replied no. He's going home to inherit the throne. Cheng Jie blinked. Knowing Huang He's penchant for wild exaggeration, he dismissed it entirely. Meanwhile, Zheng Xun bounded down the stairs 3 at a time, racing toward the street. He dressed casually today, a cropped-down jacket, light denim jeans, and a gray crossbody bag, like a university student returning home for winter break. The air was biting cold. Zheng Xun shoved his hands deep into his pockets, his scarf drawn high across half his face. Zheng Lin had also stepped out of the car. Hello, Zheng Xun. Good to see you again. Hello. Zheng Lin wore only a long charcoal gray overcoat. Zheng Xun silently wondered whether a tycoon like him might have thermal patches tucked beneath it, then climbed into the car. Once inside, Zheng Xun recalled their last encounter, and gradually felt suffocated. This Mr. Zheng Lin, though outwardly kind, radiated such profound detachment. Even among tycoons, Cheng Jie was far more talkative. Even before his persona unraveled, the former President Cheng had spoken more than Zheng Lin ever did. Zheng Xun had no idea what to say. Zheng Lin didn't seem like a fan of celebrity culture, and Zheng Xun knew nothing of the inner workings of the tycoon world. Yet this time he realized he'd overthought everything. Zheng Lin appeared to have done his homework, initiating conversation about Zheng Xun's variety show appearances, release songs, and those delightfully erratic livestream moments. Mr. Qin is a friend of mine. Zheng Lin mentioned Qin naturally. When he told me he planned to expand into idol management, I took the opportunity to learn more. You 4 are the first artists signed to his agency. I hear about you often. Zheng Xun noticed the easy familiarity in Zheng Lin's tone when speaking of Qin. Clearly their bond ran deep. He had completely forgotten about Zheng Xun, the younger brother, and momentarily failed to recall his uncanny resemblance to him. Instead, he assumed this kindness stemmed solely from Mr. Qin's goodwill. Though I've never met Mr. Qin in person, my manager says he's exceptionally kind. He simply excels at spotting talent. Zheng Lin dropped that line unexpectedly. Huh. Zheng Xun blinked, momentarily bewildered. Zheng Lin smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. As Zheng Lin had said, exactly 40 minutes. The route grew increasingly remote. Mountains appeared on the horizon. For a fleeting paranoid moment, Zheng Xun wondered if someone had hired Zheng Lin to kidnap him. Then the car stopped. Zheng Xun stepped out and stared speechless at the estate before him. Zheng Lin joined him, his voice calm and understated. It's very secluded here. No risk of disturbing anyone. Indeed, no risk at all. Zheng Xun scanned the surroundings. There wasn't a soul in sight. Utterly absurd, yet somehow entirely plausible when applied to Zheng Lin. Zheng Xun almost wanted to shake Cheng Jie awake. Just look at how effortlessly he embodies the domineering tycoon. What sheer prestige. He also longed to shake Huang He awake. Could it be that this time he's truly destined to inherit the throne? Of course, the person he most desperately wished to summon was He Yuxing. Master He, the feng shui treasure land you sought for cultivation has arrived. Though he had accepted the premise, Zheng Xun still felt uneasy. This is far too lavish, Brother Lin. I'm merely practicing the Suona. I don't need such an expansive space. Zheng Lin assured him it was no concern. These areas remain idle most of the time, so if they serve a purpose now, all the better. Still, I can't accept this favor without giving anything in return, Zheng Xun mused thoughtfully, then asked earnestly, how about I compose a song for you? Recalling the many people Zheng Xun had already immortalized in his lyrics, Zheng Lin fell momentarily silent, then smiled gently once more. I'll hold you to that promise. Once I've decided precisely what kind of song I'd like, I'll come find you. All right. Zheng Xun nodded, this time somewhat reassured. Zheng Lin remarked that the weather was bitterly cold and suggested they go inside. What awaited Zheng Xun surpassed all expectations in opulence, yet bore not a trace of human presence. Zheng Lin explained that the chef and housekeeper did not reside on-site full-time as he disliked such constant intrusion. It's simply a personal preference. If you have other needs, feel free to tell me. I can arrange for them to stay here permanently. Zheng Xun immediately waved his hands in refusal. No trouble at all. I only practice for an hour or 2 each day. Zheng Lin nodded. No issue at all. Should you require anything, don't hesitate to let me know. I've already arranged an instrument instructor for you. Moi. Zheng Xun was genuinely taken aback. Zheng Lin's efficiency was astonishing. The instructor wore modernized traditional attire and round spectacles, appearing to be in his 60s. He stepped to Zheng Lin's right and greeted Zheng Xun courteously. Greetings, young Master Zheng. I am surnamed Bai. This Master Bai was the Suona instructor Zheng Lin had engaged. He appeared only briefly before vanishing, perhaps waiting quietly in some unseen chamber. Zheng Lin remarked, Master Bai possesses exceptional skill. He'll greatly aid your learning. Zheng Xun nearly dropped his jaw. Brother Lin, I'm just pursuing this as a hobby. No need for professional level instruction. No matter. Begin with him. If the pace proves taxing, I'll assign another instructor. Behold, the pedagogy of affluence. When a child struggles to learn, the fault must lie with the teacher. Zheng Xun found himself utterly speechless. Zheng Lin had anticipated every detail with meticulous care. Zheng Xun could only sit beside him, dumbfounded, listening. They took a brief tour of the residence, during which Zheng Lin outlined the function of each room. Now they were back in the living room. Zheng Xun sat on the sofa, cradling a freshly squeezed juice with mixed emotions. Suddenly it struck him. He remembered Zheng Xun. Zheng Lin sat across from him on the sofa, speaking on the phone, apparently coordinating work matters. Once he hung up, Zheng Xun could no longer contain himself. Brother Lin, we've known each other only a short while. You hardly know me. Is it really appropriate to let me live here like this? My. Zheng Lin glanced up from his messages. There's nothing inappropriate about it. I told you, the house stands empty anyway. No, that's not what I mean. Zheng Xun rarely felt so conflicted. He suspected Zheng Lin's extraordinary kindness stemmed from his uncanny resemblance to Zheng Xun, but Zheng Xun was the late brother of the man before him. To raise the subject so casually would be deeply insensitive. Observing the shifting expressions across Zheng Xun's face, Zheng Lin offered a faint, knowing smile. I understand your hesitation regarding Zheng Xun. There's no need to overthink it. My younger brother Zheng Xun passed away years ago. I still miss him dearly. Seeing you now feels like a wondrous serendipitous convergence of fate. Within my means, I wish to support your artistic development, as though investing in a promising new talent. Zheng Lin's explanation sounded perfectly reasonable, and Zheng Xun found no flaw in it. With that, Zheng Lin decided not to linger further. I have pressing matters at the company. I must depart. I'll leave you a set of keys. You're welcome anytime. Until next time, Zheng Xun. And with those words, Zheng Lin departed, leaving Zheng Xun alone in the vast, echoing silence of the mansion. Zheng Xun sat dazed for a moment, then, as if struck by sudden inspiration, twisted sharply and pulled his phone from his shoulder bag. When in doubt, consult the captain. He dialed Cheng Jie. The phone rang twice before Cheng Jie answered. Speak. Cheng Jie. Zheng Xun blurted out the entire story in rapid succession. Do you think I've been scammed? Before Cheng Jie could reply, Huang He's voice drifted through the receiver, distant as if washing dishes. He uttered just one sentence. Absolutely. Brother, you're definitely being scammed. Zheng Xun fell mute. Then Cheng Jie spoke. Though Huang He's truth-to-nonsense ratio hovers around 3 lies to 7 ramblings, I stand with him this time. Zheng Xun blinked, bewildered. What do I even have that's worth scamming? Those most easily deceived always believe they're unworthy of deception. If I were a con artist, I'd target someone as gullible as you. Cheng Jie delivered a tongue-twisting monologue that nearly left Zheng Xun dizzy. Translate into plain Chinese. Cheng Jie paused. Huang He burst into laughter nearby. Our captain means Zheng Xun, you've inevitably been scammed. Go home. Go home now, or next time we'll meet on the legal education program. Indeed, Zheng Xun was ready to leave. He hadn't brought his Suona, rendering today's visit pointless. As he grasped the keys and pushed open the door, he spotted Master Bai standing there. Master Bai, you're still here? Zheng Xun exclaimed, startled. Master Bai nodded warmly. Young Master Zheng, free now. Then allow me to instruct you for a while. I didn't bring my Suona today. Is that all right? Perfectly fine. I didn't bring mine either. Zheng Xun stared, utterly dumbfounded. You didn't bring yours, and I didn't bring mine. What exactly are we meant to practice? Can one even play the Suona without one? Let's simply chat for now. Master Bai settled comfortably onto the courtyard steps, and Zheng Xun followed suit. Introducing himself, he said his surname was by his given name, Fei Shi. Bai Fei Shi. Teacher, your name sounds ominous. Zheng Xun murmured uneasily. Master Bai corrected him gently. Fei Shi, Fei Shi. Mind you pronounce it correctly. Master Bai launched into an eloquent discourse. The longer Zheng Xun listened, the more suspicious he grew. Teacher, are you truly here to teach Suona, or to swindle money? Zheng Xun asked bluntly, unreservedly. And Master Bai refreshingly candid replied. How can you say that? Young Master Zheng, what I offer is mutual convenience. I've instructed many youths from affluent families. I receive tuition, you reclaim your time. We learn joyfully. What could be better? The more Zheng Xun heard, the wider his eyes grew. Zheng Lin, you've been scammed. I'm calling my brother right now. You've dared swindle Zheng Lin himself. As Zheng Xun reached for his phone, Master Bai gently pressed his hand down. Young Master Zheng, no tattling. But, if you prove this diligent and eager to learn, I'll impart genuine mastery upon you. Truly, with decades of experience performing at funerals, can I teach a fledgling novice like yourself? As they debated, Zheng Xun accidentally brushed the screen, and Zheng Lin's voice emerged clearly. Zheng Xun, what's wrong? Zheng Lin's calm voice filled the air. Brother Lin, Master Bai. Before Zheng Xun could continue, Master Fei Shi interrupted smoothly. Mr. Zheng, we're in class. I'm currently demonstrating technique for young Master Zheng. Though holding no Suona, Master Bai pursed his lips and astonishingly produced an authentic Suona tone. Zheng Xun watched stunned into silence. Zheng Lin listened quietly for several seconds to the impromptu Suona solo, then interjected calmly, that's enough. Zheng Xun studied diligently under Master Bai. Zheng Xun emitted a startled sound, but Zheng Lin assumed acquiescence and ended the call. Staring at the darkened screen, Zheng Xun stood frozen. He turned slowly toward Bai Fei. Sure. Teacher, you're teaching ventriloquism. Where's the Swana instruction? Master Bai chuckled sheepishly. Well, ventriloquism offers broader career prospects. Besides mimicking the Swana, I can also whistle flutes, pluck pipa strings, and bow the eru. In his astonishment, Zheng Xun solemnly clasped Master Bai's hand and shook it vigorously. Teacher, you're an entire ensemble unto yourself. Tomorrow I'll introduce you to my teammates. Bai Fei didn't quite understand how Zheng Xun's thoughts had shifted, but as long as he believed it, that was enough. He quietly chuckled to himself, thinking how easily the young heir of a wealthy family could be deceived. Teacher Bai watched as Zheng Xun pulled out his phone again, checking his schedule and rapidly sending voice messages, presumably urging his friends. The professional con man Bai Fei twirled a few sparse beard hairs, contemplating whether he should broaden his scope and deceive the foolish rich friends of the young master as well. After all, it was a simple task. As he pondered this, he felt quite pleased, realizing that this deal would be incredibly profitable. Although Zheng Lin, the older brother, appeared very shrewd, this younger brother seemed not so bright. Look at this setup: the older brother who has been learning to manage the family business since childhood, and the younger brother who indulges in pleasures without much intellect. This was practically a living cash cow. Zheng Xun was urging the other three who were studying with him in the group chat, and unsurprisingly, they were all protesting. In anger, Zheng Xun used a meme to attack them, and finally the three agreed. He was free for 2 hours tomorrow morning and asked this teacher to come teach. After finally getting the three's assurance, Zheng Xun happily put his phone away and looked up. Teacher Bai, your smile is so lewd. Ahem. Bai Fei quickly adjusted his expression, transforming into the image of a profound expert. So Mr. Zheng, we agreed on the first class tomorrow. Right, I'll bring the other three along. Mr. Zheng, I am a straightforward person, so let's be clear from the start. My class charges per person. Your tuition has been paid in advance by your brother Zheng Lin, but these three cannot attend for free. Zheng Xun immediately understood what the other meant and nodded. Don't worry, they will pay for their own tuition. My friends are quite capable, you'll see when you meet them. Alright. Bai Fei understood that capable meant Zheng Xun's friends were wealthy. However, what Zheng Xun intended to convey by capable was entirely beyond Teacher Bai's comprehension. With less than a day left before Teacher Bai faced his punishment, Zheng Xun wrapped up matters concerning the practice room and took a taxi to Juting Entertainment. His live stream was set to begin in the evening. When Zheng Xun arrived at the filming location, the students were having their meals in the cafeteria. The director assigned Zheng Xun a temporary task to conduct a live stream in the cafeteria. It wouldn't take long, probably about half an hour to 40 minutes. Zheng Xun nodded in agreement. He enjoyed lively affairs. Although he hadn't eaten either since everyone was in the cafeteria, did that mean he could starve? Juting had prepared a separate small cafeteria for the instructors and students, offering nutritious and delicious food. Upon entering, Zheng Xun did not bother getting food, but merely grabbed a pair of chopsticks, holding the equipment in the other hand. At that moment, there were just the right number of students dining in the cafeteria. Everyone had different meal times, and some were not having dinner at all. As the live stream began, Zheng Xun greeted the viewers softly. Surprise live stream. Can you see me? I am Zheng Xun. The live stream had no prior notice, so the initial viewers were few. Where did you come from? Wow, is that Zheng Xun? Zheng Xun. Where are you? In the Juting cafeteria? Is Zheng Xun going to switch careers to food broadcasting? I'm not switching careers, just here for a meal and to show you the students. Who do you want to see? Zheng Xun asked the viewers who they wanted to see live, sweeping the camera around the spacious and bright cafeteria. The comments were all over the place. The first person he spotted was Mu Yujo, and he quickly made his way over. Yujo, I'm here. Mu Yujo noticed Zheng Xun first, and having just prepared his meal, he was about to sit down when he smoothly stood up to leave. Zheng Xun's agility allowed him to quickly push Mu Yujo back into his seat. Mu Yujo took a deep breath and Zheng Xun patted his shoulder, prompting him to greet the viewers. Hurry, it's a live stream. Fans want to see your handsome face. Under Zheng Xun's urging, Mu Yujo calmly greeted his fans with a good evening. At this time, don't people go for dinner? Mu porridge. We love you. I'm eating right now, enjoying the Juting variety show with a meal. Yujo, Teacher Zheng is sneakily grabbing sweet and sour ribs. Mu Yujo was reminded by the comments and looked down to see Zheng Xun stealthily take a piece of rib from his bowl. Mu Yujo stared at him in silence for a few seconds and then said, if you want to eat, just eat openly. I didn't eat, I was just nibbling. Mu Yujo handed him the bowl of ribs. Zheng Xun didn't eat much, just the first piece he took. The production team told Zheng Xun he didn't need to hold back. He could ask whatever he wanted. Zheng Xun casually thought of 2 questions to interview Mu Yujo. Which class does the Little Mu team think has the most anticipated second performance stage this time? Surprisingly, Zheng Xun asked a serious question and Mu Yujo took a moment to think before answering. I participated in the rehearsals for 5 classes and each has its strengths. For my personal preference, I might be looking forward to Class A and Class D's stage more. Class D was the class Zheng Xun was responsible for. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xun displayed an exaggerated expression. Oh my Yujo, I didn't expect you to support me so much. I said, it's based on my personal preference for the songs and performance styles. It's just that the song happened to align with my aesthetic. Besides, it's also because you support me especially right. Is there anything difficult about what I said? I already said it's because the song fits my taste. Mu Yujo truly remained patient and defended himself once more. Zheng Xun nodded saying, oh. Thank you Little Moo team for casting a valuable vote. We'll continue to work hard. No, you didn't understand at all. Thank you for the ribs, I need to go interview the next person. Muyu Porridge wrote 800 words only to find the exam paper wasn't assigned. Give up Little Moo team. Zheng Xun can only hear what he wants to hear. Poor Little Moo team ha ha. Muyu Porridge wrote 800 words only to find the exam paper wasn't assigned. Give up Little Moo team. Zheng Xun can only hear what he wants to hear. Poor Little Moo team ha ha. Zheng Xun's next interview subject was Zhao Ran, who even waved at him first. Zheng Xun happily sat across from Zhao Ran. What is teacher Zhao eating? Give me some. I knew you definitely hadn't eaten. See what you want to eat, serve yourself. Zhao Ran pushed his untouched plate towards Zheng Xun, who took what he liked without hesitation. Even the equipment was held by Zhao Ran. Now it was Zhao Ran turning the tables, asking Zheng Xun, how has your teaching experience been these past few days? It's all right. The students are very clever and learn quickly. It would be even better if they could joke around a little less. Zheng Xun kept his head down while eating, answering Zhao Ran's questions. At that moment he heard a diligent student across the table suddenly ask, what kind of jokes does teacher Zheng like? Oh, it's Luan Heng. Luan Heng sat next to Zhao Ran opposite Zheng Xun. His appearance startled teacher Zhao Ran, causing him to literally jump. After a brief exchange, it was time for the livestream stage to begin. Zheng Xun walked to the center of the stage, a star-shaped platform shimmering with radiant stardust. Zheng Xun picked up his chopsticks and took the equipment from Zhao Ran's hands. It's time for me to film the next student. Bye-bye Zhao Ran, bye-bye Luan Heng. He intended to pretend that nothing had happened and leave. To Zheng Xun's surprise, Luan Heng did not speak to stop him. Zheng Xun caught sight of Gu Yixuan passing by the cafeteria. Although the boy seemed a bit dull, sometimes being oblivious is an advantage. The key point is that Gu Yixuan was there to help share some of the pressure. Zheng Xun hooked his arm around young Master Gu and pulled him in. Young Gu, are you coming to the cafeteria for a meal? Would you be interested in an interview? Sun Gu, I'm not eating, I just finished. Come on, young people need to eat more to grow. Having another meal is no problem. But I'm not hungry at all. No, you are hungry. Zheng Xun suddenly turned authoritative, looking seriously at Gu Yixuan. Gu Yixuan was a bit taken aback, scratching the back of his head. All right, I'll have another meal. Zheng Xun finally smiled. That's more like it. Gu Yixuan was thus lured into the cafeteria. Come, say good evening to the friends in the live stream. Zheng Xun aimed the camera at Gu Yixuan, who seemed not to have realized how he ended up in the cafeteria. The comments were filled with laughter. Young Gu, what's going on, haha? I thought our Gu Shitzi was as smart as young Gu, but now it looks like the kid is a bit silly. All his cleverness went into battling Luan Prince in songwriting. Who would have thought the smart and arrogant persona is just Gu Shizi's character setting? Gu Yixuan kept his word, really getting more food sitting opposite Zheng Xun. Sun Gu, have you eaten yet? He asked Zheng Xun. No, not yet. Break me off some corn cake. Oh, okay. Gu Yixuan shared his dinner with Zheng Xun, who asked him questions while eating. You are my student, I know your situation without asking. Now tell me, what is your impression of me? Gu Yixuan suddenly spoke seriously. Sun Gu, I've known about you for a long time, you are quite famous. I know that. Zheng Xun wanted to drink soup, but without a spoon he gave up. No, I heard about you from teacher Gu. After I met you for the first time, I found that your impression in my mind was a bit different. Did you think I would be even more handsome, talented, sunny, and generous? Zheng Xun praised himself without any hesitation, flowing eloquently. Not really, Gu Yixuan shook his head. I think it might be because teacher Gu's filter is too strong. Gu Yixuan mentioned that his cousin Gu Xiuqi had a strong filter on Zheng Xun. This time Zheng Xun really stood up to get a spoon. He wanted to hit Gu Shitzi on the head with it. Gu Yixuan, sensing Zheng Xun's intention, immediately stopped him. Don't be impulsive, I didn't say anything bad. I didn't deny your talent, nor did I smear your character. I just think you are not mature and stable enough, sometimes too impulsive. What did you say? I, Zheng Xun, am a cold and composed man, okay? Look, that just proves you are too impulsive. The two exchanged remarks like a comedy routine. At that moment, a light laugh came from the side. Zheng Xun turned his head and found Luan Heng appearing like a ghost in the spot where he had just been sitting, looking up. I occasionally feel that way too. However, teacher Zheng is not much older than we are, which is normal, right? Zheng Xun silently wanted to distance himself from this place. When Luan Heng and Gu Yixuan both appeared at the same time, it was definitely not a good thing. Sure enough, Gu Yixuan suddenly pulled out paper and a pen from his suit pocket, as if triggering a passive skill. Inspiration struck. I'm overflowing with ideas. I want to write a song titled What's Wrong with Being Haunted Like a Ghost. Look at my move. Luan Heng had his own passive as well. As long as Gu Yixuan made a move, he had to respond. Then I will counter with the song Wait Until I Debut with Zheng Xun. You will cry for not succeeding. What a lousy song. Watch me with Unless Jioding closes tomorrow. You and Zheng Xun have no chance to debut together. Then I will unleash this song tonight. Assassinate the cousin Zheng Xun. Can rest assured we will definitely debut tomorrow. In the live stream, the audience saw them throwing lyrics at each other's faces. Good. This Jioding duet performance is on again. Why don't you two just drop the song titles and argue directly? So inspiring, they could directly insult each other, but they choose to diss each other through songwriting. So inspiring. Why did the camera suddenly zoom out? Zheng Xun, are you secretly trying to escape? Haha. Zheng Xun was indeed about to run. This goes without saying. Taking advantage of the fact that the two were busy attacking each other with lyrics and didn't notice him, he quickly wanted to distance himself from this troublesome place. Zheng Xun backed away with the cafeteria door right behind him. Although he couldn't see what was behind him, his instincts as a killer were sharp. Zheng Xun clearly sensed someone behind him, but the aisle was narrow. He raised both hands, straightened his back, and lifted his chest to make space for the person behind him to pass. But the other party did not move. Zheng Xun turned his head in that posture, and the camera followed suit. The audience in the live stream caught a glimpse of a cold and handsome face. It was Lu Zhe, currently the top-ranked student. Lu Zhe had a very cold personality. He was different from the trainees Zheng Xun was familiar with. Among these trainees, the more prominent personalities were Mu Yuzhou's arrogance, He Yuxing's wildness, and Huang He's complexity. When he wasn't being abstract, he was full of cunning and cleverness. As for Lu Zhe, he was genuinely cold. Zheng Xun remembered hearing the trainees gossip that when Lu Zhe was on stage, not only did food get spilled, but he also hardly interacted closely with the camera. But fans loved his cold demeanor, and with Lu Zhe's solid skills and perfect appearance, it led to his overwhelming popularity. Not playing abstractly, not pandering to fans, just relying on his face and singing dancing skills. Zheng Xun was somewhat curious about this person, but they were not familiar. Lu Zhe merely nodded slightly. Teacher Zheng, good evening. Ah, hello. After greeting, Lu Zhe left. In the comments, Lu Zhe's fans were going wild. Lu Zhe. Ah, it's Xiaolu. Why isn't the mentor interviewing Lu Zhe? Bias just likes to surround those two royal family members, trying to please them. Lu Zhe had a massive fan base, including extreme cases. They were very dissatisfied that Zheng Xun did not interview Lu Zhe. At this moment, Zheng Xun's battle fans also appeared. Zheng Xun can interview whomever he likes. Who are you, a monster, to dictate? Teacher Xiao Zheng is about to finish work. Is it really necessary? Two waves of fans are arguing fiercely. Although Lu Zhe has not debuted, he is the most popular contestant in the talent show with a massive fan base. However, Zheng Xun's fans are no pushovers either. Many of them witnessed Zheng Xun's debut and have gone through wave after wave of trends, already possessing rich battle experience. Zheng Xun, of course, noticed the spectacle in the bullet comments. Not wanting everyone to argue over such matters, he tried to mediate. What questions do you have for Lu Zhe? Since he is here, I can interview him. He successfully shifted the topic, and Lu Zhe's fans immediately began flooding the comments. Zheng Xun was dazzled by the comments and decided to find someone first. Lu Zhe was sitting in a secluded corner, all alone. When he saw Zheng Xun take a seat across from him, he merely raised his eyelids calmly. Are you going to eat, Teacher Zheng? Although he spoke with ordinary greetings, Zheng Xun felt an inexplicable awkwardness in the atmosphere. I've eaten. Can I interview you? He directly asked the other party. Lu Zhe had just picked up his chopsticks, then set them down neatly in the groove of his plate, facing Zheng Xun behind the camera. Sure. With such cooperation, Zheng Xun found it easier. Let's directly draw a lucky audience member from the bullet comments. Let me see. The questions in the comments were varied, and some were clearly traps, which Zheng Xun simply skipped over. It was just a casual little interview, no need to set traps for the trainee. He wasn't a malicious gossip reporter. Please, Lu Zhe, if you had a chance to choose, who would you most want to collaborate with? This question has a wide range of answers. He could say a mentor, or any student from Class A, or even himself. Such a simple question, yet Lu Zhe thought for a few seconds before shaking his head. I can't think of anyone. Huh. Zheng Xun was genuinely puzzled. What kind of answer was that? Arrogant? Indifferent? But looking at Lu Zhe's expression and hearing his tone, it didn't seem to be for such reasons. Lu Zhe did not provide further explanation for his answer. Instead, he posed a question to Zheng Xun. I want to ask Teacher Zheng a question. I wonder if that's convenient. What question? Zheng Xun always answered questions from anyone, including his haters, usually with self-composed songs. For Lu Zhe, such an outstanding student, Zheng Xun felt there was nothing wrong with answering his question. Lu Zhe asked, if it were you, Teacher Zheng, would you be willing to collaborate with a student like me? Lu Zhe's eyes carried a sense of inquiry. Unlike Luan Heng's ruthless single promotion, Lu Zhe seemed to be calmly probing. This sort of question might make others wonder if Lu Zhe was intentionally setting a trap. Of course, for Zheng Xun, it was not a difficult question to answer. He had a standard response ready, willing to collaborate with any outstanding student to grow and improve together, blah blah blah. However, before Zheng Xun could speak, Luan Heng, who had also heard the question, appeared. Luan Heng, holding a handful of disorganized lyrics, stood beside Zheng Xun, facing Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, don't you have such excellent classmates in Class A? Aren't they enough for you to collaborate with? Even if you want to complete a stage with a mentor, Teacher Zhao Ran should be your first choice. Or are you saying that even Teacher Zhao Ran isn't to your liking? Luan Heng's opening was quite aggressive. Lu Zhe at this time had his eyes half-lowered. It's just a normal question, not answering is fine. He began to eat quietly. In such a situation, no one could interject. Even if someone wanted to add a response, it didn't seem like an appropriate time. Fans in the bullet comments were praising Lu Zhe's handsomeness, claiming Zheng Xun's question was deliberately setting a trap and needed to be countered. Zheng Xun's fans found Lu Zhe's fans quite bewildering. That question sounded perfectly normal with no limits on the answer range. Oh, wasn't it just a matter of how to answer? On the contrary, Lu Zhe's follow-up question had a hint of making things awkward. Zheng Xun wasn't oblivious to the deeper meaning of this question. He just couldn't be bothered with many things, though he wasn't truly ignorant. At this moment, Luan Heng spoke up. Teacher Zheng, isn't it time for training? Let's go. The other classmates are already waiting in Class D. All right. Zheng Xun stood up and walked outside the cafeteria with Luan Heng. Halfway there, Luan Heng suddenly said in a not a loud voice, I don't like Lu Zhe, he thinks too much. Wait, Luan Heng. Zheng Xun hadn't turned off the device yet. Just a second before Luan Heng said this, he was interacting and chatting with the audience in the live stream. As soon as Huang He's nonsense was spoken, Zheng Xun hurriedly cut off the live stream. By now they had walked into the corridor, and Zheng Xun put away the equipment, looking seriously at the teenager. Huang He, you know the live stream isn't over. Why did you speak so recklessly? Zheng Xun didn't even need to look at his phone to know the trending topics would be quite the spectacle. Just that one sentence could get Huang He mercilessly criticized online. He still didn't have a solid fan base. Although he had drawn some attention from viewers through a few abstract performances, it was nothing compared to Lu Ze's orderly and powerful talent show fans. What Huang He said on camera could not only get him criticized, but also quickly decrease his hard-earned goodwill from the audience. To reverse such controversy, he would need to put in a great deal of effort later and require a lot of luck. Even though Huang He's various abstract behaviors gave Zheng Xun a headache. But after all, he was a student he had led from Class E to Class D. He had already walked with him through 2 classes. The one causing the commotion seemed completely unaware, still laughing carefreely. I should already be trending, right? You know that, and you can still laugh. Everyone must be scolding me. It's fine. Learn from this lesson and be more cautious in the future. When it comes to matters involving other students, be even more careful. Teacher Zheng. Huang He suddenly interrupted Zheng Xun. What? If I can't debut, I'll go learn business from cousin He Yuxing. Inheriting the family business is also a way out. And then he'll seize power, take over Jiuding Entertainment, and kick my cousin out of the board. Huang He's line of thought was hard to grasp, and the next second, he suddenly smiled. That way I can invest in TWT and support your career. Zheng Xun suddenly didn't know what to say. He could sense the sincerity hidden in Huang He's joking words. But he still had to say, the contract for TWT is under Jie Group's name. The first person you need to deal with should be Boss Chini. Zheng Xun understood Huang He's intention. Huang He is an intelligent person, not one to act impulsively. His actions were in fact meant to share the burden of criticism with Zheng Xun. Otherwise, tonight's trending topic would surely be Zheng Xun and Lu Ze, with fans from both sides arguing in the square. The current situation was exactly as Huang He had anticipated, with Lu Ze's fans launching a one-sided attack against him. However, although Huang He did not have a large fan base, some bystanders, seeing the harsh treatment he received, spoke up in his defense. Zheng Xun's fans naturally knew that Huang He was a dedicated supporter of Zheng Xun. They were also helping Huang He, sharing the burden together. The trainees secretly hid their phones, fully aware of the trending topic spectacle tonight. Some trainees even quietly told Huang He, brother, you are brave, we support you. Huang He merely smiled, not taking it to heart. These people were just envious of Lu Ze. Huang He took a shower in the dormitory bathroom. When he emerged drying his hair, he found an extra person in the room. The trainees lived in a suite with 5 classmates sharing the space, each having their separate bedroom and bathroom, while the kitchen and living room were communal. Jiuding Entertainment never treats its trainees harshly regarding their living and dining arrangements. The person sitting on the sofa was He Yuxing, the boss of Jiuding Entertainment. Huang He slowed his motions of drying his hair. Why has Boss Missouri come to the trainees' dormitory? Are you planning to debut too? He Yuxing gestured towards the sofa opposite him, indicating for Huang He to sit down. He ignored his cousin's sarcastic joke and simply mentioned that the living room's camera was currently off and their conversation would not be heard by outsiders. Huang He took a seat across from He Yuxing, casually placing the damp towel on the glass coffee table. The last time the 2 brothers spoke was during the family reunion dinner on New Year's Eve. Even if they didn't want to see each other, they had to share a table for the new year. As for the time spent at the company, that was even longer ago. He Yuxing did not give Huang He any preferential treatment, and Huang He rarely mentioned his boss cousin. This time Huang He understood why He Yuxing had come specifically. You're here to dissuade me, aren't you, cousin? Huang He spoke first. He Yuxing clasped his hands together on his knees. He did not smile, his expression was calm, indicating that he was taking this matter seriously. Why do you think that? He asked. Huang He felt he was feigning ignorance. Because as a trainee of Jiuding, I dare to make provocative statements during the debut battle, putting the company under public pressure. Isn't that your famous saying? Anyone who brings trouble to the company regardless of their background will be abandoned. Huang He listed his crimes one by one, maintaining a good mindset, even helping He Yuxing analyze calmly. As an idol, the most important thing is to be obedient. My unpredictability leads to trouble. What you want from Cyanarch is 4 standard-bearer Lu Ze, or at least 4 responsible and charismatic Mu and Zhou, but it can never be someone like Huang He. Huang He analyzed this thoroughly, each word clear and coherent. Throughout this, He Yuxing did not interrupt him or offer his own opinions. Once Huang He had finished, He Yuxing spoke again. He did not comment on Huang He's analysis, but instead asked him another question. As an idol, the most important thing is to be obedient. My unpredictability leads to trouble. He raised his gaze. The wall opposite him plastered with posters of Jiuding's successful idol groups. They shone brightly, and even just uttering the names of the groups filled the air with a surge of vitality. He Yuxing asked a third question, one that he insisted Huang He answer. Do you know what the criteria are for selecting artists at Jiuding? Without hesitation, Huang He replied, looks. He Yuxing chuckled, that's not the most important thing. The following words He Yuxing said would influence Huang He for a long time in the future. Personas can be crafted and images can be packaged. Dreams and passions. Everything you see can be sculpted appearances. What I want to see is ambition and desire, those primal driving forces. The desire to gain fame, to be liked by more people. wandering between a perfect persona and self-expression, consumed by the anxiety of future prospects, unsure of what doing well means, only able to frantically take action. This is the most fundamental and important standard I have for selecting artists. I once dissuaded you because you have no obsession with being an idol or achieving fame. You treat being an idol as a summer social practice, merely hoping for some fun experiences that would stir a ripple in your otherwise peaceful life. Among Zheng's trainees there are those from well-off families. I agree to keep them, but I must dissuade you for this very reason. He Yuxing almost never explains his reasons for actions, and now he speaks so much to Huang He because he believes that this headstrong cousin finally shows some value for cultivation. He Yuxing also mentioned Zheng Xun. I know you were paying attention to Zheng Xun. Your slip of the tongue tonight was to protect him. Now everyone is scolding you, and almost no one is focusing on Zheng Xun. You successfully diverted the fire. But have you considered that you can only achieve your goal now because you still carry the title of a trainee about to debut at Juting? Once you fail to debut and revert to being a regular trainee, no matter how much you speak for Zheng Xun, no one will care. Huang He listened quietly to He Yuxing, and at this point, he slightly moved his fingers. Now 2 scripts lie before you. First, you debut based on your abilities. Though I won't show favoritism, I will not be stingy when it comes to Cyan Arc. This is the opportunity for Juting's new generation of leading boy bands competing with Zheng Xun's TWT for the top spot, and you are at the same starting line as him. Second, you give up on debuting. If you can become a higher-up at Juting Entertainment, you can use money to eliminate negative trending topics like tonight's incident. After Zheng Xun debuted, there were multiple instances online where his narrative was taken down by Juting's financial efforts. This method can equally achieve your objectives. However, I remind you that your relationship with me is unique. I do not trust you. If you choose the second script, you position me as your competitor. No matter which option you choose, it will all depend on your own efforts to seize the opportunity. The choice is yours, cousin. Only He Yuxing knew the answer given by Huang He that night. After that brief and swift conversation, Huang He transformed into a different person. Although his speaking and acting style remained abstract and elusive, he was 10 times more serious during rehearsals. Due to a deliberate slip of the tongue, he had pushed himself to the brink. Whether he could turn the tide now depended on fate, but more importantly on himself. Zheng Xun had no idea about the conversation between him and He Yuxing. That night when he returned home, Cheng Jie and He Yuxing were not there. It was just him and Chi Go. Huang He suggested they go live and play a 2-player game, to which Zheng Xun agreed. They chose a game that required cooperation to escape. Zheng Xun was the rabbit and Huang He was the eagle. They had to avoid being hit by the hunter's bullets and also prevent being attacked by their companions. The two opened the live stream and selected their characters. Once in the game, they were completely unrecognizable. Huang He complained that the rabbit ran slowly and used the eagle to try to catch it. Zheng Xun turned around and performed a rabbit kick to the eagle, causing Huang He to lose health rapidly. Huang Chi shouted, "Zheng Xun, why are you kicking me?" Zheng Xun also yelled, "Stop using your claws to grab me. I'm losing health. You run so slowly, I just wanted to help you out. Ah, don't touch me, don't touch me. I might get killed by you before the hunter can even hit me." The two of them were fully immersed in the game, shouting and making noise as they played. The comments said they lacked cooperation and only had loud voices. The only coordination they had was in their harmonies. After an hour of streaming, they were exhausted and prepared to end the broadcast. Zheng Xun liked to turn on the TV at home, so he randomly switched to a channel that happened to be airing a short drama starring Cheng Jie as a domineering CEO. On the screen, Cheng Jie appeared emotionally restrained, watching the female lead argue with him as she ran out into the ring. Zheng Xun and Huang He were sitting cross-legged on the carpet, each holding a bag of chips and munching away. Huang He expressed his opinion first. "What kind of broke CEO is Cheng Xiao playing? He doesn't even have an umbrella at home." Zheng Xun gave him a disdainful glance. "What are you talking about? You clearly didn't understand. It's obvious that the female lead is a sprint champion." Cheng Jie saw he couldn't catch up, so he gave up. "Bro, you should just shut up. Sprint champion. What a ridiculous character setting. What's wrong with that character setting? Just think about it. If the CEO that Cheng Jie is playing goes crazy in the future, wouldn't the female lead have to run away quickly? Nowadays, with high-speed trains and planes all connected, if she doesn't want to be discovered, she can only run away on foot." "What you said seems to make some sense." Huang He was surprisingly convinced. Zheng Xun's phone, which he had left on the sofa, vibrated twice. He pushed the bag of chips to Huang He, twisting his body to check who was messaging him. It turned out to be Zheng Lin. "Zheng Lin, how's it going with Teacher Bai? He said you guys have already had a trial lesson and got along quite well." Half a minute later, Zheng Lin sent another message. "Zheng Lin, if you feel like you can't get along, just let me know. I'll change teachers." Zheng Xun then remembered the matter of practicing the swana. In fact, he could really get along well with Bai Fei, who demonstrated some impressive vocal skills. It would be a bit difficult for Zheng Xun and his 3 friends to learn an instrument in a short time. It would be better to first learn some vocal skills from Teacher Bai to fool Sister Chu Li for now. Thinking this, Zheng Xun held his phone with both hands and quickly replied, "Teacher Bai is very good. No need to trouble you, Lin. Good, just him. Oh right, I discussed with Teacher Bai about letting my other 3 teammates learn as well. They will pay for their own tuition. Since there are 3 more people this time, going to the villa is also inconvenient. I want to suggest to Teacher Bai that he come directly to our studio to teach lessons." Zheng Xun indeed had this plan. Because of the 3 people joining at the last minute, and since Zheng Lin's place was his private residence, it was not appropriate to take the 3 directly to someone else's house, so he told Zheng Lin that they would practice at the studio. Zheng Xun felt a bit embarrassed to trouble Zheng Lin for no reason and even apologized to him. Zheng Lin replied to the message half an hour later. Zheng Lin, I just received a call from a business partner and couldn't reply promptly. You and your friends can come over together. I don't often stay over there, so don't worry. Zheng Xun, you don't have to be afraid of bothering me. Zheng Lin was genuinely considerate of Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun thought that if he refused Zheng Lin's kindness again, it would be too cold, so he agreed. All right, then I'll go back to the villa to practice. Each time won't take too long. My friends are all very polite people. You can rest assured, Lin, go. He sent a thank you emoji, and Zheng Lin replied, you're welcome. The matter of learning the instrument was thus settled. Cheng Jie and He Yuxing didn't return until midnight. They both had an engagement the following night and went straight to sleep after washing up. The next morning, Cheng Jie drove, bringing the other three to the villa. On the way, they discussed the matter and asked Zheng Xun how he found this place. Zheng Xun briefly recounted his experiences with Zheng Lin. As soon as he finished speaking, He Yuxing looked at him with a serious expression. Zheng Xun, this is a trap. Huh? He Yuxing looked at Zheng Xun with a dazed expression, heartbroken. Think about it, how could there be such a thing as free lunch in this world? They don't want your money or your looks, or what do they want? Is it not to take your kidney? Yeah. Good thing you're not foolish to the point of no return and thought to bring us three along to help you see through the scam. Cheng Jie, sitting in the driver's seat, scoffed at their nonsensical talk. See through the scam. Think about it, or what if when we arrive the four of us get taken out together? He Yuxing, sitting in the back seat, suddenly hugged himself in fear. So scary. Truly it feels like Yama is among us. How could such evil exist in the world? Zheng Xun couldn't take it anymore and gave him a slap on the back of the head. Teacher Bai smiled widely, revealing his teeth. He proactively approached them, saying, young mister. Zheng, you finally made it. The four of them, bickering, finally arrived at their destination. Although the other three exaggerated and dramatized along the way, they were just joking. Upon arriving, Mr. Bai had been waiting for a long time. Bai Fei watched the four get out of the car. He recognized young Mr. Zheng, and the other three were also handsome young men, clearly well off based on their attire. Teacher Bai smiled widely, revealing his teeth. He proactively approached them, saying, young Mr. Zheng, you finally made it. Before Zheng Xun could speak, He Yuxing surveyed Bai Fei, who was dressed in a new Chinese-style outfit, and asked suspiciously, Master, are you here to scrub backs?